Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Wicked as Seduction by Shayla Black, narrated by Troy Duran. Chapter 1. January 25th, 11 p.m., Orlando.
Stop worrying and enjoy yourself. Everything here is fine,
Layla Torres said over the phone to her sister as she leaned over her sleeping nephew's crib to pat his rising and falling back.
Jorge fussed when I first set him down, but after a quick bedtime story and a kiss from his tia, he drifted off. How was the concert? It is good. The next band will start in a few minutes, but maybe I should come home now? No, you should not. Are you sure? I feel guilty, leaving you to babysit. Why? I love to. Jorge is a joy, and mamas deserve a little time away for fun.
Valeria had been single parenting since the boy's birth. They had relocated to Florida 3 months ago with no sign of their dangerous past catching up to them. Surely it was time to live.
Do not worry about me. Now that he is asleep, I will find something on TV and relax.
Valeria sighed.
Is the house locked? Every door? Every window? Is the alarm set?
Layla shared her sister's anxiety, despite the fact Valeria no longer had to worry about her late husband, Emilio, finding their location and trying to kill her for the sin of leaving him. The brutal thugs who had helped him run the vicious Tierra Caliente cartel were very much alive and willing to carry out their boss's final wish. They were hardly the only concern. Rumor was that, following Emilio's surgical slaughter 2 weeks ago, his father, Geraldo, had decided Jorge must be brought back and raised to inherit the family narcotics empire. If that was true and Geraldo succeeded, her beloved nephew would be taught to be all the things they'd run from: a drug lord, a killer, a rapist. She and Valeria would be unable to stop them from warping the little boy because they would be dead. Layla preferred that fate for herself over the 6 dark years she'd spent in Emilio's lavish prison, but Jorge deserved a future that wasn't steeped in brutality and crime.
I have checked everything twice. All is well.
A squeak from the other side of the house rent the quiet. Layla froze. Since she, her sister, and Jorge had been forced to relocate here, she had cataloged every creak and groan the house made. She had never heard this sound before. The scrape of something. Metal on glass? Followed. Her heart banged with trepidation.
Thank you,
Valeria said.
You know I worry. Shh, I hear something, she whispered. I will call you back.
Layla didn't wait for her sister's reply before severing their connection and yanking the nightlight from the wall in Jorge's room, just in case. Darkness encroached, the monster she'd been living with for years. It ratcheted up her fear, clawing at her throat. Her heart thudded. Her palms turned sweaty. But for her nephew, for survival, she forced herself to tiptoe through the shadows and poke her head into the hallway. When she listened again for the sound, she heard something far worse. "You're certain they are here?" whispered one man from the living room, his accent like someone from her homeland. They had been discovered again? Layla sucked in a gasp. Fear seared her veins. Why was this happening? How had they found her family again? She had to get her nephew out of here. "Of course they are," snapped a second man. Victor Ramos. She would know his cruel voice anywhere. She'd heard it each of the countless times he'd growled taunts in her ear while pinning her under him and violating her. Layla's fear turned to terror. Why wouldn't Victor let her go? Later. First, she had to get Jorge to safety. She wished she had kept the gun she wasn't supposed to have closer, rather than in her bedroom on the far side of the house, away from her curious, very mobile nephew. She would have to do without it and devise a plan in seconds, or... She couldn't think about the or. "What if the boy cries?" the first man asked. "Shut him up until you secure him in the van, but do not harm him. And the women? Expendable," Victor said. "Though I would like a last moment or two with Layla." "You want to fuck her again?" the first man said with a chuckle. "Can you blame me? Her pussy is as sweet now as it was at 14. Rage and shame burned, boiling into a familiar hate. Somehow, some way, Layla would make that man pay for everything he'd done. She would forever be indebted to EM security sniper Pierce Walker for ending Emilio. In fact, she was grateful the team had rescued her from her brother-in-law's compound in Mexico last September. She'd hoped that was the beginning of a new life, especially after she had cooperated with the feds. Since then, the U.S. government had seemingly done nothing to stop her late brother-in-law's narcotics operation. If they had, Victor Ramos wouldn't be creeping through her house now. EM security was seemingly no better. They had rescued Valeria nearly 2 years ago as part of another hostage extraction. Afterward, her sister had hired the private security team to get her into hiding. It had worked, for a while. But in the last 4 months, their location had fallen into enemy hands twice. Who else could be to blame except them? She was done trusting any self-serving, alphabet-lettered organization. If she had to take down the rest of Emilio's nefarious cartel by herself for her family and her future, she would. I wouldn't know. You and Hector always hoarded her. The first man sounded bitter. If you help me find and subdue her, perhaps I will share. Before he killed her. That's what Victor meant. Go search the west side of the house. I will look east. The place wasn't large. It wouldn't take long. Time was ticking. Layla eased Jorge's door shut and dialed emergency services while gathering some necessities and shoving them into Jorge's diaper bag. If she lived long enough for the police to arrive, hopefully they wouldn't question her immigration status.
911, what's your emergency?
Quickly, she whispered her dilemma to the dispatcher as she eased the bedroom window open. The burglar alarm didn't blare. Victor had somehow bypassed it. She winced at the squeak of the pane sliding up the track. Hopefully, the indiscriminate racket of Victor's cohort searching the spare bedroom beside Jorge's masked the sound, but she couldn't get careless. She probably had under a minute before he burst into the room.
I must hang up,
she told the dispatcher. She needed both hands to get out of here alive.
Help is on the way. Stay on the line.
Layla ended the call. As she tucked her phone into the back pocket of her shorts, a stranger burst into the room, a hulk of dark clothes and a flash of white teeth. Fresh fear raised her veins, but fury won out. She was done being a victim, nor would she let Jorge become like them. There you are, he said loudly enough to reveal he wasn't Victor, but softly enough that her longtime tormentor wouldn't hear. Then he shut the door. I've been looking for you. Layla knew why, and she'd be damned before she let him force himself into her body. She stood in front of Jorge's crib protectively.
Go away.
Not possible, but I can make your death painless. He dragged a fingertip down her bare arm. With the right persuasion, why don't you start by getting on your knees? Layla assessed her options. They were few and pitiful. He had her cornered.
No.
With a thunderous scowl, he seized her arm. His pupils dilated as if violence excited him. So you like it rough? You want it to hurt? He didn't simply mean her murder. Then play nice. He reached for his zipper. If you're extra good to me, maybe I can be persuaded to spare you.
Cabron,
she snarled, fighting every instinct to retreat, but Jorge was the son she would never have. Leaving him unprotected wasn't an option. Her assailant's eyes narrowed with violence and the promise of pain before he groped his way down her body and jerked her against the hard ridge of his penis. Savagely, he cupped her backside, snarling when he found her phone. He tore it from her pocket. Who did you last call? Layla spit in his face. He wiped his cheek dry with his sleeve and shoved her against the wall with a glare that promised agony. She stumbled back into Jorge's diaper pail, its cold metal grazing her leg. Who? He shook her. The police? She pressed her lips together, refusing to answer. Bitch! The thug hurled her phone to the hardwood floor, shattering it beyond use. You won't be calling anyone else. Layla tried not to panic. Her link with the outside world was gone, but did it really matter? No one had ever fought for her. As always, she would fight for herself and Jorge. She pushed free and bent to the diaper pail, lifting it between them by its sleek chrome sides. The criminal sent her an amused stare. "That won't shield you from me." He was right. It wouldn't. Instead, Layla swung it at his head. The metal bin clocked him in the temple with a satisfying thud. He wobbled before crumpling to the floor, his phone clattering from his pocket and skittering to her feet. She'd done it. No, she wouldn't feel remorse for hurting another human being. He would have raped and killed her if she hadn't fought back. Now she had to get out before Victor finished on the other side of the house or got suspicious. The police were likely minutes away, if they were coming at all. In Mexico, Emilio and his goons had paid them all to look the other way. For all she knew, these assholes had already infected local law enforcement too. With trembling hands, Layla scooped up the stranger's phone, flashing the device across his face to unlock it. Quickly, she changed the passcode as nerves made each breath roar in her ears. She had to call her sister. Valeria must be frantic, but Layla couldn't let her sister run home and straight into danger. For now, she shoved the phone in her pocket, hoisted Jorge's diaper bag along with some clean clothes she'd been folding before Valeria's call onto her shoulder, and lifting her sleeping nephew from his crib. Thankfully, he didn't stir. Then she climbed the recliner in the corner and jumped out into the inky night. Before she could shut the window behind her, the bedroom door crashed open. Her gaze connected with a familiar black stare, shooting fury and retribution. Victor. Clutching Jorge protectively, Layla ran. Since arriving here after the breach of their safe house in St. Louis, she'd done one important thing to prepare for an emergency. Learned the neighborhood and planned escape routes. She knew places to hide where Victor hopefully wouldn't find her. As she dashed across the yard, her heart thudded painfully when he scrambled out the window in pursuit. Layla launched herself behind a pair of palms and through some overgrown oleanders. She crouched to hide, groping in the dark until she encountered the fence separating their house from the place next door. Her first week here, she had discovered a gate buried behind a climbing bougainvillea and clipped the fast-growing vine just enough to open it and slip free. The effort paid off now. Layla disappeared through the foliage, biting back a hiss when branches scratched her bare arms, then emerged into the neighbor's yard. The house sat dark since the single man who lived there worked nights. She made her way to his shed, which he seemingly didn't lock, and breathed a short sigh of relief. Victor was undoubtedly wondering where and how she'd disappeared. It would take him a while, and a flashlight, she would see coming, to figure it out. Inside the dark, confined space, she watched through the tiny prefab structure's window for light or movement as she soothed a groggy Jorge with one hand and pulled her assailant's phone free with the other, quickly turning off location services. Then she rang her sister to reassure her. No answer. Layla tried to rationalize reasons Valeria wouldn't answer, other than Victor's brother, Hector, or another of Emilio's underlings somehow finding her. She couldn't imagine many. Beating back panic, Layla dialed her sister again. After 4 rings, Valeria's voicemail kicked in. With her heart racing, she cut the call and started to text, until she saw a flash of light eking from the gate she had just used to escape. No time to warn Valeria. She had to put distance between her and Victor. Jorge fussed, grunting, a furrow forming between his half-open eyes as he worked up a wail of displeasure. No. Frantically, she used one hand to search the pockets of the diaper bag to find her nephew's pacifier, while trying to placate him with the other. If Victor got his hands on her, she was dead, and Valeria would never see her son again. Anxiety choked Layla until she found the rubber nipple and worked it into Jorge's mouth. He took to it, sucking contentedly and settling back into her arms with a slumberous sigh. Grateful, she let herself out of the shed and stole across the neighbor's patio through the shadows. On the far end, she let herself out the backyard on the side of the house, where she plastered herself against the fence, panting hard. Thankfully, she didn't see any of Victor's other goons, yet. She needed to get out of the neighborhood, but Valeria had taken their one car to the concert. She knew none of her neighbors. The police still hadn't arrived. and she wouldn't get enough distance to escape Victor with a sleeping toddler in her arms. She had to think. Scanning the street, she spotted the house occupied by an older woman who walked her 3 dogs nearly every morning. Shortly after she and Valeria had been relocated here by the EM security team, Layla had observed a gathering there. A wake, based on the fact everyone had worn black. The woman's husband had probably passed away since Layla had never seen a man there. She had also noticed that the woman often left her keys in her car. Taking one last glance around the empty cul-de-sac, she dashed to the small SUV, avoiding the streetlights, and said a prayer upward as she pulled the door handle. Unlocked. Thank God. Since she had no car seat for Jorge, she clutched the sleeping toddler against her as she grabbed the keys from the middle console, then slid into the driver's seat and eased the door shut, hoping Victor hadn't heard. Shaking, Layla shoved the key in the ignition and started the car, then looked in the rearview mirror. She gasped. Victor stood at the end of the driveway, pointing a gun at the back windshield. She was as good as dead. January 26th, EM Security Management, Lafayette, Louisiana. Forrest Scott pushed back from his desk with a curse. Since driving 7 hours, following the takedown of a crazy cult in the Texas Hill Country, he'd returned to the office and started analyzing the laptops of 2 fellow, suddenly former, operatives, looking for a miracle that would save his ass. A sleep-deprived night later? Nothing. At his elbow, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the display. One of his bosses was calling at this hour. It wasn't good. Edgington? Yeah, Hunter confirmed. Why are you at the office, Trees? What was the politically correct response for telling his superior that, contrary to popular belief, he wasn't the douchebag leaking the safe house location of the company's most vulnerable clients? Checking out Cutter's and Josiah's machines before wiping them clean. At 4 a.m. In other words, when we're not in the office to keep tabs on you. I figured there was no time to waste since you've already replaced Josiah with... Fuck, he was so fried that he couldn't remember the small-town Texas deputy's name. Kane Preston, Hunter supplied. Right. He'll have a computer when he starts the job in a few hours. But they both knew that making sure the new guy was set up with tech wasn't the reason Trees had foregone sleep. Ever since Valeria Montilla's safe house in St. Louis had been breached last October, and his fellow operative, Pierce Walker, had temporarily been taken captive by her late husband's cartel, he'd worried EM Security's owners, the Edgington brothers and Joaquin Munoz, suspected he was selling info. His conversation with his best friend and fellow operative, Zyron Garrett, on their way back to Louisiana earlier had confirmed that. Trees had hoped that something on his former teammates' laptops would show that hackers, not a mole, were the root cause of their problem. Nope. Since both computers had been clean and the office network didn't appear to have been infiltrated, that meant someone on their team was cashing out company intel. As much as Trees hated to say it, his money was on Tessa Lawrence, the office's single mom receptionist. But his eye had fallen too hard for the pretty blonde to believe her capable of betrayal. So until Trees could prove to the higher-ups that he wasn't the traitor, he was suspect number 1. We're going to figure out who's been selling our secrets. That's what he'd promised when Zai had asked him to help. Their bosses had put his buddy between a rock and a hard place, ordering him to root out the identity of their turncoat, along with details about why and how Valeria's whereabouts had fallen into the wrong hands. He and Zai had been friends too long and nearly died together too many times for either of them to believe the other would sell out. But after a night with these computers, Trees was back to square one in finding a culprit. So despite his exhaustion, he kept searching. His ass was on the line. We have a developing situation, Hunter said. You'll be leaving for Florida as soon as we get more information. They were sending him on a mission? He'd just gotten back. Had they picked him because they were so short-staffed? No. They'd tapped him on the shoulder to get him out of town so they could perform a more in-depth investigation on him. Whatever. He had nothing to hide. Maybe the bosses would finally figure that out. What's up? Someone broke into Valeria Montilla's safe house last night. She was at a concert, but her sister and her son were there. She rushed home to find them gone. There were signs of a struggle. If Layla got out, she left in a hurry because her phone, wallet, and money were all still there. But that might also mean the cartel took her. Unfortunately, that was the most likely scenario. He had never met Layla, but he didn't see how Valeria's younger sister, a woman barely legal to order a beer, would be wily enough to escape professional thugs with a toddler. On our go, you and Kane need to get there. We'll bring Valeria back ASAP. Maybe now she'll finally grasp why choosing privacy over a round-the-clock guard is a fucking horrible idea. He sighed. You find Layla and Jorge, whatever it takes, and bring them back in one piece. I doubt Montilla's organization has any interest in killing the boy, but Valeria's sister... The worry she wasn't long for this world hung heavy in Hunter's voice. She's nothing to them, Trees agreed. Except as a pawn they'll use to control Valeria. Yeah, apparently it wouldn't be the first time. Trees felt really fucking sorry for Layla. The cartel probably hadn't been kind to her. I'm on it. Good. Be fast. Run clean. Report back often. And don't fuck up. Roger that. 3 beeps told Trees that Hunter was gone. It was a relief. He rose and stretched. At 6'8", he managed to touch the low industrial ceiling. Longingly, he thought of the super comfortable sofa in the conference room. Since he'd managed to wash everything in his duffel before leaving Texas, he could crash for a few hours, then change into clean clothes and bug out as soon as the bosses gave him the go-ahead. But running more tests on all the network software, just in case he'd missed something, was more critical, especially now that Valeria's location had been breached again and the woman's sister and son were missing. He had no concept of time passing until he heard the front door open a bit later and looked up to find Zai. Trees rose from his chair. Hey, Jesus, his friend looked him up and down. You're still wearing yesterday's clothes. Did you even go home last night? No. Zai grabbed some coffee, then sauntered back to his desk. So, did you find anything? At all? Trees shook his head, then filled Zai in on all the ways he'd taken apart the info on the former operatives' computers. Did you check the network too? Only enough to ensure that we haven't been breached and don't have any detectable Trojans or malware. But I haven't done any sort of deep dive through internal communications. I ran out of time, he sighed. And now I'm out of steam, so I'm going to grab a few hours sleep and I'll be back to finish up. Hunter knows. He told me he's got a new assignment for me. Do you need me to take you home? Nah, I'm good. He waved, then left the office, hopping into his Hummer, his eyes gritty like sandpaper. Since the office would soon be too busy to zen on the sofa and he was only going to get a few hours of shut-eye, Trees didn't waste time driving to his house 40 miles outside of town. He loved the quiet, wide open space there, but it wasn't convenient when he was in a rush. Thankfully, he knew people nearby. Out in the dark parking lot, he dialed Madison. He'd met her because Zai had picked her up in a bar when he'd moved to Lafayette 10 months ago, before falling for Tessa. Madison reminded him of a little sister, younger, a bit fragile, and uncertain of her place in the world. He tried to be kind. She didn't need more men using her. He put off a big brother vibe every chance he got, but sometimes she made that hard.
Hi, Trees,
she said after the second ring. He wasn't surprised she was already awake.
You back in town?
Yeah, it's been a long 2 weeks.
It has. You want a home-cooked dinner tonight? I'd be happy to whip up something for you. Just bring the wine.
And there was the issue. She'd never come right out and said she was interested in him, but he suspected she took his attention for romantic interest. He didn't have the heart to tell her he'd made friends with her because Zai had done her wrong, and he wanted to make amends. Madison was nice. He liked her company, but he'd bet she had some notion he would be a pliant teddy bear of a boyfriend. She was very wrong. Sorry, I can't. He crossed the lot and let himself into his vehicle. I've already got a new assignment. I'm heading out of town this afternoon.
That sucks. Any chance you'll be back this weekend?
She asked hopefully.
My dad got free lane passes at the bowling alley. It'd be fun if you joined us.
To meet her father? Even if he was home, Trees didn't think taking her up on the offer was a good idea. I don't know yet, but probably not. I called for a favor. He hated asking, but time was ticking. Layla and her nephew were loose in the wind, and he needed to find them the minute he reached Florida.
Sure, what is it?
Can I crash on your sofa for a few hours before I have to hit the airport? I pulled an all-nighter at the office, and I need some shut-eye before I fly out.
Of course. Come on over. You can sleep in my bed. I'll read in the living room, and I'll be quiet as a mouse.
That sounded too cozy. No need for that. You stay in bed. Just leave me a blanket on the sofa.
Okay, sure,
she said as he started the engine and backed out of the lot.
I'll make breakfast once you wake up.
A nice offer. Because she was a nice girl. Or because she was interested in more than friendship. Trees wasn't sure, so he answered carefully. I appreciate it, but don't trouble yourself. I have to be back in the office by 8.
That soon?
She sounded disappointed. Unfortunately. He didn't want to hurt her. We'll catch up as soon as I get back. She murmured something that sounded vaguely like assent. Thanks, Madison. As she hung up, Trees sighed. For her sake, he really hoped she found the right guy someday. But it would make his life easier, too. After some sleep and a tango with his toothbrush, he returned to the office for a big cup of black coffee. He felt almost human again. He hadn't been there 10 minutes when all hell broke loose. The front door crashed open and Colonel Caleb Edgington, the organization's previous owner and team commander, charged in looking pale and frantic. A familiar hulking blonde brute who looked ready to kill filed in beside him. What the hell was going on? Caleb had retired last year to spend time with his new wife, and Deke Trenton co-owned EM's sister organization, Oracle Security. He should be at Oracle's office across town, working his own missions. Where are my sons? The colonel barked at Tessa.
In the conference room. I can take you back.
But Caleb was already striding in that direction with ground-eating steps. Deke, his big, bad son-in-law, on his heels. Frowning, Trees followed, tension fisting his gut as the two men crashed hell-bent into the conference room. Colonel, sir? Zai asked, since he'd been holed up with the bosses for reasons Trees could only guess at. Dad? Hunter queried Caleb as the two men paced into the corner room, frantic tension rolling off them. Trees lingered in the hall, listening as the colonel got right to the point. Your sister. He lost his battle with composure and dragged in a shuddering breath to gather himself. The anxiety in the room notched up. What's wrong with Kimber? Logan demanded. I received a threat recently. It wasn't specific, just a lipstick, a photo of the crew who originally smuggled Valeria Montilla from her husband's compound in Mexico, and a warning to hand her over before they took whoever the two belonged to. I didn't know who. Emotion stopped the colonel's words again. He paused, seemingly gathering the fortitude to continue. Trees didn't blame the man for being distressed. Something bad had obviously happened to his only daughter. Hunter turned expectantly to Deke. Kimber's husband picked up where his father-in-law left off. She's gone. She dropped the kids off at daycare, then made a trip to the grocery store, and didn't come home. A courier delivered this 30 minutes ago. Everyone crowded around as he whipped out a picture of Kimber, her auburn hair tangled, her big eyes red-rimmed, with a gag over her mouth. Her hands tied behind her back, and a gun to her head. Tree's heart stopped. Oh, fuck. A man like Caleb had probably made a lot of dangerous enemies over the decades, but falling into the crosshairs of a cartel, it was the worst development. We'll get her back. Hunter sounded determined and pissed off. We'll do whatever it takes. You're fucking right we will, Deke spat. I want my kitten home. Most of the Oracle team is at our office strategizing. Any help you can spare, you'll have it. We need to lock down the rest of the wives and kids. Fast, the colonel managed to choke out. Before it's too late. Then, barely holding it together, he ducked out. The colonel was the most stoic man Trees knew. The worry and guilt that his line of work might cost his daughter her life had to be eating him alive. Deke didn't look any less desperate. Thanks for whatever you can do. Fuck that, she's our sister. We'll devote day and night to saving her. Kimber's husband nodded his thanks, then he was gone too. After a terrible silence, Hunter dragged in a centering breath, forcing himself to find control. His younger brother, on the other hand, grabbed an empty coffee mug off the table and hurled it at the wall. It shattered on impact. Joaquin Munoz, the team's co-owner and their stepbrother, clutched Logan's shoulder. We don't have time for this. I know. I fucking know, he shouted. Goddamn son of a bitch! Hunter and Joaquin zipped out of the conference room, dashing past trees and already strategizing ways to keep the rest of their family safe, he'd bet. Despite his harsh breaths, Logan seemingly dialed down his temper. Trees hurt for them. I'll come with you, Zai offered. I'll devote all my energy. No, Logan whirled on him. This shit is centered around Valeria Montilla. That was true. And nothing good had happened to the team since Caleb, the Edgington brothers, and another former operative had smuggled out the drug lord's pregnant wife under his nose almost 2 years ago. Apparently it didn't matter that Emilio was now dead. Retribution was incoming. Since her safe house was breached last night, Trees and Kane are going to relocate her and her family pronto, and we'll be monitoring every step. Then suddenly, Logan shut the door in his face and lowered his voice to a growl that only Zai could hear. Less than 2 minutes later, it opened again. Logan tore out of the conference room, slamming the door behind him with Zai still inside. Take Kane and get your ass to Orlando today. I'm texting you Valeria Montilla's number. We gave her your digits too. If she doesn't answer at first, keep trying. She won't take calls from unfamiliar numbers since she's been getting them all night. You and Kane will bring her to a location we'll disclose later. Her sister and the little boy too, once you find them. Hunter already told me, more or less. Good. Don't fuck up. After that warning and more door slamming at the front of the office, the place fell deadly silent. Zai hauled ass out of the conference room. The rest of the team gravitated to the reception area, clearly shocked by the colonel's bombshell. Trees hung back. The truth was, none of them had seen this sudden, horrible development coming, but he should have. It would be a problem until they smoked out their goddamn mole. Tessa rose from her chair behind the reception desk and grabbed Zai's arm.
Do you know anything beyond the fact Kimber has been taken?
No, no one does.
I can't believe this is happening.
She wrung her hands. The bosses will do everything they can to find her.
What if they can't?
Her death would be terrifying, violent, and painful. But Trees didn't say that out loud. They all knew it. Don't think that way, Zai tried to reassure her. The Colonel, Hunter, Logan, and Joaquin are the very best at what they do. And I don't know Deke, but he's scary, Trees put in case there was any doubt. Then together they'll leave no stone unturned to bring her back, Zai told Tessa. Have faith.
I'm trying.
Was Tessa's distress for Kimber real, or a well-rehearsed act? The women were supposedly friends, but EM indisputably had a mole. It wasn't any of the bosses. It wasn't Josiah or Cutter, the former operatives who had left to pursue new jobs and happily ever after with their new brides. It couldn't be Walker, since he'd both nearly died at the Tierra Caliente cartel's hands and killed Emilio himself. It couldn't be Kane Preston, since it was his first day on the job. It wasn't Zai, and Trees knew it wasn't him. Tessa was the only person left who could possibly be guilty. Trees drifted back to his desk and studied her. Once he'd been convinced Tessa was as in love with Zai as he was with her. Now, she'd seemingly wrapped his body around her finger with her big tits and batting lashes over huge green eyes. How could Zai not see that Tessa might be playing him? After launching another in-depth network scan, Trees headed to the back of the office for more coffee. Kane, the new guy, joined him, grabbing the Java first. I've been here an hour and shit's already real. Is it always this eventful? No, he assured. Hell of a first day, though. Kane nodded. You could say that. The guy seemed all right. Trees wasn't convinced he had the experience to fill the shoes of a former CIA agent and report up to a couple of former SEALs, but they had a mission to complete. Trees would perform to the best of his ability, regardless of Kane. From what he could tell, Valeria and her family had been through enough. She deserved some safety from the murderous cartel who kept hunting her. Her sister, too, if they hadn't already ended her. Of course, their rescue lessened the likelihood that Kimber Trenton made it out of captivity alive. Pierce Walker, their resident sniper, who preferred to be called 1 Mile, approached, shaking his head. "Hell of a Monday morning." "Yep." Trees poured himself a steaming black mug, then set the pot down for Walker, who snatched it up and dumped the last of the brew into his cup. Zai approached then, muttering under his breath, "Those fuckers we worked for left me in charge." Someone had to be while the bosses devoted themselves to rescuing Kimber, but Zai was a rebel. Him being an authority figure was really ironic. Still, they trusted him. Besides, who else was there? Kane was too new, Walker was crazy, and Trees, well, they thought he was guilty as fuck. "Where are we with your trip to Florida?" Zai asked. Clearly the bosses hadn't told him much before they raced to their sister's aid. "We don't know exactly where we're going yet," Trees said, then explained everything Hunter had relayed about Valeria's missing sister and son. Zai nodded. "Logan said as much." So they were on the same page. But something about this situation bothered the hell out of Trees. If the cartel took Layla and Jorge, why would they have kidnapped Kimber this morning, demanding to know Valeria's location? They seemingly have hostages they can better use as leverage. Zai shrugged. Because they want to flush Valeria out fast and they're leaving no stone unturned? Maybe, but Trees wasn't buying it. Maybe the woman and the toddler had somehow escaped. "No one has heard from Layla?" Zai asked. 1 Mile shook his head. "She has my number. When I left Florida after relocating them, I made sure she knew how to contact me." Without her phone, how could she? "Unless you hear from her, we need to come up with a plan," Zai insisted. "If Layla managed to escape, every hour she and Jorge are floating out there without help or resources is another hour they're likely to be scooped up by Emilio Montilla's gang. Do we know who's running the show now that Walker put a bullet in his head?" 1 Mile shrugged. "I made a few friends while I spent a month in Mexico, trying to off the son of a bitch." "And?" Zai prompted. "I've heard that some underlings inside Emilio's compound are trying to seize power. But there's also gossip that his father intends to take over and oust anyone who gets in his way." That made sense. Inside Tierra Caliente, Emilio had been a guppy. Geraldo was the shark. Trees had a suspicion that the elder Montilla had given the Splinter faction to his son in the hopes he'd grow a set of cojones big enough to run the entire cartel someday. Now that his son was dead, Geraldo was too much of a narcotics king to turn over any part of his operation to Emilio's underlings. Zai nodded. "Do we know where Valeria is holed up?" "No," Trees answered. "I have a number to call. When we get to Orlando, we'll need to arrange a meet." "And we're certain she still hasn't heard from her sister?" "Yeah. She's had calls from an unfamiliar number, but she's been afraid to answer it. I'll tell her she should next time her phone rings." Zai nodded. "Keep me posted." The powwow was about to break up when a phone buzzed. 1 Mile pulled his mobile from his pocket. "Walker." A frantic, high-pitched voice on the other end had him frowning. Wait, I don't speak Spanish." He pulled the phone from his ear and glared at the rest of them. "Who the fuck speaks Spanish?" "Who is it?" Zai demanded. "Layla." Thank God. Hopefully the woman had gotten free and Valeria would have one less death to grieve. "She's crying and too upset to speak English, so I can't understand a fucking word she's saying." Trees was about to volunteer since he knew un poquito Spanish, but Kane beat him to the punch. "I do. I'll talk to her." The new guy held out his hand. "Thank fuck." Walker pressed the phone to his ear again. "I'm going to give you to another guy. He's one of us, so he'll keep you safe." He slid the device into Kane's palm. "Find out where she is," Zai murmured. Kane raised the phone with a nod. "Bueno?" The former small-town sheriff exchanged rapid-fire Spanish with a clearly distraught woman. Trees and the other operators watched, waiting impatiently until the new guy ended the call. "Well?" Zai prompted. "Layla escaped with one of her assailants' phones. She's got Valeria's son with her. They ran to a women's shelter. She didn't know where else to go." That had been a resourceful move. The shelter's management wouldn't ask too many questions, and if cartel thugs showed up, the police would be called. She needs to dump the phone. She turned off location services, but yeah, the longer she holds on to it, the more of a liability it becomes. She's concerned that she'll be without any way to contact her sister once she trashes the device. Where did you two leave things? Did she tell you where to find her? Not exactly. She wanted to know about Valeria. Layla was panicked because she's been calling her sister, who hasn't picked up. That explained the unknown calls to Valeria's number. I assured her that Valeria is fine and suggested she try calling her sister again. I also told her it wasn't a good idea for them to hook back up until we roll into town. I hope she listens. Kane shrugged. By the end of the call, she seemed calmer, but she's still rattled. We need a plan. Let's put our heads together, gentlemen. Chapter 2. Orlando. After nearly 20 hours, Layla would soon be reunited with her sister, but she didn't like how this was unfolding. First, Pierce Walker wasn't involved. His friend, whom she'd spoken to on the phone, had come to Florida with a different operative to take them elsewhere. Both men were strangers. What assurance did she have that they were who they claimed to be? What did she know of their character? Second, EM Security had relocated her to safe houses twice since they had helped her escape Emilo, and both had been breached. Obviously, they had a problem keeping their clients' locations a secret. Why should she believe relocating a third time would end any differently? She needed a longer-term strategy. Valeria seemed happy to pay these men to hide them from their enemies. Her sister swore they were the best. Layla disagreed. True, they had freed her from captivity last September, but almost nothing had gone right since. She didn't trust them. Then again, she trusted no man. Beside her, Jorge played fitfully with a stuffed animal she had found in his diaper bag. He was bored. He was running out of diapers and food. There hadn't been even a bite to spare for her, and she refused to ask for charity. Night had fallen. Hiding in one place for so long had made her nervous. Hector and Victor weren't stupid. They would guess, rightly, that she had not gone far with her nephew in tow. Undoubtedly, they were looking for her and Jorge. Valeria, too. If she only had herself to worry about, Layla would have disappeared. But she wouldn't abandon her sister. Glancing again at the phone she'd swiped from her attacker, Layla resisted texting Valeria. If her assailant logged into his cloud account, he would see her messages. She didn't dare say anything that might give away her location or their plans. Suddenly, the device in her hands rang. It was hardly the first time. Victor had called all night. She hadn't answered, but every time his name appeared, she'd fought panic. What calmed her was knowing that if he had any idea where to find her, he wouldn't waste time dialing. Thankfully, the number on her display now was the one Walker had told her to expect.
Hello?
She answered cautiously. When the man on the other end asked if she was all right in Spanish, she recognized his voice. Walker's friend.
You could speak English.
She was calmer now. All right, I'm Kane Preston. I have your sister with me along with fellow operative Forrest Scott. He's called Trees. We're on our way to your location and we'll take you to safety. Were they foolish enough to believe any place was secure from the violent Ramos brothers? From the ruthless Geraldo Montilla?
Where?
I'll explain when we arrive. Layla opened her mouth to object.
Jorge!
Her sister's wail filled her ear.
How is he? Is my son all right?
Layla understood the worry since she'd loved Jorge like her own.
Fine. You know I will protect him with my life.
Her sister sobbed in relief.
Thank you. I will always do anything I can to keep you two safe,
she assured.
You're so brave.
Valeria dissolved into tears. Kane took the phone again. Be ready to leave in 10 minutes.
The shelter?
The state. We're taking you far from Orlando. Finally, a decision she agreed with. She had never felt safe in this city. Too many neighbors too close together. Too many unfamiliar, transient faces. Too many people seemingly stared as if they knew she didn't belong.
All right.
Once she learned where Kane and Trees planned to settle them, she would decide if it made sense to remain. For too long she had allowed her sister, and therefore EM security, to decide. No more. She was captaining her own ship. No one else was making her choices, and if Valeria didn't agree, she would persuade her older sister to her way of thinking. 7 minutes later, the same number rang back.
Yes?
"We're here," Kane replied. "Exit the building into the alley. You'll find 2 vehicles. Bring the boy to the minivan, then get into the RV." She didn't like his authoritative demeanor. Walker had worked with her when, with the rest of EM Security's help, they had escaped Emilo and Mexico. Kane barked orders as if he knew the enemy better than her. Arrogant man.
Why 2 vehicles?
Did he intend to separate her from her sister? "I'll explain once you're outside. In other words, trust me." Layla scoffed.
I want to hear now.
Before she put her life and her nephew's well-being in the hands of strangers. "Since we're blocking the alley, the shelter only gave us 5 minutes to collect you and get out." That was likely true. The narrow lane had been used early this morning for delivery to the restaurant 2 doors down. A bank on the far end had received a visit from an armored car a few hours back. Besides, she couldn't continue risking everyone else at the shelter. They had problems of their own. That meant she either had to run away or comply. Since it was dark and cold, and she had no way to care for her nephew, she would follow Kane's edict, for now. Was there any possibility he and Trees had planned it that way so they could lure her and her sister to their doom? Kane sighed impatiently, and Layla's thoughts raced. She glanced around what had once been a bedroom in this old house. Now bunk beds lined 3 of the 4 walls, all full of women unfortunate enough to find themselves at the receiving end of some man's threat, including a sobbing woman with a bruised face and an infant. Layla's heart went out to her. Then she caught sight of the paring knife a volunteer had brought the woman to cut her apple and some cheese. The blade still sat on the little cutting board, and the woman lay on the bed with her baby curled tightly against her.
I will meet you outside.
Layla hung up without waiting for Kane's reply, then lifted Jorge before hopping down from her bunk. The diaper bag dangled from her shoulder, concealing her hand as she casually swiped the knife and tucked it against her side. She passed the same volunteer in the hall, probably on her way to retrieve the cutting board and utensil. Definitely time to leave. She wound her way to a sitting room where a TV played the local news. Layla glanced at the broadcast, not surprised that a woman and her young nephew being attacked by 2 armed men was deemed too unimportant to mention. As she reached the back door, another volunteer waited.
Will you be all right? The bed is yours for another night if you need it.
Valeria, and by extension these men, knew where she was. The location was no longer safe. Since someone inside EM was leaking secrets, she worried Victor and Hector would soon come for her, guns blazing. She already felt guilty for the hours she'd stayed.
I will be fine. Give my bed to someone in need.
At the 40-something woman's understanding smile, Layla drew in a steadying breath and let herself out the door. The Florida night was cool, with a hint of a breeze that quickly worked its way under her thin tank and chilled her exposed legs. Carefully, she tucked the stolen knife into the pocket of her shorts and avoided the hazy golden light illuminating the door, scanning the alley for her sister. Instead, she found 2 men, strangers, each standing in front of a different vehicle, arms crossed, expressions somewhere between watchful and impatient. The one beside the minivan stood a bit over 6 feet with black hair, an olive complexion, broad shoulders, and a capable mane. There was no sign of Valeria. "Layla?" he asked, approaching slowly, hand outstretched. "I'm Kane Preston." Walker's friend. Because Walker trusted him, she shook his hand.
Hello.
All the while she side-eyed the other man, a mountain of muscle so tall and broad he made her heart stutter. If this man wanted to pin a woman down and force himself on her, she would have no chance at all of stopping him. "That's Trees," Kane provided. The big man stepped closer, holding out his hand to her. Instinctively she retreated, cradling Jorge protectively. But it was a pointless gesture. If he intended to rip her nephew from her arms, she could do nothing. To her surprise, he froze, then eased away, making no further move to come near her. "He's safe. He's one of us," Kane assured. She scowled. The men's blank expression said that Walker's fellow warriors had no idea what she had endured at the hands of the Tierra Caliente cartel. Layla wasn't sure whether she preferred their ignorance or pity.
"Where's my sister?"
"In the van." Kane bobbed his head toward the nondescript gray vehicle behind him. "You two shouldn't be seen together." Yes, there were eyes and ears everywhere, but Kane blocked the view of anyone who might spot them from the east side of the alley. Trees more than blocked the line of sight from the west. So why wouldn't they let Valeria out of the van for a few short moments? Was she even here?
"I insist on talking to her. I will not take another step until I do."
Kane cast a dark stare to Trees. He was a giant in his mid-30s, with short hair and a close-cropped beard, both in a warm brown. The seeming softness of his full mouth was offset by his massive hands. His intent stare made her shiver. Trees nodded and pointed to the van. 2 minutes. Inside." His deep voice rattled in his larynx with a hint of rasp, as if he hadn't used it in so long it had become rusty. He intimidated her, more than any man ever had. Victor and Hector were thoughtless, vile, and cruel, but not physically frightening at a glance. This man could take them both apart simultaneously without breaking a sweat. What could he do to you? Layla refused to let them lead her to their van, with no escape routes, like a lamb to slaughter where she had no assurance her sister was inside. For all she knew, they had already ended Valeria and disposed of the body.
"Then what?"
Kane cleared his throat as if he realized she wasn't simply going to comply. "We'll get on the road. We think the best strategy is to minimize risk. Your intruders will be looking for 2 women and a toddler, so we'll separate you and Valeria." Trees cut in, still taking her apart with those glittering eyes. "Kane will transport your sister and your nephew directly into hiding. You'll come with me."
Alone? Separated from her sister? With a man she could never escape? Away to an undisclosed location? For an undetermined amount of time? To be at his mercy? Absolutely not. Layla gripped her nephew tighter, glimpsed a speck of daylight on the west end of the alley, and started running as if her and Jorge's lives depended on it. She feared they did. Trees watched Layla take off with a sigh. Son of a bitch. Kane muttered similar words. They exchanged a glance. Then the former deputy dashed to the minivan to preempt Valeria's escape. Trees darted after Layla, whose dark curls whipped wildly behind her. Since her legs were roughly half the length of his, this wouldn't take long. As he ate up the ground between them, he stared. She might be small, but she was a firecracker. Clearly she didn't trust anyone. Not that he blamed her. And as much as he hated to admit he'd noticed, her faded denim shorts flashed an enticing amount of juicy, round ass. Not the time to ogle her, dude. In less than a dozen steps he was on her, wrapping one arm around her small waist to still her and the now crying boy. With his free hand he covered her mouth, cutting off the scream he knew was coming. She thrashed like a feral cat, clawing and hissing, throwing her elbow and launching her knees wherever she thought she might land a blow. Still, he didn't release her, until she bit his finger hard enough to draw blood. Shit! He shook the digit as she tried to lurch from his grip before grabbing her tighter. Layla, stop. She glared over her shoulder, hazel eyes shooting fire. Stay away from my nephew. Let me go.
Her whole body trembled. Lips, chin, hands. She was hauntingly beautiful and absolutely terrified. Time to try another tactic. Trees released her and held up both hands. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm only here to help.
I have heard that before.
She turned to him, scrambling back.
And I will not give you the chance to prove yourself a liar.
Her nephew cried, and she soothed the dark-eyed boy with soft, reassuring sounds. Her motherly instinct was strong. Clearly, she would protect Jorge at all costs. But she was running on adrenaline. It wouldn't last. She looked exhausted. When had she last slept? Or eaten? Trees closed in slowly, hands still raised. "Let me help you, little one." Layla turned even warier as he inched closer. If she was over 5 feet tall and more than 100 pounds, it wasn't by much. Since his height alone must be imposing to her, he did his best to appear harmless. Suddenly, she pulled a blade from her pocket, lunged on her tiptoes, and shoved the sharp edge against his neck.
"You will not touch me again. You will not separate me from my sister. If you are capable of taking us to a new safe house and keeping us hidden, and I have my doubts, we will all go together. I will not budge until I see her."
Did she really think she could call the shots, wielding a knife best suited for spreading butter? He'd been stabbed with far worse. Trees stared impassively, considering the gentlest way to end her rebellion. "I already said you could have 2 minutes with your sister. Threatening me isn't necessary, Layla."
"Because I can trust you? Ha!"
Her smile glinted like the blade at his throat.
"I trust Walker. You are not him. I do not know where you have hidden my sister, but you will tell me now, and when I leave to find her, you will not stop me."
Trees seized her wrist. It didn't take much effort to shove the blade away, spin her around, and fold her arm behind her back, forcing the knife from her hand. As it clattered to the asphalt, he stepped on the blade and clasped his free hand around her throat. "Because I won't hurt you. You don't need to fight me." She trembled, breaths harsh, as she clutched her nephew. He could practically feel her concocting ways to escape.
"Layla!"
Valeria peeked out from the minivan where Kane stood sentry at the open door. Gasping, Layla whipped her gaze around.
"Are you all right? Of course. Do not be afraid. These men are helping."
Layla looked unmoved.
"We do not need them."
How did she figure that? Neither sister had been able to escape the Tierra Caliente compound without EM security. In the harrowing hours since Emilo's dregs had broken into their Orlando house, Valeria had been more concerned with finding her son and her sister than protecting herself. It was a miracle she hadn't fallen into enemy hands. And how did Layla imagine she would get away on her own? Who did she think would save her if she was found? "You called Walker," Trees reminded her. "You knew you needed help." She struggled in his grip, holding the fussing boy even closer.
"I knew he could help me find Valeria. And if mauling me is how you intend to help me, I will do without. Let me see my sister."
Trees tried not to lose his patience. "We need you to cooperate."
"Please,"
Valeria begged. "We have less than 2 minutes to be gone," Trees reminded. "Time is ticking." She tried to shrug him off, scowling when she failed.
"After I see my sister, we will talk."
Trees had a feeling she'd already made up her mind, but he released her, hovering close in warning. She darted for Valeria, who would have sprinted across the alley to meet her halfway if Kane hadn't stopped her. The sisters reunited beside the van and threw their arms around each other, enfolding Jorge between them. Valeria sobbed as she peppered her son's head with kisses and thanked God. Layla clung to them both, stroking her sister's dark hair over and over, tears streaming in thanks that Valeria was alive and unharmed. Their bond was deep, unmistakable, and moving. Together, he and Kane closed around them, both to stop the sisters from fleeing and to block any prying eyes. Trees exchanged a glance with the other operative. In Kane's expression, he saw their shared knowledge that the women had only survived a difficult and cruel world because they had each other.
"Are you all right?"
Layla murmured.
"Yes. How did you escape the house?"
Valeria cradled her son, feverishly kissing his little head. Layla explained her scuffle with the 2 intruders and her getaway through the neighbor's yard. She was both clever and resourceful, something Trees should probably keep in mind. Valeria looked horrified.
"Are you certain it was Victor?"
Hate burned in Layla's expression.
"If anyone knows that bastard, it is you."
Valeria's pity told Trees that Victor had hurt Layla in the past.
"How did you get away from him when he had a gun pointed at you and Jorge?"
Just what Trees wanted to know, but... "Ladies, here and now isn't the time for this conversation. Talk later on the phone." Kane took the words out of his mouth as he nudged Valeria and Jorge toward the van. Layla held fast.
You should have fled the area once you realized our house had been compromised. That was our agreement.
Valeria shook her head and swiped at her tears.
I could not leave you and Jorge to fend for yourselves.
She refused to go anywhere without you, Kane confirmed.
I would not leave you behind either,
Layla vowed.
Ever.
Trees had never had family willing to go to the mat for him. Not that they didn't love him. They simply hadn't had time. They'd been too busy surviving. His dad had worked constantly to feed the 10 mouths in their house, and his mother had been continually overwhelmed by his 7 younger siblings. As the oldest, if he'd had problems, he had been expected to handle them. It's time to go. We're too pinned in and vulnerable here. If the cartel finds you and fires their weapons... Trees glanced meaningful at Jorge. Valeria clutched her son tighter.
You are right. We must leave. I am coming with you,
Layla insisted. Trees shook his head. It's too risky. She ignored him.
We were apart for nearly 2 years, hermana, no more. Just while we travel. Just for a short time. Once we reach our destination safely, we will be together as a family. No one will separate us again.
Valeria squeezed her sister's hand.
Please.
Layla scowled, then sighed in frustration.
Fine. Only while we travel.
She turned and glared his way.
Tell me now, when will I see her again? Where?
I can't say for sure. There were too many variables, too many plans left to make.
You cannot or you will not.
She pinned Valeria with a displeased stare.
You hear this nonsense, yes? How do you know this is not a trap? It is not, her sister promised. They will get us to safety. Trust them.
When Layla huffed like pigs would fly first, Valeria tried again.
Trust me.
You'll see her soon, Kane swore. And you'll be in the States. That's all we can say now.
It will be fine,
Valeria reassured her sister.
Will it? They are strangers. Men. Twice they have relocated us. Both times the cartel has discovered us. Think about it, Valeria. They must be the reason our location has been compromised.
As much as Trees hated Layla's mistrust, he understood it. An older woman who probably ran the shelter emerged from the back door, standing just inside the dim light.
I'm sorry, but you must leave. We can't attract any negative attention when we have so many women in need here.
Sorry. Of course. Trees nodded, then turned to the sisters. Let's head out. Valeria gripped her sister's hand and sent her a brave smile.
Go with him. We will talk soon.
Layla's expression made it clear she wasn't in favor of this plan.
You still have your phone, yes? I do. What happened to yours? I assumed it was charging when Victor and his henchmen broke in, but then I found it broken. They smashed it.
I'll get you a new one at our first stop, Trees promised. Let's clear the alley. Kane nodded and urged Valeria and her son into the van. The longer we stand here, the less safe we are. Valeria turned back to brush one last kiss on her sister's cheek.
Call me.
Layla held her sister tight and pressed her forehead to her nephew's for a long, silent moment. Then Valeria sat, and Kane slid the van door shut. Layla froze, worry and tears pooling in her eyes. Her face told him she was wondering if she would ever see them alive again. Stay safe and in touch, Kane said to Trees as he hopped in the driver's seat, locked the vehicle and pulled away, slowly rolling down the alley with his lights off until he turned onto the road and disappeared from sight. The shelter manager nodded their way, casting Layla a regretful glance before disappearing inside, the snick of the lock loud in the otherwise empty alley. Now they were alone. Trees saw the exact moment Layla realized that too. Her breaths turned rough. Every line of her body went taut. She scanned the alley nervously. Resolution crossed her face. Fuck, she was going to run again. Layla slid the diaper bag she'd forgotten to give her sister off her shoulder and tossed it in his face. Trees batted it away and cinched his hands around her waist. She was so damn small his fingertips nearly touched. Her ribs poked his palms. Unfortunately, he was also fucking aware of her pert tits spilling above the neckline of her soft khaki tank.
Do not touch me,
she hissed. "Don't run." Trees lifted her off her feet. Layla snarled, resisting him with more pounding fists and flailing feet. He understood. Even if her sister had been the boss's wife, life with a cartel had likely been brutal. She was in fight-or-flight mode. She didn't know him at all, and she had no reason to trust him. It would take time for her to figure out that he would do anything to keep her safe. His first order of business was to make sure she learned. Trees banded his arms around her and carried her, kicking and writhing, to the nearby RV, bag in tow. She fought until he backed her against the side of the vehicle, pinning her in place with his body, and tangled his fingers around a fistful of her hair. With a growl, he forced her to look at him. "I know you don't trust me, but the way I see this, your choices are me or Victor. I'm the lesser of two evils."
I can survive on my own.
Maybe, but her sister wasn't willing to take that chance. Neither should she. As he held tight, the smell of fear poured off of her. What the hell? Was she actually as afraid of him as she was of Ramos? "I've been paid to get you to safety, and I'm going to do my job. Nothing will happen to you. Get in." Thanks to his long wingspan, he could hold her immobile against the RV and still open the door. When he urged her toward the opening, she scratched and fought again, kicking and jabbing him while gripping the doorframe. At the far end of the alley, a dark sedan breezed by, then backed up, paused, and turned down the winding lane, headlights blinding them. Sure, the driver might be lost, but he might also be hunting Layla and her family. "Get the fuck inside." He shoved her through the door, then followed, locking it behind him as he tossed the diaper bag aside. "Stay down." With one hand, he withdrew his cig from his shoulder holster. With the other, he pushed her to the floor. He crouched beside her as a sleek black Mercedes pulled alongside them so slowly it set his teeth on edge. The tinted windows of the car made it impossible to see inside. Whoever it was, they were looking for something. Or someone. Beside him, Layla trembled. Horrible things had happened to her, and he'd dig into that later. All he could do now was assure her she was perfectly safe with him and try to earn her trust. "Can you tell if that's him?" he asked. She lifted huge, dilated eyes toward the windshield.
I am not sure."
But the terror in her expression said there was a good chance. They were pinned in this fucking alley. He needed to maneuver the RV out of here and get on the road, but he didn't dare leave Layla to her own devices. He wouldn't put it past her to hurl herself out of a moving vehicle to get away from whoever was in that sedan. And him. The black car crawled past the RV. He half expected the vehicle to stop, block them in, and come out with guns blazing. But finally, they cruised to the far end of the alley, then turned out of sight. If that was Victor and his cohort, he and Layla had caught a break. Time to get the fuck out of Dodge. "Stay here," he commanded, stepping around her to grab his duffel from the seat of the small eat-in table. As he unzipped the bag, a crash on his right had him lurching around, just in time to see Layla shove frantically against the RV's door. "Son of a bitch!" As he leapt for her, she twisted and tugged at the knob with shaking fingers, screeching at him with saucer-wide eyes. He enveloped her against his chest and growled in her ear. "Are you crazy?"
"To want freedom? Put me down."
"Someone is out there hunting you. You get that, right?" Frustration crept into his voice. He'd slept maybe a handful of hours in the last few days, and just for shits and giggles, his stomach had decided to growl too.
"I am the one who was nearly abducted last night. I got away from them without you. So why are you holding me against my will? And how does that make you different?"
In her head, he wasn't. She was fighting for her life. "Because I'll never hurt you. I'm sorry I yelled. Quit panicking so we can get you out of this fucking tourist trap. It's great that you escaped last night. You did good. But I'm the professional here. I'm taking over. You're not making the demands, little one. Stop fighting me."
"Never."
She squirmed as she spit rapid-fire Spanish at him. Trees only knew every third word, but it was enough to know that he was better off not understanding. With a single lunge, he heaved her onto a seat in the little dining area, towering over and blocking her in with his body. He hoisted the duffel on the table and rifled through it, shoving what he needed into his pocket. Then he lifted Layla off the padded bench, stomped to the front of the RV, and dropped her into the passenger seat. "Don't move." Her eyes narrowed.
"I will do as I please. You do not scare me."
"Bullshit. You're terrified. And I'm going to prove there's no reason to be. Tomorrow. Tonight," he fished the implement from his pocket, clutching the cold metal. Then he clipped a handcuff around her wrist. She gaped at the restraint before sending him an incredulous stare.
"What are you
doing?" He anchored the other cuff to the sturdy door handle. "Making sure you can't escape?" Layla screeched a litany of curses in Spanish. Trees did his best to tune her out as he slid into the driver's seat, started the RV, and pulled away. When he eased onto the road, he glanced over. "Want to know where we're heading?" The little Spitfire merely continued cursing him. Too bad that didn't deter him from staring. Layla's dark curls tumbled past her flushed cheeks and smooth olive shoulders. She flashed bare midriff above her minuscule tank, and her legs. They might not be long since she was a short little thing, but they were smooth and firm, and too easy to imagine wrapped around his hips as he plowed into her soft, sweet body. Dream on. She was too much for him. Too petite, too young, too wary, too beautiful, and too off limits. He especially couldn't forget that. A few months back, his former teammate, Cutter Bryant, had been bodyguarding TV star Shayla West in L.A. He hadn't merely stepped a toe over the client-bodyguard line. He'd stomped over it with unabashed glee, even being captured by paparazzi kissing the starlet into next year. The moment he'd been identified, all hell had broken loose. Hunter, Logan, and Joaquin had powwowed about firing him. They might have if Cutter hadn't quit to marry his starlet and move halfway across the country. No thanks. Trees wanted to keep his job. Not that Layla would have him anyway. Now if he could just stop imagining kissing his way up her neck while sliding the thin strap down her shoulder and exposing the lacy bra he'd glimpsed under her tank. Fuck, she was still cursing him and he had a raging boner. Not helpful. Gritting his teeth, Trees stopped the RV at a stoplight. Street lamps abounded, and neon signs gave off the kind of big city illumination that ensured residents rarely saw the stars. When Layla turned to deliver another well-aimed curse, she caught sight of his erection tenting his jeans. Suddenly, her insult fell silent as she gaped at his overeager cock. "Sorry," he muttered. Not that he could hide it. His shirt wasn't long enough to cover his reaction, and he didn't have a blanket handy to toss over his lap. She scrambled back in her seat against the passenger door.
"Stay away from me."
The abject terror in her eyes made him wonder. Had she been not only confined by the Tierra Caliente cartel, but violated? "You have nothing to fear from me." He held up a hand to reassure her. "I won't touch you." Layla huffed.
"Your assurances mean nothing."
"I'm here to protect you. Give me time to earn your trust." She didn't reply, just crossed her arms over her chest and turned away. Trees tried to stop noticing her plumped-up cleavage. Words might never convince her of his sincerity. His actions would have to prove he meant what he said. Ogling her and sporting a hard-on definitely wouldn't put her at ease. He might be nearly 35, but damn it, when he looked at her, his cock seemed to think he was a perpetually horny 17. It would help if you stopped thinking about her naked. Trees focused on the road and the vehicles around them. An uncomfortable silence fell. He wished he could think of something to set her at ease, but nothing came to mind. 15 minutes later, they rolled up to a big box store on the northern outskirts of Orlando. He parked between a big rig and a travel trailer, then killed the engine. "We need supplies, so this is how it's going to go. You'll come with me. You won't make eye contact with anyone. In fact," he stooped his way back to his duffel and pulled out a ball cap. "You'll wear this, and you'll hold my hand every moment we're in public." He'd give her a shirt to cover up with too if it wouldn't be so comically big it would attract even more attention. Layla shook her head.
"I will wait here."
"By yourself?" "Handcuffed to the door." where you'll be vulnerable and unable to fight back if Victor and his right-hand thug find you.
Then uncuff me, and I will stay.
No chance in hell. You'll be long gone when I come back, so you can either remain here, handcuffed, or come with me. Your choice.
Stop backing me into a corner.
I'm trying to keep you alive, he argued.
Are you always this bossy?
Yep. You have no idea.
I do not like you, she huffed.
You don't know me. Are you staying here or coming with me? She heaved a frustrated sigh.
I will go.
Good. He let himself out the driver's side and scanned the parking lot for anyone or anything out of place. All he saw were singletons coming out in their work attire while juggling groceries, young parents and their kids, carrying the makings of a school art project, and a few sad sacks clutching frozen dinners. Sure, he also caught a glimpse of the occasional tourist taking advantage of Florida's warmth and wearing shorts, despite the breezy January evening. But mostly they stood out, just like Layla would. He couldn't let that stop them. They had to get in, get out, and get on the road before anyone found her. Trees rounded the oversized vehicle and slowly opened the passenger door. Since she was cuffed to it, the move displaced her off the seat. When he caught her in his arms, she froze. Their gazes connected. She didn't breathe, didn't blink. He couldn't stop himself from noticing again how goddamn gorgeous she was. There was something so vulnerable about her that made him want to protect her. Yet the strength in her posture, her eyes, and her will all told him not to let her size fool him.
Put me down,
she demanded in a breathy voice. When she squirmed against him, he automatically caught her by grabbing palmfuls of her lush backside. The move crushed her breasts against his chest. As she slid down his unflagging dick, he found her pussy with the accuracy of a heat-seeking missile. Layla writhed against him, fighting for freedom. She only aroused him more. Fuck, he needed to set her down, or he'd be tempted to take her up against the RV, without giving a shit how much attention they drew. Letting out a rough breath, he dropped her to her feet. Yanking the ball cap from his back pocket, he gathered her curls in hand, their soft silk spilling over his fingers. Touching her this way felt impossibly intimate until he settled the hat on her head. Then he dug the cuff key from his pocket, careful to avoid any appearance he was playing pocket pool, and uncuffed her wrist, leaving the other end attached to the door. We're going in. He enveloped her small hand in his. Don't let go of me, and don't leave my side.
Or?
Her voice was surprisingly unsteady. Was there any chance she felt the pull between them two? Dream on, dude. I'll hunt you down, and it won't be pleasant. But I don't want it to come to that. We're on the same side. She rolled her eyes.
In a game where it is everyone for themselves.
He gave up on her trusting him, for now, and shut the passenger door, locking the RV with the press of a button before pocketing the keys. Wary and watchful, he made a mental note of supplies they needed for the next handful of days on the road as they headed for the automatic double doors.
What are you looking for?
Trouble, he muttered as he snatched a cart. Grab here. He pointed to the handle. When she complied with a frown, he gripped the far side, still clutching her other hand between them. Follow my lead. Layla was mercifully quiet as he grabbed the food and supplies necessary for the next few days, including her new burner phone and a purchase or two from the hardware section. When he took her to the racks of women's clothing, she refused to even look.
No.
You'll get cold.
I will not freeze. It is Florida.
We're leaving the state, remember? She pressed her lips together mulishly. Don't you want clothes that cover more? He gestured toward her tits and the enticing poke of her hard nipples at the front of her nearly transparent tank. Layla shook her head.
If I do not care what is covered, why should you? You promise that you will not touch me.
But fuck, he wanted to. And if she was afraid of being touched, why wouldn't she want clothes that covered her assets? There was something going on with her. For now, he tamped down his frustration. Layla, if Victor sees you in these clothes, he'll know you on sight.
I put an extra pair of shorts and a shirt in Jorge's diaper bag he has not seen. I will wear those instead.
But that's one change. Are you going to wear that every day? She nodded resolutely. Seriously? What if we're on the road for a week? Or 2? Maybe more? After all, Kane was taking Valeria straight into hiding. The bosses hadn't told him how long to keep Layla on the road and out of view. But given the fact they were wrapped up in Kimber's rescue, he didn't see his marching orders changing anytime soon.
I will be fine.
End of conversation, as far as Layla was concerned. Whatever. They didn't have time to argue. Besides, this was Florida. Even in January, the store didn't sell sweats and parkas. He'd wait until they found more practical clothes. Right now, they needed to get on the road and put as much distance between her and Victor Ramos as possible. Trees led her to the front of the store. The checkout lines were clogged, and he picked the shortest one, behind a 60-something woman with a pair of teenage grandkids dressed in theme park shirts, seemingly more interested in their phones than their surroundings, and braced himself for a wait. He scanned the nearby faces. The older woman sent them a kind smile. Layla frowned, so Trees tried to act normal and smile in return. After all, she was seemingly someone's grandma. She'd done nothing wrong.
Are you on your honeymoon?
The silver-haired woman asked. Trees didn't sweat the question. Someone older and more likely to chit-chat with strangers was nothing new in a state known for its snowbirds. At his side, Layla slid him a distressed stare, because she wasn't used to small talk, or nice people in general. It couldn't be because the woman looked like a threat.
It's so sweet to see lovebirds holding hands, she added. So I assumed...
No, he finally answered. It's not our honeymoon.
Vacation? Romantic getaway? Baby moon?
Thankfully, her questions gave him an idea. We're seeing some of the country before our first baby comes.
So your wife is pregnant?
The nosy stranger sounded excited. Not yet, but we're trying. When Layla stiffened, Trees shuffled her behind him. She dug her nails into his back.
Best of luck to you both.
The woman's smile widened.
Enjoy your trip.
We will, he assured. No one else seemed to care as the woman paid for her purchases, guided her phone-obsessed grandkids toward the door, and left with a wave. Then the cashier started slinging his items across the scanner, and a teenage boy schlepped them into bags. Because Trees was a cautious bastard, he paid cash for everything, managing to wedge Layla between him and the counter for the brief moments he needed both hands. Once their bags were in the cart, Trees gripped Layla's hand again and dragged her through the exit into the brightly lit parking lot. When they reached the RV, he cuffed her to the passenger door once more, carried the bags inside, then hopped down to return the cart to the corral. Suddenly, Layla gasped, the sound so rife with terror he whirled to face the potential threat. The same black Mercedes from the alley, he remembered the plates, rolled slowly through the parking lot. They were looking for someone. He'd bet that someone was Layla. Chapter 3. Fuck. Trees shoved the cart into another aisle, ducked into the lumbering vehicle, and started the engine. Fear cascaded through Layla in a paralyzing drizzle as the sedan rolled past, 2 aisles in front of them. The car wasn't parking. No one emerged to shop. Like last time, the occupants seemed to be on the hunt. If that was Victor, how had he found her again? Why couldn't she be free of men trying to control her life? Without flipping on the RV's headlights, Trees pulled out of the parking spot before the sedan made its turn onto the nearest aisle. He hugged the shadowy edge of the parking lot before disappearing behind the big box store. Layla kept watching out the windows until the sedan, still cruising at a careful pace, dropped from sight. "Are you wearing anything they could be tracking?" Trees demanded as he steered the vehicle out of the parking lot and engaged the headlights.
What do you mean?
She frowned as she watched him merge into traffic. "Did he ever give you jewelry or clothing or—"
Yes.
Layla couldn't look at him. She hated to think about having once accepted Victor's and Hector's kindness so naively.
But I no longer have those things. I left Emilo's compound in nothing but a bath towel.
He frowned. I heard that. Layla didn't believe the concern or empathy or whatever that note in his voice was.
You are not a part of the extraction team. Why?
I was sick. He grimaced, glancing in the rearview mirror. I ate sushi from a truck stop and ended up in the hospital. It seemed difficult to believe anyone sane would do something so foolish.
Neither was Kane Preston.
As trees rolled through a yellow light and continued north, he checked behind him again, then seemed to relax. This was his first day on the job. Are you wondering if we actually work for EM Security? Is that the problem? Call Walker now. He'll tell you.
No. Senior Walker already made your association clear. Why is he not here?
Pierce Walker had proven honorable, even in the worst of circumstances. He had never touched her beyond the ruse necessary for them to both escape. He hadn't even been erect when she had showered with him to make her seduction look believable for Emilio. Trees? He had been visibly hard while looking at her fully clothed. In her experience, that was a terrifying sign of things to come. Her supposed protector sent her a sour glare. Other assignments. But we work for the same firm. We have the same priority to keep you safe. You need to trust me. He sounded miffed that she didn't. Foolish man. If she had her way, she wouldn't be with him long enough to try.
Where are you planning to take me?
We need gas for this guzzler before we leave civilization, so I'll have to stop. Before I do, I'll put as much distance as possible between us and that Mercedes. She would make her escape then.
All right.
If Victor is in that car and you're not wearing anything he could track, how the hell does he keep finding you? Layla slid him a suspicious glance.
Perhaps they are tracking you somehow. With this enormous vehicle, maybe. It sticks out.
I'm thinking through that possibility, trying to come up with contingencies. But after we left the alley, they didn't follow us. I looked, more than once. Yet somehow they reached the store by the time we left.
Is this not your area of expertise?
Yeah, but things aren't adding up. If they had an exact bead on you, why didn't they attack us in the alley? A valid question.
Because the area was too public? Because they did not want to confront you?
Tree shook his head. No one else was around, and they would have been happy to double-tap me in the head if it led to you. Drug runners aren't shy about murder. Or any other crime. Layla knew that firsthand.
True.
And if they had your exact location, how were we able to slip from the parking lot of the store just now without them realizing? Layla shrugged. Certainly she'd been doing her best to avoid Emilio's men since her escape from the compound last September. She couldn't think of anything she'd done to compromise that. Worry wrinkled Trees' brow, but she didn't make the mistake of thinking he cared. More than likely, he hated to be outsmarted. Most men did. After another 20 minutes of silence, he pulled onto a side street, then rolled up to an older gas station. I'm going to fill this up. It will take a bit. I won't be far. Now was her chance.
I need to use the bathroom.
There's one in the RV. She glanced behind her. One of the closed doors hid a toilet. She had never seen a vehicle that also served as a portable house. If she had time, she would explore it simply to assuage her curiosity. But his reply ripped away her excuse to disappear into the attached mini-mart and sneak out the back. Time for another plan. Layla held up her wrist, jingling the cuff against the rubbery door handle.
I cannot reach that far. You will have to uncuff me.
Yeah. He reached into his pocket, then narrowed a glare at her. No running. No tricks. No BS. Or she would be sorry. The words hung unspoken. He was big and forbidding and strong as hell. Though her sister seemed convinced he was one of the good guys, he lived a life of violence, and he seemed to see straight through her.
I can hardly run away when I'm using the toilet.
She glanced down at the sacks they had acquired at the store.
Maybe you could give me my new phone so I could call my sister? It would occupy me. I would use the one I took from Victor's thug, but...
You still have it? He growled, lunging for her. Layla resisted the urge to shrink back. Would he hit her now? Do something even worse?
Yes.
You didn't ditch it last night?
No.
Why would he think that?
I kept trying to reach my sister and...
Fuck. He banged his fist into the side of the vehicle. Is it still on?
Yes, the battery is low, but...
God damn it, give it to me. And cut off her only source of communication? Her only way of calling for help? Now, he snarled. That's how they're tracking us. They're pinging the cell towers. Motherfuck.
They can do that?
If they know the right people and drop enough cash, you bet. Dios mío. If Trees was right, he was blameless. At least in this. She had foolishly given Victor the means to follow them. Frantically, she tugged at the cuff.
Release me.
Tell me where to find the phone.
The diaper bag.
In a long-legged stride, he hurdled their purchases and swiped the toy train-covered tote from the floor, slamming it on the eat-in table and ripping into it. Moments later, he came up with a device. What's the passcode?
What will you do?
Take it? Trash it? Punish her horribly for having it? Start by turning it to airplane mode so they can't track the fucking device anymore. With an unsteady voice, she rattled off the 4-digit code. Trees punched it in and the screen brightened. His thumbs flew across the flat panel as he whizzed through the menus, then breathed an audible sigh of relief.
Victor can no longer track the phone.
Every way he could digitally locate this device is off, but I'm going to trash it to be safe. Then he darkened the mobile and looked up. You still need the bathroom? She didn't, but the urge to flee, before Victor showed up again, rode her even harder. Even if he couldn't trace his henchman's cell anymore, Trees was abnormally big and incredibly easy to spot. So was the RV he drove. She could blend in better on her own. Thankfully, the area was busy, and she'd seen more than one conceivable place to hide until she could devise a better plan.
Please.
He reached into his pocket and extracted a key that looked comically small between his large fingers, then came at her with a warning glare. Don't make me chase you again. Layla disregarded his implied threat. Now that Trees had stripped her ability to communicate, and Victor had likely seen her with him, twice, staying was too dangerous. She'd already considered the nightmarish possibilities of what Trees could do to her with his massive hands and his massive erection. He'd taken away her freedom, shoved her into this rolling motel room, and separated her from her sister for reasons that suited him. She would not allow him to force anything else on her.
Of course not,
she agreed. After all, she was incapable of making him do anything. If he chased her, it would be of his own accord. His menacing expression spoke volumes about how much he didn't trust her, so she sent him her most innocent stare as he freed her wrist. When he stepped back, he positioned his big body between her and the door. Go on, he gestured to the bathroom. As she tried to think of another means of escape, Layla made her way inside. Small sink, toilet, and a shower she couldn't imagine Trees wedging himself into. Above it, a thin rectangle of a window only a cat could slink through. But there must be other ways out of the RV. She refused to give up. While she relieved her bladder and thought through the situation, the door to the RV opened and shut. She hurried through the rest of her ritual, then peeked out the bathroom door. He was gone. With a glance out the nearest window, she found him pumping gas and talking on the phone. She prayed the distraction was enough. Dropping to her knees, she crawled to the exit, lamenting the fact she couldn't risk prowling through the bags for her replacement phone, and eased the trailer door open. The wind howled. Trees had his mobile pressed to his ear, and the door was on the opposite side. If she was quiet, he wouldn't hear her escape. The moment her feet hit the concrete, she eased the door closed, then darted to the edge of the parking lot before disappearing into the shadows blanketing the vacant lot next door. She was unfamiliar with this part of Orlando, but heading toward civilization and lights made sense. If she could find a place to lie low, she would flesh out a better plan. Since Trees had been driving north, Layla circled back in the opposite direction, crossing the busy highway, then heading for a brightly lit hotel she had seen a few blocks ago. Under the portico out front, she avoided eye contact with the valet, then walked inside as if she belonged there. She didn't dare stop to get her bearings, simply headed left, past the bar area, then through another set of double doors and into a center atrium not visible from the street. She settled in a padded chair on a corner of the patio, away from children splashing in the hotel's pool under their parents' watchful eyes, and let out a deep breath. She couldn't stay here, but at least she had escaped. Now she had some breathing room. Layla wished she knew where Kane was taking Valeria, but she would continue heading in the same general direction Trees had been until she could contact her sister. She prayed Valeria and Jorge remained safe. Suddenly there was a commotion in the lobby. Layla looked up, half expecting to see Trees snarling at a desk clerk as he searched the hotel. Instead, Victor and the thug who had attacked her last night rushed into the building, methodically scanning the space. Her heart stopped as they paused to speak to a hotel employee. The man pointed to the pool. Fear gripped her throat, but she forced herself to stand slowly, head down, and slip behind a big leafy bush along the perimeter. When the two thugs spilled out onto the patio, they split up, Victor veering left, his determined lapdog heading her way. Layla tried not to panic. Now what? Behind the greenery, she inched along the wall, deeper in the shadows. When Victor's goon disappeared into an area marked employees only, and Victor was nowhere to be seen, Layla sent up a silent prayer, ensured her dark curls were tucked under Trees' cap, then spotted a family heading into the attached restaurant. Trembling, she slinked from her hiding spot to merge behind the kids, trying to blend in. A shout and the pounding of feet later told her that she'd been spotted. Panic spiked. With her heart racing, Layla ran blindly through the mostly empty restaurant, looking for an escape other than the empty parking lot behind the hotel. She stumbled into a hall and pushed into the ladies' room, but there was no lock on the door, and she wasn't naive enough to believe the gender orientation of the bathroom would keep Victor out. As desperate as it was, she hoped she wasn't in here alone. Another woman could act as a buffer. Victor would think twice about unleashing violence in front of witnesses, at least in the States. Maybe she could borrow the hotel guest's phone and call. Who? Other than Walker, who would refer her back to Trees? She had no one on her side. Even Valeria couldn't help. And no matter how much the giant with the searing green eyes claimed he would protect her, she couldn't risk trusting him. But fate wasn't on her side. The bathroom was empty. Resisting the urge to cry, Layla threw herself into a stall and locked the flimsy door. Her panting sounded too loud in the still. As she crouched on the toilet, she squeezed her eyes shut and prayed she'd lost Victor. The world proved it had abandoned her again when the bathroom door squeaked open.
Layla, I know you're here, chiquita.
She cringed every time he called her that. He only did it when he was pissed and bad things were coming.
I know because I saw you run across the street like a scared little girl and followed you.
Of all the terrible luck.
The tall man can't help you anymore. Come willingly, and I will make your punishment bearable.
No, he wouldn't. She should have stayed in the middle of a busy area, around a lot of people, near security cameras. He would not have dared to drag her out of this hotel against her will with employees and protective families looking on. But all he had to do now was haul her out of the bathroom, down the isolated hall, then out the back door mere feet away. Even if there were cameras covering the door, Layla wasn't foolish enough to hope that anyone would care to look for her. And if Victor and his brother, Hector, had their way with her again, and again, they would make sure she could never get free.
Not making this easy for me,
he tisked at her.
There are only so many stalls to hide in. Where else do you think you can go? There's no window, unlike your house. You can't steal a neighbor's car and nearly run me over to get away. It's just you and me. And no escape.
Tears stung her eyes and closed up her throat. He was right. But that also didn't mean she would just give in. He didn't know which stall she was locked in. She had the element of surprise. Would you need it if you had stayed with Trees? He would have protected her from Victor, yes, but who would have protected her from him?
Time's up. I guess you want to do this a hard way.
You know that suits me, chiquita. She bit her lip to hold in a whimper, grabbed the sides of the stall, and braced to kick her way to freedom. And she prayed. He smashed open the stall beside her and stepped in. The door clattering against the wall made her start. She managed to bite back a gasp, but fear gnawed her belly. Her heart beat so hard she felt jittery and faint. Every one of the 22 hours since she'd last eaten now haunted her. What if she didn't have the strength to fight off Victor? As he spun and backtracked toward the front of the stall, Layla dragged in a deep but silent breath. The next 10 seconds might determine if she lived or died. The thought had barely buzzed through her brain when he grabbed her fingers, still clutching the top of the stall, then latched onto her arm and gave it a vicious yank. She fell off the toilet and stumbled face first into the metal wall. Tree's hat fell to the tile as Victor dangled her off the floor by her arm. She struggled to get her feet under her, fearing he would pull her shoulder from its socket. Then, abruptly, he let go. Her backside landed on the hard tile floor. As she scrambled to stand, he appeared in the door of her stall, his dark expression straight from hell. She tried to retreat but had nowhere to go. He grabbed a fistful of her hair and used it to tug her against him, wrapping an arm around her body and pressing her close. It was hard. Victor sucked in a hissing breath as he rolled his erection against her. You know I love it when you fight. Keep it up. It will only make your punishment sweeter. He meant more painful. In the past, she would have lowered her head, promised to be good, and endured whatever he dished out, hoping she would live another day. Hector hadn't been quite as sadistic and had sometimes curbed his brother's darker impulses. But last year, Hector had moved to the States and taken an American wife. Layla felt sorry for the woman. Marriage to Hector must be like something out of a horror movie. And what was being captive to Victor? A terrifying level of hell, one she hated to endure again. She hadn't fought back in years, not since that first awful time. She'd buried the horrifying night in the back of her brain and tried to forget, but she never had. She refused to let him take her again. She would rather die here than endure more of his torture. He rubbed against her. I missed you, chiquita. No, he missed his morning blowjobs. He missed the demeaning way he'd fucked her in front of his friends just to prove he could. He missed being able to roll over in the middle of the night and use her at his whim. He cared nothing about her. She stared back, stone-faced. Cat got your tongue. It doesn't matter. It's not your tongue I want now. Still gripping her hair, he spun her around to face the bathroom sink and forced her to bend over until her forehead smacked the counter. Then he shoved her shorts around her thighs and lowered his zipper. Her fight instinct surged. Layla kicked back blindly, ramming her foot into his knee. He cursed and released her, but his body still blocked the exit. She grabbed a palm full of liquid hand sanitizer from the nearby dispenser. The sterile stench of rubbing alcohol made her queasy. When she turned back to Victor, he prowled toward her again, his glare promising retribution. She flicked the clear liquid gel from her fingertips, right into his eyes. He backed away with a curse. Bitch! Layla sidestepped him, pulling up her shorts with one hand and reaching for the door with the other. Before she could grab on, Victor seized her arm cruelly and flung her against the nearest bathroom stall, his eyes red like a demon as he curled his fist threateningly above her face. She braced. It wouldn't be the first time he'd used her for a punching bag, but she swore it would be the last. Then she realized she had a self-defense mechanism she'd never had in her brother-in-law's compound of horrors, and she smiled. Right before she screamed. Victor cursed and slapped a hand over her mouth, but she bit him and jerked away. He went for her throat then, gleefully squeezing tight to strangle her cry and cut off her air. Her eyes bulged, her lungs burned. Had she made a huge mistake in trying to enlist the hotel's guests or employees? Maybe no one had heard her. Or maybe no one cared that Victor might strangle her and leave her body here to rot. If that happened, would her sister ever know how she had died? Would Valeria ever be safe? Layla kicked and scratched, but Victor dodged her. his face telling her that he was enjoying snuffing out her life one agonizing, suffocating second at a time. Suddenly, the bathroom door slammed against the wall and Victor was ripped away from her with an inhuman snarl. Layla gasped in a burning draft of air as the sound of knuckles impacting bone filled her ears. A fist ramming into a face? Someone grunted. She blinked until her vision focused again, and she saw Trees holding Victor by the throat against the bathroom wall, about 5 inches off the ground. "Are you all right?" he barked her way. Already the monster who had terrorized her for years had a swelling eye and wore a half-dazed expression. Layla couldn't speak. Trees had come for her. "Yes or no?" He looked her up and down as if trying to answer the question himself. While she struggled to find her voice, Victor reached into his pocket and drew out a sharp, serrated blade. She didn't stop to think about who she could trust, just pushed aside cold fear and screamed, "Trees!" He jerked his gaze back to Victor just in time to leap away from the blade, headed right for his ribs. Trees banged her nemesis against the tiled wall again. On impact, his skull cracked in a horrifying thud. While he reeled, Trees plowed his fist into Victor's nose. Her assailant's eyes rolled to the back of his head. When Trees let go and reached for her, Victor fell to the floor in an unconscious heap. She looked up at her rescuer incredulously.
"What are you doing here?"
"Did he hurt you?" Layla stood mute. She'd never, ever seen anyone get the best of Victor. Not once. Not even Emilio. But this giant man who claimed to be her savior, albeit temporarily, had squashed him like a bug.
"Not much."
"Is that Victor?"
"Yes."
Her voice sounded terrified, even to her own ears. He scooped up the fallen knife and pocketed it, then settled Victor's unconscious form on the nearest toilet, cuffing his wrist to the flushing mechanism and shutting the stall door. "I'd love to kill the son of a bitch, but dead bodies raise too many questions. We need to go." Now? Without calling the police? Then again, he probably wanted to avoid them. She certainly didn't want to stay in this city another minute, nor did she want to answer an officer's probing questions. Maybe Trees didn't either. She just wanted as many miles between her and the Ramos brothers as she could get. "Come on, I'll get you out of here safely." She hated to put her trust in this operative she barely knew, who had been at least partially responsible for the violation of their safe houses, who had taken her without her consent. But she had exhausted her options, and herself, tonight. If she wanted to avoid Victor and his wrath, she had to rely on Trees.
"Can you?"
She wasn't sure. Trees had committed violence, so the hotel might have called the police. Or what if Victor's right hand was lying in wait to end them with a couple of bullets? Did they have any chance at all of leaving here? "We're going to try." Trees took her hand. "Let's go." Layla looked shaken and terrified, like she was holding herself together through sheer will.
"All right."
It wouldn't be long before her adrenaline crash. Trees wanted to scoop her up in his arms. He didn't dare risk spooking her. "That means you have to trust me, at least a little. Can you do that?" She hesitated.
"Yes."
He wasn't convinced, but he squeezed her hand, opened the bathroom door, and peeked down the hallway. It was blessedly empty. If they managed to get back to the RV undetected and unimpeded, he would deal with everything else. Since the dinner hour had passed, the restaurant had mostly emptied out. A pair of octogenarians sat in a corner sipping decaf. Near them, a family with little ones ate in silence, looking wiped out after a day in the parks. At the end of the hall, Trees turned the corner and hugged the less illuminated wall, absorbing her against his body, all the way to the double doors. No one approached or challenged them. A few minutes earlier, he'd taken care of Victor's cohort in a service hallway, knocking the asshole unconscious. He freaking hoped there was some ice in the RV's freezer. His knuckles could use it. Outside the hotel, they rounded the building and headed for the main road on foot. "Did Victor hit you or—" If the scumbag had, Trees would be hard-pressed not to march back into that women's room and kill the motherfucker. As it was, the sight of the asshole's fist aimed at Layla's terrified face was burned into his retinas. She didn't meet his stare.
He would have, so thank you. How did you find me?
Trees gritted his teeth at the memory of filling the RV's tank and hopping inside again, only to find Layla gone. He'd been shocked by her brazen escape, and he shouldn't have been. She had fled her brother-in-law's compound without even a shirt on her back. He should have expected a woman willing to give up everything for freedom, even her dignity, to run. Given what he'd witnessed of Victor Ramos's treatment, he understood. When I realized you'd fled, I figured you would head for the road, maybe steal a car and get out of this area.
I do not know how.
Good to know. Then I saw the Mercedes pull into the hotel. I followed, just in case they'd found you. Inside, I tailed Victor's little helper. Honestly, Trees still didn't know how the asshole hadn't seen him. When I realized he had no idea where to find you, I punched the fuck out of him and kept looking. I was combing the restaurant when I heard you scream.
How did you know it was me?
He'd felt her cry all the way through his body, deep in his chest. That would probably freak her out, so he simply shrugged. I figured no one else had cause to scream. The lights flashed then, signaling they could safely use the crosswalk. It was a far cry from his wild dash across the highway, in between cars and during rush hour to reach her. As he guided her toward the curb, he scanned the traffic, scowling menacingly at a teenager who revved his engine and poked his head out of the driver's window to get a good look at Layla's backside. The minute the little bastard caught sight of Trees' threatening expression, he piped down and rolled up his window, proving he had at least 2 brain cells to rub together. Layla looked as if she might say more, but didn't as they reached the RV, which still sat where he'd abandoned it, hogging 2 pumps at the gas station. As they approached the door, she suddenly grabbed him and stumbled, as if her legs had stopped supporting her. There was her adrenaline crash. He'd barely gotten his hands around her shoulders when she doubled over and retched a thin stream of clear liquid. Fuck. She had nothing to throw up. She was dehydrated, starved, and exhausted. Finally, she heaved a heavy sigh and went limp. Trees lifted her in his arms. Layla protested, but he ignored her, carrying her inside and locking the door behind them. The fact she let him proved she had no more fight, at least not tonight. He set her in the passenger's seat and crouched in front of her. Are you all right, little one?
Fine.
She turned away, as if embarrassed.
It has happened before.
Because Victor had terrified the hell out of her? That pissed him off. He managed to tamp down his anger, for now. She needed hydration, sustenance, and sleep. They could also use a less recognizable vehicle. But they needed to get on the road more, so waiting around until morning for the rental company to open wasn't an option. Never taking his eyes off her, he dug through their grocery sacks, coming up with a bottle of water, a protein bar, and the burner phone he'd bought for her. He handed her the first 2. Slowly, okay? Layla looked at them longingly but shook her head.
I do not need that.
The hell she didn't. Your body has to restore itself. When was the last time you ate?
I am not hungry or thirsty. I simply want to call my sister.
She gestured to the phone still in its package. She was full of shit, and he couldn't fathom why she would lie about something so obvious. Thankfully, BDSM had taught him how to deal with a stubborn female in his care. If she wouldn't take care of herself, he would do it for her. Trees dropped his voice. You want to talk to Valeria? Eat half that bar and drink half the water, and I'll give you 5 minutes with her. Eat and drink all of both, and you'll get 10. If she exerted herself more than that, she was likely to keel over.
Of course there's a price.
Her smile was all cynical sneer.
What else do you want?
What the hell else did she expect him to demand? Nothing. Suspiciously, she held out her hands. He gave her the bar and the plastic bottle, watching as she inspected both carefully as if she suspected he had tampered with them. She shot him one last wary stare before she opened the bar and took a cautious bite. As she chewed, she opened the bottle and took a slow sip, swishing it around her mouth before finally swallowing. Why would I poison you when I'm trying to save you? After everything she had endured in the last 24 hours, Trees wasn't surprised logic had taken a back seat to emotion. Layla shot him a stare. It wasn't a warning. It wasn't even a rebuke. Instead, her face was carefully blank, as if she didn't want to give him anything, even her anger. Fuck. Keep eating, and I'll get this phone up and running.
I will eat more when the device is ready.
She didn't trust him at all, not even to uphold his end of the bargain. Hadn't he just saved her from being attacked and dragged back to hell? How does she know you're not like those assholes? She didn't. She was in a dark place, and she needed a safe space, along with guidance and boundaries that would benefit her. In short, she needed security. That's where he came in. The question was, what would it take to shine light into the shadowy corners of her heart? All right. He ripped the phone from the plastic and had it set up to send and receive both calls and texts within 3 minutes. Done. Your turn.
How do I know it truly works?
Trees sighed and dialed his own device. He pulled it from his pocket to show that it, in fact, rang. There you go. Now eat. She did so silently, but all hint of caution was gone. She scarfed down the protein bar even faster than she guzzled the water. Want more? She shook her head.
I want to talk to my sister.
He handed her the device. With greedy hands, she grabbed it.
I need privacy.
Why? She and Valeria mostly spoke Spanish. He couldn't understand 95% of what she said, but after tonight, he wasn't ready to trust Layla. Talk here, or not at all. Layla muttered something under her breath he'd bet was less than polite, but she settled back against the seat and dialed her sister. Trees fired up the RV and glanced at the clock. 10 minutes. Then she needed rest. Tomorrow she and her sister could talk more. Layla wouldn't like the restriction, but she would learn he was a man of his word. As Valeria answered the call, he headed the fuck out of Orlando, trying not to listen to the sisters' murmured conversation, until tears began to spill down Layla's cheeks. Oh, her voice sounded upbeat, but she was fucking crying. He didn't know what the two of them were saying, but if Valeria was upsetting her, that was a big hell no for him. He was shutting that shit down. 2 minutes. She scowled at him, her golden hazel eyes like a rainstorm. Then she continued talking as if he hadn't spoken at all, and the tears kept flowing. 30 seconds, he reminded a minute and a half later. She sniffled.
I am talking to my sister, not someone dangerous.
Dangerous, no. Upsetting, obviously. You're wasting time talking to me. Say goodbye. She muttered what was probably another curse, then said goodnight to her sister and ended the call. Fury tightened her profile, but she merely set the phone aside, then folded her hands in her lap and stared out the windshield, patently refusing to look at him. Something was going on in her head. He wished like hell she would confide in him. But that took trust, and trust took time. Good thing he was patient. Why were you crying?
I miss my family.
Trees wasn't sure whether to believe her. Did Valeria say something to upset you?
No.
Maybe that was true. But even if it wasn't, she would defend her sister. So he tried another tactic. When was the last time you slept?
I'm not tired.
This again. You're exhausted, especially after your adrenaline crash. She shook her head.
I'm fine.
And I am tired of your lies, he parroted. We're on the same side, you know. I'm here for you. She raised a brow at him.
Of course, because you are paid.
And because you need help. Let me help you. Layla brushed aside his assurances as he veered onto a 2-lane highway outside the city.
Where are we going?
He didn't want to tell her he wasn't headed anywhere yet and might not be for weeks. Hearing the news they would be traveling together indefinitely would only freak her out again. Off the beaten path. Victor and his goon will be after us again within the hour. She looked alarmed.
The hotel would not call the police?
Trees shook his head. Based on security footage, they did nothing wrong. So as soon as they're conscious and free, the assholes will be on the road, looking for us. They've seen me with the RV twice. The vehicle and I are both hard to miss.
True.
And Victor knows now that we're traveling together, so we have to stay off the interstate and away from places where we might be spotted. Because if Ramos flashed cash, anyone who'd seen them would start talking.
I understand.
But she didn't look happy about it. So I need you to work with me here. The more you try to get away, the more time I spend chasing you. The less time we have to put distance between us and Victor. She slanted him a glance.
Or you could just tell me where to find my sister. I can make my own way there.
Nope. Valeria wants you protected. And after what I saw tonight, there's no way I'm letting you fend for yourself.
But
no, Layla. He hadn't dropped his voice on purpose, but it had the desired effect. She lowered her gaze to her hands, folded in her lap, and pressed her lips together mutely, shoving aside the ramifications of her response, because if he didn't, he'd sport another erection that would freak her out. Trees focused on the road. Take a shower, brush your teeth, and go to bed. He knew from experience that washing away combat would help clear her head and relax her body. Towels are in the cabinet, next to the sheets.
No.
Her refusal was instant, but trembling. She was afraid. He tried not to take it personally. He didn't know what she'd endured, but her years with the cartel had damaged her. Tonight he'd only scratched the surface of her mental scars. You think I'm going to hurt you while you're vulnerable?
What would stop you?
The fact I'm not a dirtbag. But she didn't know him. I'll be driving. I can't touch you while I'm steering this thing, and there's no shoulder for me to pull over and do my worst to you. You're perfectly safe, I promise. She seemed to consider his words, then she licked her lips and glanced over her shoulder to the back of the motorhome.
Fine. I will sleep if I can lock the bedroom door.
He weighed her desire for solitude against the need for safety, but the back window was an exit. Sorry. If you want more privacy, there's an extra sheet in the cabinet above the dining table. String it across the RV. He would still hear if she tried to escape.
I will not run again tonight.
Trees noticed she said nothing about tomorrow. The door stays open. Layla did not reply, simply pursed her lips together and turned toward the back. He grabbed her wrist. Just so we're clear, if you jump out the door while the RV is moving, either the fall or the area wildlife will kill you. She yanked free, then tugged a string across the cabin meant to act as a temporary clothesline before she tossed a spare sheet over it, blocking his view. Trees heard the bathroom door shut and the water running. He turned on the radio and stopped at the first station with decent reception so he didn't think about Layla naked. She didn't need to know that he hadn't felt an attraction to any woman like this in years, maybe ever. The music sounded like it belonged at a dance party, all electronica and shit. He tried to get into it, but music these days just sucked, and his mind wasn't on tunes. Finally, the shower cut off and he heard her rummaging around the back. If you need a t-shirt to sleep in, I have a spare, he called.
I'm fine.
Which meant she would either don her dirty clothes or the only clean change she had. Stubborn woman. In the very back of the RV, the light flipped on. After some rustling, she climbed into bed. He wished holding Layla would make her feel safer. She needed comfort and security. It sucked that, at least for now, staying away from her was more likely to put her at ease. The bright lights in the bedroom cut off, plunging the back of the vehicle into darkness. A whimper broke the quiet. After a squeak of the mattress and a huff of frustration, the overhead light in the bedroom lit up the back of the RV again.
Is there another light? Something less bright? I can leave on while I sleep.
She wanted a nightlight? In the bedroom?
Please.
You don't want to sleep in the dark?
No.
Her voice shook. Because she was afraid? After everything that had happened with Victor, maybe he shouldn't be surprised. Leave the light in the bathroom on. She sighed. Sheets rustled. Her footsteps padded toward the middle of the vehicle. Bright light flared through the white sheet before she headed back to bed. Better?
Yes.
Good night, Layla, he called back. She crawled between the sheets again. 10 minutes later, he hadn't heard a peep. Now he could focus on his other problem. Like the fact that when he'd stopped for gas and checked in with Kane, the new guy had let him know that, in the wake of Kimber's abduction, the Edgingtons were now using the safe house they had intended for Valeria and Layla for their own wives and kids. Trees understood that, absolutely. But where the hell should he be taking Layla once he got the green light to bring her in? Since Zai was in charge, Trees grabbed his device and dialed his buddy, who thankfully picked up right away. Hey, man. Trees frowned. Zai sounded distracted. Hey, I figured I'd check in with you. Yeah? Give me 5? You talking to me? Trees asked. Sorry, talking to Tessa, Zai replied. Then some rustling and some nighttime sounds told him that his buddy had stepped outside. What's up? Shit. He'd been so wrapped up in his situation with Layla that he'd forgotten the bosses had removed the non-fraternization clause from everyone's employment contracts this morning, allowing Zai and Tess to finally be together, so Zai could investigate whether she was their mole. In his opinion, it was a stupid idea. Zai was way too into Tessa to do any part of the job thoroughly except the fucking. Did you finally take her to bed? If I had, why the hell would I tell a nosy prick like you? So that's a yes. Was it everything you thought it would be? Let's put it this way. I have an appointment to look at engagement rings tomorrow. Zai might be a rebel through and through, but he was rarely impulsive. You're that sure? 100%. Either Zai was convinced Tessa wasn't selling them out, or he loved her too much to see it. Either was a blind spot that could be dangerous. Wow. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. What else could he say when his best friend sounded so damn happy? Well, even if I buy a ring tomorrow, she's not going to say yes right then. A little gun-shy? Or a little guilty? Yeah, that's what she says, and I get it. Tessa had been through a lot with her ex, so it was possible. Likely, even. Trees just wasn't sure that was the reason for her reluctance to commit. But you didn't call to ask about us, Zai went on. What's up? You and Kane get everything worked out with the sisters? Finally, he sighed. It was a fucking long, scary-ass day. But yeah, we're on the road now, and I need to talk to you. He spared Zai the gory details about the evening. What's up? Kane and I connected with Valeria, and she got her son back. They left a few hours ago in a minivan. He plans to drive straight through. But since the safe house reserved for Valeria isn't available anymore, where do you want us to go? I'd ask one of the bosses, but with everything they have going on, I didn't want to come to them with more problems. Yeah, Zai sighed, seemingly as stumped as he was. Let me call Cutter. He's a local boy, and he and Shayla are back from their honeymoon. Good thought. Zai might not consider himself any sort of leader, but he was a damn capable one. Since her sister's wedding to Josiah got derailed by violence not long ago, they might be busy, Trees pointed out. Well, we're likely to have another situation like that on our hands if Cutter doesn't spare me 5 minutes. True. Yeah, call him. Then let Kane know. What about you and Layla? I rented an RV. He spilled to Zai about the cover story he developed on the fly at the store. When the chatty woman started talking to us, Layla seemed terrified. She literally expects Emilo's henchmen to jump her at any moment. Not surprising, since thugs have been on their tails for hours. They messed her up. She feels safe with you, though, right? As safe as she feels with any man, but it's not much. She knows I'm a friend of Walker's. It's helped. A little. He's apparently the good guy since he politely declined to rape her. As he'd heard the story, she'd offered herself to Walker for some escape scheme when he'd been captured and held in Emilio Montia's compound. Since she was seemingly terrified of men, she'd obviously been desperate to escape. Jesus. So what's your plan? We're going to make our way back slowly. Be sure Valeria gets situated into whatever safe house you find for her. If it looks good, like no one is watching, then I'll take Layla there. If it gets hit, my plan B is to take her to my place. Though she would be furious at being separated from her sister. Well, it's secure enough. It should be, yeah. There's just one problem. Trees dropped his voice so she wouldn't hear. Layla is so damn sexy I can barely keep my eyes and everything else off of her. He felt like a shit for that. But he would never cross the line and come on to her. His desire wasn't her problem. Does she suspect? Thanks to the close quarters and lack of privacy they'd endured during their years of service, Zai had seen that he wasn't just tall, but built big everywhere. There are only so many ways to hide an erection like mine. Yeah. Do you need to speed up your trip? Because she was too afraid to be around him? That couldn't be a deciding factor. Her protection came first. What happens if I do and Tierra Caliente figures out where Valeria is hiding? Layla could be collateral damage. After the hell I suspect she's been through, she deserves some fucking safety, man. Okay, let me see what I can toss together. You keep on keeping on and I'll touch base with Kane soon. Not a perfect answer, but the only one he was going to get now. Besides, in this big-ass vehicle, needing to avoid the interstate, it would take a day or two to reach Lafayette. Great, buddy. Thanks. Talk to you tomorrow. Don't hang up. Trees had to give Zai some bad news. Something else going on? Yeah. Talk to me. Are you sitting? No, and I don't have time now. What the fuck's happening? When Layla escaped the house in Orlando, she couldn't get her phone, but she managed to knock out one of her assailants and... How the hell did she do that? Because if you're attracted to her, I know she's a tiny thing. Fuck, I hate that I have a type, he grumbled. Yeah, she is. And she knocked the son of a bitch out by surprising him with a loaded diaper pail to the face. Zai chortled, as if he tried not to laugh but failed. She sounds resourceful. Bet that guy thought it was a shitty fight. Yeah, Layla is... something, he whispered. Where is she now? Sleeping in the back. Finally. That's why I wanted to call you. At our last stop, we pulled into a gas station. He explained how Layla got her assailant's mobile. I browsed the phone while we were filling up. This guy was Tierra Caliente, and you won't like how they're communicating. Zai groaned. Oh, don't say it. I don't want to, but I have to, man. They're using A-Buzz. Unluckily for Zai, his father, who was an absolute dick, owned and helmed the trendy social media app. Fuck. You have to call your dad and break the news that criminals were using the platform designed for chat and interaction to coordinate illegal behavior. If Philip Garrett didn't already know. And what were the odds of that? But Zai would have to climb that mountain alone. Trees needed to focus on Layla. The two caught up for a few more minutes, then Zai sighed. Stay safe. Check in and keep your dick in your pants. The first two, no sweat. The last one, no promises. Trees joked lamely to lighten the mood. They rang off and Trees settled in with the road, determined to put as many miles between Victor Ramos and Layla as possible. He also kept his eyes on the other cars that came up behind him, leading west, because while the guy was an asshole, he wasn't stupid. By now he had likely ditched the Mercedes and picked up something new, probably nondescript. And Trees didn't like the fact there wasn't a damn thing he could do about changing the RV's appearance. Cruising the two-lane roads, he slowed through every pissant town, not wanting to attract attention. But at 1 a.m, the road started swimming, and he was seeing double. He found a little one-gas station town and pulled behind a church to catnap. Did Layla realize this RV didn't have another bed that would fit him? Not that he'd let her sleep on the bunk over the front seats alone, given her habit of running. With a sigh, he cut the engine, then headed to the back to check on her. Moonlight blended with a beam of light from the bathroom, lighting up her pale olive profile. She wore a skimpy pink tank top, with no hint of a bra. It did little to contain her breasts. A strip of bare skin below her waist gave way to a pair of innocent white lace panties, which peeked above the sheet she'd thrust off in the Florida humidity. Her dark hair curled behind her, spread across the pillow. She was so still and silent, and Trees couldn't decide if she was deeply asleep or faking it. He wasn't taking a chance. And since he'd left his police-issue cuffs on Victor, he had to roll with the punches. Rummaging through his duffel, he pulled out a pair of padded cuffs and headed back to the bedroom. Layla hadn't moved. He wedged his way through the narrow walkway around the queen-sized bed and knelt beside her. She was even more beautiful up close. His gaze caressed her. His cock hardened. It would be stupid to linger. After wrapping one cuff around the built-in nightstand drawer, he secured the other around her wrist. Then he fixed the padlocks in the fastenings of each one. He would answer her inevitable questions later, but for now, at least, she wasn't going anywhere. With an exhausted sigh, he let himself into the postage stamp bathroom, hit the head, then did his best to wedge his big body into the shower. After bumping his knees and elbows on the enclosure at every turn, he gave up and toweled off. As tired as he was, he almost dreaded lying beside Layla. Would he actually sleep, or just lie there, hard for her? His desire was damn inconvenient. Usually he had no problem resisting. He was the guy everyone trusted with their sisters, girlfriends, and wives. Sure, he played at clubs and private parties now and then. He even dated some, but he rarely indulged in sex. Usually he had to know someone for a while. Instinct had to tell him it was right, that they'd be good together. Right now, his intuition must be all kinds of fucked up because it kept urging him to strip Layla down and bury himself as deep inside her as he could. Not happening. He needed to get supine, close his eyes, and pray sleep came. He tugged on a pair of clean basketball shorts, made sure the vehicle was locked up, set his cig on the little nightstand, then got horizontal, putting his back to Layla. The damned light from the bathroom shined in his eyes. But that wasn't what kept Trees awake. Now that he was beside her, he smelled her. A hint of the clean bar soap he'd stalked in the shower combined with some female musk that teased the fuck out of his senses. With every inhalation, he breathed her in. With a stretch of his long legs, he brushed her small feet and soft thighs. He could hear her, now whining softly in her sleep as if she was having a nightmare. Her chest rose and fell quicker with every breath she sawed in and out. Her moans became cries. She thrashed, fighting an invisible enemy in her sleep. She needed comfort. Fuck. Shh. He rolled over to face her, then wrapped his arm around her small middle and dragged her body against his. I'll keep you safe, little one. Rest. Slowly, she stilled, her brow smoothed, her body relaxed. His didn't. He'd splayed his palm across her abdomen. Under his thumb, he could feel the swell of her breast. Her lush ass wiggled against his steely cock. Finally, she sighed, falling back into a deep sleep. He lay awake for interminable hours, enduring the next level torture before finally drifting off. His last thought, how the hell could he resist Layla for days, or weeks, before they reached Lafayette and could go their separate ways? Chapter 4. With morning light invading her lids, Layla opened her eyes and stifled a gasp. She didn't know where she was or what time it was. All she knew was that, for the first time in months, she was lying with a man's bare chest plastered to her back, his beefy arm constricting her middle, trapping her against his hair-roughened body. She was in hell again. Her first instinct was to fight, to kick, to scream, but she had learned the hard way that would either be futile or counterproductive. Instead, she lay frozen. Inhale, exhale. Don't panic. Devise a way to escape. She glanced around the small bedroom. A window sat less than 2 feet from her face, taunting her with a view of a parking lot. Beyond that, the sun eked above winter-ravaged trees dotting an empty field. If she could close the distance between her and that wide-open space, she would be free. But she didn't dare make a move toward the door. Her tormentor was blocking her path. As terrifying as it was that she couldn't remember being violated last night, she'd prefer to keep it that way. Layla risked a glance over her shoulder, but she didn't find either Hector or Victor. Instead, trees loomed behind her, taking up most of the bed and snoring softly. Memories fell into place. He had saved her from Victor and gotten her out of Orlando. He had let her shower alone. A glance down proved she was still clothed. A wriggle against his body told her he wore shorts. Maybe the man had merely slept beside her? Looked, but not touched. Then why is he in your bed if he didn't force his way into your body? Maybe because he didn't trust her. Maybe because this was the only bed. Or maybe because he wants to wake up with a proper screw. Layla didn't know, but after last night she had to at least consider the possibility she was unfairly painting trees with Victor's brush. Even so, she had vowed never to be this close to any man again unless it was her choice. Since Trees was asleep, now was the time to leave his bed. But last night had proved she shouldn't flee again until she had a plan. Without wheels, weapons, and money, she wouldn't get far. She had to think, concoct a solid plan to reach her family while keeping herself safe along the way. As soon as she did, she would be gone. She refused to trust her fate to anyone else, especially a man she barely knew, who worked for an organization she didn't trust. Slowly, she kicked the covers aside and stood, only to be stopped short by a cuff around her wrist, tethering her to a nightstand. But it was nothing standard police issue. With this line of work, Layla expected Trees to have those. Instead, the restriction around her wrist was made of soft, buttery leather that had been buckled in place and secured with a dangling silver padlock. Its match was attached to the nearby drawer handle. Layla stared in horror, her heart hammering. She knew all too well what restraints like these were intended for, and Trees had used them to shackle her. Panic rose, a scream stuck in her throat. Suddenly, he flattened his big palm across her back. "Take a deep breath, Layla. There's no reason to be alarmed." The hell there wasn't.
"What do you want?"
"To go back to sleep."
"I am awake."
And not willing to lie beside him again, especially if he was anything like Hector, partial to morning sex. The more against her will, the better. With a sigh, Trees rolled away and sat up. Somehow, the skin he'd been touching moments ago felt cold. Then he lifted his phone from the nightstand, glanced at the time, and stood. "All right, we should probably get on the road anyway." That was it. He wasn't going to demand she spread herself open for him, or use his superior size and strength to pull her back to the bed to relieve the tenting of his shorts. "You need the bathroom?" he asked instead. Yes, but she needed his cuffs gone more.
"Please."
Nodding, he padded toward her. Too late, she realized that in order to release her, he had to come unnervingly close. Layla swallowed as he rounded the bed, approaching her on enormous bare feet. His legs were harshly muscled trunks. His erection was large and obvious. His abdomen was muscled and corrugated like a man in peak physical shape. His chest, broad and hard, and sprinkled with dark hair, was purely masculine. His shoulders, one covered in tribal ink, seemed impossibly wide, even for a man as enormous as him. The desire in his eyes as he took her in from head to toe was unmistakable. Experience had taught her that showing weakness never resulted in mercy, so she stood her ground, refusing to flinch as he closed in, cutting off her only avenue of escape. Unless she wanted to scramble across the bed, of course, and what were the odds she could make it to the other side before he pinned her down and took advantage of her? Her heart beat so wildly she could barely breathe, but she met his gaze straight on, painfully aware that she wore only a tank top he could possibly see through and filmy white lace underwear. She did her best to ignore that and held up her wrist as much as the restraints allowed.
Get it off.
Trees took her arm in his grip, his touch surprisingly gentle, as he settled the key in the padlock. It's not hurting you.
A man only uses these to restrain someone for his sexual urges.
She spit at him like an accusation. He paused as if mulling his response, then nodded. But for me, it's never against a woman's will, Layla. Ever. Mentally, she snorted. What other reason would a man have to manacle a woman he intended to have sex with?
Your urges are none of my concern, but if you are being paid to protect me, you should never restrain me.
After a minute flick of his wrist, he turned the key and extricated the padlock before unbuckling the cuff. Still, he didn't release her. Since my other cuffs secured Victor to a toilet, the best place for him until he goes to hell, these are the only restraints I have. They aren't meant to alarm you, but I can't protect you if you keep running from me. Since she couldn't conceive of a reason he would have brought them at all except to secure her to his bed, she disagreed, but kept her thoughts to herself. And if you hadn't run, I wouldn't have used them on you at all. So this was her fault? Of course. He was a man. He was never at fault for anything.
Let me pass. I want to get dressed.
For a long moment, Trees didn't move. Finally, he pressed his big back against the window and reached for the cuff still affixed to the nightstand. If she squeezed past him, every inch of her body would rub against his. And then what would happen? The possibilities terrified her, but he'd left her no choice. Layla debated on her approach. Turning her back to him would conceal her breasts, but her ass would brush the most rigid male part of him, possibly exciting him more. Worse, she would be presenting him her vulnerable back, where she wouldn't see his attack coming. Better to face him head on. But Trees took up 3/4 of the space between the window and the bed. When she tried to step past him, his hard penis brushed against her belly. She gasped, instinctively trying to retreat. She nearly fell back to the mattress. Trees wound his arm around her middle, keeping her upright. The move pressed her body tight against his. Heat poured off of him, chasing away the January chill while making goose flesh erupt across her skin. But he was too big, too close, too frightening.
Let me go.
Layla wriggled and writhed, but she only succeeded in making his erection stiffen and grow against her middle. It was all she could do not to scream. I'm trying. Stop moving. Fuck. He grabbed her hips in a rough grip and used his brute strength to still her.
Do not touch me.
He worked his palms from her hips to her waist. Take a deep breath, little one. Don't panic. I won't hurt you. With every word, his voice went deeper, softer, not more gentle, but velvety. She'd heard him use that tone before, and like last time, she felt strangely compelled to comply. Her gaze flew to his. Their eyes met. His burned. He wanted her, and he wasn't trying to hide it, but everything else about his face was calm, almost reassuring. Layla didn't understand. Slowly, she went still. Yes, he praised, his voice lower and silkier than ever, as he locked his hands around her waist. That's a good girl. His words should have seemed patronizing, like someone crooning to a child, yet they soothed her. Some still panicked part of her brain screamed that he was lulling her into cooperating before he forced her to the mattress and used her for his pleasure. But the thought had barely taken root when he lifted her around the corner of the bed, a foot away, then released her. Layla gaped. That was it? He met her gaze unblinkingly, a silent yes. Maybe he wasn't awful. Maybe he wouldn't attack her. Maybe. But she waited for her heart rate to return to normal. It didn't. Why? She didn't want him to touch her again. But now that he wasn't, she was oddly aware of him. Trees was the first to break their stare, turning his attention to the cuff around the drawer handle. He had giant hands, but they were both gentle and adept as he fitted the key in the padlock and unbuckled the cuff. When he turned, she was still watching him. "Something you want to say, Layla?"
If you terrify me, why am I so curious?
She stifled a foolish thought. She was simply confused, not thinking straight. Of course she didn't want him coaxing her with that voice, didn't want his hands on her, didn't want him anywhere near her. Yet some subversive part of her wondered why he felt different. "Nothing," she muttered, then disappeared into the bathroom. As she locked the flimsy door, she realized her hands were shaking, her palms were sweating, her heart was still racing. After using the toilet, she washed her hands and looked at her reflection in the mirror above the basin. Her eyes looked wide, almost startled. Her cheeks were flushed. Her breath still trembled in her chest. Why did Trees rattle her so much when he hadn't harmed her in any way? After she emerged from the bathroom, she went straight for Jorge's diaper bag and retrieved the shorts she'd left there after her shower last night. Trees stood at the front of the vehicle with his back to her and rummaged through a plastic sack in his hands. Below his thick neck, every part of him bulged and swelled when he moved. Arms, shoulders, and back. Muscles even bracketed his strong spine as his shape narrowed from top to bottom in a V. The longer she stared, the more her breath turned choppy. She swallowed a flutter in her belly she didn't understand. As if he sensed her stare, he turned, his gaze sweeping her at once, making her feel almost naked. "Need something?" His voice. She heard a note in it that she didn't know how to interpret. It invited her closer. Layla couldn't explain how he was drawing her in or why she was tempted to accept. Because she wanted to study him? To figure him out? But that made no sense. She would never be interested in any man.
What are you looking for?
She finally asked. He pulled out some metal part on cardboard backing, wrapped in plastic, along with a small tool set. He tore into both, grabbing what he needed, then set the plastic bag on the table. "This stuff." Items in hand, Trees faced the door and raised his arms. She found herself staring again at the ridges and ripples of his body. Suddenly he stopped, sighed, and faced her. "Just so there's no misunderstanding, I'm installing a lock on the door." She frowned.
"Does it not already have one?"
"Since you don't want me to use the leather cuffs on you again, this isn't to keep others out, but to keep you in." That filled her with panic. Even if he hadn't taken advantage of her this morning, he still intended to imprison her.
"No."
"I can't have you running again, so I want to be crystal clear. I'm only trying to prevent you from fleeing and putting yourself in danger while my back is turned. I'm not locking you in because I intend to force myself on you." So he claimed. Even if he meant that, he was still subjugating her and subverting her free will.
"You will not cuff me to the car door or the nightstand again?"
"Nope."
"You promise you will not use the cuffs on me at all?"
she demanded, then nearly laughed at herself. He might be a less criminal man than Victor, but that didn't make his word worth more. "I promise I won't. Unless you ask me to." She scoffed.
"I will never do that."
"I believe you." Regret crossed his face. "And that's a pity." Layla frowned as she stumbled into her shorts, still staring at his broad back as he held up the part to the door with one hand, then sorted through the tools, now spread out across the table, with the other. There was no sense in asking him to explain, and she shouldn't care, but...
"What do you mean?"
He turned to her with a sigh. "You know the cuffs are for sexual play. I can guess how Victor used them on you, but I would never do that."
"Then why have them at all?"
"I only engage in play that's consensual. If any woman says no, that means no. Hard stop." Layla eyed him.
"You want me to believe that if any woman refused you, that you would leave her untouched?"
"Yes."
"Without violence?"
Of course. He sounded as if that was obvious.
Without anger?
I wouldn't be angry. Frustrated, maybe, but...
You would not force her?
Never. He believed that, at least in his own mind. Layla wasn't convinced.
Then why restrain a woman to your bed at all?
His eyes flared with heat again. Some like it.
Impossible.
Surely he lied. Oh, they do. And so did he. His face and the engorging of his erection again said so. Why would a woman want to be manacled to a man's bed and held down while he did whatever he pleased?
I do not believe you.
The buzzing of his phone interrupted whatever he'd been about to say. He scowled and pulled it from his pocket. Zoe, talk to me. There was a long pause, and she could hear another man's muffled voice. Trees nodded before the other man even finished speaking. Roger that. Then he flicked a glance her way. I'll let Layla know. Another pause. Fine. Yeah, I'll check in later. Thanks. Then he hung up, and Layla was relieved to have a change of subject.
Do you have news about my family?
He nodded. They've arrived at their safe house after driving all night. Valeria and the boy are sleeping now. Your sister will call you later.
Where are they?
Someplace safe. Layla had heard that tripe before. Why wouldn't he tell her where EM Security had hidden her family? Unless they intended to keep her and Valeria apart so they could use the separation to control her. After all, Emilio had been a master at that. As soon as her sister had rested, she would call and verify Trees' claim, then make plans accordingly. Trees turned his attention back to the lock he meant to install on the door, and she thought through the situation. What if he lied? What if he intended to use his restraints on her? What if she needed to escape? She couldn't let him install that lock. Trembling, Layla approached, touching her fingertips to solid concrete muscle over the surprisingly supple skin of his back.
You can stop. Installing that is not necessary.
I think it is.
What if I promised I would not escape?
And she meant that, at least for now. You'd be lying and I'd be forced to cuff you again.
No. After last night, I know Victor will not give up easily and that I am safer with you.
He hesitated. I can't take that chance.
Please. I would feel safer if I was not being kept prisoner. But if you lock me up against my will, I will always be afraid.
Trees hesitated, then sighed before he shoved everything back into the bag. Son of a bitch. Fine, but I'm watching you. One more attempt to get free, and I won't hesitate to both lock you in and cuff you to whatever the fuck I need to, whenever the fuck I want to, until you realize that you have to stay. Are we clear?
Of course.
What else could she say? All right. He shoved the bag away. If I even suspect you're trying to escape me, I'm warning you now. I'll be all over you until you beg me for mercy, and I won't have any. A day and a half later, Layla was still trying to understand Trees. Except for a handful of hours he had driven to reach this campground in Nowhere, Alabama, he never took his stare off her. He watched her as she ate, as she paced the RV with nervous energy, as she talked on the phone to her sister. He stood guard outside the bathroom while she brushed her teeth or washed her face. He glared as she yawned and fought to keep her eyes open. Then he ignored her protests that she wasn't tired and carried her to bed, cursing her stubbornness, eventually invading the uncomfortably small mattress and lying beside her to shield her with his big body. A few times he tried to initiate conversation, asking about her sister, Jorge, or her childhood. For what reason did he need to know those things? To use the information against her? He claimed he was curious, but why? Sometimes she answered. Mostly she ignored Trees, pretending she never noticed him at all. Not that such a thing was possible. But he hadn't touched her, despite the fact he clearly wanted to. That confused Layla. They both knew she couldn't stop him. If he violated her, she could tell her sister, of course. But it would be too late. Then again, maybe Valeria would see that as a small price for her to pay to escape Victor and Hector Ramos for good. In some ways, she would be right. Much to Layla's relief, Trees had also tucked away his soft leather cuffs, probably somewhere in his bag. She was grateful, but she couldn't forget his threat. If she misbehaved, he would use them against her will. Would she even have to give him a reason? A couple of days ago, she would have said no. Today, he'd kept his promise so far. Maybe that meant something. Maybe not. "Hungry?" he asked from the front seat as he parked on an empty pad in the campground and cut the engine. His idea of a meal seemed to be lots of eggs or chicken with a steady diet of broccoli and rice. She wasn't accustomed to eating so much or so often, even if the fresh, hot food that she hadn't had to cook was good. "No." He glanced at his phone. "It's 5 o'clock. You haven't eaten since breakfast." And he had. Twice. Where did he put all that food? She shrugged. "I am not hungry." "Not eating isn't good for you." He pocketed the RV key and headed her way, looming above her while she sat at the dining table.
"Neither is eating too much. Why are we stopping here? When will you take me to my sister?"
"When we've made sure the safe house is actually safe."
EM security has yet to manage that feat. When did safety begin to matter?
He sighed. "It always did, Layla."
"Then why did my brother-in-law and his men find all the houses your organization swore were safe?"
"We're working overtime to figure that out. Don't worry."
"Because I should simply trust you. A man I have known for 2 days."
She raised a brow.
"What happens if I choose not to concern myself and the cartel finds me and my family again? Should I also not worry as they drag Valeria and me into the desert to make a quick end of us, then raise Jorge to be a criminal?"
Trees scowled. "Don't worry about it because, other than protecting you, figuring this out is my sole focus. I won't let anything happen." He'd said such things before. Some foolish part of her wanted to believe him, but life had proven that no one would solve her problems but her. It seemed clear that someone in EM security management was selling their secrets to Emilo's men. Valeria didn't want to believe that, but Layla knew. Until that problem was addressed, they were all in danger. "And you're changing the subject," he pointed out. "Skipping dinner isn't acceptable. Tell me what you want. I'll do my best to make it." Victor and Hector had always expected her to cook for them before one or the other, or both, stripped her down and violated her. Trees had prepared his own meals when she had not been hungry. That had surprised her, but the fact he wasn't forcing her to do what Victor considered women's work shocked her far more.
"Carne asada?"
That's what she wanted. Not that she expected him to actually make it. "I'll do my best. Why don't you take a shower?"
"I am fine."
"It's been nearly 2 days since you bathed." He dropped his voice to that low, silky tone she found difficult to disobey. "It wasn't a request."
"Will you force me?"
He scowled. "Have I truly forced you to do anything against your will?" Not really. In that, he was light years better than Victor and Hector. But that didn't automatically make him a good guy.
"What if I refuse?"
"I'll take your phone so you can't speak to your sister tonight." Layla fumed. Trees wasn't forcing her in a physical sense, but he was coercing her to choose between her family and her sense of safety. That was no choice at all. Layla needed to hear that her sister and her nephew were well far more than she needed to protect herself.
"All right."
She made her way to Jorge's diaper bag, where she had stowed her other outfit she had washed by hand last night. Then she retreated to the bathroom, half expecting Trees would barge his way into the little room and take advantage of her while she was naked and vulnerable, despite supposedly being one of the good guys, if there was such a thing. Layla rushed through her shower, but his intrusion never came. When she stepped out of the enclosure to towel off, the scent of grilling meat and spices filled her nose. She wriggled into her clothes, then wrapped a towel around her clean hair and whisked the bathroom door open. Trees hunched over the kitchen counter, chopping peppers as steak sizzled on the griddle pan he'd set over the gas burners. He turned to her with a half grin. "Smell good?" Delicious. But that wasn't what grabbed Layla's attention. She had not seen Trees smile before. It transformed the most forbidding lines of his hard face into something both beautiful and almost boyish. Had she just found a man attractive? It does. "I didn't have all the ingredients, and I didn't have a couple of hours to marinate the meat. But the recipe I found online called for a sauce I hope will give it some kick. We should be ready to eat in a few minutes." He reached into a nearby cabinet. "Why don't you have a seat?" While he cooked? She did. He said nothing for the next 5 minutes, simply focused on the meat hissing in the pan while he opened a can of refried beans and spiced it up with salsa. It wasn't long before he moved the food onto a pair of plates, along with a lime he'd sliced, and turned back to her. "Wine?" "Why?" The Ramos brothers had only given her alcohol to lower her resistance in bed. "Isn't it supposed to be good with a meal?" "You do not drink it yourself." "Not while I'm working, but there's no reason you can't." Layla wouldn't make taking advantage of her easy. "I would rather not." "Suit yourself," he shrugged. "Can you grab us some water?" As he set the plates on the table, she retrieved 2 bottles from the refrigerator, then eased onto the bench again. She hadn't realized how hungry she'd been until he set the meal in front of her. Quickly, she spread her napkin across her lap, then forked a tender bite into her mouth. Flavor burst on her taste buds. He'd managed to capture the perfect blend of citrus, smokiness, and spices. A moan slipped out before she could stop it. "You like it?" Layla opened the eyes she hadn't realized she'd closed to find Trees across the table where they inadvertently knocked knees, staring at her like her opinion mattered. "It is good." The smile his face had hinted at mere moments ago became a full-blown grin. "I'm glad. Eat up." He lifted his own fork and dug in, biting into his first morsel with an appreciative nod. "You're right. It's decent." It was better than that. As Layla dug into her plate, questions nagged her. "Why did you cook for me?" He frowned. "We had to eat, right?" "I mean, why did you cook something I like? Why are you being nice?" Trees looked even more confused. "We're on the same team, remember?" "What team is that?" "Team Save Layla." He said it as if it was obvious. Then he set his fork down. "Look, I can only imagine what happened to you in Emilo's compound. I'm sure it wasn't pretty, but I'm not Victor." "So far, no, but—" "You are on my team simply because you are paid. I have no illusion that if he or his brother, Hector, paid you more, you would develop different allegiances." He stilled, then leaned in, his eyes narrowing. "I wouldn't. This is my job, but I don't do it just for the money. I have the size and skills to protect people. That's my goal. I have 5 younger sisters. If any of them experienced anything close to what you did, I would be on the rampage to fuck up some assholes and put them 6 feet under." That sounded noble. Unbelievably so. She had never met a man who was more motivated by morals than money. But calling him a liar served no purpose, so she focused on the spiced steak. Suddenly, he took her hand between his huge palms. She jerked her gaze to his, frozen by the heat of his touch. "You don't believe me, and I understand why. But I swear I am not the enemy." That didn't automatically make him her ally either. Slowly, he released her. She sensed his frustration. "I know being here with me isn't what you wanted or imagined," he went on. "I'm a stranger, and it's uncomfortable. I'm pretty sure you're still looking for ways to give me the slip. But you need to stay close to me. We both know Victor won't give up looking for you." "He will not." Victor's ego couldn't tolerate being bested by anyone, especially the woman he'd subjugated for years. "There may come a time when your life depends on you trusting me to save you. Perhaps. but doing that would never be easy. The buzzing of her temporary mobile broke the tense silence between them. She hopped up from her seat, ignoring the strange flare of heat when her legs brushed his again, and plucked up her little device from the front seat.
"Are you well, hermana?"
she asked her sister in Spanish.
"I am fine, but Jorge?"
Valeria sounded both exhausted and teary.
"He is burning up. He falls asleep but will not stay asleep. He is cranky and listless and keeps tugging at his ears."
Another ear infection.
"How long has this been going on?" 24 hours, but it is getting worse."
Which explained why Layla had barely heard from her.
"Remember the last time this happened?"
Valeria wailed. Layla couldn't forget. Late in the fall, his fever had spiked so high they had been forced to rush him to the ER. The possibility of that happening again ratcheted up her concern, but she had to calm her sister.
"Do not assume it will be that severe again. What is his temperature?" "I do not know. I forgot to ask for a thermometer. Zyron brought me liquid ibuprofen when I saw him this afternoon, but I am worried."
She erupted into more tears.
"Take a deep breath. When you panic, Jorge senses your distress." "I know. I am trying."
Valeria sobbed.
"Does he have any other symptoms?" "He is congested, and he has a cough, just like last time."
Her answer worried Layla even more, but she kept that to herself.
"He needs antibiotics. We have none. Even if I did, you know how he spits out medicine. He did it with his last dose of ibuprofen."
A big reason Jorge had needed to go to the hospital, so he could have medicine intravenously.
"Keep trying." "Of course, but what if I fail? What if his fever goes up again? Taking him to a doctor may give away our location."
Valeria dissolved into tears again. Layla couldn't leave her sister to handle this alone.
"Where are you?" "Lafayette, Louisiana. In an apartment."
How many hundreds of miles away was that? Why had EM security taken Valeria so far from her?
"Hang on. I will be there as quickly as I can."
She could help nurse Jorge and support her weary sister. Hopefully that would keep her nephew out of the hospital.
"Trees is bringing you here? Oh, thank goodness." "He has not said when. If he is not going straight there, I will find you on my own." "You cannot leave him,"
Valeria screeched.
"He is your bodyguard. He is keeping you safe from Emilo's men, while keeping me captive. How does that make him different?" "Has he touched you against your will?" "No. But if you'll recall, nothing happened when I first arrived at the compound. I was a naively trusting child then. I know better now. But I hired EM Security to... I know why you hired them, and I realize you have faith in them. But I do not share your confidence. They rescued us both. Men who commit violence, whatever their reason, are still thugs. I never want nor trust one to make my decisions, especially when he feels justified in doing it against my will. Is that really how you feel?"
Valeria sounded shocked. Layla didn't understand how her sister could see things so differently.
"You are paying them money, and what have they done? Kept us apart while dictating when, how, and where we can go, over my objections. And despite the fact they have failed at keeping our location hidden more than once. But you never asked me how I thought we should handle the situation. There are ways other than trusting an organization with an obvious problem with keeping secrets. If you want to continue trusting them, I cannot stop you. But I plan to stay safe in the way that best suits me."
Valeria sighed.
"Stop being so stubborn. I am worried about Jorge, and now you are making me worry about you too. No, focus on our little man. I will be there as soon as possible, and I will be fine."
Now that they had left Victor behind in Florida and he had no device he could use to trace her, everything should be all right. After a little more chatter, she ended the call and set the phone aside. Time to make a plan. "Layla?" Trees called, the steps from his big feet loud as he made his way toward her. "Everything all right?"
"It would be soon. Valeria needs me. I must reach her no later than tomorrow. You will take me, yes?"
"Not until I know it's safe, no."
"But Jorge is sick and—"
"In what way?"
"It seems he has an ear infection and—"
"His mother can take care of him."
"Valeria needs help and rest, and she is too distraught—"
"Layla, keeping you safe is my priority. Kane is with her 24/7. He'll give your sister whatever help she needs."
"What does he know about children?"
Tree shrugged. I don't know, but he's smart and capable. He'll figure it out, and you'll stay with me, safe and sound.
So you have decided that I should abandon my sister when she and my nephew need me most?
Tree scowled. Don't twist my words, Layla. You need to let your sister handle her son, with Kane's help. If Jorge needs a doctor, he'll get the kid one. But there's nothing you can do, except put yourself at risk. I won't let that happen on my watch. Layla stared up at Trees. The resolution on his face told her he wasn't playing around. As far as he was concerned, she wasn't going anywhere. Too bad for him, she had other ideas. Now she just had to figure out how to make them a reality. Chapter 5. 5 hours later, Trees pretended to read a news article on his phone while he watched Layla. Admittedly, that was his newest addiction. Everything about her was feminine yet fiery, both passionate and reserved. He was desperate to peel back her layers and understand her. Why? He'd never felt the impulse to do that with any other woman. Not that it mattered. He terrified her. If he was drowning, she wouldn't throw him a lifeline, especially after their earlier argument. She was pissed he wouldn't abandon his marching orders to take her to Valeria. Maybe she'd understand. Someday. But he wasn't counting on it. Not for the first time, Layla stifled a yawn as she flipped through a fashion magazine he'd picked up for her after she'd eyed it in the big box store. To his shock, she set it aside and stood, stretching her graceful arms above her head and arching her back. It was impossible not to see that she had great tits. He was a fucking heel for noticing, but why lie to himself and pretend he hadn't?
I am tired, she announced. I will go to bed.
He didn't have to coerce or even prompt her. That was a first. Usually she fought sleep, even leaving lights on, he suspected, because she feared being vulnerable in the dark. So why was she now volunteering? Was she finally starting to trust him? Go ahead, I'll be along soon. Once exhaustion had claimed her, he'd slink into bed and catch a few hours of sleep. She shook her head.
I feel safer with you beside me.
Since when? Let me check in with the office and make sure we're secure. But I'll only be a handful of steps and a few moments away. That will give you some privacy to get ready. He picked up his cig and shoved it in his holster, covering the bulge with a baggy shirt. You'll be fine, Layla. I promise. And I'll see you if you're up to something. He slipped on his shoes and headed outside. The January air was crisp, the wind cool and humid, but he couldn't complain. Tonight was probably a good 20 degrees warmer than his hometown in Fayetteville, West Virginia. Sometimes he missed the hell out of the fog clinging to the mountains and the leaves changing spectacular colors to usher in fall. Not that this part of Alabama wasn't pretty with its moss-covered trees, white churches, and southern charm, but it wasn't the same. Vaguely, he wondered what the rest of his family was doing. Last he'd heard, his father's age and declining health had forced him to retire from coal mining. His oldest sister had taken a bunch of student loans and gone to college. She'd planned to move back home to teach, but instead married a rich boy from Charleston and never looked back. His youngest had gotten pregnant in high school, failed to graduate, and stayed home to perpetuate the poverty that had marked his childhood. His brothers had apparently scattered to the wind. It had been a few years since he'd talked to any of them. He'd walked away from that cramped, pale green clapboard house with its single bathroom, peeling paint, and a slew of memories, sure that leaving would lighten their load. Zai had become his brother after basic. Together they'd survived hostiles, war on foreign soil, and utter hell. He hadn't given his actual siblings much thought. Until tonight. The way Layla gave and took strength from hers made him wonder if he'd given his family one less mouth to feed when he'd left nearly 18 years ago, or abandoned them when they needed him most. The vague sense of shame clung when his phone buzzed in his pocket and he answered. What's up, Zai? Long fucking day. How about you? His buddy sounded tired. Not too bad. A total lie. but he didn't want to add to Zai's problems now. But a few long fucking nights. What do you mean? I'm driving this recreational tank from campground to campground, trying to take our sweet time returning to Lafayette. Yeah, is the plan not working? Oh, it is. We haven't been followed. At least not since they'd left Orlando. I'm sure of that. So what's wrong? Everything Layla has to wear is meant for Florida weather and seems 2 sizes too small. When I look at her, it's impossible not to see tits and ass in that wide fucking mouth. I stare at it all the time. I can't seem to stop. And my cock is like a divining rod that only points to her. Maybe that was too honest. Sure, he'd given Zai a change of subject, but he needed to stop obsessing about Layla before he freaked her out, get himself under control, be a fucking professional and get some damn sleep. You like her? Fuck yes, I do. She's sweet. Well, the way she cared about her family was. She's thoughtful. She's strong. She's the kind of woman I want to hold and protect while I'm aching to violate and defile her in every way known to man. He sighed. And after one look, she was terrified of me. Can she hear you? No, she's inside. What are you going to do? What the hell can I do? I've got to keep driving her around in this hell on wheels until you tell me Valeria is safe enough in her new location and Layla can move in, no problem. You can head back to Lafayette, Zai said. Thank God. His close confines and his fixation with Layla would finally end. Being with her sister would definitely make her happier, especially while Jorge was under the weather. As soon as he had a couple of hours of shut-eye, they would get on the road. Where should I drop her? The last time we talked, Valeria was convinced Layla will be in less danger if they don't share the same roof. And I can't really argue. 2 women and a baby boy are a lot less common, so they're a lot more noticeable. I don't disagree. Trees wanted to, but he and Kane had shared a similar assessment in Florida. And the truth was, Emilo's goons were after Valeria. If the sisters were together, the cartel would be more likely to find them. Then Layla would be dead. She served no purpose for anyone in the organization, except the one Victor and Hector had forced on her. And Trees would be damned before he let her fall into their hands again. Unfortunately, despite that truth and logic, Layla would never be happy apart from her family. Your job is to protect her, not worry about her happiness, dude. Focus. Good. We just have to find Layla somewhere safe, somewhere no one can get to her. Somewhere she'll be comfortable and have protection. Hey, I've got an idea. Trees already knew what Zai had in mind. Hell, he'd once suggested it, but... Don't say it. I have to. She's better off at your place. He closed his eyes, envisioning Layla filling his personal space and his thoughts 24/7. Fuck. Look, I know it sucks. I know it's an imposition. But with the bosses consumed with trying to rescue Kimber, I'm the guy in charge and my resources are limited. You've got a really secure place. She'll be safe there, at least until we can find another situation. And it's so big you'll hardly notice her. Impossible. All he had to do to be aware of Layla was breathe. Even with the RV's wall separating them, he could practically feel her so close, yet so far. The urge to reassure her nearly compelled him into making promises about her safety he couldn't guarantee. The impulse was stupid. She would never take comfort from him anyway. Zai, who else can keep Layla safe? There's no one I trust more. Put like that, there was no one else Trees wanted protecting her. What if another operative fucked up and she got dead? It's temporary, Zai promised. She doesn't have to move in with you. Just keep her until the bosses find Kimber and return to the office. Then they can figure out a permanent place for Layla. And hell, maybe that won't even be in Lafayette, so you'd never have to see her again. Trees hated that idea, and he didn't examine why too closely. I didn't say I didn't want to see her. I said I didn't want to live on top of her. I'm calling bullshit on that, Zai drawled. Back off. I'm trying to be a gentleman. But there's no fucking privacy here. Even the shower is so small it's impossible to jack off. Zai laughed. So you're having a hard time? Shut the fuck up. Do I need to remind you that you had a goddamn hard time with Tessa before the bosses finally took pity on you? Suddenly, his buddy sobered. No, not that it matters right now. She's barely speaking to me. What the fuck did you do? Not lay her right? The job called me out last night before I could touch her again. She seemed okay, though. Tired, but not mad. This morning, she came into the office looking like she'd been sobbing, but nothing I've said persuaded her to open up. She claims she has a migraine. Those suck. Yeah, Zai conceded. But I don't believe her. Why would she lie? I don't know. Hallie's not sick, Trees asked of Tessa's baby daughter. Tessa would have said so. Whatever upset her, when I stopped by her place, she refused to let me stay. But my gut tells me she didn't really want me to go. So nothing makes sense. Trees sighed. I know you don't want to hear this, but is there any chance she's guilty? Of what? Come on, man. The bosses are convinced that either I'm their mole or she is. They're wrong. Maybe. But you know I'm clean because you searched my shit. One room. Then go fucking search the whole place before I get home. You won't find anything and you know it. Yeah, what's your point? You haven't searched Tessa at all. Hell, you flatly refuse to even consider her a suspect. It just doesn't make sense. Tessa is no spy. She doesn't have the abilities or the connections or that you know of. But be logical. Trees went through the entire team, both current and former, then drew the only conclusion he could. If it's none of us, that leaves Tessa, buddy. It can't be. Why not? Trees asked, hoping Zai would stop thinking with his heart. If he didn't, he was going to get all kinds of hurt. Because this shit started when she was on maternity leave. She wasn't even around. Valid point. True, and I'm not saying she is the guilty one. I'm just not sure who else it could be. Let me ask you this. What happens if you don't figure out who EM's mole is? She's fired? Trees suspected she wouldn't be the only one on the unemployment line. Look, when I get back, I'll sit down and perform a thorough top-to-bottom scan of all the internal systems. I'll even come in on a weekend and scan every single person's computer so I'm not in anyone's way. But until then, you need to prove you can rule her out completely. How the fuck am I supposed to do that? Seriously? Zai had run more than one double-cross disinformation mission in the past. Trees snorted. Stop playing games with yourself, man. I know you love her. I fucking bought her an engagement ring today. Ouch. Wouldn't you rather know now if you should give it to her? After a long pause, Zai answered. When do you think you'll make it here? I'm going to head in so I can get out of this rolling torture chamber by tomorrow night. I'll see you at your place then, and I'll try to have some answers. Before you go, did you talk to your dad yet? Oh, yeah. Was he as warm as ever? Trees drawled. If he had stopped speaking to his family to be less of a burden, Zai had cut his from his life out of pure contempt. You know it. We exchanged insults for a few minutes. I'm the hot-headed, rebellious prick who blows up everything, figuratively and literally, wherever I go. I told him that's better than being a sniveling shit who licked globalist ass for cash. So the usual? Pretty much, but I did tell him about Tierra Caliente using A-Buzz to coordinate their crimes. He said he'd investigate and take appropriate action. Why do I feel like that means he won't lift a fucking finger to stop it? Trees cursed. You know my father so well. He's not hard to figure out. What else can we do? I gave all the screenshots to Joaquin when I saw him earlier. Maybe something in them will help pinpoint where the cartel has Kimber stashed. Good call. Let me know if I can do anything. There is one more thing, and Zai sounded reluctant to bring it up. Shoot, you know I'll do whatever you need. I, had a chat with Valeria when I stopped by earlier to drop off supplies to her at the new safe house. Is Jorge really sick? Layla is worried. Tell her not to be. We'll take care of it. But when I saw Valeria, she also had something else on her mind. That tone told Trees he wasn't going to like it. What? She doesn't like the way you look at her sister." She'd seen that in the alley? Trees winced. Damn. Yep, and she wasn't shy about expressing her concern. That he would touch her? Violate her? I would never hurt Layla. Even the thought made him sick. "I know that because I know you," Zai pointed out. "But she doesn't know me," Trees sighed. "It's the problem I have with Layla. She's really fucking wary. Except tonight, which still didn't make sense to him. Valeria says her sister is fragile and desperate for safety. She claims that if you give it to Layla, she'll cling to you." Trees had to laugh. "Fragile? No. And she's the least clingy woman I've ever met. Like, ever. I don't know, man." He heard the shrug in Zai's voice. "That's just what she said. So, be aware and be careful." Layla grasping onto him wasn't even a possibility, much less a concern, so Trees didn't argue. Sure. After a few more minutes of shooting the shit, he hung up and headed inside. Hopefully she would be asleep so he could grab a quick shower and hit the bed. Maybe he would even be tired enough to sleep without erotic dreams of her plaguing him. Through the door he found the space silent. A few scattered lights around the campground peeked in, blending with the bathroom light Layla always left on, revealing the fact that she lay on the far side of the bed, cuddled beneath the quilts, her dark hair spilling over the white sheets and onto his pillow. And just like that, he was hard again. "Son of a bitch," he muttered as he stripped by the shower, knowing he'd find no relief in the tiny enclosure. At least he'd be clean. After a quick rinse, he tossed on a fresh pair of basketball shorts, sans boxers, and made his way to the kitchen. He pulled open the fridge door, more to stall before lying next to Layla for another torturous night than because he was hungry. On the top shelf in the middle was the half of Layla's dinner she hadn't finished, along with a small square of cheese and a banana, all wrapped up neat and tight. A bottle of water sat right beside it. Did she intend to eat that hodgepodge for breakfast? Shaking his head, he shut the door and resolved to stop avoiding the inevitable. The walk to the bed took all of 5 steps. Thankfully, when he eased onto the mattress, she didn't stir. Maybe she was getting more comfortable with him, or at least beginning to believe he would never violate her against her will. Hell, maybe she really was starting to trust him. He rolled to his side, away from her, and closed his eyes, willing sleep to come. That was the last thing he remembered, until he woke sometime later to the shock of his life. Once Trees finished his long, low-voiced conversation outside the RV, Layla dashed to the bed, huddled under the blankets, and pretended to sleep. The door to the motorhome shut with a quiet click. His footsteps approached the little bedroom. Moments later, his gaze traveled over her. She repressed the shiver, but not because he scared her, at least not the way he used to. What she felt tonight wasn't fear. Understanding this unfamiliar feeling wasn't important. Reaching Valeria and Jorge was. Finally, Trees turned away. When he started the shower and climbed inside, Layla scampered from the bed and stepped into her nearby shoes. As she crept through the vehicle, she found the bathroom door ajar and froze. Risking her escape was stupid. So was poking the bear. But before she could tell herself that, she was already staring. The top of Tree's dark head, along with his elbows and his hair-roughened knees, stuck out from behind the shower curtain. What did the rest of him look like inside that steamy cubicle, all wet and naked? Was he as muscled and masculine everywhere as his shoulders and chest suggested? Layla flashed hot at the questions and jerked away. What he looked like didn't matter, except when measuring the superior size and strength he would undoubtedly use to bend her to his will. Quickly she rifled through his duffel, but the cuffs she sought to bind him with, the ones with the dangling padlocks, were nowhere to be found. Ditto for the rest of the drawers and compartments in the motorhome. That meant she had to scrap her easy Plan A. Plan B, running out the door now, it was. But before she could grab her things and make a mad dash for freedom, the shower cut off. Carajo. She wouldn't get far before Trees gave chase. In less than 2 minutes he would realize she was gone. What were her odds of finding helpful strangers or a ride to Louisiana that quickly? 0. That left only dreaded Plan C, seducing him into a good night's sleep. Layla pressed a hand to her tightening belly, dragged in a shaky breath, and sneaked back to the bedroom. As he approached the bed, she trembled and prayed and told herself everything would be all right. She could handle what came next. It wasn't as if she'd never exchanged sex for favors before. She simply had to gather her courage. Don't think, just do it. It will be over soon. Screwing her eyes shut tight, Layla dropped every stitch she wore, crawled into bed, and closed her eyes, doing her best to dredge up gumption and calm. The next few minutes passed in the blink of an eye before Trees emerged from the bathroom. He paused in the kitchen and she held her breath, hoping like hell that he wouldn't notice anything amiss. When he shut the refrigerator door a moment later, she was sure she'd avoided raising suspicion. And when he settled onto the mattress beside her, turning away to give her the illusion of space and privacy, she waited, her lips pressed together to hold in a whimper as she stared through the window at the crisp, still night. Soon she would be out there and on her way to Valeria and Jorge. All she had to do was make sure Trees slept soundly. When she finally heard his soft snoring, she mentally counted to 100 and tried to work up her fortitude. Then she did it again. Not that it helped. Trees would likely wake up before she finished the task ahead. He woke up any time she so much as had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. And what would likely happen after that terrified her. Once she reached 100 a second time, Layla forced herself to stop stalling and ease the covers off her naked body, shivering in the winter air. Or was she trembling because she had figurative cold feet? After all, Trees hadn't given her permission to touch him. And he'd been nice, in a gruff sort of way. Definitely nicer than any of Emilo's lackeys and thugs. But none of that mattered. Jorge and his health came first, so she shoved away the useless guilt. It wouldn't help her survive or bring her family back together. If Trees didn't like anything she did to him, he had the luxury of saying no and pushing her away, something she'd never had. She wouldn't force him, but she'd bet he wouldn't turn her down. Pushing the thought aside, she balanced on her knees and inched across the mattress to where he slept, curled on his side, his back looking big and broad and impossibly strong. Layla gulped. He could overpower her easily, in seconds, without breathing hard or breaking a sweat. But she had to push forward. Whatever he wanted from her, whatever it took to ensure he fell into a satisfied stupor, she would do it. Not fighting him would be hard. Pretending to enjoy his touch would be worse. But she didn't see another way. Her heart rattled wildly against her chest as she reached under the blankets and slowly tugged the elastic of his shorts down past his buttocks. He didn't jolt or wake or ask what the hell she was up to. Layla released the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Next, she pulled the blankets over his hip and his arm before laying her palm on top, then eased him onto his back. He hadn't slept more than a few hours a night since they'd left Florida. His fatigue should work to her advantage. As he settled in the new position, his snoring stopped. Layla winced as she sat back and waited. Again, she counted to 100. Thankfully, his snoring resumed. Then, with her heart gonging like a drum, she eased the sheet down to his knees. She held her breath as she wriggled the elastic band of his shorts past his hips and settled it around his thighs. Mission accomplished. Thank God he was still sleeping. She had an apology, albeit flimsy, in place in case he woke, but she needed the head between his legs to be doing his thinking by then. Layla had tried to avoid looking at Trees there. His feet were huge, and his thighs were nearly as big as her middle. God knew those massive hands of his could encircle her waist, and he picked her up as if she weighed nothing. So she expected his jumbo size to extend to the parts of him she hadn't seen. But nothing had prepared her for what she laid her eyes on. She gaped and froze, forgetting to breathe until her lungs burned. Dios mío. Flaccid, he was the size of most men, erect. How big would he be, fully engorged? It doesn't matter. Think of reaching your sister and your nephew. Before she lost her nerve, Layla slowly wrapped her hand around Tree's warm, soft penis and began to stroke it. His snoring stuttered as he swelled in her hand, growing, until she could no longer curl her fingers completely around his steely girth. Within seconds, he was at full, huge staff, the massive head turning purple. He was definitely erect enough for her purposes, so she opened her mouth and leaned in. Her jaw strained as she wedged him between her lips, taking him as deep as she could. Though his crest hit the back of her throat, she hadn't even taken half of him on her tongue. How could she possibly fit all of him in her mouth? Hector had liked it when she gagged. He'd taken particular delight in tying her hands behind her back and... No. Now was not the time to think about that. She must focus on Trees, on giving him pleasure, on stimulating him to climax so he slept through her escape. Layla eased back, dragging her lips up his shaft, her hands following, before slipping down and sinking into a rhythm. Impossibly, he got harder, and he moaned in his sleep, moving restlessly on the bed, his head twisting slowly from side to side, as if he was in sensual distress. His lids started jerking. What or who was he dreaming about? It didn't matter. She hoped he didn't wake until it was too late. If she was really lucky, he would never be aware she had sucked him off at all. He would simply fall into a deeper sleep and not open his eyes until morning, and she would be long gone. But soon her jaw protested. The discomfort forced her to lift up his shaft and focus on the head, licking and sucking the most sensitive spots. He moaned louder. Once she'd performed this act several times a day, especially if she wanted to eat. She was out of practice, yes, but this felt different. Of course, she'd never had a cock this large in her mouth. What made the experience truly unique was the fact Trees hadn't shoved her to her knees and yanked on her hair until her mouth opened with a gasp of pain, clearing the way for him to barge inside and fuck her face because her humiliation pleased him. He didn't try to choke or suffocate her. He didn't smell like sweat, desert, or another woman, but like soap and man, and the very trees from which he derived his name. Suddenly he cupped her crown, urging her closer before his fingers filtered through her hair. Layla. She cut a startled stare to his face, but his eyes were still closed, his lids bobbing. He was having an erotic dream. About her? That didn't merely panic her. Oh, she felt the shaking anxiety. Her heart rate went jittery. But she also felt something warmer she couldn't explain. Maybe it had something to do with the sight of him spread out underneath her, all male and muscled and surprisingly non-threatening. He's asleep, you fool. As soon as he wakes up... Layla didn't have to finish that thought. History told her what he would most likely do. Time to redouble her efforts and bring him to climax quickly. His free hand joined the first, sliding into her hair. He wrapped his fingers around her tresses and gave a gentle tug, then nudged her farther onto his erection with a tender suggestion from his fingers, moaning her name once more. A terrified part of her wanted to defy his silent promptings and simply run away. But she'd learned to be pragmatic, so she cast another anxious glance at his face to ensure he slept on and gave in to the rhythm he set. Layla closed her eyes, trying to separate her mind from her body and float away someplace else so she didn't have to be, yet again, giving a man pleasure at her own expense. Except Trees' scent and gentle hands kept her in the here and now. The way he stroked her head, the way his moans sounded like praise, the way he rolled his hips under her, seemingly in thanks. "Layla," he whispered slow and soft. Appreciation dripped from his sensual, sleepy groan. She wasn't eager to continue exactly, but for the first time, she didn't hate this act. A dangerous curiosity urged her on. She didn't feel like his victim, but like a seductress working for her lover's pleasure. That excited her, and it disturbed her too. Softly she hummed. Victor had often demanded she do that because he liked the sensation. Trees also enjoyed it, if the low moan that suddenly tore from his throat was any indication. Layla would have sworn it wasn't possible, but Trees got harder. His end must be near. That realization was bittersweet. The fact she didn't loathe this act. It was a shock, a revelation. For the first time, she had some control over what happened between her and a man. She could exert her will, and he was merely along for the ride. Oddly, it was exciting. She took more of him in her mouth, bobbing, sucking, swirling her tongue around him, experimenting to find what made him stiffen and moan. When his crest prodded the back of her throat, she paused. Victor and Hector had both demanded that she swallow on them. Would that maneuver work on Trees? Would it be the thing that sent him into climax? Layla dragged in a deep breath and worked her throat over him. He groaned again, this time louder, deeper. His hand tightened in her hair, and she braced for him to force her down onto his cock until she couldn't breathe. But he didn't. He merely urged her to lower with a prod from his fingers and another lift of his hips. He was firm, but not harsh. Urgent, but not forceful. She'd never experienced anything like this. So she did it again. Once more, a verbal growl of need tore from his throat. A subversive part of her was thrilled. Why? She was stimulating him in his sleep, against his will. If she enjoyed his reaction, did that make her any better than Victor and Hector? Layla pushed the horrible question aside. She wasn't hurting Trees, and she wasn't taking him in her mouth for her own selfish pleasure. She would give him something he seemingly wanted, and in return, she would get something she needed. After all, everything came at a price. She'd learned that long ago, and she was merely paying up front for her freedom. After she took another long draw on his steely staff, Trees' fingers tightened in her hair. To her shock, she didn't despise that either, especially when his breaths turned choppy and his body went taut. He was close. Another deep plunge into her mouth while she worked him at the back of her throat ought to send him tumbling into ecstasy. Then sleep. But when she lowered herself onto his massive cock again and positioned him against her throat, he stiffened beneath her, and he called out her name. "Layla!" She glanced up. His eyes were open and dilated, and fixed on her. Chapter 6. Trees was awake. Layla froze. Anxiety seared her veins. "What are you doing?" he asked through gritted teeth. Every muscle in his body shook and strained as he fought need. Stop, or continue. Her thoughts raced as breaths rushed in and out of her nose. Seconds ticked by. He tugged on her hair again, tight enough to take control. She was hyper-aware of his touch, of the heaviness and masculine flavor of him on her tongue. Layla didn't dare answer him truthfully. He would cuff her again. God knew what he'd do then. He might take advantage of her in ways that, despite the horror she'd endured, she had never experienced. Besides, she couldn't talk with her lips around him. She suspected he didn't want her to. She closed her eyes and tried to lower her mouth on his length, but he held too tight for her to take in even another inch. So she wrapped her tongue around his shaft and slid up to bathe his engorged crest. Fuck! He tossed his head back, his fingers tightening in her tresses. Layla!
Let me give you pleasure,
she murmured in her most seductive tone. I shouldn't.
But you want this, yes?
She attempted to lower her lips on him again. Trees stopped her, closing her mouth with a thumb beneath her chin. More importantly, is this what you want? She nodded, giving him her softest, most suggestive doe eyes. Then she pursed her lips, which must be swollen after having him in her mouth. Men didn't usually need more encouragement. His stare followed her gesture, but beyond his tight expression and choppy breaths, she couldn't gauge his reaction. That meant he was thinking. That was bad. Suddenly, trees rolled her to her back and followed, hovering above her and pinning her down, thankfully without settling his weight on her. Why? You've been terrified of me since we met.
You have shown you will not hurt me.
She arched her breasts at him enticingly.
I want to know what you feel like.
He searched her face, then his gaze fell, fixating on her nipples. The buds felt hard, tight. Blood scorched her veins and pooled where she began to ache. Because she feared him? Or for some other reason? It's not smart, Layla.
I will feel safer with you.
If you gargle my cock. His eyes narrowed. Really? Over the years, she had learned ways to allay a man's suspicions. She sent flirtatious glances and fluttered her lashes. She licked her lips. She smiled invitingly.
Of course.
I'm calling bullshit. She tried not to panic.
Truly, you are not like any man I have known.
That was not a lie. Am I supposed to be happy you've decided I'm one step above a rapist?
Many more.
She caressed up the rigid bulges of his biceps to his granite shoulders. At least he had tried to be. It wasn't his fault she wasn't interested in his kindness, since it surely came with strings. That doesn't mean you have to blow me, Layla.
I want to make you feel good. You liked it, yes?
He scoffed. You know the answer.
Then let me finish. Roll onto your back, close your eyes, and feel what I can do for you.
When she tried to wriggle out from under his body, Trees refused to budge. No. I'm betting too many men in your past have used you like that. I won't. Carajo, she must be more persuasive. Otherwise, he would likely roll away and fall into another fitful sleep. Or worse, leave the bed and wait to see what she was up to. Layla pressed a seductive kiss to his steely shoulder. The unexpected softness of his inked skin over hard muscle made her horribly aware of his masculinity and power.
You're not like them. You seem nice.
That wasn't a lie either. In her brother-in-law's compound, Layla had known men with machismo who had done unspeakably cruel things merely to prove they were man enough to be an asset to the cartel. But Trees seemed too sure of himself to bother with that. I'm trying, but you're making it damn difficult. He shook his head in the shadows. Fuck it. I'm probably going to hell anyway. If you really want this, we're doing it my way. What did that mean? The possibilities made her heart skitter. Do you hear me, Layla? Or we don't do this at all. Just this once, she could give him what he sought. She could close her eyes, pretend she was elsewhere while he took whatever parts of her he desired. If he chose to fuck her, it might hurt, since no man had penetrated her in months. But after he was done, the pain would subside, and intercourse shouldn't last long. She had sucked him close to orgasm. A little stimulation, a few pumps of his hips, a couple of grunts, and it would likely be over.
All right.
Her voice trembled. Trees cupped her cheek. I'll make you feel good, little one. I promise. Impossible. Not that it mattered. but somehow his hushed vow made her dizzy and hot.
Hurry,
she tried to sound as if she was begging. In a way, she was. Her unexpected reaction to him aside, the later the hour grew, the less likely nearby campers would be awake to help her find a ride to Louisiana. Trees shook his head. I'm going to take my time with you. I don't think any man has ever savored you, and you deserve all the pleasure imaginable. Then Trees did something no man had ever done. He lowered his head, laid his mouth over hers, and he kissed her. Layla froze. Despite being a giant of a man, he brushed his lips over hers softly. Shock and heat flared inside her. He lingered, his warm breath on her face. Then he was gone before she was ready for the kiss to end. Trees cupped her face, skimming his thumb over her lips. You okay? Why did he ask? Why did he care?
Yes.
Good. I'm going to kiss you again. Breathe. Relax. How? When her lips burned. When she was naked and acutely aware of the damp crush of his bare skin against hers. Layla, did you hear me?
Yes.
She didn't trust herself to say more. Close your eyes, he instructed in that velvety voice that compelled her to comply. Good. Now breathe in deep. When she did, he glided a gentle thumb over her cheek in silent approval. Let it out. As she exhaled, tension began to leave her body. Again, he prompted. Do it slowly. Focus on my voice. She did, feeling even more at ease. Then she blinked up at him. For approval, she realized the moment he smiled her way. Perfect. Now I'm going to kiss you. And this time, I'm going to kiss you right. He'd done it wrong before. Too bad. She'd liked it. His lips against hers had been sweet. As a girl, she'd known school friends who had crushes on boys. They had all giggled and whispered about their first kisses the summer she'd turned 14. She had been fascinated, even a little jealous, not to have captured any boy's notice. She'd been so curious to know what kissing felt like. Not long after that, she'd become horribly aware of men's desires, thanks to life in her brother-in-law's compound. Then she'd no longer cared that she had never been kissed. But as with everything else, Trees seemed different. Is that all right? He was asking permission to touch her? Layla frowned, as if she could stop him. Still, if real kissing, whatever that was, would excite him enough to demand a blowjob, then her purpose would be served. She could escape afterward.
Fine.
I won't hurt you, he assured. If anything I do scares or upsets you, just say red.
You will stop touching me if I say that word.
Absolutely. Immediately. He was lying. There was no way she could utter a simple word and he would cease taking his pleasure. That would be giving her all the power, all the choice. No man would ever do that. After all, what would be in it for him?
Why?
She asked skeptically. Because we'll need to talk so I can understand what upset you. So he could do it again? So he could do it harder? More painfully? More degradingly? Was that his game? The tenderness in his eyes made her wonder if she was wrong. But her head, and her experience, said otherwise. Layla didn't dare show weakness. The word red could not cross her lips.
Okay, kiss me.
As he settled his weight onto her, his stare never wavered, seemingly penetrating all the way down to her thoughts. Layla's breath caught. Her heart thudded. She felt shaky, and it wasn't fear. A nervous excitement she didn't understand made her tremble. As he drew closer, Trees' approaching heat and his warm breath against her lips had her eyes sliding shut. Instantly, the dark made her feel too vulnerable. She squirmed, eyes flaring wide again. "It's okay. I won't hurt you." If he did, he wouldn't be the first. She would be fine once she reached Valeria and Jorge. But to get there, she had to give in and let trees take over. Layla closed her eyes again. "Good girl." His mouth settled over hers, perching there as if gauging her reaction. She held her breath. Tension gripped her. Would he stay here until her thundering heart beat out of her chest, or attack her when her guard was down? Trees did neither. He cupped her face and nudged her mouth open, drawing her bottom lip between his for a soft, shocking moment. Her skin sizzled as he sank deeper, stealing her thoughts, her breath, and her reluctance. She got lost in the dizzying sensation. Before she realized it, she opened beneath him to invite him inside. Clearly, he knew what he was doing. She was panting when he pulled away to search her face. "Layla." She couldn't look away. The moment felt terribly intimate. She was stunned to realize how much she liked his kiss. What was he doing to her?
"Yes."
The question was lost when he covered her lips again, this time urging them even wider. His tongue slipped inside and caressed hers. She recoiled against the new sensation, but he stayed patient and firm, cupping her nape and plunging in again. She couldn't avoid him, so she yielded, giving him free rein of her mouth until lightning, unlike anything she'd ever felt or imagined, flared through her veins. The moment she moaned and surrendered, he wielded his power like a king. He ruled over her blossoming pleasure, using it ruthlessly to sweep through her mouth and take every inch, as if proclaiming that, at least in this moment, she was his to touch and please as he wished. Dazed, she curled her arms around his neck as she tilted her head and yielded to him. He continued his siege, sweeping one hand down her rib cage, dipping in at her waist, before cupping her hip with a groan. "Oh, Layla." His whisper swept through her, blanketing her skin with goosebumps and tightening her belly with heat. If he was the king, why did he sound as if he worshipped her? It confused her, just like her desire for more of his touch. "Want me to stop?" Her body answered for her.
"No."
After his slow smile, he didn't bother with words or a soft brush of lips. He seized her mouth again, thrusting in and overwhelming her. A fresh surge of desire left her feeling flushed and overheated as sensation spread through her body. Her nipples hardened to painful points. The place between her legs began to ache. She felt a dangerous urge to open herself and welcome trees inside her. His other hand drifted down her body in a slow glide of fingertips that left her gasping. As he settled both on her thighs and spread them apart, she shuddered, her heart beating so rapidly she could hear the roar in her ears. His hips sank between her parted legs. He nudged his erection against her sex. Instantly, cold iced all the hot aches in her body. Every muscle tensed, preparing for the imminent, painful invasion of his massive penis.
"You can endure this. Focus on Valeria and Jorge."
"Relax," Trees murmured as he glided his lips across her jaw and down her throat. "I won't do anything you're not ready for. Let me explore you, little one." He proved again he was a man of his word when he skimmed her collarbones with his lips, then dropped lower with a soft drag of sweet gumdrop kisses. Against her better judgment, Layla softened until he approached her breasts. She'd been groped, pinched, fondled, and squeezed against her will in the past more times than she could count. Hector had always called himself a boob man and had been seemingly fascinated with hers, often tweaking them until she cried. But Trees proved himself different once more. He cradled one in his palm so gently she almost wondered if she'd imagined it. Then his thumb brushed over the distended tip. Layla gasped at the shocking new sensation skittering through her. "You're so beautiful," he breathed against the hard crest. "I dreamed of you." Though she'd known that on some level, she still trembled.
"Why?"
"Everything about you makes me ache to touch you."
"And now you are."
"But I need to protect you too."
"That is your job."
Softly he shook his head as his lips caressed the side of her breast. "Not because I'm paid to, Layla. Because the man in me—" He stopped himself from finishing that sentence. His silence unsettled her. What had he intended to say? That he felt sorry for her because she had been treated badly in the past? That he saw her as too weak to protect herself?
"What?"
Trees stared, his gaze so piercing, so achingly personal. She felt penetrated without him even entering her. "Let's just say I don't want anything to happen to you for reasons that have nothing to do with EM security." What did that mean? Before she could puzzle it out, Trees skimmed his lips up the side of her breast again, this time dangerously close to her throbbing nipple. Her thoughts evaporated. Against her will, she arched up, offering herself for his mouth. Why? That usually brought teeth, biting, pain. Had she lost her mind? But Trees merely lapped at her hard bud with his soft tongue. His deep rumble of approval reignited her. Layla met his stare, hot and dark and demanding. With their gazes fused, he enveloped her nipple in his mouth, closing his lips around the sensitive bud and sucking deep. The pull jolted clear through her body. Her sacs clenched, her womb cramped. She whimpered as fire spread across her skin. "Does that feel good?" Lying never crossed her mind.
"Yes."
The syllable had barely left her lips before he enveloped her tender bud again and sucked with a sensual pull that shook her to the core. Her other breast tightened with need. The tip, harder than ever, throbbed. She wanted his touch.
"Trees."
The plea slipped out. Before she realized it, she arched up in need. "I'm here, little one. Just feel." He both soothed and aroused her by cupping her neglected breast, his thumb brushing the painfully taut tip. A new wave of heat crashed over her. She hissed and grabbed his shoulders, her eyes sliding shut, her head falling back. She couldn't fight the urge to spread her legs even wider to him. What was happening? What was he doing to her? Was she feeling the desire she'd seen in telenovelas and movies? The kind she'd always believed was fiction? "That's it. That's my girl." His voice, low and full of approval, filled her with an even more dangerous pleasure. He sucked her aching nipple into his mouth once more while stroking the other. Layla hissed, unable to stop surrendering to the sensations. It was as if he controlled her body and her mind. Despite being naked, she wished she could bear herself to him more. She ached to be closer, though he was already on top of her, pressed against her from shoulders to thighs. Layla settled for kissing his temple, wrapping her arms around him tightly and lifting to him, desperate to erase what little space remained between them. "I can't keep my mouth off of you. You're even sweeter than I imagined." He devoured her with another hot sweep of his lips. She savored the masculine flavor of his kiss as he gripped her hip with one hand and wrapped her hair in his fist with the other. Though his big body pressed her into the mattress, holding her exactly where he wanted her, she didn't feel trapped, just pleasured. When he finally tore away, panting, he looked down her body, his eyes turning even darker. "I'm definitely going to hell." His words had barely registered before he was on her breasts again, thumbing, rubbing, laving, inhaling. Her thoughts faded as he touched the desperate points, sucking them, nipping them until she moaned and melted. His hands roamed the rest of her, torso, hips, thighs, backside, stroking, squeezing, and surveying as his mouth left her nipples, continuing down to her abdomen to explore her navel. He dragged his tongue over her skin and muttered growled words she couldn't hear over the roaring of her heart. Soon he would mount her and push inside her. He probably wouldn't mean to hurt her. He might even care if he did. But he was a man. That wouldn't stop him. Layla fought disappointment and told herself to be practical. Experiencing tingles and heady aches weren't the reason she was in bed with this man. Neither were goosebumps and racing blood. She was in his bed to get him off so he would fall asleep, nothing more. Spreading her legs wider, she lifted her hips to encourage him. Instead of impaling her, he continued down the bed, down her body, inching and kissing a little at a time until his mouth loomed over her, there. Layla blinked at him, wide-eyed, her heart suddenly zipping harder and faster than ever. He raised a brow, his blunt gaze scorching her. She held her breath. Surely he wouldn't kiss her in that most forbidden place. Did men do that? In the near dark, his eyes glowed hot with desire as he caressed her thighs, working his fingers under her knees and spreading her wider. Layla? Honey. His deep-voiced entreaty made her whimper. Was he asking her permission? Do you want this? He skimmed a pair of fingers over her swollen, shockingly slick flesh, igniting nerve endings she'd never known existed.
Want what?
She panted. For me to taste you. Let me. His voice dropped another octave to a dark, compelling rumble as he raked a finger between her folds. Then he sucked the dripping digit into his mouth with a groan. She shivered. Would he really do it? What would that feel like?
If you wish.
She worked to keep the whine out of her voice and not sound as if she was begging. Oh, I do. I'm going to make sure you love it. He lowered his head and dragged his tongue between her folds with a low groan, licking the most sensitive place between her legs as if she were a tasty treat. Sensation stunned Layla. She shuddered and panted out a hard breath. Dios mío.
What are you doing?
Trees parted her wide with his thumbs and raked his tongue through her furrow with more gusto, nearly melting her into the mattress. Enjoying the hell out of you. Does it hurt? He could ask that question with a straight face.
No.
Good. Trees lapped at her again, then dragged her hard nubbin between his lips and sucked. Blood and ache surged between her legs. Heat jolted through her body as her nipples stabbed the air. Layla struggled to breathe, and she no longer cared if he knew it. Are you uncomfortable? Only with the fact that his every touch thrilled her.
No.
Glad to hear it. He flicked at her bud, tonguing the very tip before wrapping his lips around it and drawing it into the heat of his mouth again. Her tingles didn't merely grow, they multiplied. Dizziness made her head float. Or was that her heavy breathing she couldn't seem to control? What was happening to her? Do you want me to stop? She should. But need crashed through her system and shut down her brain. It might be foolish and wrong, but she craved more.
No, please.
With growled approval, he bent to her again. If he'd been taking her in one slow suckle at a time before, now he consumed her, opening his mouth over her sex as if to kiss her the way he'd seized her mouth. Sensations brimmed and roiled. She twisted and cried out, stunned and shocked and on fire. Something inside her was building. He added to the sensations by working one of his big fingers inside her. It slid in with astonishing ease. No pain, no force necessary. She was wet, something she had never been in her life. His mouth wasn't the only cause.
Trees.
Before she realized it, she'd moaned his name, plunged her fingers in his thick hair, and urged his face deeper onto her sex. Yes, that's it. God, you're sweet, little one. Fuck. Come on my tongue. How? In her experience, orgasm was for men, but TV and films suggested otherwise. Maybe it was possible for her to cry out and gush with pleasure. The more he ate at her with his mouth, the more she felt that something inside her cresting. If she climaxed, would she fall asleep afterward? Was that why he was heaping pleasure on her? She couldn't let that happen. She had to reach her sister.
No.
Layla meant her denial to be forceful. Yes, I want you to. The flat of his tongue stroked her sensitive bud again, swiping, flicking, teasing. He slipped another finger into her and twisted his hand to rub a spot that had her crying out for more. Do it for me. The rumbling timbre of his command sizzled through her, unbearably seductive. In that moment, she ached to comply. You can do it. Be my good girl. Come right here. He stuck out his tongue, then marked the spot by manipulating her rigid bud back and forth, unrelentingly, unceasingly, his burning stare demanding everything from her. She couldn't refuse. Moments melted away with the sawing of her breath and the gonging of her heart. Under the onslaught of his tongue, it didn't matter why she was here, where she was going, or what she had planned. All she knew was the tension coiling and building in her body, gathering, swirling, tightening, and the man arousing it all.
Yes.
She clutched the sheets and writhed, digging her heels into the mattress, unable to stop herself. He groaned against her throbbing flesh and shoved another finger deep, sweeping the tips over a tingling spot high and inside her. Together with the vibrations from his mouth, he unleashed a firestorm of need. Where he penetrated her, Layla burned. The conflagration of pleasure threatened to roast her alive. Now, his command reached inside her and ripped away the last of her worries, questions, and restraint. Her blood pooled and thickened. Her nipples puckered. Her legs went stiff. The tension between her thighs threatened to split her in two. Her hips moved against him. She heard a whining sound in her ears, then realized that was her begging. The coming cataclysm was going to be dreadful and wonderful, and it might kill her. Layla no longer cared. Her heart banged against her chest as the churning sensations converged and melded. She thrashed and twisted, holding her breath, suspended in an impossible moment of rising pleasure-pain. Then she exploded in a burning rush. Layla grabbed his hair, her legs tightening around his shoulders, as she screamed in a voice high and dying with need.
Trees!
Layla came like a woman discovering pleasure for the first time. Nothing turned Trees on more. She writhed and keened through an orgasm that jolted her whole body. He kept at her slick, swollen pussy, laving, licking, and heaping all the sensation on her he could, as if it was his biological imperative. Because it was. From the moment he'd set eyes on her, he'd ached to make her his. Might as well stop bullshitting himself. Sure, he'd fought the feeling because she was a client and supposed to be off limits, and her fear of him had been palpable. None of that had stopped him from watching her every move, listening to her every word, guessing her every thought, wanting her with every breath. Once she'd touched him, resisting was impossible. Now she dripped on his tongue, and the reality of having her under him, bucking for him while screaming his name in ecstasy, was way better than his fantasies. Trees clutched her thighs and ate her with unabashed zeal, dry humping the mattress like a teenager desperate for his first lay. Layla did that to him. She was beyond beautiful. She was everything. Finally, her high-pitched shriek of excitement, one every person in a 2-mile radius had likely heard, dwindled to soft moans, then the occasional cry. Whimpers followed before she twisted and tried to close her legs. Too sensitive. Right. Trees knew that in his head and tried to back off, but she tasted so sweet and he craved more. His brain had gotten the memo. His libido didn't give a shit. That part of him had zero intention of letting her go. Sliding his way up Layla's body and taking her in his arms, he stared down at her flushed cheeks and parted lips, drinking in her panting breaths. She lifted her heavy lids and stared back. God, she took his breath away. Has that ever happened to you before? She looked away self-consciously.
A man putting his mouth on my... No.
Trees cupped her face and coaxed her stare back to him. I meant orgasm. Ever had one?
No. Before you, I had never even been kissed.
Oh, Jesus. He'd been the first? How the fuck was that possible? He scrubbed a hand down his face. Had he misunderstood her? Layla, are you a virgin? She sent him a bitter laugh.
Not for many years.
How many? She couldn't be more than 22. Fuck, he felt lecherous, wanting a woman who was more than a dozen years younger. But everything in his gut told him he could do more than keep her safe. He could make her happy, too. And damn if she didn't feel like his missing half. Slow down, buddy. You barely know her. Besides, what Layla had inadvertently divulged confirmed some ugly math. Never been kissed, plus not a virgin, multiplied by orgasm deficit, divided by afraid of men, equaled she'd been raped. Probably by someone in Emilio Montilla's cartel. His money was on Hector and Victor Ramos. Suddenly, Trees itched to go on a killing spree. But Layla, looking defiant even as she tried to make herself seem small, needed him more. I'm sorry, little one. I'll never hurt you. Ever. He pressed a tender kiss to her forehead, drinking in her warmth and the hint of perspiration sheening her skin. I meant what I said earlier. She frowned in confusion. All you have to do is say red, he reminded her. I'll stop whatever I'm doing. Her frown deepened.
Why?
There were a lot of ways to interpret her question, but she didn't know or care about the dominant code of conduct. She probably didn't believe that there were men who would never take pleasure in forcing a woman against her will. He settled for the simplest answer. I want you to feel safe with me. You should know that you have the ultimate power between us. If anything hurts, upsets, or scares you, tell me. There won't be any judgment, blame, coercion, or belittling. We'll stop. We'll talk. We'll work it out. She traced a finger up his arm and licked her lips.
What if I want you to make me feel good again?
Tree's heart jumped into his throat as he started to shimmy back down the bed. I'm more than happy to. Spread your legs and...
That is not what I meant.
She hesitated, biting her lip nervously.
Can you make me feel like that if you are inside me?
Oh, hell yeah, he could. But short-term gratification, as much as he wanted it, wasn't the point. Are you sure you're ready for that? I can be patient. I can love your body in a million other ways. We don't have to.
Fuck. I want to if you can make me feel good again.
He fucking wanted it too, but I can. I just don't want to rush you.
Why wait?
She pressed kisses along his jaw, then drifted down his neck.
In a few minutes you gave me more pleasure than I have ever known. I could be afraid of all that has happened to me, but if I let fear control me, they win.
Trees couldn't fault her logic. She hadn't mentioned any emotional attachment to him, but that didn't worry him yet. She had no idea he was already half in love with her. And after everything she had been through, did she even know what she was feeling, except the urge to be brave and accept her desires? That was fine. He could work with it. Then we'll make sure they lose. What's the word to say if you need to stop me?
Red.
Yep. Anything you know you don't like? Don't want? Anything guaranteed to fuck with your head. She bit her swollen lip, then brushed a stray strand of damp hair from her temple.
Do not hit me.
Tree swallowed back his anger to clarify. Define hit. Spanking your butt?
As if I am a child?
She scowled, shaking her head as if she'd never heard of such a thing.
No, with your fist, to my face.
That was it. He was definitely going to kill some motherfuckers the second he got a chance. All she had to do was point them out and he would end them, preferably with his bare hands so he could both feel it and ensure he inflicted maximum pain. She recoiled.
If that request makes you angry...
No. Was she saying she'd let him hit her? I'm not mad at you, little one. He forced his expression to soften and cupped her cheek. I'm furious anyone would treat you with force and violence, but you have nothing to worry about from me. I only want to please you. That wasn't totally true. He also wanted to protect her and avenge her. He wanted to love her, own her, and dominate her too. God, she'd look beautiful in nothing but sheer lace and his collar. But he was getting way ahead of himself.
Then I want you inside me now,
she whispered. Layla was unexpectedly blunt, and his aching cock didn't mind at all. I'm happy to oblige. Beneath him, she smiled and spread her legs. Then something damn inconvenient occurred to him. I don't have any condoms.
The doctor in Florida tested me. I do not have any disease.
Her indignation was cute. I don't either, but you could get pregnant. The image of her swelling and ripe with their baby made his desire claw at the door of its cage, determined to be set free. He didn't care. She shook her head.
My sister and I have had shots.
For birth control?
Yes.
Why? If Layla was no longer being held hostage by her rapists and she had never taken a lover voluntarily, it didn't make sense.
Valeria thought it was a good idea to maintain such things in case Emilio ever found us.
And they got dragged back to be abused again. Fuck. Your sister was thinking ahead.
Yes.
But now that they'd agreed to have sex and put the business end of the details to rest, she looked nervous again. Layla? She blinked.
I've never done this because I wanted to. Only because a man demanded it.
And she didn't know how to act or what to do. He hurt like hell for her. She'd endured so much. Trees vowed to give her nothing but the utmost pleasure. We don't have to rush. I'll kiss you for a while, and if you still want this and you feel ready.
No, I do not want to wait.
Because she had worked up the courage to have sex with him? Trees would like this loads better if she wanted it because she wanted him. But if he made her feel good, that would hopefully come. Maybe her feelings would too. He'd never expected to fall for a client, and the bosses were going to have his ass. But he didn't give a shit. Yeah, he might lose his job, but his sweet Layla had been through so much adversity, fighting for survival alone. She needed someone willing to fight for her, to take care of her no matter what. She needed him. He cupped her face. You're sure?
Yes.
She surprised him by raising her head, slanting her lips under his, opening to him softly and inviting him inside. The kiss jolted him. Their connection kicked him. The rightness of it nearly bowled him over. He didn't feel this way just because she was beautiful. He'd known beautiful women all over the world. It wasn't just because he ached to protect her. He'd protected the vulnerable for half his life. It was Layla herself. Her will was so strong, but her fragility underneath kindled every one of his protective instincts. Tonight, she had finally begun letting go of her wariness and suspicion and opening herself to him. He knew that because when he'd set his mouth on her, when she had been moments from orgasm, he'd felt her total and utter surrender. Coaxing Layla, winning her trust slowly but inexorably, that fucking did something to him. So did knowing he'd been the first man to kiss her, the first man to make her come. Now he ached to give her first consensual sexual experience and make damn sure she enjoyed it enough to come back for seconds, for thirds, for more, forever. So he would be the first and last man to win her heart. Stop getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Reluctantly, he ended the kiss. Am I crushing you?
No.
Would you feel more comfortable on top?
Of you? She frowned. I have never done that. How would that make me more comfortable?
By Layla's own admission, she was no virgin, but in some ways she was sweetly naive. Would you feel better if you were in control? Understanding dawned on her face, but she shrugged.
I do not know. What do you prefer?
Obviously, she hadn't caught on to the fact he liked to be in charge, but he could pause that until Layla relaxed. My goal is to give you what you need, little one. What would make you happy?
I have never met a man who asked questions before sex.
She'd also never been in bed with one who hadn't raped her, but they could talk in circles for hours. The truth was, Layla didn't know what she wanted in a lover because she'd never had one. He was accustomed to being in control, and it was his responsibility to give her what she needed. The anxiety plaguing her since he'd picked her up in Florida had only quieted when he'd inundated her with pleasure. So as far as he could tell, she needed more orgasms. He was damn happy to provide them. Then I'll stop asking, but I expect you to tell me how everything I do to you feels. If you don't like it, I want to know. If you do, I want to hear you scream. Layla nodded.
All right.
Not exactly a yes, sir, but someday he swore she would say those words to him. But they were done talking for now, and the longer he stared, drinking her in, the more nervous she got. Time to dismantle her jitters so he could give her what she needed. Trees took her mouth again, softly at first. She parted her lips, instantly yielding to him. She tasted like the spices from dinner and something addictively sweet. He chased her flavor, wanting more on his tongue as she wrapped hers around him, her legs around him, and gave herself over to him. Their kiss went from exploratory to hot with a single beat of his heart. He slanted his lips over hers and delved deeper, gripping her hips to hold on as his desire rose hot and fast. Under him, she moaned. Then she began shifting restlessly beneath him, slowly at first. But with every sweep of his tongue and every caress of his hand, she shifted more, lifted, rolled, and arched in whimpered invitation. Fuck, she was torching his self-control. Thankfully, she seemed equally affected, clinging to him with needy fingers and locking them behind his neck as she gasped into their next kiss, spreading her legs wider for him. He tore away from her mouth long enough to see her dilated eyes, heavy lids, and flushed cheeks. She struggled for air, for understanding, for pleasure. Trees didn't have to ask if she was aroused. He just hoped like fuck that penetrating Layla wouldn't cause her pain. Tucking her knees into the crooks of his elbows, he prodded until his cock aligned against her slick, swollen flesh. Are you ready, little one? Mentally? Physically? He knew she was.
Yes,
she breathed, her lids floating shut. Then she kissed her way across his jaw, pressing her lips to his ear.
I have never felt this way. Please.
Why the hell would he ever resist that? Slowly he pushed forward, inching his way in. She closed around him like hot, tight silk. Her body gripped the head of his cock, twitching around him as if she sought to suck him in deeper. Already she felt so epic his head began to spin. He drove down another couple of inches, She tightened and gasped before breathing out in long, ragged pleasure while she squeezed him like a vice. Holy shit. He withdrew until the head of his cock barely kissed her opening. Then he surged inside her, driving down until he met gentle resistance, and he shuddered in a shocking flash of desire. She was fucking going to burn him alive. Feel good, honey? Layla blinked up at him, soft, confused eyes framed by thick black lashes. She exhaled and all but melted against him.
Yes.
That fact surprised her. She didn't understand why she liked his touch. He'd bet her head tried to intrude on the instinctive pleasure her body was feeling, telling her to be afraid, telling her to fight. Trees wasn't letting that shit come between them. Good. I won't do anything to your body that you don't love. Feel my touch. Focus on my voice. Give in to the need. She nodded, head bobbing slowly as he packed another inch inside her so-tight pussy. Again, Layla clenched. She dug her nails into his back. Her thighs tensed, but her expression, eyes sliding shut, mouth gaping open, was full of rapture. He was already big and tall, but her reaction made him feel like a giant, like he was on top of the world. Trees trailed kisses across her temple, to her ear where he nipped on her lobe. You're so tight around me. It's heaven. I wanted you the moment I laid eyes on you, but this blows my fantasies away. Her breathing picked up pace.
More.
In good time. I don't want to go too fast. I don't want to hurt you. She shook her head.
Please.
With Layla begging, she was fucking impossible to resist. He wanted to be buried inside her, balls deep, now. Hell, he'd wanted that days ago. But she probably hadn't been touched in months, and there was no way he would plow inside her like an insensitive asshole when she was feeling pleasure for the first time in her life. Soon, honey. I want this to be good for you. Layla nodded but let out a whine of protest as she planted her feet on the mattress and lifted her hips, impaling herself with more of his inches. Jesus. He dragged air in, starting to sweat as sensation tingled its way through his body and slammed down his spine. She tossed her head back, body twisting, and gripped his shoulders.
More.
He definitely had more to give Layla. Lots more. Inches, pleasure, and love. Gripping her hips, he pulled back, again nearly withdrawing, then plunged forward with gritted teeth, a bellow of a groan and a blindingly insistent urge to bury himself completely inside her. Something he could rarely do with any woman, given his size. Her back arched. She cried out, nails digging into him, as pure ecstasy softened her face. It spurred him on, driving him to dangerous places. He needed to stop here, give her the orgasm she'd asked for, and play it safe. The risk of hurting her was too great. But damn it if he wasn't dying to bury every inch he had inside her until she screamed from being packed so full. Then he'd take her over the edge with stroke after hard, driving stroke. Telling himself to dial it the fuck down, he reached between them and dragged his thumb over her clit. It was slick and hard as stone. At his first brush, she gasped. Her body jolted. Her cunt clamped hard on him. You like that? She nodded.
What is happening?
Orgasm, little one. It's coming. He could see it gathering inside her with a flush blooming across her chest, reddening her cheeks. Even her lips had gone full and red. Her nipples were like diamonds raking his chest. When she looked up at him again with a plea in her wide, glazed eyes, he felt her need in every cell of his body. So close. He rubbed her clit again, starting a steady, demanding rhythm that matched his tempoed strokes. She tensed, tossing her head back again, and cried out,
Trees!
Yes, he was on fire for her, and it took everything he had not to shove deeper and bury himself to the hilt. but she was so close. No way would he risk that by hurting her, especially since submerging every inch in her sweltering clasp would set him off. He would come instead of ramping her up and pleasuring her again for the sheer joy of watching her unravel and knowing he'd done that to her. Ride it, honey. Feel the edge.
It burns,
she gasped.
I feel blood rushing down between...
Your legs? He pumped her faster. Filling your pussy like I am.
I cannot stop it.
Just let it happen. Come for me. She lifted her gaze to him, looking almost panicked. Her nails bit into his flesh as he pushed into her again, and her whole body went rigid. Pleasure flared across her face as she tightened on him, squeezing relentlessly. Then she wailed, her body thrashing, her hips rising, her legs curling around him as she pulled him in, closer, coaxing him deeper. At her silent demand for more, Trees lost control, scooping her up in his grip, planting his knees on the mattress, and hurtling his way home, to the hilt, with one desperate stroke. She took all of him, her orgasm seeming to rocket up to another level and sending her over an even higher cliff, as she croaked out in agonized pleasure.
Trees!
He roared into her over and over, pounding deep until he lost everything, his restraint, his load, and his heart, pouring them all into her and never looking back. His head swam and his vision went dark. The moment vibrated with a kind of ecstasy he'd never even imagined. What the fuck had just happened? Finally, he opened his eyes. His heart chugged like a runaway train. His breath sawed in and out of his chest. He was still clutching her hips like his life depended on it, every inch of his cock shoved deep inside her. Oh, fuck. Layla. She blinked, looking shell-shocked and frozen. Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck. What the hell had he done? He'd lost control, and he deserved every curse she hurled at his head and every shred of fury she would most likely unload on him. Little one, I'm so sorry. I never meant to... Tears leaked from her eyes, trailing down her temples and disappearing into her hairline. They were like twin stabs to his heart. Goddamn motherfucking son of a bitch. 30 minutes ago, he'd wanted to kill every man who had ever hurt her, but in the heat of pleasure, he'd buckled and wounded her too. The fact he hadn't intended to didn't mean jack shit. He wanted to touch her, softly, gently, swear on a stack of Bibles that he would never cause her an ounce of pain again if she would just... What? Trust him? Yeah, he'd fucked that up. He would be damn lucky if she ever spoke to him again. There was no way she would ever let him near her, and he didn't blame her one bit. Trees wiped her tears away with a gentle touch. When she flinched, it felt like she'd sliced his heart in half. Slowly, praying like fuck he didn't hurt her more, he began to withdraw. He was stunned when her arms and legs tightened around him as if she didn't want to let go. Honey, he brushed a curl from her hot cheek. What do you need? What can I do? She gaped.
What happened? I did not know.
How deep he would plow her? How bad it would hurt? How much she would regret her decision to trust him? What?
My body would respond in such a way. I have never felt anything like that.
Wait. She wasn't hurt, but shocked? Didn't anticipate being able to climax with me inside you?
Yes. Earlier when you...
Fresh red blossomed across her cheeks. After what they just shared, she was embarrassed? Licked your pussy? With downcast eyes, she nodded.
The pleasure I felt then did not surprise me. No man had ever done that to me, so I had nothing to compare it to. But when you fucked me...
I did more than fuck you, Layla. At least he'd meant to. I was trying to show you how I feel about you. That sex isn't about force, but feeling good. Instead, I'm worried I hurt you more.
I will be sore tomorrow.
That was a given. I know. I'm sorry. So fucking sorry.
It was not pain you made me feel.
She sent him a crooked, coy smile. It wasn't? She shook her head, then stifled a heavy-lidded yawn. Trees tried to do the same. He was so damn tired after days without a full night's sleep, and the monster orgasm had nearly done him in. Don't do that, he scolded, unable to hold back his yawn. Layla laughed, the sound so light and feminine, even full of joy. She liked him teasing her.
Sorry, I will try.
But it didn't work. She covered her mouth with her hand, but not before he saw her lips widen in another signal of exhaustion. He laughed back. So much for that. She giggled in return. The moment felt so sweet. Trees held her closer. He knew he needed to leave the softening clasp of her body and help her clean up so they could both have a good night's sleep. But he was reluctant to let her go. This playful moment aside, would she ever want or trust him enough again to let him love her? Eventually, yes. He had to believe that. Something different had passed between them tonight. Something he'd never felt. Their connection had been forged in passion, but it hadn't ended with their mutual climax. Usually he showered a woman in aftercare. Once he knew she was sated and settled, he zipped up and beat feet. He never lingered. Layla was different. He didn't want to leave. Her body, their bed, this moment. Instead, he dipped his head to take her lips again. She met him with a soft, sweet kiss of her own. Too soon, she pulled back.
Trees.
What is it, little one?
Did you enjoy sex with me?
She was kidding, right? Absolutely. That was epic, amazing, earth-shattering. Angels had sung. His world had been rocked. Great. Did you? Shyly, she nodded.
More than I thought possible. More than I ever have.
I only ever want to keep you safe and make you feel good, Layla. She gave him another encouraging smile.
Do you want me to be happy, too?
Trees could think of very few people on this planet who weren't worthy of happiness, but Layla especially was. She'd been through hell, and she deserved a future that made up for all she'd endured. He'd love to be the man to give that to her. He could picture them now, together on his property, hoping for the best future, preparing for the worst, and growing the next generation. Really? You've got to slow down, buddy. Of course I do. Her smile turned brighter, her pouty, built-for-sex lips curling up until her face filled with joy. Why would you think I wouldn't? He went on.
I did not know if...
She trailed off, biting her lip, reluctant to speak. What we did meant something to me. Layla took her time answering, but finally she nodded.
Yes.
He cupped her face. You have no idea, little one. She wasn't ready to hear what he was thinking or how he was feeling. If he freaked himself out with that shit, he would freak her out even more. And she'd suffered what he suspected was years of trauma. She didn't need anything more to deal with now. Besides, if there was even a chance she'd welcomed him into her body because she'd experienced anything like Stockholm Syndrome, he'd rather know that before he laid his heart at her feet.
It meant a great deal to me, too. Thank you for showing me pleasure.
She yawned again. She was obviously tired, and no wonder. She slept fitfully most every night, and after a couple of climaxes, sleep needed to be on the menu. He had to stop selfishly wanting to stay inside her forever and let her rest. Slowly, reluctantly, Trees pulled from the snug clasp of her body and rose from the bed naked. He felt her stare on him as he stepped into the bathroom to grab a warm, wet towel. When he returned, she watched him carefully, her stare both appreciative and anxious. Was she worried about his feelings for her? Or had she felt the crazy connection too? Trees turned those possibilities over in his head as he peeled the covers back from her body. Her naked beauty hit his consciousness one curvaceous inch at a time. Her slender shoulders, her lush breasts, her tiny waist, her gently rounded hips, her sleek thighs, and her tiny feet. Damn if he didn't want to crawl back into bed and merge his body with hers again. His cock certainly stood up and saluted the idea. Her drowsy, half-masked eyes reminded him that she was too tired. "Spread your legs, little one." Layla's stare turned cautious. Trees dialed back his disappointment. He was accustomed to subs, women who knew that he was patient and fair but firm as hell. If he gave an order, they followed, trusting that he had their best interests at heart. But trust was exactly what he and Layla didn't share. Hopefully tonight had helped to bridge some between them, but he was a realist. He wasn't expecting a woman who had probably been abused for years to trust him in a handful of days simply because he'd made her come. For now, he met her stare with calm patience, letting her either ask him questions or work the situation out in her head. Finally, her legs parted, and she reached for the damp cloth.
"I can do that."
He held it away from her. "I know you can, but I will. Lie back." Again she hesitated, and he sensed she wasn't comfortable. He nearly backed off, but he wanted her to learn that he would take care of her in all ways. He wanted her to realize that she could rely on him, and he needed her to understand that he had the drive and desire to care for her. That was part of his happiness. After another stretch of silent seconds, she slowly complied. "Good girl." He settled the warm cloth against her pussy and wiped her gently, lingering over her swollen opening. When he pulled the towel away, he glanced at it, wincing when he saw traces of blood. He returned to the bathroom, cleaned himself, then slid into bed, where he found her watchful and silent. "I need the truth. Did I hurt you?" Layla's dark brows furrowed.
"There was some pain just before climax, but that's somehow added to my pleasure,"
she admitted, almost as if she was afraid to.
"I know that does not make sense, but—"
"It does. Perfect sense." And what it told him about her thrilled him all over again. She could take every inch of his cock and be happy about it because she liked a little pain with her pleasure. Could she be any more fucking perfect? Layla shrugged.
"Are you going to sleep now?"
He'd rather stay up and talk to her, maybe make love again, but they needed rest, especially if he was going to drive this tank all day tomorrow to avoid highways and major towns to reach Lafayette. Trees didn't want to think about what came next, after she realized she wouldn't be reunited with her sister. But one problem at a time. She would be better equipped to cope with the disappointment after a good night's sleep. Then he'd break it to her gently, help her understand the team's rationale. "It's best if we do." She nodded.
"If you would sleep better, turn off the bathroom light. It must shine in your face."
"It doesn't bother me. I can sleep about anywhere. I want you to be comfortable. And I know you're afraid of the dark." Layla sent him a sharp glance.
"I did not say that."
"You didn't have to. It's obvious." And he was fucking dying to know why. Now probably wasn't the time to pry, but... "Do you want to talk about the reason?"
"No."
Her answer was instant and emphatic. "Okay, I won't push. But if you need the lights..."
"I feel safe with you here."
That warmed him. Tonight had been good for them. Baby steps, but a start. Trees hoped like hell he could build her feelings into something as real and strong as his. "We'll try it dark. If you get scared, tell me."
You will turn on the light?
Or I'll hold you until you feel secure. Layla closed her eyes.
Thank you for everything.
Was that a wistful note in her voice? You're welcome. Sleep well. She murmured something he couldn't understand, then rolled away. Unsettled, he flipped off the bathroom light, then closed his eyes and hoped his screaming gut was wrong, that it was the jitters of new feelings putting him on edge. Trees tried to stay awake to hear her deep, even breathing before he drifted off. But days without rest and the heavy, lazy drag of sexual gratification washed over him. He was asleep in under a minute. He woke up sometime later to the sound of a click, like a latch slipping into place. He reached for his gun, then rolled over to find Layla, to protect her, only to discover her side of the bed empty. She was fucking gone. Chapter 7. Layla's teeth chattered as she wrapped her arms around herself and darted along the edge of the campground, looking for lights that might indicate friendly people willing to help. She'd underestimated how cold it was outside and regretted not swiping one of Tree's flannel shirts from his bag when she had taken $20 from his thick wad of cash. But her guilt had been too great to take anything more. Once she reached Louisiana and her family, she would return every penny. For now, she shelved her remorse and scoured the area, knowing she wouldn't get far on foot, especially in flip-flops. But other than the campground's street lamps, she saw no lights. Had everyone already gone to bed? She had no idea what time it was, except late. Now what? Every bone in her body screamed at her to go back to the RV and rest, back to Trees and the seeming safety she suspected he could actually give her. But he wouldn't give her freedom or take her to her sister, two things she desperately wanted. There must be someone awake in the campground. It wasn't full since it was a Wednesday night, but there were public facilities of some sort at the end of the lane. It was fully lit. Did that mean someone was using it? She didn't see anyone. Then a door slammed behind her. Layla! Her heart stopped. Trees was already awake and after her? How? She'd left the RV 3 minutes ago. Ducking behind a dumpster, she squeezed her eyes shut. Her mind raced. If she returned to him, she would be no closer to her family. If she ran from him, how far would she make it alone? No, she couldn't be defeatist. She was resourceful. She was resilient. She had once survived for 10 days on a canteen of water and a bag of flour. She could reach Louisiana. Layla! His voice sounded farther, as if he'd headed toward the entrance to the campground. Following him wasn't an option, nor was remaining here. There were too many lights. He would find her. That left trying to hide in the public facilities, where he would undoubtedly track her, or heading into the thick line of trees a few trailers away. The forest it was. She would hide there, wait until he gave up, see about keeping herself warm in a tree or with some leaves. Come morning, she would find civilization elsewhere, and help. She would be wrapped in her sister's embrace by tomorrow. Peeking around the dumpster, she caught a glimpse of Trees' retreating back as he headed for the campground's office, now dark. She looked longingly at the RV. He had warmer clothes inside. But no, she had taken from him all she intended to. She had survived the last 18 months in her brother-in-law's compound on her own. She would do the same here. Sucking in a fortifying breath, she took off, darting toward the thick copse of trees less than 50 meters away. There was nothing between here and there to hide her, and the waxing moon was bright. But she made it, disappearing between a pair of tall trees and running headlong into the woods. Branches overhead, mostly devoid of leaves, looked like jagged daggers against the silvery sky. Layla shivered and circled around, trying to get her bearings, but the dense branches and the thick, rolling clouds soon swallowed up the moon. Suddenly the sky turned dark. Panic pressed in. She shivered, arms clasped around herself in the pitch black. 1,000 terrible memories pelted her, threatening to unravel her. Then she heard the howl of a coyote, too close for comfort. As if that one sang to the rest of its pack, others answered, even closer. More clouds drifted across the sky. The darkness turned blacker, thicker. Then she heard the crunch of leaves. A growl sounded nearby. The hair on the back of her neck stood up. She swallowed a scream. Layla tried to penetrate the darkness to find a tree she could climb for temporary safety, but she could no longer even see her hand in front of her. Panic flowed like ice in her veins as she spun in a circle to find the direction the growl had come from. She heard it again. This time so near she let out an involuntary shriek. Run. She could run. Out of the forest, back to the campground. Hopefully the people there would scare away the predatory pack. But in the dark, surrounded by trees seemingly closing in, she no longer knew which direction she'd come from. Another howl resounded, now right behind her. There was another growl on her left. Then she heard the stampede of animal feet in her direction. With a cry, she dashed to the nearest tree and jumped to a low branch, trying to scramble up the rough-barked trunk. It scraped the skin off her knees and flayed a raw patch on her inner thighs, but the snarling below and the snap of sharp teeth blunted everything except her fear. Layla could all but feel the coyotes nipping at her heels, hungry for their next meal as she hugged the trunk with all her might. Blood ran down her calves and rolled beneath her feet, warm in the bone-chilling cold, as she reached for the branch directly above. It snapped off in her hands and sent her sliding down. Frantically, she clawed at the trunk, reaching blindly for another branch and wishing like hell she could go back in time even 15 minutes. Valeria had always said she was too headstrong and independent, that it would be the death of her. Layla began to fear her sister was right. If she failed to save herself, would Valeria ever know what had happened to her? Or would the coyotes consume her so completely that her body would never be identified? No, she couldn't think that. She could endure bloody knees and raw fingertips, but she could not give up. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. She started and bit back a cry of fear. Who was out there? Why? At her feet, a coyote yelped. Then 2 more shots rang out with deafening bangs. The other 2 animals scattered, fleeing quickly until she heard nothing but her own harsh breathing and runaway heartbeat. Was the shooter looking to kill her next? Layla! Trees. His footsteps closed in. Clutching the sharp, crumbling trunk in terror, she glanced over her shoulder. He came toward her with long, sure steps, holding a semi-automatic in one hand and a heavy-duty flashlight in the other. Layla, can you see me? Follow the light. Trees, her whimper cracked. He jerked the flashlight her way and the bright beam landed directly on her. Son of a bitch. In seconds he was beside her, wrapping his arm around her and lifting her into his embrace. Layla couldn't remember ever being happier to see anyone in her life. She scrambled to face him, throwing her arms around him and clinging to him as if her life depended on it. In truth, it had. If he hadn't come along and saved her from the coyotes, how much longer could she have dangled before her legs gave out and her fingers bled too much and she fell to her doom? He held her tight against him as if he'd never let her go. Are you all right? I saw blood.
None of them bit me. The tree. I was trying to get away.
His mouth flattened. I know you were. Can you walk back?
I think so.
Honestly, she wasn't sure. Adrenaline scorched through her veins as it drained out, and her legs felt like noodles. But she'd already shown weakness. She refused to crumble and fall now, especially after being so stupidly impulsive and impatient to escape. With a clipped nod, he took her hand in his. She hissed at the contact of his skin against her raw abrasions. He released her immediately, giving her palm a once-over. Then he guided the light down her body, focusing on her legs. Fuck. Hold this. He thrust the flashlight in her hands, pointed in front of us. Before she could ask why, he bent and lifted her into his arms, against his broad chest. She couldn't explain why, but when he held her close and searched her face with tight anger, she burst into tears. Teeth grinding, Trees settled her closer, angling her face toward his shoulder as he stomped away from the coyote bleeding out on the leaf-riddled ground. It wasn't long before he broke through the trees and onto the campground. He headed straight for the RV and locked them in. As soon as he set her down, he flipped on a light, surveyed her with a glance, and cursed. He didn't have to speak another word to make her feel chastened.
Trees.
But what could she say that wouldn't anger him more? Take off your shirt and shorts, he demanded. Layla didn't ask why. Did he want to have sex with her now? Likely, and she didn't kid herself. This time he would punish her. There would be no toe-curling pleasure or explosions of bliss. He would use his body to punish her, and he would think she deserved it. She could only blame her own stubbornness and desperation. She didn't fight him, merely peeled the shirt from her skin with a hiss of pain and lifted it over her head. Bark fell from the material onto the vinyl floor with scattered pings, but Trees wasn't even looking at her, much less like a man who intended to use or humiliate her. Instead, he pulled back the drape over the dining table and peered out, as if he searched for trouble while she shimmied out of her denim shorts. Layla shivered in the semi-dark, wrapping her arms around herself, terribly aware that she wore only her bra and a tiny pair of panties. With a curse, he yanked the drape shut and tossed her one of his big t-shirts. "Put this on, and don't say a word." She did as she was told. His anger was too palpable to defy him. The sudden knock made her gasp. She scampered to the shadows and listened as Trees yanked the door open. "Howdy. We heard gunshots and saw you carrying someone here. Y'all okay?" said what sounded like an older man with a thick southern accent. "Fine. My wife went walking and stumbled into a pack of coyotes." "They can be a problem around here. She didn't know?" A gray head appeared in the door, scanning the inside. Layla shrank back, trying to disappear into the shadows of the bedroom. "She's not from around here. Thankfully, she wasn't bitten. Just got a few scratches when she fell. Probably needs some first aid, so if you'll excuse me." "My wife is a retired nurse. I can send her over." "Thank you, but we're fine. She just needs a few bandages and a good night's sleep." "Are you sure?" The old man tried to look like an affable good old boy. "I think my wife would rest a whole lot easier if she got a look at your missus." "My wife is very shy and would prefer privacy, but we appreciate the offer." "How about in the morning?" "We'll be gone early. Good night." Trees slammed the door. Layla winced. Since he had done little to allay the man's suspicions, they would definitely have to flee well before sunrise. But she stopped worrying about that when Trees stalked down the middle of the vehicle and headed straight for her like a man on a mission. To punish her for running away? When he reached the bedroom, she retreated to a corner and watched as he opened a closet and withdrew a black case. "Come here." What would he do? How much would it hurt? Layla had never been a coward, and she wasn't about to start now. But oddly, it wasn't his physical show of anger she feared. It was his tongue lashing. Slowly, arms clutched in front of her, she made her way toward him. "Shirt off. Lie down. Arms at your sides." She shuddered but complied. With an angry huff, Trees flipped on the bedside light. "Where does it hurt the most?" Everywhere, to be honest. She felt as if her entire body had been abraded by steel wool until she bled.
My thighs."
Grimly he nodded. "Stay here." He stomped into the bathroom and flipped on the water. Minutes later, he returned with a warm, damp towel. Layla expected him to drag it across her raw, sensitive skin to teach her a lesson. Instead, he gently settled the cloth over her scrapes. He wasn't punishing her, but rendering first aid. When she tensed at the sting, he cupped her shoulder. "I know, little one, but we've got to get you clean so infection doesn't set in." He repeated the process twice more, pausing to pluck out pieces of bark and splinters meticulously before he cleaned the area. Then he opened the black case and rummaged through first aid supplies to apply antiseptic. It burned like hell, but she endured in lip-biting silence. He repeated the process everywhere else on her body, his hands moving gently yet thoroughly. He followed that by giving her a cup of ibuprofen and a cup of water. Once she'd swallowed both dutifully, he sat and pulled her into his lap. "What the hell were you thinking?"
I have to reach my sister. She needs me.
"We're heading to Louisiana in the morning." Shock flared, followed by hope.
I did not know.
"You didn't ask." True, she should have.
I'm sorry if I caused you problems.
"Since I picked you up in that alley, you've caused nothing but problems. If I weren't so angry right now, I'd paddle your ass." Layla reared back.
Because you want to humiliate me?
"Because the stunt you pulled tonight deserves punishment. I suspect getting the hell scared out of you was punishment all its own. But if that's what it takes for you to finally fucking grasp that we're on the same team..." She looked away.
Thank you for saving me.
He took her chin in his strong grip and forced her to stare to his. "I'm always going to save you."
It is your job.
"It is. But after tonight, it's my responsibility. My right." Suddenly, he set her aside and stood, towering over her. "Or maybe I'm fucking kidding myself."
I do not understand.
"Why did you seduce me earlier?" Layla stared at him, not sure how to answer. "It wasn't because you wanted me, was it? Or because you wanted to know what I feel like? It definitely wasn't because you would feel safer with me if we fucked, was it?" She bit her lip. If she admitted the truth, would he stop talking to her? Funny, in some ways she feared that more than him hitting her. "Not going to fess up to the fact you wanted to make sure I was good and asleep so you could sneak out and run away again? Not going to look me in the eye and tell me that what we did in this bed earlier didn't mean a goddamn thing to you?" If she told him it had, he wouldn't believe her now. Instead, she swallowed, curled her knees up to her chest, then wrapped her arms around them.
Sometimes Victor or Hector would get too rough with me. I learned that when I gave them orgasms with my mouth, they would calm and go to sleep. I did not expect you to want more.
"Then your obligatory blowjob?" Trees reared back. "No matter what I've said or done over the past few days, you're still determined to cast me in the role of villain." What did he want from her? Everyone in Emilo's compound who had ever claimed he intended to help her had merely wanted pleasure. Once they had tumbled her a few times, they had been far less motivated to improve her situation or help her escape. And that's if Hector and Victor didn't find out someone had poached their property. When they had, her helper hadn't lived long.
I do not understand you,
she said softly. "It's fucking simple, Layla. I was hired to protect you until we could find another safe house closer to the team. You've done your best to defy and undermine me at every turn. And trick me. Can't forget that." She had responded to Trees with uncertainty and mistrust. But what else did she have to compare him to except criminals and rapists?
Why did you have sex with me?
She turned the question on him.
You are angry with me for seducing you, but you could have said no. You did not because you wanted... What? Gratification? Easy pussy? The power of mounting and penetrating a woman smaller and weaker?
Trees huffed out a bitter laugh. "No, I'm an idiot because I just wanted you. When I was inside you, I told you that I wanted you the moment I laid eyes on you. That wasn't a lie. I'm not interested in easy lays or cheap thrills. If I wanted a booty call, I could pick up the phone and have multiple choices. But I don't because I'm over sex that has zero meaning. And I'm the schmuck for hoping that what we did tonight meant anything to you except the means to an end." A wave of shame overcame her. Usually she didn't bother with guilt. It had no place in survival. when every breath, every morsel of food, and every bit of clothing was dependent on catering to Monster's whims. She had done her best to reserve all emotions for her family. But Trees had slipped under her defenses.
I'm sorry. It seems you are not like Victor, Hector, and their ilk.
And she meant that. More than once she had apologized to one of Emilo's men without meaning it. How did she make Trees believe her now? His hand was inches from her. Perhaps if she reached for it, wrapped her fingers in his, and squeezed. But too much anger poured off of him. She doubted he would welcome her touch. Layla kept her hands to herself. You're damned right I'm not. He knelt in front of her. You can't fake orgasms like that.
Women did that? I did not.
You felt something with me, he growled. She had. Something she didn't understand. Something that terrified her. Every other man lorded the power of violence and pain over her body. But Trees, he had the power of pleasure. He knew how to make her body melt, to make her thoughts float away like smoke, and how to make her entire being surrender to a blinding ecstasy she'd never thought possible. He had more power over her body than she did, and that terrified her. Not for anything would she admit that. No reply, huh? He challenged, then shook his head. You know what? It doesn't matter. You're supposed to be a job, and I was wrong to take you up on your oral offer. For the rest of the trip, it will be strictly professional. And by tomorrow night, we'll be in Louisiana, and I'll do my best to make sure you're someone else's problem. He turned away, slamming the bathroom door when it blocked his path, and rummaged through his duffel. Moments later, he turned back to her, padded cuffs in hand. Give me your wrists. She shrank back. I told you what would happen if you ran from me again. He had, and she had believed him. But she hadn't had a choice. Please. Layla hated the whine in her voice, the fear racing through her veins. It made her feel weak to beg for his mercy. After everything tonight, she didn't expect him to have any. Fuck me. With a sigh, he marched back to the front of the RV, flipped on every light, dragged out his tools, and in a handful of minutes installed the lock he'd bought to secure the door from the inside. There, no cuffs, but you're not going anywhere.
I will not try.
Trust is a two-way street, honey, so excuse me if I don't believe you. Go to sleep. Trees turned away, utterly ignoring her as he doffed his boots, shirt, and jeans, then settled into the bed, turned out the lights, and rolled away. Layla stayed awake, listening to his even, raspy breaths, drowning in regret and guilt. Sleep was a long time coming. Trees couldn't remember a shittier night of sleep, or a more tense day as he drove a circuitous route through parts of Alabama and Mississippi, avoiding highways and cities, before finally approaching Lafayette. When he had stopped for gas earlier, he'd called Zai and asked if there was anywhere besides his place to drop Layla off. Of course there wasn't. He was stuck with a woman whose finger he'd mentally put a ring on, impregnated twice and pledged his undying love to while she had merely fucked him to get away. Good job reading the room, moron. Worse, except when she was talking to Valeria about Jorge's worsening condition, she was too quiet. Not sulky, but withdrawn. Remorseful? He didn't know. He didn't exactly make the effort to strike up a conversation. The stupid-ass part of him wanted to hold her, talk to her, resolve their strife. But he'd been too angry to handle last night well, and she was too damaged to believe anything he said. They were a recipe for disaster. He needed to stop obsessing about her and move on. A few miles from his place, he sent a text to Zai. Text. They're in 10. Everything ready? Yep, Zai wrote back. Thank God. I need to be more than a foot away from this woman. Text. It was late when he finally steered the lumbering RV down the dirt road to his house outside of town. The gate was open, the lights on, and the security relaxed. Zai stepped onto the front porch with a wave just before he pulled around the back of the house, so no one could see the RV from the road. Then he cut the engine and heaved a huge sigh. One trial down, a whole new tribulation about to begin. Layla would be staying here indefinitely. As Trees stood and pocketed the keys, Zai jogged around his brick ranch house. Trees opened the RV door. Despite the chilly breeze, he stepped out happily and stretched. "Hey, so fucking glad that's over. I'm glad for you, man. Good to have you back." It was good to be back, especially with his best friend who would understand how rough it had been with Layla since he'd had problems of his own with Tessa. But when he looked at Zai, it was obvious something was wrong. "You look like shit." "Well, stress, lack of sleep, and your girlfriend looking for the politest way possible to tell you to fuck off will do that." Hadn't they just recently, finally, gotten together? And everything had already gone to hell? Trees hated to keep thinking the worst, but Tessa didn't seem like the kind of head case who would sabotage a new relationship with someone as awesome as Zai. Unless she was guilty of something. Spying for the enemy, maybe. "No shit," Zai nodded. "It's been one of the worst weeks ever." "Sorry, man." Trees clapped his arm, not sure what else to say. Bad-mouthing Tessa to Zai wouldn't make his friend see her as a suspect, so he bit his tongue. Behind him, he sensed Layla and glanced over his shoulder to find her staring out the window over the dining table. She was a silhouette in the near dark. Her coffee-colored hair flowed past the satiny ribbon wrapped around her slender neck he hadn't seen her wear before. The tails of her choker and her abundant tresses floated down to her tits, barely covered by a pink tank. Half her damn midriff was bare. Beneath the tight, ought-to-be-illegal shorts, she flashed sleek legs. Yeah, he needed to fucking stop staring. His head and his heart both knew that. His cock wasn't on board with logic yet. It just wanted her. "Did you bring everything I asked for?" he asked Zai. "Yeah," Zai confirmed. "I had a little trouble. It took a couple of stores to find the right clothes, but it worked out." Trees breathed a sigh of relief. "I owe you." Behind him, he heard Layla's soft footfalls. Automatically, he held his hand out to her to assist her down. He told himself it was because of her injuries, but he was bullshitting himself and he knew it. She laid her small fingers across his meaty ones and seemed to float down the steps, despite being barefoot. But she was gorgeous everywhere, even her dainty, polished toes as she scanned his property. Trees knew exactly who she was searching for, and he wondered how long it would take her to realize her family wasn't here. He wasn't taking her to them either. He'd put off that conversation because he knew fireworks would ensue. And yes, he knew it would blow up in his face. "Hi, Layla." Zai stuck out his hand. "You may not remember me. I'm Zai." She peered at him, then looked down at his hand, dragging in a breath. For courage, and shook it.
"Hello. Is Senor Walker coming?"
Trees leaned in, less than pleased. She likes him.
"I trust him,"
Layla corrected. And she still didn't trust him. That went both ways. Then she brushed past them, curling her arms around her tiny middle to ward off the cool evening wind. "See what I've been dealing with?" he grumbled as she headed toward the house, wincing as she tiptoed over dead branches and crisp fallen leaves with her bare feet. "Are all her clothes that brief?" Trees rubbed at his eyes. "That's her modest outfit." Zai's eyes bulged, then he shook his head. "Well, I brought her sweatpants and oversized t-shirts, just like you asked. Thank God. Maybe that will cool things off between us. Or at least help him stop wanting her so bad it nearly brought him to his knees every fucking time he looked at her." "Sorry, buddy," Trees groaned. "Can't you come stay with her for a few days? Maybe then I can jack off enough to get some of the blood back to my brain." "Nope. Whatever you do with your meat, keep that shit to yourself. But a word of advice, don't fuck the client." Too late. Technically, she isn't the client. Not that it would stop the bosses from firing him if they found out. He was already on thin ice. "Valeria doesn't like the way you look at Layla. Zai reminded. Which is a really good reason for Kane and me to switch assignments. He can watch Layla and I'll keep an eye on Valeria and her baby. Problem solved. No can do. Because, according to the trio of cocksuckers they worked for, he was the mole. Of course, they weren't going to let him anywhere near Valeria if anything happened to her. Their reputation would be toast, and there would be hell to pay. He understood. He just didn't know how to prove that he wasn't guilty. "What else do you need here?" his buddy asked, seemingly eager to change the subject. "You in a hurry?" "Not so much me, but I'm assuming the sooner you let her into your place, the sooner she can cover up everything tempting you." "Good point." He headed for the house. "Anything new?" Zai dodged the question. "Let's go inside." That didn't sound good, and he needed to focus on business. Trees opened the back door and let Layla in. "Come with me." Zai hung back in the kitchen as Trees touched a hand to the small of her back and ushered her forward. Even that small touch had him sweating. Memories of her kisses, her touches, her body surrounding him as he impaled her deep just wouldn't be banished, no matter how hard he tried.
"Where are we?"
She took in the shadowy house, gaze jerking all around.
"This is not an apartment building, and we are not in Lafayette."
Couldn't say she wasn't observant. "My place. We'll be staying here for a few days." She whirled on him.
"Why are you not taking me to my sister? You promised—"
"I said we were heading to Louisiana, and that's where we are."
"You deceived me."
"No, you assumed I was taking you to your sister." He hated using the bait and switch on her. She would see it as betrayal. "We're still not sure that location is safe, so you're staying here until the bosses decide otherwise. I know you're disappointed, but it's not my decision. Take it up with Valeria. She signed off on this plan."
"But you had no problem lying to me."
Layla jerked from his touch. "I didn't enjoy it." Trees nudged her across the living room, down the hall, and into the guest room. Then he flipped on the light. "You can put your things here. Shower if you want, or go to bed. I'll be with Zai. And by the way, I've outfitted the house with the best security. No one is getting in or out without me knowing in a handful of seconds. And even if you manage to make it off the property, I'm at least 30 miles from civilization in every direction. It will be 48 degrees tonight. And if you thought the wildlife in Alabama was scary, it's a lot more deadly out here. Get comfortable. I'll be back." Trees closed the door on her, silent, fuming, shutting her inside. He had the house alarm armed 30 seconds later, and he tried to relax. But he didn't dare. Layla wasn't done trying to reach her sister. He knew that as sure as he knew his own name. He stomped back to the kitchen and plucked a bottle of beer from the fridge. "Thank you for picking these up for me. I need one." Before he could open the bottle, Zai stopped him. "They're not cold." Yeah, his pal probably hadn't been here long enough to fridge them. "I don't even fucking care. That woman, she was driving him to drink. Literally. You can't imbibe on the job. Why the hell did Zai have to be right? Fuck." Trees shoved the beer back in the fridge. "Is she mouthy and difficult?" "No. Well, not mouthy anyway. She barely speaks, and I swear sometimes I do just about anything to know what's running through her head. The problem is, I want to fuck her, and hold her while he promised to keep her safe and right her world. But she would have to trust him, and that wasn't happening anytime soon." "Sorry," Zai said. If anyone understood wanting a woman he couldn't have, it was his buddy. Zai had lived through nearly a year of look-but-don't-touch torture with Tessa. Trees shrugged. "I'll deal. What do you want to tell me?" "Some friend of Walker's has temporarily joined the team to help with Kimber's recovery. Name's Matt. You probably won't see much of him. I met him. He seems okay." "Even though he's a friend of Walker's?" Zai nodded. "Trust me, I was as shocked as you. Why wouldn't I like that news? It's fine by me. Hell, whatever the bosses need to do to bring Kimber back. Keep that in mind, because what I say next might make you blow a gasket." Zai's apologetic glance told Trees this was going to suck. "They're thinking about using Layla as bait to help get Kimber back." Pretend to set up a hostage swap and no. Fuck no. Were they crazy? Did they not grasp what Layla had been through? Over my dead body. Absolutely not. End of conversation. It's not my favorite plan either, but I think they're running out of options and getting desperate. Maybe they're thinking that Kimber is a wife and a mother with 2 small children who need her, and Layla is expendable? That's fucking bullshit. She's a human being, and she's... He clenched his fists. Fragile. I know. Zai sounded sincerely sorry. Trees was too pissed off to care. You don't know. She's been bullied, abused, and raped since she was 14 by the very people who want their hands on her now. At least he deeply suspected that's what had happened. You'll have to kill me before I let anyone dangle her in front of a bunch of cutthroats. I'm dead fucking serious.
Is there any chance such a plan will allow for the capture of those who wish to hurt my sister?
Trees spun to the sound of Layla's voice and found her at the far end of the kitchen. When the hell had she sneaked up on them? He cursed, doing his best to glare her into taking those words back. Her stubborn expression said she wasn't budging. Son of a bitch. Then he zipped around to Zai. His buddy understood that plan was a no-go for him and would bury that shit right. Layla was his responsibility. No, she was his. But Zai gave him a regretful shrug once he was merely the acting boss and lacked real authority. It's possible but risky, she scoffed.
Breathing around these people is risky, and certainly not a guarantee. My sister has endured too much, and she has her son to consider. I will do it.
Trees whirled, towering over her possessively with bared teeth. You will not. She stood unblinking and undaunted.
You cannot stop me. You brought me here safely, and for that I thank you. But I owe you nothing beyond my appreciation.
I didn't ask you for anything, but I would consider it a personal fucking favor if you would please give a shit about your safety. She cocked her head, and the sadness there nearly took him out at the knees.
Unfortunately, Emilio never gave us that choice. And I am certain his father, Geraldo, who is probably running his organization now that he is gone, will be even less interested in such things.
Unfortunately, from what Trees had heard, she wasn't wrong. Fuck.
If the Edgingtons or Munoz ask me to help set a trap for Geraldo and his goons, I will say yes. My mind is made up.
Trees gripped her shoulders. Layla, you'll be bait. Chum. Something my bosses will skewer on a hook and use to reel these bastards in. And if they lose you, he shrugged. Oh well, not their problem. Do you understand that?
Yes. But do you understand I will have no future if I refuse? No one in my family will.
With that, Layla turned away, then looked back at Zai.
I cannot pay you for the clothes on my bed. Please return them.
It's not a problem, his buddy assured. You left your house in a hurry and you weren't dressed for our winter.
I will not accept your charity.
Then she was gone. As soon as he heard her bedroom door shut, Trees lost his shit. See what I mean? She's going to drive me crazy. Zai shook his head, his face full of sympathy. Take a breath. One day at a time, okay? You'll get through this. Right now it didn't feel that way, but arguing wouldn't change a thing. Let's talk about something else. What's up with you and Tessa? I don't want to bore you. I don't understand it enough to explain anyway. She's pushing back? She's pushing me away. What the hell? I would have sworn that woman loves you. At least in her way. But maybe money had become more important to her than love. I thought so too, but she's never said that in so many words. And now she's barely answering my texts. Something is weird. Something is wrong. Well, that's definitely not right. I don't know. Maybe I pushed for too much too fast. I told her at Christmas that I love her. About 3 minutes after we got the all clear to have more than a working relationship, I asked her to move in with me. She said she needs time to think, but it doesn't feel like she's thinking. It feels like she's just putting daylight between us. So what if you've moved fast this week? I don't think you rushing her is the issue. After all, you two have been eye-fucking and exclusive for months. You wanting to start a life with her didn't come out of left field. It's something else. And Trees could only think of one thing. She was guilty. Yeah, I was at her place a little bit ago. She actually begged me to leave. Clearly it was killing Zai because he was so in love. And she's been lying to me. Sure about little things like her headache, but still, lying. Any chance there's someone else? Zai pondered, then shook his head. No, I think it's me. Or she's guilty and she has something to hide. I don't see it, because you don't want to. Keep pursuing her, man. You'll never be happy if you just walk away from her. But while you're doing that, look into her. Take her seriously as a suspect. Do your fucking job. Zai sighed. I don't have a choice. I guess that's priority one. Sorry, man. It's better to know than not. Roger that. You need anything else, or are you too set? Wasn't that a good question? Honestly, Trees wasn't sure. But if Zai wasn't staying to spell him, then he might as well start dealing with Layla on his turf and figuring out what came next. He had a feeling they were in for a battle. Chapter 8. When Layla hung up with Valeria, tears streamed down her face. Jorge's condition had not improved. That worried her a great deal. So did her sister's exhaustion. If the boy wasn't better tomorrow, supposedly Kane would take them to a doctor. That was good news, but Layla hated not being there to tend to her nephew and support her sister. And she hated that, just like Trees had told her, Valeria refused to let her come there and help because she feared it wasn't safe. Arguing with her sister had done nothing to change her mind. Trees had known that when he told her he would bring her to Louisiana. He had twisted his words to mislead her, then hidden her less than an hour from her family. So close, yet so far away. It seemed cruel. His deception hurt more because, despite plotting to seduce him, when she had given her body to Trees, he had somehow slipped under her skin because of the way he touched her, the way he had given her pleasure, the way he seemed to care. For the first time, for a brief moment, she had felt treasured. Now, he merely seemed terse and happy to put distance between them. She would oblige him. It was more important to focus on finding ways to help her family, especially ending the danger to her sister and Jorge. If that meant she had to offer herself as bait, she would. Swiping the wetness from her face, she availed herself of the warm shower. The house was older but meticulously kept. The bathroom was entirely bright and white, except for the black penny floor tile. Once she was clean, she dressed again in her dirty clothes and tiptoed out of her bedroom. The house was quiet. The motorcycle that had been in the front when they'd pulled up was absent. Zai must be gone. She and Trees were alone. Pressing her hand to her nervous stomach, she made her way toward the only other light on in the house, the kitchen. He stood in front of the stove, heating something in a saucepan. It smelled good. Spicy. She was starved. "You hungry?" he asked, pulling a can of green beans from his nearby pantry. How had he known she was there?
I am fine.
He skewered her with a frown over his shoulder. You're not. You haven't eaten in over 12 hours, and you're still wearing goddamn dirty clothes meant for Florida weather. Why, Layla? I'll take care of you if you let me.
Nothing in life is free. Not the food you eat, not the clothes on your back, not the bed you sleep in. You have paid for all of those, yes?
Yes, but...
You did not expect anyone to give them to you for free, because taking from others is wrong and you are proud. So am I. Since I am without money, I only have one currency with which I could pay you. And when I left Mexico, I swore I would never whore myself out for my survival again. He dropped the spoon in the pan, its clatter a loud clang in the kitchen. You think I would make you fuck me for a meal? Or a shirt?
Or a comfortable night's sleep? Layla hated to admit how she'd given herself to scum for years to survive, but she saw no other way to make him understand.
It is the way the world works.
Not here. I'm choosing to give you things. You don't have to pay for them. He was playing games with semantics.
That is the same thing.
Why would you think that? I'm heating up soup and vegetables. I'm making enough for 2, and I'm offering to give you some.
In Emilo's compound, if I wanted to eat, I had to suck cock. If I wanted warmer clothes, I had to spread my legs.
Are you listening to me? This is not Emilo's compound. I'm not asking you for anything in exchange for your meal.
They did not ask. They simply forced.
I would never do that, Layla. He looked furious. Ever. So sit down and eat.
No.
He ground his teeth together, and Layla worried he would lift his arm across his body and backhand her, or clench his fist and plow it into her belly. It wouldn't be the first time a man had done that. But even fearing pain, she stood her ground and put on her most defiant face. Why are you so stubborn?
Am I? Why is it when a man wants to make his own way, he is proud? When a woman wants to do the same, she is stubborn.
Finally, he heaved a frustrated sigh. You ate the food in the RV.
My sister paid to get us out of Florida, including whatever I ate.
She's paying for this too.
She is not. This came from your pantry.
Be reasonable.
I am being realistic. I apologize if that upsets or offends you.
Trees raked a hand through his hair. After everything, can't you extend me a little trust and believe that I'm offering you some food? No strings attached?
I would still feel the strings, like a puppet.
When he glared at her, Layla sighed. She was going to have to get graphic with him.
The winter before I turned 15, Emilio had been keeping me in a bunker to punish my sister for not catering to his every whim. Valeria and my mother were allowed to see me for 15 minutes a day. Those were the only 15 minutes I wore clothes. As soon as they left, Victor and his brother Hector would strip me bare. It was merely humiliating at first, constantly being naked and fondled, passed from brother to brother, being forced to fuck one in front of the other. That was how I earned my meals. But as the winter went on, the bunker turned cold. I had no blankets, so I shivered every night and slept under the mattress for warmth. For Christmas, Hector offered me long pants, a new shirt, and warm socks. He told me it was a present, but that night I found out the cost of my present was anal penetration against my will. So perhaps you can see why I'm cynical.
Fury, the likes of which she had never seen, thundered across his face. Reflexively, she stepped back as trees snapped off the stove and shoved the pan from its burner. He reached for her, wrapping his arms around her and bringing her close. Little one, I'm so sorry. If I could kill them now, I would. I would strangle the worthless life from their bodies and gleefully watch them die. They deserve that and more for what they did to you as a child. He set her down and cupped her face. But I would never, ever demand anything of you that you didn't want to give, no matter what. I gave you a safe word in bed. Red. With that, you can stop me anytime. But I swear, I would give you the shirt off my back and my last morsel to keep you safe. He probably meant that, at least in his mind. Likely he saw himself as the noble savior come to rescue her from her wretched fate. And perhaps he was. After all, the rest of his team had saved her from Emilo's compound less than 5 months ago. She'd been wearing only a towel when the operation had gone down, and she'd been nervous everyone in the helicopter would expect her to fuck them in appreciation. Instead, an operative named Cutter had given her his shirt. Hunter Edgington had insisted she take a blanket he'd stowed in his bug-out bag. His younger brother, Logan, had given her his rations. None of them had so much as laid a finger on her or looked at her with anything more than pity. Had she misjudged Trees because he hadn't been there and because she'd rarely been around good men? Perhaps. But did the nature of men ever really change?
Thank you for those words.
They aren't just words. I mean them. He nodded toward the stew. Let's eat. She shook her head.
I still have no way to pay you.
He heaved another frustrated sigh as if he was struggling to hold his temper. How about if you do the dishes? If you'll do that, I'll consider your meal paid. His proposition surprised her. Layla turned his offer over in her head.
That is acceptable.
Thank God. He settled the pan on the burner again and dumped the can of vegetables into a bowl, then shoved it in the microwave. 3 minutes later, they were eating at his kitchen table in silence. And even if the stew had come out of a can, it tasted like heaven. How did you wind up in Emilo's compound? I know your sister married him, but
not by her own choice. My father married Valeria off to Emilio.
Why?
Papa was a farmer with fallow land. We were dirt poor and he wanted to be rich. He wanted to be important. Emilio sought to use my father's property to aid his growing drug empire. They came to an agreement which included Emilio paying lots of cash to marry Valeria.
So he sold her to that scumbag on purpose. Trees looked shocked. Layla hadn't been at all.
My father had been nothing his whole life, and now he could join his poor family to a wealthy one and gain influence. Others would look up to him. He could finally stop a life of toil and enjoy his days. Of course he did.
Trees scowled. Did he know how dangerous Emilio was?
Everyone did.
And he sold his daughter to that monster anyway. How old was she?
Barely 18.
Jesus. Then what happened?
Papa suddenly had money and he got a mistress. My mother was stunned and heartbroken, so when Valeria pleaded with us to come spend the summer with her, Mama quickly said yes. We had no idea.
How their lives would change. That they would never see home again. God, how naive they had been.
Emilio quickly realized he could use me to control his headstrong wife's behavior. Mama tried to protect me, so they separated us. As a last resort, I called my father to tell him I was afraid, because I barely saw my mother and I did not like the way Emilio's men treated me.
Her voice broke. What happened next had been nothing short of hell. What did he say?
That his life was much better without us. Mama had grown old and unappealing. My sister and I were too spoiled.
Trees dropped his spoon in his stew. He left you there, knowing you were being raped?
I did not tell him that exactly. I did not know the words for it, but he must have been aware.
She had never been close to her father, but the sense of betrayal after he'd hung up had been absolute. So, for his own comfort, he left you to a bunch of drug thugs' non-existent mercy? He sounded stunned, horrified, and furious. I'm adding him to my list of assholes who need killing.
You're too late. When he got greedy a couple of years later, Emilio had him killed.
She hesitated.
I have mixed feelings about that. Some would say he got what he deserved.
He reached for her hand. In my opinion, he did. But he was your father, your blood, even though he didn't fulfill the responsibility of a dad. It was foolish to accept solace from Trees. It probably made her weak, but she needed comfort, and she soaked his in.
Exactly.
What happened to your mother?
She got sick and developed pneumonia. Emilio refused her medical attention. I tried my best to help her, but...
Layla tried to swallow back tears and failed miserably.
Then Valeria was rescued. I was happy for her, but...
You were alone. Trees squeezed her hand. You've never had anyone to help you, and everyone you've ever loved has been taken away. Finally, he understood. She didn't want to weep in front of him, but trying to hold back made her cry harder.
Yes.
Trees pulled her into his lap and gripped her chin until she met his gaze. I'm here for you, little one. I know I'm not your sister. I know you want to see her, and I don't blame you. But it's not safe. Once it is, I'll take you to her myself. But until that day comes, I'm here, and I won't let anything come between us. Do you hear me?" She still didn't trust him completely, but he was all she had in the world right now, and he seemed determined to take care of her in a way only her sister had ever tried to do.
"I do."
He released her chin and kissed her forehead before he dragged her bowl across the table. "Good. Eat up." Then he fed her patiently, one heaping bite at a time. Taking food from his hand was so intimate and oddly comforting. She followed the stew with a bottle of water. Once her bowl was empty and her stomach sated, her lids felt heavy. It took all her will not to lean against his reassuring strength, cuddle into his warmth, and drift off. "You're tired. I'll do the dishes."
"No."
She leapt to her feet.
"We made an agreement. I will uphold my end of the bargain."
"You don't have to. I won't demand anything from you." She almost believed him.
"I will still do them, as I promised."
As she cleared the table and made her way to the sink, his phone dinged. He glanced at it with a curse, then shoved it in his pocket. "I have, a friend dropping by. Why don't you rest in your room? I'll finish this."
"I told you because it is my responsibility."
"I need to talk to her alone." Her. Layla's heart stuttered. A girlfriend? A lover? Everything inside her balked, and that fact stunned her. She should be happy if he gave another woman his attention and desire. She didn't want either. Deep down, she feared that was a lie.
"Leave the dishes. I will finish them after she leaves."
But what if she didn't tonight? The thought of this unnamed friend spending the night shot a hole in Layla's chest.
"Or tomorrow."
All right. It was a good time to put distance between them and figure out why what this man did with another woman mattered. Why was she having feelings for him? But her feet didn't want to move. "Layla." His phone beeped in warning, interrupting him. Fuck. He punched in a code, then hit the screen a few times. Headlights flashed through the living room windows, which overlooked the front of the house. Then a little sedan came to a stop and a stylish brunette with a fresh balayage stepped out, wearing a trendy blue sweater and jeans that respectably covered every inch of her legs. Slim leather boots with chunky heels and a designer purse completed the look. She was pretty, put together, and refined. Of course, Trees wanted someone like her.
"I will go."
Trees looked at her like he wanted to say something, but the woman knocked on the door, breaking the moment. "Thanks." Every footfall felt heavy as she headed to the bedroom Trees had provided her and shut the door, mostly. She should not want to eavesdrop. It was nosy. It was rude. It was wrong. But she couldn't help it. Was this jealousy? "Hi, Madison. Come in."
"Hi, big guy,"
the woman said with a sweet, soft southern drawl. Layla told herself not to, but she cracked her door a bit wider to peek at the two. Trees hugged the woman with familiarity, resting his chin on her head. She laid her cheek on his chest and closed her eyes with a smile. Something ugly speared Layla. It felt very much like jealousy. When had she started caring about Trees? After he pulled away, Madison smiled up at him with obvious fondness.
"I brought your key back."
She dropped it in his outstretched palm and he pocketed it. "Thank you for looking after the house and the dog while I was gone. I owe you."
"You don't. I'm always happy to help. You know that, right?"
Was Madison flirting? "You're a sweetheart. Did Barney behave himself?"
"He always does because he's a good boy. He scarfed up all his food in nothing flat every night and loved the scratches behind his ears."
Trees laughed, then opened the front door again. A big black dog with brown jowls and happy eyes barked at Madison before planting in front of her with a whine. "He likes you." She shot Trees a teasing stare.
"Barney always lets me know he's happy to see me. You, I have to guess about sometimes."
He forced a laugh. Would you like a drink? You hungry?
No, I'm fine. I know you just got home, so I won't keep you.
She petted the big dog, and he wagged his tail.
I just got off work anyway, and I need to stop off and check on Daddy.
You sure I can't pay you for taking care of the house and the animal while I was gone? She cocked her head.
I wouldn't say no if you wanted to take me to dinner this weekend.
I wish I could. I'm pretty sure I'll be working.
Another weekend then?
Trees hesitated, then sighed. Madison, you know you're a good friend, right? But Suddenly the big black dog barked and turned in Layla's direction with a growl before darting straight for her. Layla gasped and tried to shut the door, but it was too late. The big dog crashed inside and took up a stance in front of her, ears peeled back with a growl. She froze. What should she do to make sure a dog this size didn't decide she was a snack? Trees was there in an instant. Heel. The dog sat, but he didn't look happy. Good boy. Trees petted the beast behind his ears. You okay?
Fine.
Madison approached, giving her a discreet once-over. Layla knew what the woman saw. A brown girl with an unruly mane of dark curls, wearing a dirty tank top and short shorts that barely concealed the essentials. Tree's friend would probably think she was gutter trash, a nobody. She wasn't wrong. Madison turned back to Trees.
I didn't realize you had company. I'm sorry.
She faced Layla again, hand outstretched.
Hi, I'm Madison. Layla.
She took the woman's hand cautiously.
I'll leave now and let you two get back to your evening.
Madison flashed them a big smile. Layla didn't believe it. Or maybe she only felt that way because she couldn't bring herself to smile back at the pretty flirt who batted her lashes at Trees. I'll walk you out, he offered, then turned to the dog. Come. The canine gave her another narrow-eyed stare before he headed out her bedroom door. Trees followed, then turned back to her, his gaze questioning. Layla didn't know how to answer. How could she explain why she had been spying and eavesdropping when she didn't really understand herself? I'll be back, he said finally, then left. From the cracked door, she watched Trees guide Madison with his big hand on the small of her narrow back. In the foyer, they disappeared from view. The front door opened and closed. Layla raced to the window that overlooked the front of the house. She could just see them around the shrubs. Madison said something with a smile. Trees nodded solemnly. Then she rose on her tiptoes and threw her arms around his thick neck, planting a kiss on his cheek before hopping into her little car and driving off with a wave. Suddenly, the front door slammed. Layla jolted as she heard Trees lock it. He headed straight to her bedroom. She held up her hands.
I'm sorry. I did not mean to pry.
Why did you? The fewer people who know you're here, the better. I don't want to put Madison in danger for knowing things she shouldn't. She didn't ask for that. Madison hadn't, and Layla felt guilty for not realizing that her curiosity could put someone else in danger.
You are right.
She felt terrible. Madison's only sin was her friendship with the bodyguard who intrigued her more than she liked. He sighed. It's my fault, too. I didn't know she was coming over, and I should have explained why you needed to stay out of sight. It would have helped, but ultimately, her inexplicable jealousy had been to blame.
She likes you.
She's nice, he said neutrally.
I mean, she is interested in you as a man.
He hesitated. Maybe, but I don't think she's into me specifically. I think she's looking for something.
Love?
More than that, I suspect.
She would warm your bed if you wanted.
Layla hated to point that out, but surely he knew. He merely shrugged.
I understand. She already has.
Layla wished she had never brought it up. No, we're just friends. Only friends. I don't know what she needs, but I know what she doesn't. Me. I could never make her happy. So far he seemed kinder than most men, so his assertion made no sense.
Why?
It's complicated. Why are you asking? Do you want me to fuck her? Layla gave a non-committal shrug.
It is none of my concern.
He grabbed her shoulders. But there's a reason you're asking.
I merely pointed out the obvious. She wants you.
His eyes narrowed. No. You want to know if I want her too. And I don't. That's why I've never touched her. I never will.
Despite the fact that she would say yes to you without hesitation.
I told you I'm not interested. It seemed Trees was actually telling the truth. Madison had given him subtle hints that she was quite willing to be more than his friend. Trees apparently had never taken her up on the offer. That amazed Layla. Back in Mexico, Victor had often bragged about tumbling local women. One in particular he laughed about every time they'd fucked. He claimed he had to close his eyes because she was so ugly, but her amazing tits made up for it. Victor's attitude was despicable, but she had expected nothing less from him. From either Ramos brother, really. I only want a genuine connection. Trees gripped her arms tighter, and by his own admission, he felt something for her. Layla had feelings for him too, though she wished she didn't.
I would like to go to sleep.
Trees glanced over her head at the clock on the wall and cursed. Yeah, it's getting late. You've got two choices tonight, so I can make sure you don't escape. Either I cuff you to your bed, or you sleep in mine with me. Layla reared back.
I will not run again.
At least not tonight. Sorry if I don't believe you. I know you'd rather be with your sister, just like I know you'll do nearly anything to get there. So pick. Are you staying here? He nodded toward the comfortable queen bed. Or coming with me?
You will not cuff me to your bed?
No. The thought of lying beside Trees, their skin brushing, their eyes meeting in the shadows. It was dangerous, but her heartbeat quickened. Would he touch her? Would he seduce her? If he did, would she say yes? If she got scared, would he truly stop everything with a single word? Layla wasn't sure, but her curiosity was gnawing away at her good sense.
I will sleep with you.
Trees couldn't have been more shocked when those words fell out of Layla's mouth. Not here alone.
Cuffed to the bed? No.
If you're worried I'll come in here and take advantage of you while you're vulnerable, I won't. She took a long moment answering.
I know.
When had she finally figured that out? Good. Since I don't have any night lights, if you stayed in this room, you'd have the overhead light shining in your eyes.
You have other lights in your room?
Yeah. The dim LEDs built into the crown molding cast a soft glow onto his ceiling. It should be perfect for you.
All right. I will go with you.
Probably for the best, but it was going to be a long night. You need anything else before bed? A glass of water, maybe?
To finish the dishes.
There weren't many. They'll wait until morning. Can I talk you into sleeping in one of my t-shirts? She shook her head.
I cannot pay for it.
Of course not. As much as he hated this shit, he understood. How about if I let you do the laundry tomorrow to earn the shirt? Layla paused.
That is acceptable.
Great. He took her hand and led her back through the living room. It was so dark she tensed. For a moment, she clung to his hand, then had second thoughts and let go. Trees held in a curse as he whipped his phone from his pocket, letting the device illuminate the unfamiliar space around her. Layla sighed with relief, even smiling when they reached his room and he flipped on a light.
Thank you.
He nodded. Bringing her to his bed was probably a really fucking bad idea. Even the thought of her beside him in one of his t-shirts, asleep and trusting, made his cock ridiculously hard. What the hell would happen when he actually lay beside her? You had to give her the choice, dude. She would never trust you until you did. True, but he really hadn't expected her to choose his bed. And him. Worse, since realizing she'd been jealous of Madison, he wanted her 10 times more. And if he didn't think about something else, Trees feared he'd do something stupid, like touch Layla. She glanced around the bedroom, her gaze skimming his bulky wooden dresser, the tall king-size bed with its 4 posters, iron slats, and a blue comforter, along with the case full of books on the far side. The space was simple and comfortable, the way he liked it. Original floors, striped burlap rug, reclaimed wood on the walls. What did she think? He couldn't tell. Her face gave nothing away. Clearing his throat, he made a beeline for his dresser and pulled out a soft red shirt, then handed it to her. "You can change through that door. You need anything else?" She took it with a shake of her head.
"I will be back."
"Sure." When she disappeared into his bathroom, he double-checked the house alarm. Set. He checked the windows. Locked. He glanced outside at Barney. Yep, on his sleeping bag in his doghouse. Everything was as it should be, except his fucking nerves. It made no sense. He'd been sleeping beside Layla every night in the RV, so this wasn't new. But it was the first time she had chosen to sleep with him, and somehow that changed everything for him. Or it proved he was being ridiculous and he needed to stop thinking with his dick. Sighing, he grabbed something to wear from his dresser drawer, then shucked his jeans and donned nylon shorts for bed. As he yanked his shirt off, he heard the creak of the bathroom door and turned. His heart stopped. Layla looked fucking beautiful all the time, but in his faded red cotton tee that hung to her knees with her thick curls twisted on top of her head and a messy bun, she looked incredible. So feminine, so soft. 1,000 urges hit him at once. To hold her, to kiss her, to strip her, to sink inside her. But he also wanted to protect her, reassure her, promise her that all of the horrible things she had endured in the past, shit even worse than he'd suspected, would never befall her again. He swallowed as he set his discarded clothes on his nearby rocking chair. Layla just wanted to sleep, and he'd better get his shit together. "Comfortable?" Shyly, she nodded.
"Very. Show me how you prefer to have your clothes laundered in the morning, and I will take care of the rest."
Because a freaking ratty-ass shirt couldn't be free. "Sure." She bit her lip and wrung her hands.
"You have a nice room. Cozy."
"Thanks. Here." He turned on the ambient lighting above his crown molding and turned off the overhead cans, plunging the room into a hazy dim. It felt soft and golden. Intimate. Layla looked up, seeming to marvel at the muted illumination around her.
"I have never seen anything like this."
No shit. If she'd only ever lived in a rundown farmhouse and a drug lord's bunker, there were a lot of things she hadn't seen or experienced. "It's nice when I'm getting ready for bed. Helps to prevent stubbing my toe in the dark."
"You have done that?"
"More times than I want to admit." He smiled to set her at ease.
"I am sure your toes appreciate the improvement."
She gave him a ghost of a smile in return.
"I left my clothes folded on your bathroom counter. I hope that is all right."
"Fine." He crossed the room to the bed, tossed off the checked decorative pillows, then folded back the heavy comforter. "I'll, give you the left side of the bed. You'll be closer to the bathroom just in case." And he would be between her and every avenue of escape.
"Thank you."
She patted past him slowly, her eyes all over him. Because she was afraid he would put his hands on her? Or because she wanted him to? Trees couldn't answer that question as she climbed between his sheets and laid her head on his pillow, wrapping her arms around herself and curling into a ball. "You cold?"
"I will be fine."
He glowered at her. "That isn't what I asked. Are you cold?" She nodded. All you had to do was say so. Trees reached for the remote in his nightstand drawer and pressed the button. His electric fireplace snapped on, the hiss of blowing air soon distributing warmth through the room. He preferred to sleep cold since he put off heat like a furnace, but he would live with a little extra warmth tonight if it made Layla happy. That should warm up the place quickly. She sat up and gaped at the faux flames.
"It looks like a real fire. I have never seen anything like that either."
"It's nice ambiance, with a little bit of warmth when I need it." Layla nodded, then settled back onto her pillow with a contented sigh. "Good night, little one." She didn't say anything, simply curled up like a cat again and closed her eyes, long lashes brushing the tops of her cheeks. He should stop staring, but he couldn't do it. He just wanted to drink in everything about her. The little baby curls around her hairline that framed her face, the hint of roses in her cheeks, the full lips that beckoned him whether she smiled or frowned, the delicate hands that clutched the blanket under her chin protectively. In the real world, if he wasn't her bodyguard, she would never have looked twice at him. Trees knew he was a big brute without an ounce of polish. He was from flyover country. He hadn't finished college. Hell, he hadn't had running water most of his childhood. He lacked Zai's charisma, good looks, pedigree, and charm. Sure, he appealed to some women, but most were subs who wanted his gentle but firm discipline, not his handsome face or sparkling personality. And Layla might be the most gorgeous woman he'd ever laid eyes on. Graceful, sensual, stunning. What the fuck did she see in him? Safety? Or was her seeming acceptance of the comfort of his bed another ruse? Beside him, she shivered and scooted closer. Even from 2 feet away, he felt the chill of her feet. You want another blanket? He had a quilt in the closet. She gave him a drowsy-eyed glance.
No.
Then she inched closer. Shit, if that didn't make him harder. With a sigh, he plucked his phone from his nightstand and checked in with one of his online prepper groups. Yeah, all his friends thought he was crazy, racing now for the erosion of society into anarchy. When chaos ensued and there was no such thing as a supply chain anymore, he'd be set for years, and everyone else would be shit out of luck. He tried to focus on the community chatter. Live below your means. Duh. Store water in collapsible containers. Double duh. Don't store all supplies on one place. So fucking obvious. No wonder he was way more aware of Layla stretching beside him before balling up again, this time even closer. Her feet were seriously like ice. You're still cold, he set his phone aside. She didn't answer, simply opened her eyes and met his stare. Their connection zinged. Jesus, how was he supposed to stop himself from touching her? But after everything she'd been through, he had to. He didn't want to give her any reason to think that she had to pay for the food she'd eaten or the shirt she wore in ways other than the ones they'd negotiated. On the other hand, he couldn't stand doing nothing while she shivered. He sighed. Turn over.
What?
Lie on your other side.
And put my back to you.
The way she said it sounded like a giant hell no. I won't hurt you, Layla. I won't touch you without your consent. Remember, if anything is ever too much, you can stop me with a word. But I'm simply trying to help you get comfortable so you fall asleep. She hesitated before finally nodding and rolling onto her side, giving him her graceful nape and slender shoulders. He hooked an arm around her middle and dragged her against his body, avoiding the ache of his cock. Put your feet on me. She stiffened, but didn't move away.
I do not wish to make you uncomfortable.
I'll be fine.
All right.
She wriggled closer and pressed her 20 below feet against his thighs, then relaxed with a sigh.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Surely she felt him hard as fuck against the small of her back, but she wasn't freaking out. Did she trust him? Did she hope that if she didn't mention it, he wouldn't press her? Or did she not realize how fucking much she aroused him? Slowly her body lost its starch. She didn't fall asleep. He would have heard the change in her breathing. She was awake and completely relaxed against him. He tried to close his eyes and get some sleep. Tomorrow would be another day of potential surprises and hell. He had to be prepared. All he could feel was Layla's ass against his throbbing cock. All he could smell was the faint soap and feminine musk wafting from her soft skin. Fuck, he should have grabbed a few minutes in the shower with his bath gel in his hand. 5 minutes turned into 10, then into 20. Her breathing slowed and deepened, almost as if she'd dropped off, but not quite. To his surprise, she turned in his arms, facing him once more, and snuggled against him. Her head rested inches from his chest. He felt her every exhalation and shuddered at the thought of her breath bathing his skin. Trees would have sworn it was impossible, but his cock stiffened even more, weeping in need for her. But she was finally warmer. He could feel that in her toasty toes and the laxness of her muscles. He couldn't take that away from her just because his dick was nagging him like a toothache. It was going to be an excruciating night, but Layla needed to sleep in peace. He repeated that like a litany over and over, like a mental leash he used to jerk himself in line, until she sighed contentedly against him again.
Trees.
Then she pressed her lips against his chest. His whole body lit up. What? Her lashes fluttered open, and she speared him with a soft, sultry glance.
Will you kiss me goodnight?
Was she serious? Was she crazy? I don't think that's a good idea. Her full lips pursed into a pout.
Surely there is no harm in a kiss.
Layla, I'm not going to want to stop there.
I like kissing.
For Layla, that was a big admission. I like kissing too, but if we're not careful, it will lead to more.
It does not have to. Please.
Her eyes slid shut and she lifted her face to him, offering him her pillowy lips. He was a fucking goner. With a groan, he rolled her to her back, wrapped his arms around her, and took her mouth in a desperate kiss, barging his way past her lips. Instead of pushing him away, her arms curled around his neck and she opened to him without hesitation. Then he thrust his tongue against hers, into the deepest recesses of her sweet, silken mouth. God, she was heaven. She made his thoughts dissipate, his caution evaporate, and his desire roar. Experimentally, he pulled back. To his surprise, she followed, moaning in protest as she lifted closer to renew the kiss. Shit. Did she actually want this? Want him? Was this more than another escape attempt? Or was she merely trying to pay him for the roof over her head? That jerked him out of the moment. Why? Layla bit her lip.
Because you make me feel good.
You want that now?
I need it. Without you, I would feel so alone.
Without her sister and her nephew, her lifelines? He could see that. He understood it. He just wasn't sure he 100% believed it. I'm here.
Not as close as I want,
she murmured, pulling him back down to her lips. He didn't resist. What was the point? He could barely say no when she was reluctant, but when she was pleading in that husky, lost little voice. Trees covered her mouth again, sinking deep and groaning as she met him halfway. His fingers tangled in her hair. She clung to his shoulders. Their hearts beat together, and he felt her breathing quicken. Passion surged, scorching his blood. Fuck, how was he going to stop this? She met his groan with a needy whimper, then broke their kiss, panting.
Touch me.
A live wire of want jolted him. Did she know she was flirting with trouble? Layla,
please.
Son of a bitch. He slid a hand down to her thigh, carefully avoiding her abrasions, and lifted his fingers under the overlarge t-shirt, palming her hip. He made a shocking discovery. Layla wasn't wearing underwear. His raging heartbeat surged, thrashing against his chest as his fingertips continued their path up her body, dipping in with her waist, floating up her ribs, until he cradled her breast, thumbing his way over the rigid tip. She arched to him, sighing into his kiss. More? He asked.
Yes. I want to feel the explosion you made me feel before.
She wanted to come. He was happy to oblige. Impatiently, he worked at the big shirt covering her, sliding the cotton up her body until the hem settled against her collarbones. Then he dragged his lips down her neck, nipping at her ear until she shivered, before descending again, pressing kisses around the straining tip of her breast, until she dug her nails into him with a protest that sounded like something between a huff and a groan. He nosed his way up to her nipple, then dragged his beard down over it. She gasped and began to writhe impatiently. He soaked up every moment of her sensual distress, loving the way she gave her body over to him second by second. Finally, he closed his lips around the hard, rosy tip of one breast, pinching and twisting the other between his fingers. She responded with an anguished wail of need that torqued him up and urged him on. He upbraided her nipple with his tongue, then followed with a soft bite of teeth before sucking it deep. She grabbed him in a desperate grip.
"Trees."
"That's a good girl," he crooned. "Let me make you feel good."
"Yes. Yes."
Whatever else she meant to say dissolved into wordless pleading as he switched from one breast to the other and repeated the delicate torture, stoking her desire and keeping satisfaction out of reach. He wanted her to not merely want him, but to crave him like he craved her, a constant, clawing ache that would not be denied and would not go away. Beneath him, her legs spread, her hips lifted. Her lips skimmed his shoulder before she sucked at his neck, breathing hard against his skin, sending shudder after shudder down his spine. Fuck, this was quickly becoming a runaway train that he didn't see ending without him inside her, thrusting every hard, aching inch deep until she begged him for more with unintelligible words, then cried out in bliss. Trees wasn't thinking about anything else when he migrated a hand down her body, covered her pussy with his greedy palm, and shoved a pair of fingers inside her. Yep, wet. And not just a little. She was downright juicy, and the thought of her body softening and making way for his cock added another gallon of gas onto the raging fire between them. With a mule, she bit into his neck and gyrated herself against his hand, impaling herself on his fingers all the way to the hilt.
"Trees."
"Need more honey," he murmured against her breast. Frantically she nodded, spreading her thighs even wider, wrapping one of her legs around his, then lifting to him feverishly. How had this goodnight kiss gotten so out of hand so quickly? Does it matter? Are you really going to stop? Fuck no. Hector and Victor Ramos had done nothing but crush her spirit before they'd abused her trust and her body. If he could show her real pleasure and make her realize she deserved it, hell yeah. This wasn't forever. He knew that. Why would she be happy in his 3-bedroom ranch house in the middle of nowhere, Louisiana? It was nothing fancy, and he wasn't anyone special. But he could make her feel good and help her build trust until she returned to life with her sister, and eventually paired off with the man she would marry, whose children she would bear. Sometime with Layla was better than none, right? In theory, but her leaving might rip out his heart. Trees refused to worry about it now. He settled his thumb over her clit and thrust his way back into her mouth, making love to her lips like it might be the last time, because it very well might. He wasn't taking anything for granted. Beneath him she tensed. She tossed her head back, breaking their kiss, breathing so hard he could see her chest rising and falling in the shadows, her diamond-hard nipples leading the way. The sight of her, hot and wet for him, unhinged him. "What do you want?"
"More,"
she whimpered. The only way he could make that happen was to give her his cock. He shouldn't. She'd asked for a goodnight kiss. But she'd also egged him on, offering herself up and begging him to partake. No way he could say no to her. Fuck, Layla. All I do is want you. He shoved his basketball shorts down to his hips, carefully climbed between her thighs and gripped her as he desperately aligned his crest to her slick opening. "I burn and ache to have you."
"Why?"
I don't know. I always have. It's impossible to stop. He took her wrists in his grip and settled them flat on the bed, pinning her until she was beautifully helpless beneath him. Layla. He reared back and worked his cock into her a few inches at a time, drilling down, down, down into her sultry heat, so scorching and welcoming and wide open to him. Finally, he bottomed out and tossed his head back with a feral roar of pleasure. Layla.
Trees.
She tensed beneath him.
Red.
It took a long moment for that word to penetrate his haze of lust, but it finally stabbed its way into his consciousness. He stilled. Gritting his teeth and dying inside, he speared her with a demanding stare. Did you use your safe word? She nodded, breathing hard and choppy.
Yes.
Fuck. Gritting his teeth, every muscle in his body protesting, he withdrew from her and yanked up his shorts, then flung himself to the opposite side of the bed. What's wrong? What happened? The scabs on your thighs hurt too much. Layla whipped the shirt down to cover her breasts, staring at him in wide-eyed shock.
You stopped.
Of course. You safe-worded. She still looked confounded.
You told me one word would stop you, but...
He understood now. She hadn't believed him, so she'd tested him. Son of a bitch. I kept my word, Layla. If you need me to stop, I stop. I always will.
You did.
She still sounded shocked.
Thank you.
She softened, then inched across the bed toward him again. Every receptor in his body went off, and when she reached for him, wrapping her fingers around his shoulder and scooting even closer, his weeping cock ached to jump out of his shorts and burrow its way inside her again.
I did not believe you.
Clearly.
I am sorry. You do not have to stop everything,
she whispered, leaning closer.
I liked what you were doing.
Yeah, he'd liked it too. But he needed to make a few things clear to her. Trees pulled back, eluding her touch. Your safe word. You're only supposed to use it if you're in physical pain or mental distress. You use it to stop me so I can understand how I've hurt you, and we can discuss ways to ensure it doesn't happen again. It's not a tool to test me or a way to build your trust in me. If you have any doubt about a man, Layla, don't consent to let him between your legs. She looked hurt.
I understand. You're right.
You didn't know. Now you do. Don't use your safe word for anything other than its intended purpose again.
I will not. Can we resume now?
Having sex? In theory, yes. But she didn't get to yank his chain without suffering some consequences. Come with me. He grabbed her wrist and tugged her off the bed. She trailed him to the bathroom.
What are you doing?
He flipped on the jets in his big walk-in shower. Shirt off. Layla hesitated, her gaze searching. Yeah, she knew something was off, and she was trying to read him. Trees didn't explain, simply waited for her to comply. Finally, she drew his huge shirt over her head and handed it to him. He tossed it on the counter behind him without a word, then shucked his basketball shorts. He threw them on top of Layla's nightshirt. Her eyes bulged as she took him in from head to toe, her gaze lingering on his cock, standing straight up between them. Even her stare on him made his blood heat and his cock stiffen more. He was half a second from giving in to her. God damn it, she needed to understand that if she toyed with him, he would do the same to her. Get in, he gestured.
I do not need a shower?
You don't want to get wet? Fine. Stand in that corner. He pointed to the very back of the massive stall. You'll stay dry.
Why?
Because I can't give you an opportunity to escape. And because you need to understand what's going to happen if you play with my feelings again. Go. With her arms curled around her middle, she ducked past the rainfall head and tucked herself into the spot he'd indicated. It was a measure of progress that she complied, finally believing he would not beat or rape her. But he was too annoyed to be grateful. Her eyes never left him as he followed her in and stood under the overhead spray, letting the warm water sluice down his body. He braced his hands against the dark tile wall and closed his eyes as the heat rolled down his back. He tried like hell to let go of his tension, of his need for her. All the while he felt Layla's stare, both chastened and curious. Fuck, that wasn't helping. He wasn't coming down from the erotic endorphin high of having her underneath him, her pussy around him, squeezing tight as she begged him for more. Might as well get this shit over with. With a sigh, he reached for his shower gel and dumped a glop into his palm. Did you really want to have sex?
Yes.
Why? A long moment passed before she answered.
Because it feels different with you.
He didn't love being compared to her rapists, but she had no other comparison. He got that. It's different with you, too. I wanted you, more than I should probably admit. More than I can remember wanting anyone. Her shoulders slumped and she looked away.
I am sorry.
Honey, I understand you have trust issues. I know exactly why. I'm a patient man. I'll listen. I'll talk to you. I'll do my best to help you bury your fears. But I fucking won't let you misuse your safe word again. It's like crying wolf.
I will not. I promise. If you will come back to bed, I will be available to you in any way you want.
He shook his head. That ship sailed. I need you to be honest, and you weren't. Now neither of us is getting what we want tonight. That orgasm you asked me for? Denied. You just get to watch. Don't look away. He didn't explain more, simply lathered up the soap in his hands, faced her, braced his hand on the wall beside her head, and started stroking his cock with rough, unfinessed pulls. Layla gasped, her eyes glued to his motions.
You're self-pleasuring.
It wasn't even a pleasure now, just a point he was making. Yep, I don't masturbate much because I'd rather have a willing partner. But since you want to play games,
Trees,
the time for talking about it is over. Just watch me. She did, her eyes never wavering as he tugged his way up his cock and jerked back down. He was making a point, punishing her by withholding his touch and her pleasure. He felt almost nothing but anger and regret, until he realized her rapt eyes were on him. Her mouth gaped. Her heart raced. He'd bet she had a wet pussy, too. One he couldn't have tonight, damn it. Still, what began simply as discipline had turned into an unexpected thrill. He continued stroking himself. His shoulder burned, his biceps protested, and Layla just watched, worrying her bottom lip between her teeth, her eyes unwavering, her cheeks flushing. He needed more. He needed to be closer to her, to connect more with her. Trees closed his eyes and tried to imagine that Layla hadn't safe-worded out, that he was still inside her, still feeling her all around him, still one with her. It wasn't enough when he knew she was right in front of him. Look at me, he barked. She dragged her gaze up to him. Their eyes met. Zing. His veins and everything else flooded with pleasure. Her eyes darkened. Her nipples hardened. Their breaths mingled and merged. Neither blinked as they fell into the moment together. Suddenly, he didn't care about anything except their now. He ramped up his strokes, losing himself in her eyes, groaning as the end edged closer. In the silence broken only by their panting, she reached for him, touching his hip. Encouragement. Her thumb slid across his skin, leaving a burning arc in its path. That nudged him even closer to orgasm. He could feel it brewing, hot and deep, a churning urge only she could fulfill. Layla.
Trees,
she whispered back. Then she cupped his balls and pressed a kiss to his shoulder, his neck, his jawline.
I cannot stop looking at you. You're so strong and so male, so beautiful.
Then she laid her cheek against his, and he could hear her aroused, uneven breaths in his ear. He jolted again, his desire ratcheting up. Fuck it. If he was going to have to settle for coming by his own hand tonight, he was going to be as close to her as possible. He yanked his bracing palm off the wall and gripped her chin, forcing her to meet his stare. They were mere inches apart, almost nose to nose. He buried the head of his cock against her stomach and rolled against her, his thumb working the rim of his sensitive crest over and over. Need jacked him up. His blood boiled and pooled. His balls felt ready to explode. Layla. He couldn't say more. He was too far gone. But she understood.
I am here. I am with you.
And she was, with her wide eyes, red cheeks, and soft touch. That was all he needed. The sensation surged, creating a choke point of tingles that finally burst open and gave way to a geyser of ecstasy. He cried out, a hoarse sound of rapture that wouldn't be denied. His semen coated her skin and drove him to a higher, gasping peak of bliss that seemed to go on forever. Finally, the pinnacle broke and he tumbled into a heavy-limbed daze. His body felt momentarily sated, but he wasn't satisfied. Without being inside her, the orgasm had been hollow, like applying a Band-Aid when he needed a tourniquet. Fuck, how far gone was he for this woman? Trees jerked away. He needed some distance between them to sort out his thoughts. Quickly, he soaped and rinsed himself, then grabbed a towel and turned back to her. Clean up. I'll get you a towel. She blinked at him, almost pleading.
But I ache.
A glance down showed him her slick, swollen pussy. He almost groaned and gave in. But he was a dom. He had to be fair but firm. I know, but that's the consequences for using your safe word under false pretenses. Don't do it again.
I will not, but...
Her fingers trailed across her thigh, then burrowed between her puffy folds. She began rubbing in circles. He grabbed her wrist and stopped her. She howled out, her groans sounding pained. At any other time, he would let Layla have pleasure. Hell, she deserved it all day, every day. By his hand, by her hand, it didn't matter. But tonight he had to draw the line to ensure she didn't pull this shit again. No. He batted her hands away and washed her off, sending her a stern warning glare when she tried to circumvent him. Once she was clean, he let her out of the shower, dried her off, then shoved his big t-shirt back over her body. Get in bed. Go to sleep.
How am I supposed to do that?
When every part of her ached, he understood. Despite his self-induced climax, he felt it keenly and wondered if he would ever stop wanting her.
I will not sleep,
she said in begging tones. God, it was as if she knew how to push every single one of his buttons. He jumped into his basketball shorts and dragged her back to bed. Well, honey, that makes two of us. Chapter 9. It was dark 100 when his phone vibrated on his nightstand. Groaning after a sleepless night of Layla resting fitfully beside him, Trees grabbed his phone. If Zai was calling at this hour, it must be bad. What's up? Talk to me. We've got a problem, buddy. A jogger came past the office about 20 minutes ago and found a trio of bodies in the EM parking lot. All men, all mutilated. Given everything going on right now, I doubt that's a coincidence. Trees agreed. The Vic's anyone we knew? I don't think so. At least I've never seen any of these guys. We're waiting on IDs now, but the bosses called me here as soon as the police reached out to them. They all look to be Hispanic, late 20s to mid-30s, tatted up and rough. But it's hard to tell actual identities when they had missing eyes or noses. It's gruesome shit. Someone is sending us a message. God damn it. But who? And why? Was it a warning from Kimber's kidnappers? If so, why kill 3 unnamed men when they had the leverage of their pretty hostage? They could drive home whatever point they were trying to make without killing her. A finger here, a toe there. Trees had seen it done to speed along the ransom process. Was it retribution for Emilo's death by 1 Mile Walker's bullet? If so, why not go directly after him? Why hack up 3 unknowns? Or was another party with a different agenda jumping into this shit show? It was conceivable that more than one faction of the Tierra Caliente cartel wanted their hands on Valeria, not just Emilo's power-hungry father, Geraldo. Maybe someone else was throwing in their hat in the ring to fill the power vacuum left after Emilo's death. Trees didn't have a fucking clue. But he knew someone who might. Trees turned to find Layla curled up into a ball, finally sleeping soundly. I don't know who or why. Zai sounded frustrated. 1 Mile is on his way here. We're going to pull the security footage and see if we can find anything helpful. The police have swarmed the place too. Maybe they'll figure out something. But Zai sounded like he had as much hope as Trees. Cartels didn't get to be powerful by allowing themselves to be tripped up by local law enforcement. And as good as the Lafayette PD might be, they were no match for this lawless group of drug-pushing thugs who ruled half of Mexico and beyond. What do you want me to do? If I can get my hands on the crime scene photos, I'll send you the pictures. See if any of these faces look familiar to you. And make sure you've got Layla locked down. The bosses still want to use her as bait? As of last night, they have no new leads on Kimber, so yeah, I think that's still on the table. Sorry, I know how you feel about that. Tree's gut tightened as he pattered into the kitchen, started the coffee pot, and growled in Zai's ear. What if that was Tessa? What if the bosses wanted to dangle the woman you love as a tempting little morsel in front of a bunch of brutal criminals in a game of winner takes all? You'd be out of your fucking mind. Are you in love with Layla? Sighing, Trees glanced back at his bedroom, seeing her wrapped up with her pillow. I've never been in love. But if that's feeling like your head is upside down, your gut is in knots, and your heart has been through a blender, then there's a good chance. It's pretty much like that, buddy. Buckle up. Zai sounded grim. Things no better between you and Tessa? Nope, and I don't expect them to get better. But Zai still couldn't get over her. Trees feared his buddy was doomed for head-on impact with heartbreak, and there was nothing he could do to stop it except, you gotta find out if she's guilty, man. I know. Look, I know you don't want to, but if you investigate her and you can't find any evidence, then you can fight like hell for her without a shred of doubt. But if he uncovered her guilt, like Trees expected, Zai would crash hard. No matter what, his buddy would do the right thing. He always did because he had a core of honor. It was one reason they had adopted each other as brothers. Zai sighed. Yeah, I've avoided it because I don't want her to hate me if she finds out. But things can't get much worse. I'm sorry. The anguish in Zai's voice tore at Trees, too. Really, but I'm here for you no matter what. Thanks. And I'll send over the pictures as soon as I get the police out of my hair and get the images. I'll be here. With Layla? That going any better? No. Last night had been a hell he'd rather forget. Fuck, Zai laughed. We sound pitiful. I think it's because we've become pitiful. Sadly, I think you're right. We've got to fix that. Amen, Trees seconded. Never accept defeat. Ever. Talk to you later, buddy. Later, Trees said. Then Zai was gone. Trees wandered back into his bedroom and watched Layla turn, stretch, then cuddle up to his pillow. His gut kept telling him that the bodies in the EM security parking lot had something to do with her. He had no fucking idea what, though. How could a woman who was barely 5 feet tall and had only been a legal adult for a few years be even slightly responsible for this kind of violence? Suddenly, he had a feeling that there were missing pieces to this cartel puzzle EM security didn't know, and she might be able to fill in the blanks. And after last night, wouldn't she love for him to interrogate her? He sighed and started slamming back coffee. He had a bad feeling he was in for a fight. Layla woke to the smell of frying bacon and country music echoing from the kitchen. She stretched, staring at the clock. 10 a.m. With a gasp, she bolted upright, then realized she wore nothing except Treese's enormous shirt. The night came rushing back. It had taken hours for the ache between her legs to settle so she could finally drift off, but dreams had plagued her after that. Hot ones of her in Treese's arms, finishing what she had suddenly, and foolishly, stopped last night. Violent ones of her years in Emilo's compound. Terrible ones of her sister and her nephew in peril. The last time she'd looked at the clock, it had been nearly 4 a.m. Exhaustion weighed on her, but she had duties to attend to, dishes to wash, and laundry to do. She could not shirk those. Rising, she tiptoed from Treese's bedroom and peeked at him in the kitchen, broad and shirtless and muscled, his big bare feet hanging off the edge of the mat in front of the sink. Wincing, she tried to make her way undetected to her temporary bedroom. She probably looked horrible, and she felt even worse about last night. As soon as she brushed her teeth and changed her clothes, she would be more equipped to face him. Layla had barely taken 2 steps before Trees turned. "Morning." He didn't sound angry.
"Good morning,"
she said cautiously. "Breakfast?"
"If you will allow me to do the dishes."
"Absolutely."
"Then I will eat."
"Then come on." He crooked his finger. "It's ready."
"I need 5 minutes."
"Food will be cold by then." Was he suggesting she sit across the table from him and eat a civilized breakfast without underwear or a bra?
"Start without me. I will join once I am dressed."
Trees dropped the fork he'd been turning bacon with on the stove and approached her. "You're wearing enough to eat. What's the real problem?"
"I have on nothing beneath your shirt."
"I know." A clandestine glance down told her that aroused him. "I've seen it all, little one. More than once. I've had my mouth on it, too. But I won't jump on you, and you can always stop me with a word. Last night should have proven that." How could she explain this to him?
"What you might do does not worry me. It is the memories. Eating this meal dressed in almost nothing will leave me feeling exposed, like meals Victor and Hector forced me to endure."
His eyes narrowed. "Meaning?" The memories were humiliating, and Layla hated to talk about them. But if she was going to be with Trees until her sister let go of the foolish notion that they were safer apart, she should help him understand. Thus far he had seemed willing to listen and able to adapt.
"I will feel too vulnerable. The Ramos brothers took great delight in forcing me to various states of undress during meals."
"Did they fondle you while you ate?"
"Usually. Sometimes they also made me suck one or both of them while my meal sat on the table, waiting for the moment I earned it. It was not uncommon for Emilio and his lackeys to come in and out of the room while I performed these tasks. No matter how humiliated I felt, I was not allowed to stop."
"Bastards," he spat. "Did they ever make you service others?" Humiliation stung. She couldn't meet his gaze.
"Sometimes."
Son of a bitch. Trees looked ready to lose his temper. It warmed her that he seemed incensed on her behalf. "Did Victor and Hector force you to fuck others too?" She squirmed, but what good would lying do?
"When it amused or benefited them."
He lifted her chin until she met his probing stare. "Emilio?" Layla tried to hold back tears. She hated to show weakness, but it was futile.
"Yes."
"They forced you to have sex with your own sister's husband?" She nodded.
"They watched."
Trees clenched his jaw as his hands curled into fists. Clearly, he was fighting to hold on to his temper. "I'm sorry, little one. Truly." Layla felt desperate to change the subject.
I know you are angry about last night."
"Not angry. Let's be clear. Disappointed. I gave you my word, and you chose to test me. I understand why, and that's the reason I'm not mad. But now you know I keep my promises." Layla did. The lesson had been an unpleasant one, but she had never met a man willing to stop taking his own pleasure from a woman simply to make a point. Until Trees.
I believe you.
He cupped her cheek. Good. Then we're making progress. Now let's figure this out. Are you willing to eat with me, as you are right now, and believe that I'll respect your boundaries?
I worry about the memories.
They had been some of the most nightmarish of her life. What if they overwhelmed her and dragged her back to that dark place she knew too well? Then again, the last few days with Trees, she hadn't felt so hopeless. That realization shocked her. So did her certainty that her fears were from the past and in her head. She needed to move on.
But I will try not to let them overwhelm me.
He brushed his thumb across her bottom lip, making it tingle. Then he dropped a kiss to her forehead. If they do, you know your safe word. She frowned.
How will that help me?
I told you last night that saying red will also stop me from anything that brings you mental anguish. If you can't eat in front of me in nothing but that shirt, then say so. We'll discuss and come up with another plan. Was it really that simple? Trees sighed. If you're ever going to trust me, you have to at least try. He made a decent point, and not trusting him had always ended badly in the past. Victor, the coyotes, and last night's ache of desire that was still unsated. Maybe it was time to believe he wasn't like the others.
All right, I will try.
He guided her to the table, pulling out her chair.
Can I help you bring food to the table?
Trees just shook his head. Sit, I got it. You're doing the dishes, remember? Right now, I need to ask you some questions. There was a development overnight, and we're trying to understand it. That sounded ominous. Slowly, Layla sat.
What?
He ferried the bacon, a plate of eggs, and bowls of oatmeal to the table before sliding into the chair across from her. Dig in. Let's get some food down you before we dive into that. Layla didn't love putting off reality. Over the years, she'd learned that facing a situation was far more productive than burying her head in the sand. But she also suspected he put off the ugliness until she was fortified enough to face it. Silently, he forked bacon and eggs onto her plate. Way more than she could actually eat. But he only rolled his eyes at her protests, then passed her a bowl of oatmeal before adding a dash of milk and a sprinkle of brown sugar. After he consumed even more food, watching her with an unflinching gaze as she ate, he finally pushed his plate aside. She did the same, stunned to realize that he'd kept her so engaged during their meal that she hadn't felt afraid or self-conscious for even a minute. That spoke volumes about how much she was beginning to trust him. Layla leaned across the table, propping her chin in her hand.
Shall I do the dishes now, or—
Let's talk first. Help me understand the state of Tierra Caliente before EM extracted you.
What do you mean?
Emilio ran the operation in the bunker. That was his fiefdom, right? She shook her head.
His responsibility was bigger. He ran that region of the country, along with some foreign export operations.
He had help, didn't he?
Of course. Victor and Hector, his right and left hands, were always willing to lend their brain power, such as it was, and their muscle to enforce his rules as if they were laws. There were others, but they were bought and paid for. The Ramos brothers, they were intensely loyal to Emilio.
And where were they when you were rescued from Emilio's compound? Still inside? She shook her head.
About a year ago, Hector moved to the U.S. to spearhead another operation. I overheard that he married an American woman, but I do not know his wife's name or where they settled. Victor stayed behind to help keep operations and employees inside the compound in line.
Including her. If she'd thought life without Hector would be better, that she would have fewer degrading demands to adhere to, Victor had quickly dispelled that notion. You were gone from the bunker before Emilio was killed, right?
By several months. But I have no doubt the shock of his untimely demise staggered the cartel, and I am sure the infighting to assume his authority was almost instant.
Trees leaned in, all elbows. So there were factions, right? Groups infighting for supremacy.
Yes.
In any power vacuum, there always is. Trees nodded. Tell me about those. The situation inside the cartel had always been complicated. No one had ever explained the power structure to her, but merely by observing their behaviors and eavesdropping on their conversations, she knew who had likely been vying for power.
Emilio ran his operation inside Tierra Caliente, of course. He had loyal enforcers, Hector and Victor. Whatever power they had only existed because Emilio made it so. Of course, Emilio's father, Geraldo, presided over the larger operations of the cartel, not just in the region, but the organization as a whole. His word is law. He didn't often override his son's decisions on day-to-day operations. Emilio mostly had autonomy. But there were times. Yes, Geraldo would step in and block Emilio from some plan or plot. The whispers said that Emilio was not good with understanding the way the political winds blew. He especially did not do well appeasing local politicians. Geraldo often had to care for such things himself, but he tolerated Emilio's spotty competence because that was his son, and Emilio did a violently good job of eliminating competition. But after Emilio's death, Victor and Hector likely did their utmost to seize control of the compound and its operations. I doubt Geraldo would have tolerated that.
So it's possible those two factions are at war.
I am sure they are.
Trees rubbed at his chin in thought. Did Victor chase after you in Orlando because he didn't want to let you go? Or is it possible he had a more political reason for pursuing you? She gathered her knees to her chest.
Probably both. Victor never liked losing his toys, but the Ramos brothers and Geraldo have been trying to get their hands on Jorge since his birth, I guess because he is the future of the cartel, the heir apparent.
Whoever controls the boy controls the organization? Layla shrugged.
It sounds silly because Jorge is not yet 2, but I can think of no other reason why both factions want Valeria, and thus my nephew, so badly. If either side captured me, they would merely use me as a bargaining chip.
To get their hands on Jorge. I get it. He frowned. But it doesn't add up. The cartel is running without Jorge. And how does either side think a toddler will forward their business?
It puzzles me too. Except I suspect they intend to groom him to take over one day.
Trees sighed like he was about to impart bad news. 3 men were murdered sometime overnight. Their killers dumped their bodies in the EM security parking lot, almost like they intended to send us a message. But we don't understand. The victims' identities are unknown, but they are all Hispanic with lots of ink, between late 20s and mid-30s. That describe anyone in particular you can think of? Was he kidding?
Victor and Hector had those loyal to them, and thus Emilio. But they always suspected Geraldo had his spies on the inside, telling him everything his son did. But they were all men, all pigs, almost all fit that description.
With a frown, Trees leaned back in his chair. Spies? If Geraldo didn't trust his son, why would he give Emilio responsibility for a chunk of his empire?
I cannot say. I only met the man a few times. Thankfully, he found me beneath his notice.
Thankfully?
He terrified me. Emilio was violent and ruthless, but ultimately greedy and lazy. Sloppy. I do not think he would have ever been capable of running the whole Tierra Caliente cartel. I think his father tried to make it so by giving him the necessary experience, but it was beyond Emilio. Geraldo, however, is the perfect kingpin. Shrewd, strategic, even diplomatic when need be. Of course, he is also ambitious and not afraid of violence. Victor described him as something of a chameleon, able to rub elbows with government dignitaries as easily as criminals. He knows exactly which moves to make, which people to pay off, and who he cannot trust.
Good to know. Zai will send over some pictures of the dead bodies when he gets them together. Will you look at them for me? Layla wasn't sure if she could identify anyone, but she was willing to try.
Of course.
Thanks. Why don't you shower and get dressed? Then you can do the dishes and start the laundry. I need to work on a few things." With a nod, she stood. Teresa's stare swept up and down her body. She flashed hot. Self-consciously, she tugged at his shirt, trying to drag it below her knees in a futile effort to feel less seen. But unlike the Ramos brothers, his stare wasn't a precursor to sexual demand. Trees merely rose to his feet, withdrew his phone from his pocket, and headed to the corner of the house that contained his home office, the room beside hers. After a shower, she realized she had nothing clean to wear until she finished laundry. So she donned Teresa's overlarge red tee again, gathered all the dirty clothes, then started the washing machine. While the clothes agitated, she cleaned the kitchen. That left her with nothing to do, a state she hated. So she made Teresa's bed, then started tidying the rest of the house. As the weather warmed, he left his office. Together they made lunch, then ate in relative silence. Afterward, he took her out back to better acquaint her with Barney. The big black dog still intimidated her, especially when he growled at her approach. But soon enough, he sniffed her outstretched hand, took a treat from her, and allowed her to pet him. Perhaps they would never be best friends, but she would settle for him not biting off her leg. Back inside, afternoon shadows turned to evening. With that came thoughts of bedtime. Would Trees invite her to sleep there again? If he did, would they finish what she had so abruptly ended last night? Layla wrestled with her mixed feelings as she tried to find interest in a telenovela. Eventually, the dramatics of the characters seemed too foolish to waste even another moment, and she drifted around the corner from her bedroom. The door to Trees' office was cracked enough to see the darkness inside, broken only by the glow of his computer monitors. As she hovered in the doorway, his phone rang. He swiped it off the desk with a curse. "What's up, Munoz? Any break on Kimber's case?" Layla didn't mean to eavesdrop, but as she stepped back to give him privacy, his next words stopped her. "No. Fuck no. Listen, let's cut the shit. Layla is safer here than anywhere else. Every inch of my land is monitored, and no one can set foot anywhere on it without me knowing. I'm armed to the teeth. I'm ready for any battle, even the fucking apocalypse. You know that. Everyone on the team does. The only reason you and the Edgington brothers told Walker to come get Layla is because you think I'm fucking guilty of being your mole." Shock froze her. Was it possible? Ever since their Orlando safe house had been breached, she had been wondering who inside their organization had leaked information to the wrong ears and exposed her family's location to Emilio. But Trees? In the past few days, she'd come to believe he was forthright, that he kept his word, that he was one of the good guys. Isn't every man? Until money is involved. Was it possible he had sold out? Would his own bosses think he was guilty if he hadn't? She had to do something to protect herself, to protect Valeria and Jorge. Thoughts racing, Layla tiptoed away from Trees and rushed to her bedroom, shutting the door with a barely audible click. She didn't want to believe Trees would betray her and her sister to men determined to kill them, then lie about it. But she hadn't managed to stay alive in a dangerous criminal underworld without being cautious and using whatever connections she had. She plucked up her burner phone and dialed one of the few numbers she knew by heart. On the second ring, she got an answer and exhaled with relief. "Hello?" The voice was cautious, but thankfully familiar.
"Senor Walker, it is Layla Torres."
"You okay?" He wasn't much for small talk, which suited her.
"I need to ask you a question."
Walker would be bluntly honest. In Emilio's compound, their mutual desperation to escape had led them to team up. His 3 weeks in captivity had almost killed him. Her 6 years there had nearly destroyed her. She had found an outside line of communication to her sister to facilitate EM Security's arrival. 1 Mile had hatched a plan to put them in the right place at the right time for their rescue. Together they had succeeded. Then, when their first safe house in St. Louis had been breached, Walker had helped her and Valeria flee to Florida with perfect precision. He had never once made her doubt his loyalty or his intentions. Should you really doubt Trees now? She didn't want to. After all, EM Security's owners might be wrong. Or maybe there was a misunderstanding. It might even be an accident. Of course, she wanted to find some way, any way, in which Trees wasn't guilty. But was that realistic? Was that her foolish heart talking? After all, she had only known the seemingly gentle giant a handful of days. But she had known the nature of men for years. Which should she really trust? Shoot, I've got a few minutes. I'm just waiting for my fiancé to finish talking to the florist. Our wedding is in 2 weeks. He was getting married? Layla would have sworn the taciturn sniper wasn't the sort to take a wife, but he sounded downright happy. She was thrilled for him, but she had to get answers while she could.
I am calling about Trees.
Talk to me. His cautious note set her on edge.
Why do your bosses want you to watch over me instead of him?
I'm sure they've got their reasons. But his growl made her think he didn't disagree.
Is it because they believe that, in the past, he has leaked our whereabouts to Emilio?
Fuck, he spewed. Where did you hear that?
It does not matter. What I want to know is if you think it is true.
He sighed. Look, I don't want to throw a teammate under the bus. He seems like a good guy and all, but here's what I know. Last October, when we suddenly moved you to Florida, it was because we spotted Emilio in St. Louis, close to your house. We couldn't fucking figure out how he knew you and your family were even in the city. I worried we had a mole, and I worried it was Trees because he was with me when I got taken by Emilio's goons. Somehow, the lucky son of a bitch escaped. When I got free, I tested my theory that it was him by sending the exact address and the schematic of the St. Louis safe house to him via the office secretary. Within 24 hours, Emilio broke in through the back door with every intention of killing your sister. I don't know who else to blame.
The secretary, perhaps?
Layla winced. She really wanted Trees to be innocent, and it was breaking her heart that the EM operative she trusted most was putting the nails in that coffin. I don't think Tessa has the know-how or the connections. But Trees did.
I see. So he's guilty of selling you out.
I wish I didn't have to say it, but I'm afraid so. Chapter 10. The only reason you and the Edgington brothers want Walker to come get Layla now is because you think I'm fucking guilty of being your mole, Trees growled into the phone, wishing he could reach through and tear Munoz a new asshole. Sure, he was pissed off that his own boss thought he was guilty and wouldn't man up and admit it. But he was way more hacked that the standoffish fucker had made the unilateral decision to take Layla away from him. We think she would be safer with him, and she trusts him. Last I heard, the same couldn't be said for you. But you need an update. We've made progress. I've got her talking. I'm getting valuable information. Walker can get it too. My mind is made up. Unmake it, goddammit! He gripped the phone so tight he risked breaking it, and he didn't care. How is Walker going to keep her safe? He's one of the best fucking snipers in the world. We both know bodyguarding isn't your strength, and we have other jobs for you. Let's seriously cut the shit. If I was going to sell out Layla and her sister, I could have done that in Florida, or anywhere along the road the last couple of days. Hell, I wouldn't have saved her when she fucking ran off in Orlando and was almost abducted by one of Emilio Montilla's thugs. What? Joaquin sounded ready to blow a gasket. Of course that was news. The bosses had been busy, and he hadn't broadcast all that shit to them. Yeah, and if I was the kind of backstabber just here for the cash, I could sell her, and all of you, out right now. But I haven't. I won't. She is safe here. I would lay down my life to make sure of that. In his ear, Joaquin sighed. The circumstantial evidence is pretty damning. Ever think someone might be framing me? Munoz didn't have an answer for that. Trees barged into his silence. Getting real? I know you three tasked Zai with proving I'm the mole. He fucking told you that? He had, but no way would Trees throw his buddy under the bus. I could tell by the way he acted. You can't know someone as well as I know Zai and not realize his behavior was off. And I didn't have to guess too hard to figure it out. I can't prove to you that you're wrong, but you are. Maybe we are. Maybe we're not digging deep enough. But we can't unpack that right now. We have our hands full trying to figure out who's holding Kimber and where, so which is another thing. Trees cut in. Your little plan to dangle Layla as bait in some staged hostage exchange? No, that's not happening. You're going to get her killed. And Kimber, too. From what I've managed to coax from Layla, these aren't people you fuck with. You think we don't know that? We've been in that compound, 1 mile more than once. They left him with a long hospital stay and a broken jaw as souvenirs. You never even made it inside, so don't lecture us on how ruthless these sons of bitches are. They'll never fall for that old fucking trick you're trying to play. They might not, but we don't know unless we try. Joaquin sighed. We're running out of options. Every hour that ticks down is another hour we wonder if and why Kimber's abductors would bother to leave her alive. A dead captive does them no good. That's what we're banking on, but they're running out of patience. We all feel it. Instead of playing defense, we need to go on the offensive and put an end to this. By offering up Layla regardless of the risk to her? No. It's not your choice. She said yes. Fuck. Trees wanted to punch Joaquin, mostly because he was running out of logic to fight back. And he didn't dare admit to his boss that he was falling for the woman whose body he had done far more to than guard. Give me 24 hours more with her. She's beginning to trust me. With the information she has, she can likely help you locate Kimber and... No, she can't. Do you know the players in this cartel drama? Everyone involved. The factions fighting each other and why. Who the power players are and who's likely to win. She does. Then I'll come get her and question her. She was systematically and repeatedly raped for 6 years. Believe me when I tell you that winning her trust took time. You're telling me you managed to do it in 4 days. Not 100%, but I'm still 4 days ahead of you. Want to start the clock over? Will Kimber last that long? That's where Walker comes in. She trusts him. And we're back to the fact that there's no place more secure to keep Layla than here. Joaquin didn't answer right away, and Trees could all but hear him gnashing his teeth on the other end of the line. Finally, his boss cursed. You have 24 hours. If we don't see some fucking progress by then, you'll turn her over to Walker, no questions asked. Agreed? Trees hesitated, his thoughts churning. He didn't want to agree to this shit. Who else would understand Layla's urge to barter for her necessities? Her fear of the dark. Her need for a firm but gentle hand. Not Walker. But he also didn't have much choice. Fine. I'll get you usable information by tomorrow evening. If you don't, we'll be taking Layla off your hands. Trees signed off with a grunt, then stabbed the button on his phone to end Joaquin's call. Why the fuck couldn't he convince his bosses that he wasn't a dirty sellout? Whatever. He didn't have time to rail about it. He needed to dig through Layla's thoughts and memories and come up with some theory about who kidnapped Kimber and why. What she'd spilled this morning told Trees a lot more than he'd known before. Maybe even more than anyone else at EM knew. Had any of them asked either of the sisters questions? Maybe they had, and Trees was just in the dark because they thought he was the traitor. But if they hadn't, Layla and her knowledge might be the key to solving their problems. Trees put his computer to sleep, then left the office in search of Layla. Dragging in a deep breath, he knocked on her slightly ajar door. It squeaked open. She spun to face him. Her guarded expression told him instantly that something was wrong. Layla? He entered the room slowly, gaze searching. Little one?
I am fine.
She refused to look at him. No, you're not. What happened? He reached for her hand. She recoiled. Trees cursed. Something he'd done had freaked her out. The only thing that had happened between the last time they had talked and now had been Joaquin's phone call. she'd overheard. He tried to stay calm as he retreated to lean against the frame of her bedroom door. It was the perfect spot for 2 reasons. 1, he had backed off, which hopefully would lower her anxiety. 2, she couldn't leave the room without going past him. They were having this out now.
Nothing.
She didn't meet his stare.
I am tired.
He couldn't call bullshit. She'd been awake half of last night. He'd felt her restless and unsettled beside him. The dark circles bruising her eyes underscored that fact. Want to nap?
Yes.
Great. You know the rules. If you want to stay in this room alone, I'll need to cuff you. Her big eyes widened.
I will not run.
Yes, you will. You overheard me on the phone with my boss. You think I'm EM Security's mole.
I do not know what you mean.
He eyeballed her. You're a horrible liar. And if you'd think about this for more than 2 minutes, you'd realize I've done nothing but try to keep you safe since the moment I met you. But we need your help. We need information to try to rescue Kimber.
What makes you think I can help?
Their ransom demand is Valeria's whereabouts. Layla paled, then lurched for her phone. Trees hauled across the room and grabbed her wrist before she could dial. Your sister is perfectly safe. The Edgington brothers have no intention of trading your sister for theirs.
You think I should simply believe you? Risk Valeria because you gave me hollow assurances?
I'm giving you logic. If they surrendered their client to get Kimber back, their reputations would be toast and their business would fold. Their livelihood's gone. Forever. Besides, they're too smart to play this game the kidnapper's way. But they need help. Information you have that no one else does. If we can uncover the identity of Kimber's kidnapper, we can take the fight to them, and we'll be better equipped to keep you and your family safe. He watched Layla consider his words, just like he saw the moment she decided cooperating made sense.
What do you wish to know?
Where the hell should he start? Of the 2 factions fighting for control of Emilo's territory, you have any thoughts about which side is more likely to have taken Kimber? Layla paused, clearly considering.
When and how did the kidnapping occur?
Trees relayed everything Caleb and Deke had told the office the day Kimber had disappeared, including the forewarning her father had received. That's all I know.
That tells me nothing. I'm sure both sides are well aware of Colonel Edgington, probably his daughter too. I do not understand why they would threaten the man after he retired. Why not give the lipstick and the warning to one of your bosses, or to her husband?
A question Trees had wondered himself. You can't think of a reason? Slowly, Layla shook her head.
The picture delivered with the lipstick is obviously of consequence. Retribution for stealing Valeria from them, most likely. The cartel very much believes in revenge.
Trees didn't doubt that. The men who participated on that mission were targeted. My bosses and the colonel. The other guy in the photo is an operative named Blaze Beckham. I've never met him. That name mean anything to you?
No.
Now that Trees thought about it. The person with the closest connection to nearly everyone involved in Valeria's rescue is Kimber. She's the colonel's daughter, my boss's sister.
Both Geraldo and Emilo's underlings are crafty enough to find the loved one important to all. That does not give me enough information to pinpoint who might be behind Kimber's abduction. It is perhaps more likely to be those loyal to Emilo since Hector is in the United States. Once here, he could move about freely and get close enough to take her. He is the kind of creeper who enjoys stalking a woman and pouncing when she least suspects it.
Then raping them in the most cruel, humiliating ways. Trees kept that thought to himself. Do Geraldo and his thugs have trouble getting in and out of the country?
I do not know.
I doubt it. The kind of money Geraldo had influenced people and opened doors. So it's still possible either faction is responsible. Since that train of thought seemingly led to a dead end, Trees tried another. Tell me what happened to the compound after Valeria was gone. You were left behind. Was Emilo upset or furious that she had escaped? Did he want her back? Or did he think it was good riddance?
He was furious. I've never seen him so angry. Honestly, that puzzled me because he barely noticed her. She was a possession to him, a thing mostly beneath his notice. He was neither kind nor faithful. He did not care about my sister. I assumed he would be happy to be rid of her. I hoped he would release me too. After all, I would be one less bother. Instead, he gave Hector and Victor more tools to make certain I did not slip through their fingers. Then he took his anger out on me.
He raped you more. Layla hesitated, then nodded, her gaze skittering away. He tipped her chin up until she met his stare again. Listen to me. That isn't your fault, and that isn't your shame.
I know you are right, but logic does not stop the feelings.
Her answer broke his heart, but when Trees made to gather her in his arms, she backed away. Because she was focused on helping Kimber, or because she still thought he was the mole?
Later, I realized that Valeria had been pregnant with Jorge when she escaped. Emilio probably realized it too.
That made sense. The drug lord might not have wanted his wife, but he would want his son. Did your sister know she was pregnant when she left?
That was the reason she fled. She knew her son would have no future except that of a criminal if she gave birth in that compound. So while EM Security was rescuing another captive, an influential doctor's daughter who had been abducted while providing medical assistance to poor villages, Valeria begged the team to take her with them.
Why didn't they take you too?
Nothing was planned, and everything happened too fast. That night I was pinned between Hector and Victor.
When she trailed off, Trees fought down fury. Layla had suffered so much after Valeria's getaway. How could she have simply left her sister behind? Isn't that what you did to your siblings? Didn't you see the opportunity to escape poverty and grab it with both hands? Yep. And with a baby on the way, Valeria would have been even more motivated to escape. Trees sighed. So we're back to wondering why grown-ass drug dealers care that there's a toddler out there with Emilio's blood.
It seems. If Emilio wanted his son back, I can think of no reason Hector and Victor are determined to grab Jorge, except to fulfill the man's last wish.
Then what would they do with the boy? Trees scratched his head. Jorge only has value for the Ramos brothers if he has value for Geraldo too. A bargaining chip, if you will. After all, he is Geraldo's grandson.
True. But he is even more valuable now that Emilio is dead. He was Geraldo's only son.
Emilio's sister is gone too. Clara tried to kill Walker's fiancée a couple of weeks ago to avenge her brother after 1 Mile gunned him down. Walker and his buddies ended her.
An eye for an eye,
Layla murmured. Then she frowned.
Was Clara the only one who pursued Walker for killing Emilio? No reprisal from Geraldo?
As far as I know, he didn't lift a finger. Trees followed her logic. But why would Geraldo go to such lengths to get his hands on Jorge, yet not avenge his son? Layla shrugged.
I can only guess his reasons. Geraldo's relationship with Emilio was complicated. Perhaps he had resigned himself to the fact that his son was ineffective and would never be fit to lead the cartel. He was not good at his tasks.
Layla sighed in frustration.
I cannot think of the right word.
Emilio was a fuck-up.
Yes.
Would Geraldo want the fuck-up's son?
Since Jorge is the only family he has left, likely so.
Slowly, Trees took that in. Let's work off that theory. Both sides are looking for you or Valeria because they want Jorge. The Ramos brothers to use as a pawn, and Geraldo because Jorge is the last of his blood, not to mention the heirs of his nose candy empire.
Yes, but I still cannot say which side is more likely to have kidnapped Kimber.
He'd been afraid of that. Maybe once we see the pictures of the bodies dumped in the EM Security parking lot, we'll get clarity.
Maybe.
Until then, let me convince you I'm not the mole who endangered you and your family. She gave him a wary glance.
How?
I don't have any proof it wasn't me, but you know me, Layla.
Do I?
He sighed. When have I not been a man of my word?
I find trust hard.
Of course you do. And he knew why. Arguing about that did no good. Neither did spewing logic. He couldn't refute her feelings. He simply had to give her reasons to doubt those worries. Tell me how I can convince you.
There is nothing you can do.
He wouldn't accept that. Listen to your gut. What is it telling you?
My gut has no facts. You were with Walker when he was taken in Mexico.
There was only one way she could know that, goddammit. You talked to him. And Walker had thrown him under the bus. Of course, in Walker's shoes, Trees would probably think he was guilty as hell too. Layla stared stonily.
Yes. Is it true?
Trees nodded. He had nothing to hide. We went to Acapulco together on a mission. The afternoon we arrived, we stopped at a restaurant for an early dinner. In the parking lot afterward, we were surrounded by Emilo's thugs. Walker tossed me the keys and told me to get help. I drove away only to pass out a mile or two up the road because our food had been drugged. The police found me in their parking lot 12 hours later. She sent him a considering stare.
What about Emilo's break-in at the St. Louis house? Senor Walker sent you the address and the floor plan.
No. He sent it to our receptionist, Tessa, to send to me. Since I didn't give it to Emilo, she must have. There's no one else it could have been. Layla looked skeptical.
Why would she do that?
Money, I guess. She's a single mother whose boyfriend ran out days before her daughter was born. Making ends meet has probably been tough. And before you ask how she would have made the connections necessary,
I would not. The cartel will make themselves known to anyone they find useful.
He hadn't considered it like that, but... Exactly. Trees was racking his brain for another argument to convince Layla he'd never sell her out when she crossed her arms over her chest.
I would like to be alone. I need to think.
To decide if he was guilty? That put him on edge, but he didn't have any good reason to refuse, other than the thought of losing her scared the ever-loving shit out of him. All right. The doors and windows are locked. The alarm is set. We should start dinner in an hour.
I am not hungry. I will sleep here tonight, alone.
Cuffed, with the overhead light shining in your face. Would she stay here under conditions she hated, simply to avoid him? Layla hesitated, then nodded.
Yes.
Trees lay in his solitary bed, eyes glued to the light filtering across the house from Layla's bedroom. It was hard as steel, but with her around, that wasn't new. What was? Missing her. The big bed he'd always loved having to himself, so his long arms and legs had spreading out room, felt too empty. One night beside her and she'd ruined him. In his head, he replayed the moment he'd cuffed her to her bed for the night, her still wearing his t-shirt with a wary expression. She looked beautiful, with her dark hair spilling across the white pillow, and he'd give anything to know if she was any closer to trusting him. But he had to be patient and let her work that out in her head. Trees sighed and stared at the ceiling. Despite being exhausted, he suspected it would be a long night. On his nightstand, his phone vibrated. The distraction was almost a relief until he scooped up the device and got a glimpse of the screen. Why the hell would Zai be calling him after midnight? Buddy, my fucking life is over. That's dramatic. Trees returned tongue-in-cheek, mostly because Zai sounded half-sauced. Yep, but that's how it feels. Trees frowned. Are you drinking? Abso-fucking-lutely. Zai sighed. I don't know what the fuck to do. Tessa is our mole. Go on, you can say you told me so. Trees bolted straight up in bed. You sure? How did you figure it out? Not 2 hours ago, I gave her a cover story. Disinformation I hadn't spewed to anyone else. It didn't take long for the cartel's communications on A-Buzz to light up like fireworks. Fuck. That was bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, me too. Especially since I just got off the phone with Hunter Edgington. He's pissed that I went rogue and decided to test her on my own. He feels stupid for being wrong too. He was convinced it was you. No surprise there. You're off the hook with him, so there's that. But the other bosses need convincing. I've got 6 hours to give them proof it's Tessa before they move on it. While Zai's heart was shattering, Damn. You need help? Yeah. In that rough syllable, Trees heard his best friend's broken hopes for a future with Tessa and wished he could say something to make it better. Do you need me to come out there and get you? He wasn't sure what he'd do with Layla, but if Zai needed him, he'd figure it out. No, I'm not trashed. I just need you to help me figure out how Tessa could have been the mole all along. She was on maternity leave during the first information leaks. You got it. I'll put on a pot of coffee and be waiting for you. Thanks. Zai hung up with a sigh that sounded more than tired. It was eat a bullet weary. That worried the hell out of Trees. With a curse, he rose and tossed on some sweatpants and a tee, then headed across the house to Layla. He half expected to see her curled on her side, tresses tumbling behind her, as they always did in sleep. Instead, she lay on her back, gaze glued to the ceiling. Layla?
What?
She jolted, then scrambled to pull the covers closer. It wouldn't do any good to remind her that he'd already seen and touched all the parts she tried to hide. Even so, glimpsing the outline of her nipples through her shirt set his libido off again. Every time he fucking looked at her, he felt as if he hadn't had sex in decades, rather than being deep inside her mere days ago. Zai is on his way over. It's work. I won't be getting to bed anytime soon, so if you want me to uncuff you...
Please.
He approached. The closer he came to her, the faster his heart raced, chugging like mad when he sat on the edge of the bed and took her hand in his. If tonight works out the way I think, I can prove I'm not the mole who sold your whereabouts to the cartel. Something brightened her eyes. Hope? Before she blinked it away.
If you can prove it, I will listen.
Trees didn't blame her for being skeptical, but it frustrated him. I wish you'd try to believe me regardless.
Why do my feelings matter? You are my bodyguard. You are paid to keep me safe, nothing more.
Was she serious? You think there's nothing else between us? Can you look me in the eye and tell me you don't feel a thing for me? Layla looked away.
Are you going to uncuff me?
Yeah. It wouldn't do any good to press the issue. Seconds later, she was free. He left the room before he spilled more of his heart and headed to the kitchen. He flipped on the coffee pot before heading out front, shotgun in hand, to breathe in the crisp night air. 20 minutes later, Zai pulled up and stepped off his bike, gesturing to the firearm. Is that your idea of a warm welcome? I can go if you're that adamant about sleep. Ha, just being cautious, keeping out the riffraff, you know? But now that you're here, maybe I should shoot you just for the hell of it. Pass. Zai sighed. Sorry, I'm all out of jokes. Trees didn't doubt that. Frankly, he felt pretty much the same. Yeah, you look like someone shit all over your life. I was just trying to lighten your mood. I appreciate that, but don't. All right, I'll zip it. As his buddy hung his helmet on his handlebars, Trees opened the front door. Where's Layla? Since Zai had enough going on with the Tessa situation, Trees gave him a flippant answer. In her room, waiting for me to fall asleep before she'll risk getting into bed and closing her eyes. She still doesn't trust you. She doesn't trust anyone. I'm trying not to take it personally. Even if it's not a knock against you, that's got to be hard. You're the dude most people trust with whatever they value. Vehicles, pets, girlfriends. Yeah. Wasn't irony a bitch? She's not most people. Is she making noise about wanting to be with her sister? Tree stepped inside the house and locked the shotgun back in its case. Some, but Valeria admitted to Layla she's the reason they're apart. At least she's not blaming you. Did she ever let you buy her warmer clothes? Negative. No offense, buddy, but could we talk about your misery instead? Besides, the clock to build the boss's timeline of Tessa's guilt was ticking down. Why not? Everyone else is. Together they made their way to the kitchen, and Zai folded himself into a chair as Trees poured coffee and slid a mug across the table. Sorry, man. Tell me what happened. Zai did, explaining that he'd fed Tessa his cover story. It had taken less than an hour for his disinformation to spread through their community on A-Buzz. Tree suspected he'd heard the G-rated version of events because, even at a glance, it was obvious Zai hadn't managed to stay out of Tessa's bed. And that had fucked with Zai's head even more. "This is killing you, and you still love her," Zai frowned. "I try to tell myself I don't, that I'm in love with who I thought she was, and I miss what it seemed we had. But I can't lie to myself. She double-crossed me, and she would only do that for some reason she thinks is necessary. And I can't make myself unlove her. I know. It was fucking sad." Trees had always suspected that when Zai fell, it would be real and lasting. He'd never imagined the reciprocation would be a lie. "She's not capable of intentionally hurting people she cares about, which says she could only do this because she doesn't really give a shit about me at all." And that was killing Zai. "I don't believe that. I've watched her. I've seen the way she looks at you, and I think she loves you. At least as much as she would let herself." The attachment was there, but Trees suspected that Tessa loved money more. "Any chance she doesn't understand the ramifications of what she's doing?" "No. Maybe whatever you're going to say, no. Don't try to make this better. You can't. So let's just get this shit done. The bosses want a timeline of the mole's activities, so I guess we'll start at the beginning. Go through the backups, see what you can find in the electronic records on the EM servers." "How long do you have?" Zai glanced at his phone. Another 5 hours, give or take 10 minutes. Tree scoffed. "The bosses don't want the fucking world or anything. They never do. I've got a spare computer in the office. Would you grab it? I'll start capturing the data sets and pulling them down. Once I've got them, I'll show you what we're looking for. Then you can search the records too. This will go twice as fast if we look." "Sure, on it." Zai disappeared down the hall. After a few minutes and a minor run-in with Layla, they settled back at the kitchen table. "You ready to do this?" Trees tried to focus on the task at hand. "As I'll ever be. I've got the data sets ready. We need to account for all the breaches in EM Security's information, times when the enemy seemed to know shit they shouldn't have, and see if we can trace it back to any communication from Tessa. Identify who it was going to and how she might have passed the information." Zai nodded. "So, what am I looking for?" "Anything. Emails, website hits, logins to online locations that seem fishy. If I have to drill down to the keystroke level, I will. But let's see what we can establish without that, since months of that info would take more than 5 hours to comb through." "Sure. You take January through March. She was on maternity leave most of that time, so the majority of the emails and communications you'll be sifting through will belong to Aspen." Trees almost winced when he said the temp's name. "Oh, God help us all. I'd forgotten about her." "I'd like to." Trees rolled his eyes. "I'll take April through August and see what kind of patterns emerge. Oh, and be sure to look at any cookies, plugins, or other programs she might have downloaded. I compiled a list of EM-approved software." He slid the paper on the table between them. "Anything else is something she would have downloaded without telling the bosses and worth looking at. If you have questions about what you find, holler. I'll figure it out. Thanks." Obviously, he wasn't grateful at all. How could he be? Actively working to gather evidence against the woman he loved? Trees reached across the table to slap his shoulder in support. "You're welcome." Then they both dived in. Trees worked faster since Zai's specialty wasn't tech, but demolitions. Trees didn't pretend to be anything but functional when it came to blowing shit up. "What is toy voyaging?" Zai asked suddenly. "Any idea?" "No. What the hell?" Zai looked it up, then just started shaking his head. "Who sends their toys with strangers so they can be photographed around the world? And why is that a thing?" "Is it? Really?" "It is for Aspen," Zai went on to explain. "Apparently she got a kick out of that." "Because that's not weird or anything," Trees quipped. "Not at all. So here's a piece of software either she or Tessa downloaded on January 31st, exactly 1 year ago. The location suggests it was installed onto Tessa's machine. Was she in the office that day?" Since Zai hadn't begun working for EM Security yet, he had no way of knowing, so Trees stepped in. Let me bump that against a calendar I maintained. I told the colonel I wasn't a fan of letting the temp use Tessa's machine because we didn't know her, but we didn't have a spare at the time, so I kept track of who had control of it when. Trees flipped over to another document on his computer and scanned it with a frown. That was one of Tessa's last days in the office before her maternity leave. She was supposed to have worked with Aspen the following Monday through Wednesday, as I recall, but she went into labor on Tuesday morning and didn't come back until the end of March. So Tessa probably downloaded this? Most likely. What is it? Zai scowled as he scanned the code again. Looks like some sort of spyware, maybe. Let me see. Trees craned his head to study the screen, and he didn't like what he saw. Fuck. This is some hand-coded shit that collects every keystroke, but it also enables stealth remote access from anywhere in the world. Zai paled. So whoever installed this could tap into Tessa's computer at will and could see every time she or Aspen hit a key? And they could access our servers without anyone being the wiser? As much as he hated to tell his buddy, Trees couldn't sugarcoat this. Yep. I begged Aspen to let me scan that computer a couple of times. Every time she said it crashed or she finger-flubbed whatever she'd been typing and ended up somewhere in the computer she shouldn't be, like a command prompt. Then Tessa couldn't have had anything to do with this. She's not a computer whiz, and she definitely doesn't know anything about writing code, especially something that involved. You think Aspen does? Trees pointed out. At least Tessa was good at her job. The temp had been a wreck. Is it possible neither of them did this? Possible? Anything is. Improbable? Yeah. And Trees felt really sorry for Zai. Keep digging. See if you can find any traces of contact in March, around the time we went to Mexico and damn near got ambushed. Getting there. After that software is installed, there isn't much in the way of sent emails except to the bosses. It's like Aspen didn't do that much. No, it's not like that. She actually didn't do much. But no fishy communications around the time of our mission? Zai shrugged. Not that I see. With remote access and keystroke recording, all anyone had to do was log into our server themselves, and they could mine almost anything. Do you think that spyware remote access garbage is still on Tessa's computer? Zai clearly hoped Tessa had been passing on information without even knowing it, and Trees had bad news for his buddy. No. As soon as Aspen cleared the building, I restored the computer back to the factory settings, then carefully rebuilt Tessa's profile. I didn't trust Aspen not to have unwittingly screwed everything up. So the rogue software is gone? And we have no way of knowing who might have been accessing our systems and where the information was going? Trees winced. When you put it that way, I should have looked to see what was on the computer before I wiped it. But I had no idea. You couldn't have. You finding anything else? Yeah, and it wasn't good. Let me finish. Then we'll talk. Zai stood and ambled to the coffee pot, brewing another. Coffee? Yeah, it's going to be a long night. Zai glanced down the hall where Layla's light was still on. Should I encourage her to go to sleep? You can try, but she won't. With a grim press of his lips, Zai poured 2 cups of coffee and headed back to the table. Trees absently sipped the black brew and scribbled notes as he peered at the screen, working, until he came across something that made his heart stop. When Trees looked up, Zai froze. What? There are footprints of communications from what looks like a Gmail account to an external mail host with its servers in Switzerland. Why is that important? Why does the server location matter? Because the Swiss have some of the strictest tech privacy laws in the world. No one is getting their hands on that information. A lot of people use this kind of service. People who don't like their emails being scanned for keywords so that online retailers can market to them, for instance. People who don't love government intrusion into their personal life. So you have one of these email addresses? Not this particular provider. This one is expensive. But I do have one like it. It's also commonly used by people who have something to hide. Like criminals? As much as Trees hated to admit it. Exactly. I'm not saying that anyone who has one of these is up to something nefarious, but I am saying that anyone up to something nefarious probably has one of these email addresses, rather than a simple freebie. Let me recap. Someone with Gmail sent messages to a party with a super secure email address who might be a criminal? Yes. And because the information packet passed through our server, and I have some goodies residing there just in case, I can read the contents of the emails. But I can't prove who the Gmail address belongs to. But if they could prove it was Tessa's, then she was toast. So was Zai's heart. Are the communications from this Gmail something to worry about? Trees hated to tell him the truth, but Zai needed to hear it. August 18th. The Gmail account owner wrote a summation of the plan Hunter outlined for Walker and me to spy in Mexico. The mission in which he was taken in the parking lot. Shit. Yep. Shit. That had definitely been the work of their mole. What chapped Tree's hide more was that the bosses would have come to him to investigate this sooner if they hadn't suspected him. There's just one thing about this that's a little weird. The message was sent in the middle of the night. Zai frowned. Tessa takes her laptop home with her more often than not. She always said it was in case the bosses needed something during evening and weekends. She was the receptionist. What were the odds of that? Or maybe she does that in case a certain cartel needs answers day or night. How do we prove whether that message came from Tessa? Without her computer, we don't. Zai's frown became a scowl. What about Walker's rescue mission in September? That went off without a hitch. The one I missed because of truck stop sushi, where Layla had been freed. Right. Tree searched the files for emails corresponding to those times. No, nothing. Were the bosses keeping the details of that rescue mission better under wraps? Or... Wait, wasn't that when she went to Tennessee because her father died? That sounded familiar. Trees clicked onto a calendar, then nodded. You're right. She wasn't around to learn about the plan and pass it on. He hated to say it, but he could see her step-by-step betrayal, just as easily as he could tell it crushed Zai. But she was back in plenty of time to rat out the location of Valeria's safe house in St. Louis. Just to be sure, Trees cross-checked that time frame, then nodded. I just accessed the server's October backup. Sure enough, here's another communication from the Gmail account to the secure mail host, forwarding the email Walker sent me via Tessa with the location's floor plan. And like before, she sent the email in the middle of the night. She told the drug lord exactly where to find his estranged wife. Somehow Zai still seemed surprised by her duplicity. He obviously didn't want to believe the woman he loved could be so guilty. Trees hated it, but he had to keep bursting Zai's bubble. Yup, all the way down to the location of her bedroom. Zai's expression hardened over. Anything else? Did she divulge the location of Valeria's safe house in Orlando, too? And who would she be talking to now that Emilio is dead? Valid question, one he'd like the answer to so he could explain to Layla. Maybe then she'd do more than try to trust him. I can't tell. Trees clicked around, but no luck. I don't see specific communications this month, but she might have realized someone was on to her and switched up her mode of talk. I won't know until I get my hands on her computer. You gotta get it for me, man. Now. Zai nodded, looking like a man heading into a dangerous, bloody battle. I know this is going to fuck you up for a while. I hate that like hell for you, but without her computer, I can't prove what Tessa is up to or how she's doing it. And if I can't do that, more people may die. Trees looked down the hall at the light from Layla's room shining this way. People who deserve to finally live. Zai nodded and stood, looking grimly resolute. I'm on it. Chapter 11. Trees sipped on another cup of joe and waited for Zai to return with Tessa. Over the past couple of hours, his buddy had sneaked into the receptionist's house and prowled through her laptop to verify that the Gmail account they'd been looking for did, in fact, belong to her. Then Zai had cuffed the little turncoat to her car to bring her out to his place. In the meantime, Trees had asked Madison to hang out at Tessa's duplex in case her daughter, Hallie, woke in her crib. Thankfully, she'd agreed. Now he was just waiting for Zai and Tessa to roll up. This was going to be ugly. Since Layla had finally fallen asleep 30 minutes ago, cuffed once again to her bed, Trees paced the porch. Zai had 90 minutes before he had to call the bosses and present their timeline of Tessa's betrayal. Trees had already pieced some of it together, but to fill in all the blanks, Zai would need to question her. What his buddy really wanted was a pound of her flesh. Not that he blamed Zai. He'd like some revenge too. Her greed or need for cash or whatever her excuse for going rogue had not only broken Zai's heart but nearly cost Layla and her family their lives more than once. Finally, the pair pulled up, the little sedan's headlights bobbing down the gravel road leading to his ranch house. Trees jogged down to meet them and opened the passenger door, uncuffing Tessa's wrist before he tugged her out of the car. "Let's go." With one hand, she clutched a blanket around her seemingly naked body and sent him an imploring stare.
Trees, talk to him, please. It's not what you think.
"Shut up," Zai snapped, his command full of fury and heartache. "God, how fucking low are you willing to stoop? It's done. You're caught. We're over." The pretty blonde shook her head.
"But it's not."
"I don't care." Zai spewed the words, but he was clearly lying. As he gripped Tessa and dragged her out back to the bunker, Trees scooped up her laptop, phone, and keys, then followed closely behind. When they reached the opening, his buddy lifted the heavy metal lid to the underground shelter and gave Tessa a shove. "Get in." She panicked, digging in her heels.
"What are you going to do to me? What's—"
"A lot less than you deserve." Ignoring her screeches, he hauled her against him and descended into the shadowy lair.
"No, don't! Stop! Zai, please!"
With a heavy heart, Trees shut the door on them, then retreated to the kitchen where he opened Tessa's laptop. Zai was counting on him to start assembling the timeline for their bosses. The login screen flashed. Of course he could bypass it, but what the hell would he find? Would Zai be able to handle it? Before he could start answering those questions, Zai emerged from the bunker again. Trees took one look at his pal's shell-shocked face in the back porch light and went running. If Zai had looked twisted in knots before, now he looked bent and broken. Trees fought back the urge to throttle pretty, backstabbing Tessa. "She's destroying you." "I don't know how to fucking stop it." Zai looked near tears. Trees dropped a supportive hand to his friend's shoulder. "If you were able to do the forensic dive on her computer, I would interrogate her for you." But that wasn't possible. Trees had only basic interrogation skills. Zai knew the dirty ones, and he'd never had a problem doing what needed to be done. Then again, he'd never fallen for the enemy. "I know. You're not up for this. We need to call someone else." "There is no one, man. The bosses are wrapped up in saving Kimber. Kane has Valeria. 1 mile," Trees reared back. "You going to let that crazy son of a bitch near her? Fuck no. Besides, I have to report something to the bosses in an hour. And if Tessa is at all involved in Kimber's kidnapping, they'll call the police." Zai nodded grimly. "I can't stop it. The universe owes you for this, man. I need a drink." Instead of reminding him that he shouldn't imbibe on the job, Trees led his buddy into the kitchen, straight to the whiskey. Zai knocked back 3 fingers with a tortured sigh. "Have you started going through her things yet?" "No. I know I'm going to find more, and I hate to pile on right now. This is probably like ripping off a Band-Aid. Better to do it all at once so the sting goes away faster." "Maybe. I think what's killing you now, besides the fact she ripped out your heart, is not knowing exactly what she did, why she did it, why she dragged you into it. There's a part of me that keeps insisting this isn't like her, that she would never hurt anyone, much less everyone, without a damn good reason." "You mean other than money?" Trees raised a cynical brow. "I know that's enough reason for most people, but..." Zai shook his head. "Or maybe she snowed me so fucking bad I was willing to believe everything, even her goodness. You have an instinct about her, and they aren't usually wrong. One of the things I've always admired about you is your people skills. You only think mine are good because you're suck-ass. Mine do. They ribbed each other a little before Trees went on. Straight up, you could get to the bottom of this faster than anyone. I said before that I think she loves you, and I still think it's true, in her way. Go use her own tools against her. What do you mean? Emotion. Appeal to her good side. Get under her skin. Hell, peel off her clothes and fuck her brains out if that forces the truth from her. I can give you hard evidence, but only she can fill in the gaps and explain why. Zai snorted. If what we suspect is real, Tessa only has a passing relationship with the truth. Why should now be different? Trees paused and weighed the wisdom of venturing into territory he'd never charted with Zai. But desperate times and all that. Did you ever ask yourself why I have handcuffs handy? You already asked once why I had rope in my nightstand drawer. You know I'm a control freak. Do the math. Zai's expression told him the instant the truth hit. You're a dominant. Like the bosses. Trees nodded. Keeping it real, man? I think that's your instinct, too. But if you've never partaken, it's cool. Just, word of advice? When you want the truth from a sweet little thing like Tessa, I think we've determined she's not sweet. Trees shook his head. Don't confuse her acts with a woman herself. She's gotten herself tangled up in this shit for reasons you and I may never fully understand. But your instincts are right. She's naturally sweet. I'll please her. Submissive? Maybe. Probably. But you don't know if you don't try. So here's my advice. If you spank her and she comes up biting your head off, then probably not, and you should stop immediately. But if you try and she doesn't, if she melts, it just might make her pliable enough to be honest. Worth a shot anyway. Hell, at this point I'm willing to try anything. Trees clapped him on the back. You just might be surprised. And if I'm right, a bunch of my equipment is down there. You can thank me later. Zai yanked his phone from his back pocket and settled it on the counter. I know I'm running out of time. If the bosses call, stall them. But I don't want to be disturbed. I'm not coming out of that fucking bunker again until I have answers. Trees gave his pal a last supportive clap on the back. As Zai descended again, he headed back into the kitchen with a sigh. He was fucking tired, and he needed another cup of coffee if he was going to outline Tessa's guilt and finish ripping out Zai's heart. He poured a mug from the lukewarm pot and shoved it in the nuker. As it reheated, he made his way to Layla's room. The stupid, impulsive part of him wanted to wake her and insist he wasn't EM Security's mole and he'd never put her family in danger. But it was pointless. So far, he had only circumstantial evidence, not proof. To fully trust him, Layla would need that. She deserved it. When he reached the bedroom, he eased the door open. Like before, she lay on her side, burrowed under the blankets, except her wrist, attached to the bedpost. At some point, she had buried her face under a pillow to block out the bright lights overhead. She must be exhausted, and she looked uncomfortable. Damn it. Trees tried to stifle his guilt. Since Layla had run away one too many times, he was forced to cuff her to keep her here and safe. The self-pep talk was bullshit. Layla had been held against her will for years. Did the fact he was doing it for different reasons really matter? She was still a captive. But what fucking choice did he have? It was dangerous out there, and if Victor Ramos or any of Emilo's men found her again, she'd never leave their captivity alive. Cursing, he stomped to the office, grabbed a trio of items, then returned to deposit them on the dresser. Another errand across the house sent him into his hidden room under the master. He'd built it as a panic room, but he decked it out as a private dungeon. It hadn't been finished long enough for him to put it to good use, but he'd outfitted the place first class, eagerly waiting for the moment he found the right woman to bring here. The notion of using his new equipment on Layla messed with his head. He fantasized about bringing her here and putting her at his tender mercy for their mutual pleasure. It's not happening, dude. Trees grabbed what he'd come for, locked up, then dashed back to Layla. In 3 minutes, he had batteries in the electric candles Madison had given him for Christmas, their golden beams putting out soft, ambient light. Then he returned to Layla's side. She hadn't moved. Carefully, he unshackled her wrist and removed the cuff with the short chain, replacing it with one that stretched 2 feet. Gently, he rolled Layla to her back, displacing the pillow from over her eyes. Trees didn't mean to stare, but every time he set eyes on her, she did something to him. Her curls were like a halo around her shoulders. Her graceful neck gave way to a firm jaw, a stubborn chin, and a pouty mouth that made him sweat. Her long lashes brushed her soft cheeks below delicately arched brows. He'd had sex with her 3 days ago. Since then, he hadn't stopped thinking about her. Of course, he wanted her underneath him again, but what he felt was more than sex. He wanted to protect her, help her, give her a better life. He wanted to be a better man so she would believe a good one existed. Yeah, he was probably in love. And if he wanted to prove he hadn't double-crossed her beyond any shadow of doubt, he needed to get to work. He also probably needed to stop hoping she would ever have real feelings for him. Every time he'd touched her, she had allowed it because she had an ulterior motive, not because she'd wanted him. He needed to remember that and keep his head screwed on straight. Trees tore out of the room, flipping off the overhead light, leaving the soft glow of the candles to ward off the dark. Back in the kitchen, his coffee, still sitting in the microwave, had gone lukewarm again. He didn't give a shit at this point. It was caffeine. He needed to choke it down and be productive. Snarling, he swallowed some of the black brew, wincing at its bitterness as he sat at Tessa's computer. 2 minutes later, he was behind her login screen and prowling through her files, trying to focus on helping Zai and off of touching Layla. He broke into Tessa's Gmail. Junk mail, correspondence from a sorority sister she hadn't answered, a bill reminder from the electric company. Then a few days ago, a slew of emails from someone with an obviously computer-assigned handle. Trees opened it to find a video of Tessa's baby girl in a high chair eating chicken nuggets and a banana. Before he could figure out who had sent her the video and why, his phone dinged. Madison. Text.
Are you awake? Something's wrong.
His gut tightened. What?
Hallie isn't in her crib. She's gone.
Text. What the hell? Trees started to call Madison when he caught sight of the text attached to the video of Tessa's little girl. The words there made his blood run cold. Son of a bitch. His heart pounding, he dashed off a reply to Madison. Text. On it. Stand by. Text. But the rest of her emails didn't tell him much more, so he reached for Tessa's phone. He had a hunch. Sure enough, she'd downloaded the A-Buzz application. She hadn't posted once, but she had DMs, all from the same shell account. Generic screen name, no picture, and no location listed. In other words, nothing to help him identify who it might belong to. But given the slew of messages this person and Tessa had exchanged over the last few days, the account was by no means inactive. More images of Hallie were attached, along with messages confirming his fears. He vaulted out of his chair, shoving the device into his back pocket, and ran hard for the bunker. Zai! Trees banged on the metal lid. Seconds later, his pal opened up. Trees jumped inside, only to find Tessa red-cheeked and barely covered in the quilt, while Zai stood sweating, flushed and emotionally wasted. He scowled. I guess you didn't spend your time with Tessa finding out what the fuck has been going on. Zai cupped Tessa's shoulders and helped her to her feet, glaring back at him. Can it? No chance in hell, especially since Zai had no idea what Tessa was going through. Instead, he turned to her. Why haven't you told him? Why haven't you told anyone? She reared back.
You know?
Yeah, I do. And know what? Zai roared, looking back and forth between them. Stop fucking talking circles around me and spill. Trees waited for Tessa to say something. She'd obviously suffered, but if she would just give Zai the truth, He'd do anything, everything to help her. Tessa blinked away her tears.
The man who accosted me in the parking lot on Tuesday?
Yeah, I remember. I'm still trying to identify him.
That night, he abducted Hallie. When I woke up Wednesday morning, she was gone.
Zai froze as the implication sunk in. He scrubbed a hand down his shocked face. Oh, God. Tessa. Baby. You've been passing on information to save Hallie's life? Tessa broke down, tears flowing, her body racked by sobs. Exactly, Trees answered when she couldn't. Questions seemed to zip through Zai's head, probably the same ones he had. If one faction of Tierra Caliente had Kimber, the other must have Tessa's baby. But which had who? And why hadn't Tessa told the team the minute she'd realized Hallie was gone? And the bigger kicker? If the child had been gone a mere handful of days, who had engaged in the espionage that had fucked EM security for nearly a year? Tell me what you know, Zai demanded. Not much, since I didn't get to finish the forensic deep dive on her devices. Trees explained Madison's texts and the kidnapper's communications. Tessa, I'm so fucking sorry. Zai lifted her grief-filled face to his. Why didn't you tell me? Because they threatened to kill Hallie if Tessa said a word to anyone, Trees supplied. When he whipped Tessa's phone from his back pocket, he played the first video the abductor had sent for Zai, who seemingly watched in horror until the end. You've been dealing with this completely on your own since Wednesday?
I couldn't risk her by telling anyone,
Tessa choked. Oh, baby. If I'd known, I would have moved mountains to help you.
They're watching me. They threatened. I didn't know the bosses think we have a mole, but I knew some things hadn't gone right. I'd overheard conversations that suggested information that shouldn't get out somehow had. I was too afraid of what would happen to my baby if I opened my mouth.
Zai tugged her stiff body close. Trees felt the device in his pocket vibrate and pulled it free. When he scanned the screen, he cursed. He hated to add to Tessa's trauma, but he didn't have the luxury of shielding her. Since her daughter was concerned, he doubted she'd want him to. Trees nudged the phone in Tessa's direction. I know this is tough, but you've got a new message. Then he turned to Zai with a pissed-off glare. And I don't need to tell you what app they're using. A-Buzz? Ah, fuck, he sighed. That cocksucker. I reamed him out once. He just never fucking listens.
Who?
Tessa's hand shook as she took the phone and opened the app, looking terrified. Philip Garrett, Trees helpfully supplied. She frowned, clearly confused.
The billionaire who owns A-Buzz?
Yeah, Zai sighed. My dad.
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
Trees knew he hated to mention the connection, hated people thinking he'd been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. It didn't shock Trees that Tessa didn't know.
Really?
Her eyes widened with hope.
He could help us track down or pinpoint the location of the kidnapper keeping Hallie.
Zai snorted. The Tierra Caliente cartel has been using the app to communicate for months. I warned him once that if it's still going on, they're paying him to look the other way. He won't help. Dear old Dad is more interested in making a buck than doing what's right. It's one reason they don't get along, Trees supplied. One of many. Tessa looked stunned.
You grew up with a billionaire?
Zai winced. And the billion problems that go with that.
You never told me.
She sounded hurt. Zai didn't respond to that. The kidnapper sent a new message? What does he want now? Tessa's fingers trembled as she opened the DM and fresh tears fell down her cheeks.
Something I don't know how to give them.
Let me see. Let me help you, Zai insisted. You've been dealing with this by yourself for too long, and I can—
You can't,
she screeched.
See for yourself.
When she shoved the phone into Zai's hands, Trees looked over his buddy's shoulder and scanned the message. Text. Who is the mole leaking EM Security's information to outsiders? You have 24 hours to provide information and proof, or Hallie will pay with her life. Text. What the fuck? But the implications seemed clear. Whoever had kidnapped Hallie must not have been the same people paying the mole for information about EM Security missions. At least that seemed logical. But in a world of murderous thugs willing to sell deadly chemicals for cash, there probably was no such thing as loyalty. Anyone could be double-dealing. Can I see your phone again? Visibly shaken, Tessa passed it back. Trees couldn't help but feel sorry for her. If there's a way to solve this, we will. Wordlessly, she nodded, but her terrified expression hurt. Zai slung an arm around her, and Trees scrolled back through her Gmail. Bingo. The video of Hallie eating had come from a different address than the one the mole, someone other than Tessa, had sent information about EM's missions and Valeria's whereabouts to. Trees wasn't sure who the players were, but they needed to figure it out fast. Let's go inside. Tessa can get warm. We can dig more and game plan. The couple agreed. No wonder, since everyone was drained. Tessa wanted a hot shower, and Trees agreed to meet Madison halfway between his place and town to pick up some necessities for her. After a quick grab of items on the side of the road, Trees squeezed Madison's shoulder in thanks. She gave him a tired smile and a kiss on the cheek. Go home and get some rest.
Do you need more help?
She was loyal and selfless, and she would make some man an amazing wife someday. Trees didn't know why he hadn't fallen for her. On paper, she was perfect. One thing he did know, he considered her a friend, and he didn't want her any deeper in this. We got it from here. Thanks for everything. With a nod and a wave, she was gone. Trees headed back to his place, trying not to look at the clock and think about all the hours of sleep he was missing. As he parked in the back of his house, he received a text from Zai. Text. I have an idea. You going to be much longer? Text. With a wry grin, he pocketed his phone and shouldered his way inside. No, buddy, I won't be much longer at all. Then he turned to Tessa, holding out the overnight bag. Madison said this should get you by for a day or so. Tessa rose, gripping the blanket around her, and took the sack by the handles.
Thank you. And please thank her for me.
She said she was happy to do it.
I'll go change.
Tessa headed to the bathroom. I'll catch Trees up on our theory, Zai called to her retreating back. Theory? Trees asked once they were alone. We think we figured out who our mole is. Let's call the bosses so I can explain this all at once. They wandered to the kitchen together and sat. Zai dialed Hunter, who answered on the first ring. You got something? Yeah. You sitting? Just a minute. Logan and Joaquin want to hear this too. Trees wasn't surprised they were all up in the middle of the night. Their lives had to be pressure cookers right now. It wasn't long before Hunter spoke again. We're all here. Tell us what the hell is going on, Logan demanded. Long story short, Zai began. Our mole is Tessa's ex-boyfriend. Here's our timeline. Last January, we think Aspen planted spyware on Tessa's laptop since she was using the machine while Tessa was on maternity leave. Trees scowled. How's that possible? She could barely find the button to turn the machine on. The way I heard it, she wasn't good for much but answering phones, Joaquin drawled. It must have been an act, Zai leaned in. At the time, Colonel Edgington hired Aspen to temp after Tessa's ex, Cash, recommended her. Yeah, Hunter confirmed. I don't think Dad knew anyone else. That's how the mission last March, the one in which I was injured, went south, Zai explained. Tessa returned a couple of weeks after that. I reformatted her computer then, which wiped out whatever spyware Aspen put on it, Trees added. Exactly, and every other mission went off without a hitch until August 20th, when 1 Mile was captured in Acapulco, Zai said. It's no coincidence that Cash moved back in with Tessa to co-parent Hallie on August 9th. Around that time frame, emails started leaving Tessa's computer in the middle of the night when Cash was supposedly gaming for work, a job that seems like a bullshit cover. Go on, Hunter prompted. The mission in September to rescue Walker turned out okay because Tessa was in Tennessee when her father died. She'd locked up her computer at the office, where Cash couldn't get to it. But Tessa was back and taking her computer home again when Emilio Montilla received the address and floor plan of Valeria's safe house in St. Louis at the end of October. I helped Tessa boot the asshole from her house for good in mid-November. That explanation makes sense, but there are holes, Logan pointed out. Exactly, Trees seconded. Layla was nearly taken from what should have been a secure location in Orlando nearly a week ago. How do you explain that? That's the one hole in our theory, Zai admitted. I don't know how to account for it. Hang on. I think I might. Trees reached for Tessa's laptop, searched through the code on the back end, and found exactly what he was looking for. The spyware is back, and this version is more advanced. It allows the user to search through our servers. Hunter Edgington swore something long and ugly. Cash must have reinstalled it. Zai looked like he wanted to kill the motherfucker. Trees wouldn't mind getting in on that. The asshole had fucked Layla's peace of mind for $1. The little son of a bitch, Logan spit out. There was just one problem. If they had every keystroke and could break into our servers, why did they kidnap Hallie and make Tessa cough up information? What? The trio of bosses exploded at once. On Tuesday, Tessa was approached in the EM parking lot by a man we can't identify. He offered her money for information. She refused. She woke up the next morning and her baby was gone. They've been using her to extract information from Tessa since. So I'm asking why, if they can read every word we've ever stored electronically, Trees reiterated. Because, knowing we had a mole, we kept the locations of our current safe houses out of all digital communications, Logan said. So the cartel got desperate, I guess, Zai shrugged. But they've already kidnapped Kimber, Hunter pointed out. So why take Hallie, too? There are 2 different factions at work here. Trees explained everything Layla had told him. Silence fell. Hunter finally broke it. That makes a shitload of sense. We've been wondering if Emilo's death splintered the organization. The fact it has sucks ass. Now we have to fight a 2-pronged war. We've hired Walker's friend, Matt, temporarily to help us find Kimber, but we're still short 2 operatives. I know you're working day and night to bring your sister back, Zai said. I have an idea on how to shut down Cash and the faction of the cartel that paid him, while hopefully bringing Hallie home unharmed. After a bit more conversation and some refining of the plan, they ended the call. Zai stifled a yawn. Trees stretched, feeling exhaustion tug at him. The strategy continued, but both were feeling the lack of sleep. Tessa returned, clean and dressed in fresh clothes, so they caught her up on the plan. She looked rattled.
Do you think that will work?
Trees was as reluctant as Zai to tell her the truth. It was a long shot. It's the best plan we've got, Zai hedged. Tessa nodded, but she appeared crestfallen. She could read between the lines. Trees hurt for her. We should all get some sleep. It's going to be a big day, he pointed out. Zai nodded, but he looked Tessa's way like they had unfinished business. After what the two of them had endured, Trees wasn't surprised. I'm going to grab some shut-eye since it's nearly 5 a.m., he told them. The futon in the office is available. Night. Night, Zai returned. Then he focused on Tessa. Trees took that as his cue to give them some space. He let Barney in through the back door for a couple of hours of warm slumber. As the big dog always did, he made himself at home on the living room sofa. Shaking his head, Trees tuned out the murmurs of Zai and Tessa's argument and peeked at Layla. She hadn't moved a muscle since he'd last checked on her. He ached to pick her up and take her to bed with him, but she still thought he was EM's mole. He didn't love that she'd chosen to stay here alone, but he wouldn't ignore her wishes. But tomorrow, once the dust was settled, he'd be sitting her down and proving that he hadn't betrayed her. Proving that he never would take some time. Question was, would she even let him try? Layla woke with a start and jackknifed up, letting loose a startled cry. It was pitch black outside. The overhead lights were dark. When had Trees extinguished them? Why? Then she caught sight of the trio of faintly beckoning lights from across the room, and her heart rate slowed. Candles. Had he brought them in here for her? She raked her hair from her face, then realized the chain he'd used to affix her to the bed last night couldn't reach that far. A glance at her wrist, even in shadow, told her that he'd swapped out her cuff for a different one with a longer lead. Layla. Trees. She could barely make him out, big and shirtless in the doorway, but she felt his stare all over her as his deep voice wrapped around her, warming her even as she shivered. Yes. You okay? I heard you cry out. From across the house? You did? Yeah, I couldn't get comfortable in my bed, so I've been on the sofa with Barney. I had to bring him in since it was so cold. He ambled into the nearly dark room. It sparked terrible memories, nightmares of past assaults where her only warning had been the sound of footsteps in the dark. She scrambled back against the headboard, breath sawing nervously as he approached. He held up his hands as if to show he was non-threatening. Hey, it's okay. I'm only here to uncuff you. Layla dragged in a breath and tried to relax, but his very large presence made her jumpy and unbearably aware of him. She wanted to believe he'd only come to help, but the lesson that unscrupulous men had no compunction about taking what they wanted for their pleasure wasn't something she could simply unlearn. Granted, Trees had never done that. With her, he had been a man of his word. Yet according to Walker, he'd probably sold her out. But had he? Everything in her heart screamed he wouldn't. Layla no longer knew if down was up or left was right, but she had to let him close, at least long enough for him to uncuff her. Nature was calling. All right. She held out her wrist. Trees closed the distance between them and took her hand gently, then extracted the key from the pocket of his sweatpants and released her. She held her free wrist against her chest, twisting and testing it as she stared. He looked tired. Have you slept? Why did she care? Why should it matter? He shrugged. About 2 hours. There's a lot happening and he sighed. I couldn't sleep without you. His words warmed her. Despite her exhaustion, she'd also found it difficult to relax without his big body beside her. But that was foolish. He'd taken her captive, used her for sex when she'd foolishly invited him, and maybe even sold her out. Logic told her that she must stop thinking that him making some nice gestures meant he was a nice man. Still, he'd brought her candles and swapped out her cuff. Why, unless he cared? Or was she sounding like someone with Stockholm Syndrome? Layla wasn't sure what to think anymore. Excuse me, she rose, escaping to the bathroom. He said nothing, merely watched her until she closed the door between them. After she flushed and washed her hands, Layla crept back into the bedroom. Return to the bed, next to him? Or stay 5 feet away where he could undress her with his eyes? But it was a silly question. It was too cold, and she felt far too awkward to stand there half naked. Cautiously, she slid into the bed, tucking her legs under the covers and sitting against the headboard.
You barely slept. Go back to bed.
I can't. It took most of the night, but I can prove I'm not the mole who put you and your family at risk. She hadn't expected that.
How?
I have a paper trail, and this morning we intend to catch the bastard. A concern she didn't want to feel seized her.
Will it be dangerous?
I'm sure. He cupped her cheek. Are you worried about me, little one?
No.
But did being deceitful make her better than any of the people who had hurt her?
Well, some.
What happens to you if something happens to me? I'm sure you're worried about that. He frowned. You haven't figured out yet that I'm taking care of you. I'll keep doing it as long as you let me.
You are paid.
Fuck that. This is personal. Maybe I wasn't clear last night. Whatever this is between you and me, it's not done. I feel it. I'm falling, and I don't think I'm the only one. Her heart stopped. Was he saying he was in love with her? How could that both thrill and terrify her at once?
Trees,
Look at me and tell me you don't feel something when we're this close. I know you're afraid, but the way you're looking at me, I'd swear you feel it too. Your eyes say you want me to kiss you. Some foolish part of her did. It was wrong. Getting closer to Trees would only complicate everything. But he was so comfortingly warm. She had once feared his size, but she knew how he used every part of himself to give pleasure. And she would be lying if she said she hadn't thought about the night he had kissed her over and over as he took her body.
Trees.
Her objection came out breathy. His eyes darkened. He leaned closer. She held her breath as her heart lurched, crashing against her ribs. Without thought, her lids slid shut. Her lips parted. She tried to resist, told herself to pull away, but when his mouth covered hers, the passion only he could make her feel robbed her thoughts and melted her resistance. Trees grabbed her, folding her against the hot, hard ridges of his body. Layla whimpered into his kiss. Her arms found their way around his neck. Without conscious thought, she opened her lips to him. He surged inside, taking every inch she ceded, then demanded more with another branding kiss. Her head swam. Tingles spread through her body. Dios, Trees could make her want him, whether she wanted to or not. He still hadn't proved he wasn't the enemy, yet it only took him moments to make her a slave to his touch. He had only to kiss her, and she wanted to turn over every part of herself to him, free will and all. Layla tried to push him away, but his lips trailed down her neck, his beard sensitizing her skin before he found her shoulder. The way he pressed his mouth to her skin felt like worship. And when his hand found its way under her hem, drifted up her waist, then settled her breast in his cradling palm, she gasped. Her thoughts spun away. "Little one," he murmured so close to her ear, "I need you." His words were a balm to their strain and strife. When he was touching her and whispering sweet words, she couldn't remember why she shouldn't let him. All she knew were his kisses, the build of pleasure, and the ache for the ecstasy her body had craved since the first orgasm he'd given her. It was wrong. It was weak. And she still wanted it. His lips seized hers again. Instantly she opened to him, like an addict seeking a fix, as he thumbed his way around the nipple, straining for his touch. She moaned and pressed herself into his hand. "Do you want more?" he asked against her lips. Layla didn't want to admit that she did. He knew, right? He must. She slanted her mouth over his again in answer, nudging past his lips to the masculine spice inside that made her both hazy with desire, yet sharp with need. Trees edged away. Answer me. I need the words. Of course he was going to make her say it. It wasn't enough that he had inexplicable power over her body, over her emotions. No, he wanted her to verbally bend her will to him as a show of trust. She couldn't do that before he produced proof that he wasn't the mole. Even then, was it really smart to give him so much dominion over her body? Should she really let him create and stir this need for his touch? Layla tore away from him, panting hard.
Red.
Trees froze, then gritted his teeth. But he withdrew his hand, pulled away, and stood, putting distance between them. Instantly she felt cold. Why did you use your safe word? He demanded. How were you physically or mentally in pain? The way he asked that, it didn't sound as if being overwhelmed by her own fears counted. He scowled. Are you testing me again?
I was scared.
He sighed and his voice softened. I won't hurt you. I'll only ever make you feel good. She knew that, but at what price? Her soul? Every time he kissed her, he threatened to steal it.
Before anything, I must see your proof. Show me you did not endanger my family.
She should have demanded that all along. His eyes narrowed. Is that really why you stopped me? No, and he was too smart not to realize it. Layla looked away.
I need to know.
All right. I promised you proof. Come to the kitchen. He was angry. No, that wasn't true. He hadn't raised his voice, accused, or threatened. He hadn't behaved as if he was furious. Like before, he was disappointed. She was too. She hated to lie. But the truth gave him too much power. Wordlessly, she followed him to the kitchen to find laptops strewn across the table, along with several phones and pads of paper. He tapped his finger on the trackpad of one computer. It came to life. Your mole is our receptionist's ex-boyfriend. He was breaking into her laptop in the middle of the night and sending off our company's secrets, probably for money. Trees explained the scheme, backing up his theory with emails and dates that matched perfectly. Layla couldn't refute what he'd shown her. It was a huge relief to know Trees had not betrayed her. She almost felt guilty for entertaining the possibility, but it was easier to believe he was like the others than to hope the trust they had been forging was real.
Thank you.
You believe me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. He sighed in relief. Thank fuck. Now I need coffee. She felt horrible. Trees had given up sleep to prove his innocence to her, and she had pushed him away. Sure, she had more space and air now, but since he'd given it to her, she hadn't been able to truly breathe. The things she felt for him were terrifying. For the first time, a man was far more than an adversary she should hate. She didn't know how to handle that.
I'll get it.
She bustled to the coffee maker, poured out the old pot, then started a fresh one. With a sigh, Trees sidled up behind her and leaned in, hands braced on the counter on either side of her, caging her in. She felt his hot breath on her neck, the warmth of his body against hers, which still ached from his touch. She trembled. How could she be afraid of desire so sweet? But how could she surrender herself to something potent enough to enslave her? Layla turned and stared into his solemn eyes. Against her, she felt his erection. Her body answered with a pang and a cramping of her womb. Talk to me, Layla.
I have nothing to say.
Not until she'd worked these feelings out in her head. She wasn't making any sense. That's bullshit. What happened
will not happen again.
It shouldn't, anyway. Trees was so dangerous to her peace of mind and her heart. Where he was concerned, she was weak. She ducked under his arm to escape, then stopped short when she caught sight of Zai and a beautiful blonde watching them from the edge of the kitchen. Why were they here? When had they arrived?
Hello,
she said, horribly aware she was barely covered. The pretty woman gave her a kind smile without any judgment at all.
Hi, Layla. I'm Tessa.
The receptionist whose ex-boyfriend had betrayed them? Layla shook her hand.
Nice to meet you. Excuse me.
She all but ran past Zai and the gorgeous blonde, dashing down the hallway for her clothes. As she left the room, she heard the murmurings of their conversation. What did you do? Zai asked. Zip it. Trees sounded mad. Dude, don't dude me. You're no saint either. What did Trees mean by that? Fine, Zai snapped back. I need your help locating Tessa's ex. We have to find him ASAP. Yes, and hopefully they would make him pay for what he had done. As Layla brushed her teeth and dressed, she tried to clear her head, but it was still filled with trees and all the danger swirling around them. Hopefully, coffee would help. When she returned to the kitchen, Trees, now fully dressed, turned to her with a groan. Oh, this outfit again. She crossed her arms over her chest self-consciously, covering what she could of her pale pink tank and her Florida-appropriate shorts.
Nothing else is clean. I can bring you some things,
Tessa offered.
No, thank you.
I already tried, Zai said. She's too proud, Trees groused. Layla glared his way.
You know I refuse to owe anyone for anything.
Trees rubbed at his head as if it was aching. Can't you consider some different clothes a favor, just this once?
I did not ask for this favor.
Trees sighed. I'm asking you as a favor to me.
No.
Trees shook his head. You are a stubborn, stubborn woman.
I have had to be.
To her surprise, Tessa laid a gentle hand on her shoulder.
How about as a favor to me, Layla? My baby is missing, time is running out, and Trees can help me. But he needs to concentrate.
Her child? Layla's heart froze. She worried about her family's safety, yes, but Tessa was dealing with her beloved little one actually being taken.
I am so sorry. I will help in any way I can.
Tessa looked relieved.
Would you be willing to put on a coat or wrap yourself in a blanket for a bit?
She didn't think twice.
Of course.
Thank God, Trees muttered as he grabbed her hand. I'll find you something. Come with me. Trees led her to his bedroom. It brought back memories of being in his bed, under his body. She glanced into his bathroom and couldn't get the steamy memory of him self-pleasuring out of her head. He handed her a big green sweatshirt from one of his dresser drawers. Here, put this on. Layla pulled the garment over her head, not surprised it swallowed her from her neck to her knees. Then he returned to the kitchen. She followed, rolling up the 2 long sleeves as he sucked down a mug of black coffee, then got down to the business of locating Tessa's ex. With no other way to help them, Layla started making breakfast. As Trees was pounding away on his laptop, Zai's phone buzzed. He scowled. Why is 1 Mile calling me on a Saturday morning? Layla perked up. He was smart, shrewd, and seemingly honorable. Hopefully he was calling to help. Trees peered at his screen. I hope all hell isn't breaking loose. Hey, Walker, Zai answered. Trees listened, then sidled close to murmur in her ear. He's calling about the guy who took Tessa's daughter. The stranger threatened Tessa earlier this week. Did Walker know something? Or had they found the little girl? But what about Tessa's traitorous ex-boyfriend? Does he know this guy's name? Or where to find him? Zai asked. Keep going. Another pause. Yeah, and? This lull was even longer. Then Zai motioned to Trees for a pen. Tessa lunged for one on the far side of the table, then Zai scribbled a name. Johnson. Thanks, I'll run with it.
The man from the parking lot is named Johnson?
Tessa demanded once the call ended. Apparently. 1 Mile has been researching. He showed the guy's picture from our security footage around a police precinct this morning and got a hit. Someone arrested him a few months back for petty possession and remembered the belligerent SOB. Hope lit Tessa's face.
That's great. If we can find him, he has Hallie and...
Not necessarily. But if not, we'll see what light he can shed as soon as I hunt him down. It would be fucking helpful if we had a first name. Layla's heart went out to the woman. Where's his picture? Trees asked, settling behind his computer again. Along with the last name, I might be able to get something while the scan to find your ex-douche is working in the background, Tessa.
Scan?
The other woman sounded confused. Yeah, it just takes a while to ping all the cell towers in the state.
You can do that?
Trees grimaced. Well, I'm not supposed to, but Tessa frowned.
How did you get Cash's number?
He held up her phone. I was doing a deep dive on this, so it wasn't hard to find. Look at Tuesday afternoon security footage of the EM parking lot, Zai insisted. On it. With a few clicks, a new screen popped up. Video scrolled in rapid time across his monitor. Layla turned back to the scrambled eggs before they burned and flipped the bacon in the frying pan.
That's him,
Tessa gasped.
The man who stopped me in the parking lot. The man who calls when he has a demand in exchange for Hallie's safety.
And if she's not with him, he probably knows where she is, Zai surmised. Trees nodded. Now, if I just had a fucking first name. He never mentioned it? Layla plated the eggs and forked bacon from the pan, then turned to deliver the food to the table. She glanced at the face on Trees' screen and nearly dropped everything.
Hector.
Tessa grabbed the plates from her numb hands.
Mr. Johnson's first name? I do not know his name here, but in Mexico, in Emilo's compound, he was called Hector.
The other hated Ramos' brother.
He was greatly feared and fiercely loyal to my brother-in-law. He is not a man to cross.
Trees scowled and rose to take Layla in his grasp. That's who hurt you?
Yes, many times.
Trees' face turned molten with fury, then hardened with resolve. He'll find out I'm not a man to cross either. I'll make him pay. Layla turned to him in horror.
You cannot.
Oh, I absolutely can. He pulled up a search engine unlike anything she'd ever seen and typed in Hector Johnson. Moments later, an address popped up. Gotcha, you son of a bitch. He's in Lafayette. Just as he said those words, another ding sounded. Trees flipped to that window, read a few lines of some long string of code, and the smile that stretched across his face was terrifying. Gotcha, too. Should have known you assholes would stick together.
What do you mean?
Tessa demanded. Hector and your ex, they're at the same address. Fuck, Zai cursed. They're in this together. To Layla, that made terrible sense.
Cash helped take his own daughter from me?
Tessa sounded stunned to the core. And why wouldn't she? Let's go save Hallie and get the bastard, Zai suggested. Both of them, Trees growled. I'm coming with you. Zai scowled and sent a head bob her way. You're supposed to stay here. 1 Mile can come protect Layla for a few hours. You'd leave her with that crazy SOB. Zai sounded horrified, which made no sense to Layla. Walker wasn't crazy at all. He didn't hurt her in Mexico when he had the chance, Trees pointed out. Zai just shook his head. Then I'll call him and tell him to get his ass out here.
Tell him to hurry. We need him,
Tessa implored. But Walker wasn't available. Trees cursed a blue streak. I can't leave her here alone.
I will not run,
Layla promised. As much as she wanted to see her sister, knowing that Hector was nearby terrified her. I can't leave you unprotected, Trees corrected. I'm not taking any chances. Zai nodded grimly and poor Tessa looked impatient. Of course she was. The terrified woman wanted her daughter back. Suddenly, Trees took her hand. Come with me. Layla didn't have time to reply before he led her to his bedroom again, this time shutting the door.
What are you doing?
Trees' face tightened. Promise me you won't freak out. That set her on edge.
Those words scare me.
You'll be fine, I promise. I'm not shutting you in the dark. But he was shutting her up somewhere. I'm a man of my word, Layla. You should know that by now. She did. It was her fears that made her belly flip and her breath feel short. But out there was a baby in Hector's brutal hands. She needed to get a hold of herself.
All right.
Layla watched, heart racing, as he opened his closet, shoved clothes aside, and punched in a 4-digit code. She heard a click, then saw a rectangular section of the wall and the shadowy space separate, forming a door. Her eyes widened as trees pushed it open. I built this as a panic room, a place to hole up if my place was ever invaded or there was large-scale civil disturbance. There's about a year's worth of preserved food and water here, along with meds, weapons, and ammo, and some other necessities. Everything is packaged and stored along one wall. Being prepared didn't sound wrong, so why did he look nervous?
Okay.
He reached in to flip on a light, illuminating a set of stairs. The rest of the space... I fucking didn't want to have this conversation in a rush. I'm a dominant. Do you know what that means? She'd heard of such things, but...
I do not understand.
I was afraid of that. Look, this space doubles as a playroom. I'm in the process of moving equipment here for... That's not important right now. It might look intimidating. It might scare or worry you. Just ignore it. We'll talk about it later. He nudged her toward the stairs. Then she realized what he intended.
Are you leaving me here alone?
He nodded. I have to help Zai and Tessa. The clock is ticking for Hallie. Of course it was. And it seemed the underground space had more than adequate lighting. That didn't alleviate her worry.
How will I get out if you are hurt, or...
Layla couldn't bring herself to finish that question. The only way Trees wouldn't come back for her was if he couldn't. I'll give you a way to communicate. Hang on. He rushed into his bedroom, then returned with a sleek silver tablet. As he handed it to her, he told her the passcode. There are games, movies, TV shows, puzzles, the whole internet. If you get panicked or need help, you can call the police, or Walker, or me. He was trying too hard to make sure she was okay when he had a bigger responsibility. She needed to swallow back her own fear.
Thank you. I will be fine.
But the thought of never seeing him again distressed her far more than she would have fathomed even days ago. More than she could process. So you're okay?
Yes. I am strong and resourceful. Rescue the baby, but be careful. Hector, like his brother, Victor, is more dangerous than you know.
Yeah? So am I. Trees searched her face, then pulled her against him. He took her mouth in a rushed, passionate press of lips. It felt like a promise. Then he was gone, shutting the door behind him and leaving her alone in his most private space. Chapter 12. Trees cursed as he locked the house behind him and headed for his Hummer. Zai was right behind him, Tessa gripping his hand as they headed for her nondescript sedan. Once he helped her into the car, Trees grabbed Zai's arm. Have you thought about the implications of Cash and Hector being together? Yeah, I didn't want to say anything in front of Tessa. Same. But if the intel from Layla is as solid as I think it is, then we've just narrowed some shit down. Exactly. If Hector and Cash have Hallie, it means they don't have Kimber. Right. Geraldo probably does. And he hated to say she likely wasn't even in the country, but that was reality. If that's true, the bosses are going to lose their shit. Trees nodded. If that was someone you loved, wouldn't you? 100%. But we shouldn't tell the bosses anything until we know we're right about Hector having Hallie. Agreed. Zai looked reluctant to say what was on his mind. Look, if Geraldo Montilla is holding Kimber hostage, the Edgingtons will be even more insistent about using Layla as bait. Trees had already thought about that, and was also considering murdering the first one of them who suggested it again. We'll deal with that later. Right now, Tessa looks ready to come out of her skin. Zai glanced back at the receptionist. She was his woman, whether he still wanted to admit that or not. He was in deep. He was risking his life and his livelihood for her. Yeah, let's go. They pulled out and Trees focused on the morning ahead. Rescuing Hallie had to come first, and if he had to leave Hector alive long enough to get the baby's whereabouts from the asshole, he would. After that, game on. If he could do anything to help end Layla's suffering, damn straight he would do it. Mental violence filled the 30 minutes into town. Closer to the target, Trees dialed Zai's digits so they could solidify their plan. Trees hated doing an op so blindly. Normally he and Zai would case the place, get schematics, do hours of legwork, and plan for every possibility. Then they would go in, using whatever tactic made the most sense. This fly-by-the-seat-of-the-pants shit felt reckless, and he hated that the urgency of the situation didn't allow for strategy. Rushing was often a recipe for disaster. Zai answered his call. "Talk to me, buddy. Why don't you cruise past the entrance? This is a mobile home park. A small one, apparently. I'll call you as soon as I've gone in and scoped around. Hang tight." "You got it." Zai overshot the entrance, pulling under a big tree to wait. Trees turned into the neighborhood full of newish mobile homes and modest cars, searching for Hector's place. He found it, one of the 20-something unremarkable residences in the community. It was still early, barely past 8. With any luck, he could catch Hector half awake and unaware. He cruised to the far side of the neighborhood, parked, then started trekking back to the target's location, dialing Zai again along the way. "What you got?" his buddy answered. "Nothing visible from the street. House looks closed up, like maybe they're still asleep." He no sooner got the words out than he saw movement in the kitchen. "Wait, I spoke too soon. The front blinds just opened. I see someone in there. There's too much glare to make out a face or an outline, but the place isn't empty. And there's a truck in the carport. I'm running the plate now." "I don't want to know how you're doing that, buddy." "You don't. It's illegal as fuck. Give me a second." And what do you know? The truck is registered to Hector Johnson. So he's probably there. Oh yeah, and the son of a bitch probably wasn't braced for the fact vengeance was coming to his door. Anticipation zipped through Trees' veins. "How do you want to play this?" Zai went on. Normally Zai would go in one side, Trees from the other. Together they would flank the target so there was no escape. But they didn't know this place, and Zai had Tessa tagging along because she'd refused to stay home. "I cased the perimeter of the mobile home park. It's enclosed inside a brick wall. The only way in or out is the entrance you're parked next to," meaning Johnson couldn't sneak out the back. "Excellent. That simplifies the situation." "Yep. I should approach from the front. Neither Cash nor Hector knows me. I'll draw their attention while you slip around back. With Tessa." Trees didn't like that at all. "I don't suppose she'd wait in the car?" Zai snorted. "Negative." "Fuck." "Yep." Zai's tone sounded almost apologetic. No doubt he'd tried, and failed, to reason with her. "Then put her behind you. Sneak in the back. See if you can find the baby while I keep whoever's inside occupied. You going to read their meter or sell them insurance?" "I'll wing it. Something will come to me." It always did. "You got everything you need?" "Yep." "Where should I roll in?" Good question. They had to make sure Hector couldn't spot them. The mobile home park is shaped like an O, so it's a curved street on each side, bisected by a long straight drag of homes in the middle. Trees told Zai where to leave the sedan to best remain hidden. From there, walk toward the left side of the park. Johnson is along that wall in the middle. You should be able to pass yourselves off as a couple taking a morning walk. Roger that. Once they hung up, Trees found himself approaching Hector's place. His blood pressure surged. His lust for revenge roared as he knocked. "Open the door, motherfucker, so I can rip off your head and shit down your throat." While he waited for someone to answer, he caught sight of Zai and Tessa turning into the development. They rolled to the far side of the community, then disappeared behind the row of mobile homes across the street. He was getting fucking impatient before a short man with dark hair, a stained wife-beater, and a glower finally answered. "Yeah?" Hector fucking Ramos. He looked enough like Victor that there couldn't be any mistake. Trees gave him a shark smile and forced himself to dial back his fury. "Hi there, I'm Scott from Pest Away Extermination Services. I've been servicing some of your neighbors, and they're really pleased with the results. So I came to talk to you about an amazing opportunity." As Hector scowled at him, Zai and Tessa strolled by, hand in hand, heads bowed. Once out of Hector's view, the pair veered around the side of the house to wait for his signal. Trees scanned the empty room over Hector's wide shoulder. The place was messy, but they didn't look braced for battle. Perfect. "I'm not interested," Layla's tormentor groused. "Your neighbors, Jessica and Bill, across the way?" He gestured vaguely as he gave Zai a barely perceptible nod to indicate this op was a go. You know them, right? No, Johnson grumbled. Oh, you should meet them. Nice folks. They started our service last month. Jessica swears nothing else worked before, but their roach problem is practically nil now. And she's seeing far fewer spiders. We don't have an insect problem. You do? You haven't been here long, right? A couple weeks? Then trust me, you do. Zai and Tessa appeared at the back of the mobile home through the glass slider. He managed to work the lock free, then motioned Tessa inside, nudging her behind a big leather sofa on the left, where she shouldn't be visible if Johnson turned. Trees rushed into a sales spiel to keep Hector distracted. Did you know that roaches will consume anything? Sweets, meat, and beer, for starters. They'll also eat bookbindings, wallpaper glue, pet fur, dead skin, and soap. If that's not enough to unsettle you, they'll actually gnaw on your toenails and eyelashes in your sleep. They're tenacious little pests. Hey, they're over 350 million years old, so they even predate dinosaurs. But the worst thing about them is that they carry 33 kinds of bacteria, 6 different kinds of parasitic worms, and 7 pathogens. That we know of. Having roaches in your house isn't simply a disgusting inconvenience. They can be dangerous, especially if you have asthma or allergies. As he droned on, Zai eased the sliding door shut. It squeaked, forcing him to dive behind the sofa. What the hell was that? Hector tried to turn around. Trees grabbed the man's arm, as if this part of the pitch was urgent. See, insects. We're half swamp out here, so they're big. If you weren't used to that where you came from, where was that? I didn't say, and I'm not interested. I don't want you to regret passing up this deal. Have you asked the missus if she's seen any insects? I bet she has. No. His short answer indicated that, just like Layla had heard, some woman had actually married this asshole. Was she around? She might be a kink in his plan, but so far he hadn't seen or heard anyone else. Over Hector's shoulder, Zai leaned back and slid the door down the rest of the track without incident, before settling behind the sofa with Tessa. They were in now. Hopefully they could find Cash and Hallie. They had to pray Tessa's baby was alive. Trees tried to help them by focusing on Hector. You know how women are these days, trying to be all independent. My mama would shriek to high heavens every time she came across a spider in her kitchen. But my sisters, I've got 3 of them, they just whip off one of their ridiculous high heels and whap the spider out of existence. Your wife like that? No. I said I'm not interested. Over the sofa, he saw Zai mouth something to Tessa, who pointed to her ear, then to the right toward the kitchen. Trees couldn't see much because a wall divided the 2 rooms, cutting off his sight lines, but he heard dishes clank. A radio came on, which pumped out DJ chatter. Clearly someone was in there. The wife? Cash? Since Zai and Tess were aware of the presence in the other room, Trees kept distracting Hector. Listen, Mr. What did you say your name was? I didn't. As Zai crept across the open space so he could glimpse into the kitchen, Hector whipped his head around as if he'd caught movement in his peripheral vision. Zai quickly tucked himself behind a black recliner. Trees grabbed the asshole's attention again. Anyway, I'm up for a promotion. If I can sign up 3 people this morning, that would look real good to my boss. He knows I'm a go-getter, but he wants to see more hustle. So if you could help a guy out... The wail of a baby suddenly filled the air, seeming to come from the kitchen. Tessa's head snapped toward it, her profile telling him her heart was in her throat. Shut the damn baby up, Hector yelled. Look, I said I'm not interested. I don't care about your promotion, your sisters, your knowledge of roaches, or your bullshit. Go the fuck away. When he tried to slam the door, Trees flattened his palm against the sturdy fiberglass and shoved, wedging a foot into the threshold so Hector couldn't shut him out. Come on, you don't mean that. We're getting to be friends here, I think. We're having a moment. Zai better move this along. Trees doubted his cover would last another 2 minutes. If the baby in the kitchen was Hallie, Zai and Tessa needed to move now. Trees was more than happy to deal with Hector the molester on his own terms. What the hell? The noise level around here. A man emerged from the right side of the trailer in a pair of boxer shorts, pulling a t-shirt over his head. Cash. He presented a problem. Once the little weasel yanked the dirty tee down and finished rubbing his bleary eyes, he would be looking right at Tessa. Damn it. Zai poked his head above the chair, signaling to Trees with a finger across his neck. Abort? Like hell. Instead, he sent his widest smile to Cash. You a friend of the family, sir? You've got to tell your pal here that he's missing an opportunity if he doesn't sign up for Pestaway's platinum-level service. I don't fucking want it, Hector exploded. Get your foot out of my house. Trees just went on. Here, let me give you my card, and as he pretended to dig in his pocket, Cash lost interest in the sales pitch. Before he could stop the little douchebag, Tessa's ex turned toward the kitchen and spotted her. Shit. Tessa, what the hell are you doing here? Get the fuck out! Cash dashed straight for her and grabbed her arm, tugging her toward the back door. Zai pulled his Glock. Fuck. There went the covert operation, Plan A. Plan fucked it was. Trees hoped he and Zai could find a way to end this well. Hector, who had been watching Cash's drama with Tessa, turned back to him with a threatening scowl. But Trees was one step ahead, meeting him with the business end of a cig, planting it against his forehead. Hands up. Hector complied, wide-eyed with shock. Just like that. Now step back, motherfucker. Nice and slow. The asshole retreated to the middle of the living room. Trees kicked the door shut behind him, never taking his stare off Hector, while Zai emerged from the corner and aimed his barrel straight at her ex's face. Let her go. Fuck you, Cash glowered. You don't want to give me a reason. I'm already half inclined to blow your worthless brains out. Wisely, Cash stopped running his mouth and released Tessa. Now get your hands up, Zai insisted. Muttering curses, Cash did. Tessa, in my back pocket are a couple of pairs of cuffs. Get them out. You, Zai told Cash while she retrieved the cuffs. Get to the middle of the room by your buddy Johnson. No, you can walk with your hands in the air. Trees nudged Hector toward Cash until they bumped into one another. Stand back to back, now. Zai motioned Tessa to his side and took the cuffs from her. Then he handed her his gun. If either one of them moves, aim in their general direction. This sucker is loaded with hollow points, so whoever you hit, they're taking maximum damage. Okay, she nodded, looking resolute as she took the weapon and aimed it at the two scumbags. You're doing great, he told her in a low murmur. I'm going to cuff them. Then they could start asking questions and find out if the baby in the next room was Hallie.
No, you're not,
said a woman appearing from the kitchen.
Let them go.
Motherfucking son of a bitch. The woman was Aspen. She balanced Hallie on her bony hip and pointed a Glock against her defenseless little head. At the sight, Tessa looked ready to unravel.
Hallie, baby girl.
The little one caught sight of her mommy and started wriggling and screaming, kicking and bowing her back.
Stop it,
Aspen hissed, shaking the baby. Tessa's expression turned murderous. Zai rushed in to de-escalate the situation, approaching the other woman slowly with his hands in the air. All right, let's not be hasty. You don't need the kid. You need information, right? Aspen scowled suspiciously.
Yeah.
Okay, let's make a trade. Zai turned to glance past Cash and Hector, brow raised. Trees met his friend's stare. The fuck was Zai doing?
What do you mean?
Aspen asked. Give Tessa her daughter. A baby doesn't belong in this situation, and I know you don't want to kill her. The woman screwed up her face like he was an idiot.
I don't give a shit. She's just a whining, crying kid.
But Hallie can't give you information. I can. I know everything you want to know. Every single thing. So let the baby go, and I'll come with you in her place. Tessa gasped.
Zai.
It's okay, baby, Zai said to Tessa, laying a reassuring hand over his heart. Zai intended to trade his life for Hallie's? Fuck no. Not if Trees had anything to say about it. Tears rolled down Tessa's face like her heart was breaking.
Zai.
Shh.
Why should I take that deal?
Aspen grabbed a squirming Hallie viciously and poked the side of her head with a barrel again, her finger dangerously close to the trigger. Instinct kicked in and Trees started game planning. No one was dying here today, except the fuckers helping the cartel. Because it's a good deal, Zai argued. You let Tessa, her daughter, and my associate, he gestured to Trees, go. I'll stay here with you three and tell you all the secrets EM has been keeping.
Or your two cohorts could simply put down their weapons and I can take all of you prisoner while I extract the information I need from you, Aspen shot back. If not, I'll off the baby. You've got 10 seconds to decide.
Hey, Cash piped up.
This isn't what we talked about.
Shut the fuck up, pipsqueak, Hector growled. You don't get a say in this. Aspen turned to Tessa.
Drop the gun, or the kid loses her head.
She froze and turned to Zai with a panicked stare. Don't do it, baby.
You better fucking do it,
Aspen shouted.
5 seconds.
The situation was escalating too quickly. Trees braced for the worst. He could shoot Hector, no sweat. He could probably even nail Cash, too, but he wouldn't be able to shoot Aspen before she shot the baby. That outcome wasn't acceptable.
Now, bitch,
Aspen insisted.
5, 4, 3, no!
Cash stomped toward the woman.
That's my daughter, too. Now you care. You were the one who suggested kidnapping her.
He confronted Aspen, who gripped a screeching Hallie.
But you promised we'd give her back as soon as you got the information you wanted.
Was Cash really that naive?
Are you living in dreamland?
M's former temp rolled her eyes.
How the fuck did you think we were going to give back a baby? You planned to kill her all along?
Aspen glared at Hector.
Bringing this idiot in was your worst idea ever.
Hey, it got us information, he shot back. Aspen scoffed.
But what a pain in the ass.
Cash lunged in her face.
Answer me. You plan to kill my daughter? Duh.
His face thundered over.
The hell you are.
Cash tried to pluck the baby from Aspen's grip, but the woman refused to let go. Hallie shrieked in fear. When Hector tried to break free to help Aspen, Trees cocked his weapon. Give me a reason, motherfucker. I would love to pull this trigger. In fact, he almost hoped the bastard fought back. Trees didn't look forward to killing, but he'd make an exception for the man who had tormented and raped Layla for 6 fucking years. Finally, Cash managed to pry the little girl from Aspen's grip, holding her tight against his chest.
Don't you dare touch her again. Or you'll do what?
Aspen pointed her gun at him.
Never mind. I'll just bury you both together.
Cash's eyes widened as if he finally grasped that Aspen wasn't fucking around. He set the baby on her feet and started backing away.
Hallie,
Tessa called to her daughter, who went running, her little arms flailing. A deafening gunshot filled the air, and Trees was half worried that Aspen had followed through on her threat to off the girl, but Hallie threw herself against Tessa's leg, seemingly unharmed. But Cash lay ominously still mere feet away. A hole in the middle of his forehead spilled blood all over the beige carpet.
Tessa!
Zai gestured her to toss him the gun. She did. He caught it as she scooped Hallie into her arms, clutching her daughter against her protectively. Go! Zai pointed to the slider. But when she reached the back door, Aspen raised her gun.
You're not going anywhere, bitch!
Another shot exploded, echoing in the room. Instead of seeing a hole in Tessa, Trees watched Aspen look down, seemingly shocked by the bullet Zai had put through her left shoulder and the blood spreading across her pale t-shirt.
Honey!
Hector lurched for her. Stop! Trees snarled, wrapping his finger around the trigger in warning. The asshole ignored him, racing toward Aspen, leaving Trees little choice. He popped off a shot at Hector without a second thought. It hit him in the ass and sent him sprawling face first into the carpet, inches from Cash's lifeless body. The hit wouldn't kill him, but it would sure as fuck slow him down. Aspen gasped in shock as she fell to her knees beside Hector. When she lifted her head again, she had murder in her eyes, and her gun trained on Tessa while she glared his way.
Drop it or she's as good as dead.
Stop, Zai snapped, gun in hand as he barreled down on her. Always did think you were an asshole. Hector reared up and grabbed Zai's ankle mid-stride, holding him back. Blood spread across the back of the bastard's pants. Hate poured from his eyes. Zai nearly stumbled as he tried to pull free, but Hector refused to let go. Aspen waved her gun erratically.
Stop, or I'll kill all of you.
Was the crazy bitch not grasping the situation? Both she and Hector were shot, and Cash was dead. He and Zai were armed, uninjured, and ready to fight. To the death if needed. No, you won't, Trees corrected her. Aspen turned her venomous gaze his way.
Before I kill you, I'll shoot your balls off for shooting my husband.
Your husband is a rapist, Trees spat. Let go, Johnson. It was a fitting name for this tool. Predictably, Hector didn't listen. Fuck you, the asshole growled, lurching up for his wife's gun. No, fuck you. Trees aimed, stared down the barrel, and looked right at Hector. This is for Layla. Nothing felt better than pulling the trigger again, straight at Hector's head, and watching his shocked expression freeze. The bastard went limp, deader than dead. Trees roared in revenge, with relief. But he didn't have time to celebrate before Aspen shot at Zai, plugging him in the arm. On his way down, his pal aimed and squeezed his trigger, hitting Aspen right between the eyes. Then Zai fell to the carpet, gun falling from his lax hand. With a snarl, Trees kicked Hector's body to make sure he was dead, then did the same to Aspen, as Tessa dropped to her knees, holding Hallie against her, and applied pressure to his best friend's wound.
Zai!
She sounded panicked. He didn't answer. Fuck. Had Aspen actually hit something vital? Trying to fucking stay calm, Trees dialed 911 and crouched beside Tessa, nudging her aside to look at the gunshot. Flesh wound. It wouldn't be fatal, thank God. Had Zai fainted? If so, Trees would totally rib him about that later, as soon as he hugged the bastard. He's going to be okay, Trees promised Tessa. You have your daughter back. It's over. Tessa nodded, still looking terrified. He soothed her with a palm across her back, but his thoughts turned to Layla. How would she react once he told her that Hector couldn't hurt her, or anyone, again? After a grim chat with the police about the gruesome scene at the mobile home and a wait in the ER with Zai, who seemingly had a mild concussion from his head hitting the table on his way to the floor, Trees drove for home. Along the way, he called Hunter, Logan, and Joaquin and advised the bosses that Hallie was safe again with Tessa. On Zai's behalf, he also asked them why the fuck they had never once considered that their receptionist might be affected by the danger the team dealt with. Since the bosses admitted it had been an oversight, they agreed to provide her with a top-notch security system today. That was the easy part of the conversation. The next part, Trees doubted would end well. Given what we found this morning, you understand that probably means Geraldo Montilla is keeping Kimber hostage? Yeah, Hunter said solemnly. If Cash was in cahoots with Hector Ramos, who was one of Emilo's boys, and they took Hallie for leverage, it stands to reason their enemy has Kimber. Except, here's what I don't get, Logan jumped in. The note with the lipstick that Kimber's kidnappers gave Dad as a warning? It seemed almost bitter about the fact Valeria escaped her husband. Why would Geraldo Montilla give a shit? Pride? Machismo? He's probably full of those, but I don't buy that he'd take this kind of action merely because someone hurt his little feelings. And sure, Jorge is his grandson, but it's not as if ruthless drug lords are known for being family men. So why the hell does he want Valeria this bad? Trees hated to admit that Logan had a point. We don't have another theory, except that Geraldo has no family left other than the boy. As theories go, it's thin. Can you think of some other reason for Geraldo Montilla's behavior? Trees challenged. I mean, maybe Emilo's former goon squad splintered and started vying for power amongst themselves, rather than banding together to overthrow Geraldo, but that would be stupid and suicidal, Logan sighed. Then again, people have been known to be both. True, and Trees suddenly realized a way they might settle this point. We haven't made any progress in identifying the 3 dead bodies left in our parking lot yesterday. Have the police? No. Most were either missing fingers or had their prints burned off. It's going to take dental records. That takes time. Can you give me the pictures of the Vicks from the crime scene? I have a hunch. He didn't mention that Layla might know something. They would only find other ways to make her useful to their cause. A hunch, Logan scoffed. You mean a petite Latina you're trying to keep out of this? Is there something going on between you and Layla? I'm just saying I can research this digitally. But he should have known they wouldn't buy his deflection. Uh-huh. I've heard you don't want her used as bait to draw out Kimber's kidnappers. Won't have her used as bait, he snapped. Let's be clear. Last I heard, she was open to the idea. And last time I checked, you don't own her. Do we need to remove her from your place? Trees didn't have any illusions. They would do it. And he'd be terrified for her safety every moment. God damn it, you're going to get her killed. But I guess you think it's okay to sacrifice her for your sister. No one will miss Layla. She's not important or anything. That's not true, and we're not fucking amateurs, Hunter snarled. We'll do everything in our power to keep her safe. Everything in your power isn't a guarantee of her safety. You know what is? Leaving her at my place. I will protect her with my life, and son of a bitch, Logan groused. You're in love with her. My feelings, whatever they are, have nothing to do with my ability to protect her. Bullshit. You're compromised, Joaquin butted in. You're wrong, he snarled. She finally feels safe for the first time in 6 years. You can't imagine what she's been through. Hell, even Trees couldn't because she hadn't trusted him with her deepest, darkest secrets. But he had no doubt what she'd endured had been brutal. Yet you want to use her, put her at risk again, by dangling her like a tasty treat in front of the very kinds of people who once abused and raped her. But I'm the misguided one. There was a long pause. In the background, he heard a ringing phone and some mumbling. We have to go. That's Matt. He has an update. We'll be in touch. To try to take Layla from him. Fuck that. Tree stabbed at his phone angrily and floored it out to his place as the sun began to set. There was rarely anyone on these bumpy country roads, and the Hummer could take the beating. What mattered was Layla. He shaved 7 minutes off what should have been a 20-minute drive and pulled up to his place with a slam on his brakes and a kick-up of dust. Then he ran to the back door, opening it and disabling his security system just long enough to let himself in before he locked up and set the alarm again. He'd been praying that Layla was all right. Had she felt safe in his secure, fire-resistant panic room? Or terrified because it doubled as a dungeon full of equipment she was likely to misunderstand? Trees tore into his closet, punched in the code to his underground lair, then breathed a sigh of relief when the door popped open and Layla appeared at the bottom of the stairs.
You're back,
she sounded relieved. She looked fucking beautiful, standing there in his overlarge sweatshirt, which made her look as if she wore nothing else except a pair of his 2 big tube socks and a smile. Yeah, he sprinted down to her. She met him halfway.
You are safe.
Layla had been worried about him. Not a scratch. Zai has a flesh wound and a mild concussion. Tessa got her daughter back, and they're both fine.
And Hector?
He's dead. Layla gaped.
Are you sure?
I watched the coroner take him out in a body bag along with his wife and Tessa's ex-boyfriend. He cupped her face. Layla, I wasn't leaving until Hector was either behind bars or 6 feet under. I made damn sure he couldn't come after you again. Her soft expression looked both stunned and grateful.
Thank you.
I don't want you to thank me. I just want you to feel safe with me. She didn't reply. Trees tried not to be disappointed, though Layla hadn't told him that he made her feel secure. She hadn't said that he didn't. You hungry, little one? She shook her head.
I snacked on some of your prepackaged food. Is that all right?
Of course. Let's get you out of here. Layla nodded, not balking when he took her hand and led her up the stairs. He shut the door to the dungeon behind him, helped her out of the closet, and moved his clothes to cover the keypad again.
Trees?
He turned to her in the shadowy room, lit by the last remnants of dusk. Yeah?
Do you use the implements in that room?
Shit. Here came the interrogation. Of course she had questions. If she had ever seen equipment like this, it had been used for her torture, not her pleasure. She was likely afraid, and he had to tread carefully. I haven't yet.
But you will?
Eventually. He took her shoulders gently. Remember, everything I do is consensual. That's the reason I insist on a safe word. Ultimately, any woman I take to that room would have all the power. A word will stop me. You know that.
Red.
Exactly. I can only give as much pleasure as any woman trusts me to give. There are other safeguards I employ to ensure she doesn't feel as if she's performed any act against her will. She frowned.
I believe you mean that.
But she didn't ask more questions, probably because she wasn't ready to hear the answers. And trees wouldn't push her. Besides, she wasn't staying with him forever. It didn't matter that he was in love with her. His sentiment wasn't reciprocated. What was the most he could say about her feelings? She didn't hate him. She didn't completely distrust him. That was progress, sure. But anything that would lead to a happy ever after? No. He lived in the real world. He had these stolen moments with her, nothing more. When she left, it would fucking hurt because he'd probably never see her again. I do. Have you talked to your sister today? She nodded.
Jorge is improving. It is a relief.
Glad to hear it. I'm going to grab a shower and some food. I'll probably watch a movie after that if you want to join me. Layla didn't answer, just laid a soft hand on his arm. Tingles blasted through his body.
I have accused you of working against me, trying to hurt me and betraying me. When I am wrong, I say so. I am sorry.
An apology? He'd never expected that. You've been through hell, and I was a stranger. You've known me, 5 days. I'm not surprised trust has been tough for you.
You have not always been easy, but you have been fair. You not only protected me, you avenged me.
She shook her head.
I know you did not kill Hector for me, but...
I did. She sucked in a shocked breath. I told him I was pulling the trigger for you as I did it. He shrugged. The truth is, he was reaching for his wife's gun so he could shoot me, which forced me to kill or be killed. But I have no remorse for putting a bullet in his brain. You might not have had justice any other way. Layla's expression collapsed. He'd seen her cry tears of sadness, anger, and frustration. She'd shed tears in panic, relief, and satisfaction. But she'd never looked right at him and allowed herself to be utterly vulnerable. She was giving him trust she never had. That was even more evident when the first trembling tear rolled down her cheek and she didn't look away. The sight wrecked him. He thumbed the hot drop away. Honey.
Hector is the reason I fear the dark. A few weeks after I came to visit Valeria, she and Emilio had a fight. He told my sister to shut up or there would be repercussions. Valeria thought he meant against her.
Layla gave a little shake of her head and looked away. Trees tucked a finger under her chin. You don't have to say more, little one.
I want to. I have never told anyone.
And she'd chosen to pour herself out to him? Not your sister? Or your mother?
I did not wish to make either of them feel guilty or risk themselves trying to protect me. But that night, Emilio locked me in an underground room with no windows. 2 men came in as I slept and...
Layla couldn't finish her sentence. He fucking wished he could go back in time and protect her. She had been a 14-year-old girl forced to endure the worst in men through no fault of her own. Raped you?
They took turns holding me down while...
She pressed her lips together as another tear fell.
It happened again the next night. And the night after that. I did not even know who had violated me for days. Then one morning at breakfast, Victor came to sit on one side of me, Hector on the other. As soon as they spoke, I knew. I knew their voices. I knew their smells. I almost threw up, but I did not dare betray my reaction with my mama watching.
You worried what they would do to her if she retaliated. Layla nodded.
So I complied and became their whore.
Tree shelved a violent urge to go back in time and kill Hector all over again, with his bare hands. But Layla needed him now. Don't ever use that word to describe yourself again. You didn't give yourself for a buck. You sacrificed yourself for your mother. More tears fell down Layla's face.
It did not matter in the end. She still died. They refused her medical treatment when she needed it. I don't even know if or where she is buried.
Another stab in the heart. Trees wasn't sure if it was the right thing to do, but he brought her close, settling her head against his chest. I'm so sorry, little one. She sniffled and stepped away.
Tears are useless, and I should stop them.
If they help you, then cry away. I'll hold you. I'll do whatever makes you feel safe.
Thank you, but safety is an illusion.
It was a fucking sad statement, but he could see why she believed that. Every time she'd found some refuge, like the safe houses in which she had hidden after escaping her brother-in-law's compound, they had been repeatedly uncovered and invaded. Tree shook his head. Even if you don't think safety is real, I'll do everything I can to protect you.
I believe you will try.
He couldn't help himself. He cradled her face and kissed her forehead. He'd love to do more to prove that she was safe with him, but in the moment, all he could give her was his word. Always. I promise. To his shock, she curled her fingers around his wrists and tilted her face under his.
Can I ask something of you?
Anything. Her big hazel eyes turned imploring.
Take me to bed.
His heart seized up. She was asking him to get closer. She wanted to connect with him. Maybe. But she wasn't thinking about love. Did she even believe such a thing existed? Layla, you don't owe me anything, especially not your body.
I know. That is why I want you. For the first time, I will know what sex without hate, force, or desperation is like, where the only motive is pleasure. Will you show me?
Jesus. He couldn't say no to that. But he didn't just want to give her a good time. He wanted to give her his love. Are you sure, honey? You know I want you, right? How I feel about you isn't much of a secret, but
I am sure.
She rose on her tiptoes and guided his face down to hers. Trees groaned and covered her mouth with his own. Her pillowy lips parted, cushioning his entry. As she curled her hand around his neck, her tongue met his shyly. Her breasts pressed to his chest, and she exhaled with him, into him. Desire gripped Trees, choking him with need. After making herself so emotionally vulnerable, she seemed ready to open herself sexually. It was far more than he'd ever expected. He pulled back and thumbed her swollen lower lip, his heart jacked up on more than desire. I'm going to make love to you, honey. I'm going to lavish every bit of pleasure I can on you. Tell me when you've had enough. She nodded and reached for the hem of the sweatshirt. He gripped her wrists. Let me do that. Obediently, Layla dropped her arms to her sides. Trees tucked his fingers under the baggy fleece and slowly lifted it over her head. Underneath, she still wore the threadbare pink tank and the nearly illegal shorts that clung to her every curve and took his breath away. He swallowed as he reached for her thin top, deliberately lifting it to give Layla 100 opportunities to object. She said nothing, just affixed her darkening stare on him. He swallowed as he shed the tank and tossed it to the floor. Next, he popped the button at her waistband. Her zipper followed, a sensuous scratch of noise in the quiet room. Then he peeled the shorts past her hips, eased them down her thighs, and let them drop to the hardwood floor. His breaths turned harsh. In the winter chill, she shivered, nipples beating inside her plain cotton bra, but she made no move to cover herself. His gaze swept over her every petite curve and soft swell. Yeah, he wanted her, of course. but not just because she was beautiful or his type. The way she was giving herself honestly made his desire surge. She had no hidden agenda to escape him, test him, or work him over. She simply wanted him. "You okay?" He skimmed his knuckles over the swell of her breast. "You still want this?"
Yes.
She reached behind her back and unfastened her bra. The tiny scrap of cotton fell between them. Suddenly his view went from leaving little to the imagination to leaving nothing at all. "Layla." His stare swept down the heavy hang of her breasts and tight rosy brown nipples, then scraped the valley of her waist, finally setting on the lush curve of her hip, interrupted by soft beige cotton. It had to go. He needed her bare.
You have seen me naked before.
You get more beautiful every time I do.
Pretty words are not necessary.
Trees braced his hands on her hips and brought her against his cock, which filled and throbbed for her. I'm horrible with pretty words, but I'm really damn good with the truth. Now that's what I'm telling you. Then he didn't waste more time talking before he peeled away her underwear. He knelt as she stepped out of them, then tossed the little garment aside. That left him with a face full of her gorgeous pussy. The memory of her taste made him eager to get her on his bed, plant her on her back, and settle his shoulders between her legs again. Later. Right now he wanted to merge himself with her. She'd asked for pleasure, but he'd given her that once. He suspected Layla was aching for more, so he intended to tell her he loved her without saying a word. Tree stood and lifted her against his body. Automatically she wrapped her arms and legs around him, tilting her head for his kiss. She felt so fucking perfect in his arms as he closed the distance to the bed and laid her across the mattress. He followed her to the fluffy comforter, never breaking their kiss. She opened wider to him, her lips soft and sweet. Trees burrowed into her mouth, sweeping in to tell her silently how beautiful she was, how much he desired her, to promise her that, even after she left, she would always be in his heart. Beneath him, she parted her thighs, trailing her hands down his back, then under his shirt. Her fingers on his spine made him shudder. Layla slid the tea up his torso until it gathered around his chest. He had no patience for it, or anything else, coming between them, so he yanked it over his head, breaking their kiss only long enough to tear off the shirt. Then he swooped down to take her lips again, not giving a fuck where he tossed the garment. Skin to skin, he pressed against her with a groan. Her breasts plastered against his chest so tightly he could feel her heart thundering. Her fingertips gripped his shoulders, her nails pressing in as she broke away to trail her lips across his jaw and up his neck with rough little pants.
Trees.
There's no rush, little one. We have all night. Tomorrow would be a different story. The bosses would likely be up in his business about Layla by morning, but goddamn it, between now and sunrise was theirs.
I ache for all of you now, but I want it to last forever.
Holy shit. That was the closest she'd come to expressing feelings for him. Had he managed to steal into her heart more than she'd let on? I'll do everything I can to make tonight feel like a lifetime. He sealed that vow with a kiss, falling deeper into her mouth as he fell deeper under her spell. Layla was wide open to him. She wrapped her arms around him and melted against him with a breathy sigh. He skimmed the curves of her torso, feeling his way down to her hips and anchoring her under him. She writhed against his hard-as-hell cock, tearing her lips free to skim them along his neck. God, she was everywhere, rosy-cheeked and breathing hard, pumping out a musk that teased his senses and told him she was aroused. She nipped at his ear. He twitched and jerked as sensations ricocheted through his body. He growled. In return, she whimpered and offered her mouth to him again. Dizzy and impatient, he covered her lips and took control of their kiss, losing himself in her. He was in so deep he wasn't sure he'd ever find his way out. He didn't fucking care. Then he stopped thinking and his body took over, ripping at his jeans and towing off his shoes. Fuck, he'd meant to make this gentle and unrushed. Love Layla the way she deserved to be loved, the way she never had been. But she kept urging him on and destroying his restraint. With a curse, he stood and shucked his pants. If you need me to slow down, honey, tell me. But a glance at her through the shadows told him her nipples were hard as stones. Her pussy was swollen and slick.
No, I need all of you now.
They were on the same page, desperate to bond, to feel each other in a way they hadn't before. I need you too. But he had to stop himself from shoving every inch he had inside her, as he had their first time. It had been the tightest fucking fit of his life. She'd closed around him, clinging to him, clutching him every moment he'd been buried deep. And he hadn't gone easy on Layla, crashing into her stroke after stroke. This time he needed to hold back, at least a little. Trees repeated that objective in his head like a litany, and he was on board until he lowered himself on top of her. He couldn't resist taking one of her breasts in his mouth and sucking at her like a starving man, while working the other between his thumb and fingers. Beneath him, she arched and cried out, threading her hands through his hair and wrapping herself around him even tighter.
Yes, more.
He gave Layla what she begged for, sucking on her tender tips harder, nipping, laving, and tormenting until she went frenzied under him, until he felt her nipples swell on his tongue.
Trees.
She pressed kisses everywhere she could reach him, urging him on even more with her uneven breaths and mules.
It feels so good.
He could do this to her all night. Hell, he could do this to her forever, if they had that long. But they didn't. Instead, he climbed up her body and took her face in his hands. I want every part of you. I'm going to take you over and over tonight.
Yes,
she whimpered. Then he tangled his hands in her hair, slanted his mouth over hers, and seized it again. Her lips clung to his. She opened to him, gave herself over to him with a shaky little breath. The kiss seemed endless, as if they could love their entire lifetime in this single melding of mouths. He felt her, dazed and thrilled. He smelled her, female, musky, and mysterious. She aroused him in a way he'd never experienced. She touched him on a level no woman ever had. Trees glided his hands down her body, pausing to worship her every dip and curve, before he reached her hips again and lifted her to his probing cock. When his seeking crest found her slick opening, he slid inside, delving down, down, down. Suddenly she gasped and tensed. He stopped his forward press, settling into a slow, truncated rhythm that made him gnash his teeth and sweat. Everything inside him demanded he sink the rest of his aching length into her, as deep as he could, and imprint himself on her so she never forgot him. He held back.
Trees. Trees,
she panted, peppering kisses across his shoulders, his neck.
More. Please, more.
Was she trying to undo him? I don't want to hurt you. She tossed her head back and forth.
Give me everything.
His heart hammered into his ribs. Desire soared. Thought went out the window. Instinct took over. Even if he never said the words to her, she was his. Fingers digging into her, he held her pinned to the mattress, bracing his knees against the bed, and groaned as he surged as deep into her as he could. She cried out, her head falling back into his pillow. The look on her face, now bathed in moonlight, was pure ecstasy. The trust she showed stunned him. The sexuality she gave back to him dazzled. And something feral in him took over. Teeth bared, he pummeled inside her, eased out with back-twisting slowness, then fused them together again. Her teeth sank into his shoulder, her nails dug into his back. With every thrust she keened, wrapping herself tighter around him and burrowing her way deeper into his heart. His bed shook, The air around them seemed to stop. His body turned to fire. This couldn't last. He knew it, but he needed to see her pleasure, to feel it, before he gave in to the ecstasy threatening to undo him. Layla gripped him, undulating. She was so close. "Come for me," he panted. "I need to feel you." As if his words unleashed her pleasure, she tightened, her back bowing as she let out a hoarse cry that seemed to come from somewhere deep in her soul. She squeezed him tightly, milking him and totally surrendering to him. Trees followed her over, a sheer cliff of ecstasy unlike anything he'd ever felt. There was no being gentle, no holding back. He poured himself into her, and when he was done, still panting and sweating, he knew on some level he couldn't put into words that she belonged to him. The other undeniable fact, he belonged to her too. She was so deep in his heart he wasn't sure it would ever beat again without her. Chapter 13. Layla rested her head on Teresa's bare shoulder, smiled and sighed. She had only enough energy left to skim her palm across his naked chest, down the ridges of his abdomen, and back again. If his house caught on fire, she would just have to burn with it because he'd completely wrung her out. And she loved it. He caught her hand drifting down again and settled it over his penis. Despite the fact he'd taken her 4 times last night, he was erect again. Knowing he wanted her now flooded her veins with more drugging, addicting desire. Yet more than hunger compelled her. They had chased pleasure for hours, as tightly tangled as 2 people could be, and she still wished she could spend all day giving herself over and over to Tree's demanding passion, but not merely for the orgasms. She loved being close to him, his scent, his strength, his compassion. Wrapped in his arms was the one place she felt as if safety might not be an illusion. Closing her fingers around his shaft, she stroked him slowly. "Good morning." Her voice sounded rough, husky, like she'd been screaming for him half the night, mostly because she had. He groaned. "Sun's not up yet. Until then, it's still night. And you're still mine." Some part of her worried she would always be his, and it had nothing to do with her vagina. Instead, it was the organ in her chest that now beat and ached for him. That terrified her, but the truth was undeniable. She had feelings for trees. "Yes," she breathed. "Yours." As soon as the words were out, he rolled on top of her and pressed her into the mattress with his kiss. "You haven't had enough yet?" "Not even close." "No." He grinned but didn't waste more time talking. She parted her lips and her legs, welcoming him. His tongue invaded her mouth as his hard inches made their way inside her again. Her nipples beaded so tight the painful sensation was a pleasure all its own. Her sex was hypersensitive. With every molasses slow pull out, she tingled. With every deliberate stroke in, she ignited. "You're not too sore?" He eased back, gritting his teeth in restraint. "Not enough to say no." She lifted her hips, inviting him even deeper. He didn't accept. "I don't want to hurt you." "If you stay away from me, you will. Please." Trees cursed, then drove the rest of the way inside her with an agonized groan, holding nothing back. "I can't stay away from you." Then he covered her lips with his again, cutting off all conversation. Talking with words wasn't important now. They were saying all they needed to with their bodies. But what would happen next, once their passion was spent and reality could no longer be denied? Layla didn't want to think about that. She wrapped her arms and legs around Trees and moved with him. Their bodies synced up, breaths, motions, heartbeats. They became one. His strokes picked up the pace. Everything inside her gathered and swelled. She couldn't breathe, and she didn't care. Nothing mattered more right now than being as close to this man as she possibly could. But soon, pleasure began unraveling her and spinning her into a realm where he ruled her, body and soul.
Trees, please.
Layla. He gripped her face in his hands and stared to her soul with blazing eyes as he drilled down into her body. Every part of her surrendered to him as his lungs worked like a bellows, as his pounding strokes inside her quickened, as his erection thickened, as a growl escaped his throat, as he fisted her hair. Come for me. She couldn't stop herself. The ecstasy swirled and swelled in white-hot pleasure, overwhelming her. She gave herself over, opening her entire body, relinquishing every part of herself to him in an explosion of consuming, unabashed bliss. Layla ached to give him more than pleasure in return, to prove that she trusted him, to tell him how unshackling that felt, and to convey how much she loved it. His heart thundered against hers as he crashed into her over and over, his bed rattling and shaking. His body tensed. Then he roared and flooded her womb, shuddering from head to toe. She clutched him against her with every shred of energy she had left, praying this moment would never end. Layla had never felt closer to another human being in her life. His expression was full of gravity, something solemn and steadfast she had never seen. Had he fallen in love with her? She stared back, blinking and feeling tears burn her sleepless eyes. Trees brushed damp strands of her hair from her face. He said nothing. No words were necessary between them. Or maybe, like her, he simply didn't want to spoil the moment. The outside world had no such compunction. An alarm suddenly blared from his phone and echoed across the house from some unseen corner, spoiling their paradise. He jackknifed up, cursing and scrambling for his phone, in full warrior mode. Get dressed. She sat up, clutching the sheet.
What is it?
The perimeter around my property has just been breached. Her heart lodged in her throat. Had she been discovered again?
Is it Victor? If he learns that you killed Hector, he will come after you with a vengeance.
He doesn't have to come after me. I'm looking for him, and I won't let him get away. Trees stared at his device, then sighed. But it's not Victor. It's my goddamn bosses. Put some clothes on. This is going to get ugly. Layla couldn't pretend she didn't know why. They had decided to use her as bait in a hostage exchange, her for her sister. It scared her, but if such a ploy ensured her family stayed alive, of course she would do it. Trees hopped into his jeans and boots. He dragged on a tight black tee, slipped on a gun holster that crisscrossed his wide back, then grabbed a pair of semi-automatics from his nightstand. Don't leave this room until I tell you.
They came to talk to me.
He shot her a glance full of protective fury. They'll have to come through me first. Then he was gone. Worry washed through her. She loved that Trees wanted to protect her, but he could not. She'd risk everything, even her life, to keep her sister and her nephew safe. Layla heard beeping as Trees turned off the alarm, followed by the slam of the front door. Barney barked. As she scrambled into her bra and underwear, an engine rumbled up, then cut off. Car doors closed. Since she had nothing else to wear, she tossed on her tank and shorts. As she secured the final button, she caught sight of herself in the mirror above Trees' dresser and winced. Her hair was tousled, her lips were swollen, her cheeks were still rosy from arousal, and her neck patchy and red with obvious whisker burns. She looked like a woman who'd had a lot of sex, and with every step, the friction of the flesh between her legs protested. Still, if Trees wanted her again, she would say yes. The front door opened, and she heard the timbre of deep voices as they entered the house. Taking a bracing breath, Layla let herself out of the bedroom and faced the men. Predictably, Trees looked furious that she hadn't stayed put. The other three, all big and dangerous, complete with steely demeanors, stared at her, taking her in from head to toe. None of them said a word. but their disapproving gazes settled on Trees. They knew what the two of them had been doing, and they were definitely not happy. Finally, the oldest approached. He had blonde hair, a sharp gaze, a chiseled jaw, and a whip-like mien. "Hi, Layla. You may not remember me. I was there during your extraction. I'm Hunter Edgington." When he stuck out his hand, she took it reluctantly, trying to avoid Trees' disapproving gaze.
"I remember, and I know why you have come."
"Straight to the point, huh? Then let's talk," said the one with dark hair and the same blue eyes gleaming in his hard face. "I'm Logan, Hunter's younger brother."
"Yes,"
she remembered. "And I'm Joaquin Munoz," said the big one at the end, who offered his hand next. She heard a hint of an accent in his tone.
"Se habla español?"
A little smile tugged at his mouth. "Yeah, I speak Spanish, but it's not great." Too bad. She would have liked to ask some questions of the man without Trees objecting, but like everything else, she would have to get her answers the hard way.
"I understand."
"Layla, I told you to stay put until I came for you," Trees reminded. His voice sounded even, but she was too connected to him not to feel his worry. No, his panic. He also knew why the trio had come.
"Would you like me to make everyone coffee?"
She offered to avoid answering him directly. Hunter shook his head. "It's not necessary. They won't be staying that long since they weren't invited," Trees snarled. The older brother cleared his throat. "Layla, why don't you sit? We'd like to talk to you, show you some pictures, get your thoughts." Logan pulled out a chair at the kitchen table for her. As she crossed the room to them, Trees seized her arm. "Don't do this." She glanced up, wishing she could comfort him with her touch.
"I have to."
Then she sat. The other three did the same. Trees stood at the head of the table, arms crossed over his wide chest, glaring at the man he worked for. "This is bullshit. You came onto my property uninvited and unannounced to take away my sense of safety I've managed to give Layla. You have no idea what she's been through, and that's enough." Hunter spoke quietly, but with such menace, Layla flinched. "Fuck you. You're not risking her death to get your sister back. Right now, we just want to ask her a few questions. We've spoken to Valeria, but since Layla was in the Tierra Caliente compound a few months ago, her information is fresher."
"I will help however I can."
She wanted them to know that, not because she owed them. Her sister paid them handsomely with the money she had taken from her late husband before fleeing. She would help them because it helped her family. Then, as far as she was concerned, she would be happy never to see EM security again. With the exception of Trees. But what came next for them, if anything, was unclear. "We hoped you would say that." Logan whipped out a tablet from a backpack she hadn't noticed earlier. He turned it on and swiped a few times. "This picture and the next couple are the best we have of the 3 bodies dumped in our parking lot 2 days ago. We haven't been able to identify them. Neither have police. Your sister didn't recognize them. There's not a lot left to identify, so brace yourself." They had no idea the kinds of things she had seen in Emilio Montilla's compound. Whatever they had to show her should not be any shock.
"All right."
The younger Edgington brother glided the tablet across the table to her. "Have you seen these guys before? Can you shed any light about why their corpses might have been dumped near our office?" The photos were brutal. Layla gasped aloud. Logan hadn't been kidding. There wasn't much left of the mutilated bodies to identify. She wanted to turn away, but she didn't have that luxury.
"I recognize some of the tattoos. Their names are Pedro, Miguel, and Juan. I do not know last names. They were all loyal to my brother-in-law. After his death, they probably served Emilio's nexts in command, Victor and Hector Ramos."
Hunter slanted a glance up at Trees. "Didn't you kill Hector yesterday?" "Yes."
"And I have warned him that Victor will retaliate,"
Layla added. Trees scowled. "You'll have to find me first." Before she could argue that Victor was not merely persistent but vengeful, Logan cut in. "We'll get back to that. What else can you tell me about these bodies?" Layla knew almost nothing else of the men, their backgrounds, or lives. It no longer mattered that Pedro had enjoyed watching one of the Ramos brothers forcing her to perform acts against her will, often masturbating to the sight. Or that Juan and Miguel had peeked in on her showers under the guise of watching over her all the time.
Very little, except the reason they may have been left in your parking lot. Geraldo Mantilla surely knows you protect Valeria, Jorge, and me. He was telling both you and the Ramos brothers, with one vicious act, what will befall you and your loved ones if you do not comply.
Joaquin swore in Spanish, proving he grasped at least the dirty parts of the language. Logan took the tablet back and tapped out a message. We suspected that.
He has your sister, does he not?
We're almost positive. She sent him a sympathetic expression, but didn't give voice to all the terrible atrocities Kimber was probably enduring right now. No good could come of it. Besides, they probably knew, too. Do you know Geraldo Montilla's hideouts?
No. I was beneath his notice. My sister visited at least one of his homes when Emilio was alive. Ask her where it is.
We did, and we investigated it. Empty. That did not surprise Layla. Men like Geraldo were shrewd enough to stay one step ahead of those eager to take them down.
I know nothing more.
All right. We'd like to talk to you a bit more about what comes next, but first we brought you something we thought might cheer you up. Trees, would you open the door? He glared. The fuck are you up to now? Reminding Layla of the most important things in her life? After a faint knock, Trees opened the door with a grumble and a glare over his shoulder at his bosses that promised violence. Then he stepped aside. To her shock, her sister stood on the porch with her son anchored on her hip. Kane backed her up, wielding a gun and hovering over them with a watchful demeanor.
Valeria! Jorge!
Layla leapt from her chair and went running.
Lalita!
A smile broke across her sister's face.
Tia!
Jorge lunged for her, arms outstretched. She reached them both and wrapped her arms around them, eyes closed, breathing in her sister's petite strength and her nephew's baby smells. It felt so good to be with them, to be holding her family close once more.
Are you well?
She asked Valeria, then turned to the precious boy beside her, tears streaming down her face.
And are you feeling better? We are. Jorge started improving yesterday. He is sleeping and eating well again. We seem safe where we are, at least for now. What about you?
Valeria eyed Tree's stark utilitarian home.
Fine.
What else could she say? Her feelings for her protector were a huge tangle she couldn't put into words.
It is very quiet here.
Layla, I'm sure you and your sister want to have a little privacy so you can visit. Why don't y'all chat in your room? Hunter gave her a benign smile. She didn't believe it for a minute. Trees' bosses had brought her family here as a reminder of all she stood to lose. Those men wanted the women and children out of the room so they could talk or threaten Trees into relinquishing her to help them rescue Kimber. The fact they allowed Valeria and Jorge out of hiding to visit her said a lot about their desperation. Layla had no illusions why they had chosen her for this mission over Valeria. She was no one's widow or mother. She meant nothing to anyone, except her family. And maybe Trees.
Of course.
She led Valeria to the bedroom she hadn't used last night and shut the door. Her sister raised a brow at the crisply made bed, then looked her up and down.
Do you know what you are doing with that man? He is big and dangerous. He can overpower you. You do not need to be concerned.
Layla frowned. Valeria didn't look comforted.
The last time I saw you, you were terrified of that man. You have spoken very little about him since, except to say that he has not hurt you. And now you look... How can I say it? Since you have never been one to hold back, I'm sure you will tell me. You look like you spent all night having sex with him.
Layla's cheeks flared with heat.
If I had, why would it matter? Caring about you and your welfare is not something I can simply stop like a bad habit. Unless... Did you enjoy it? If I did, will you judge me?
Jorge got fussy, so Valeria set him down to roam and sighed.
I do not know everything that happened to you in my husband's compound, except that much of it was bad. For that I am more sorry than you know. But you do not have to pay that man, or any other, with your body for safety again. I know. Trees made that very clear. You do not need to be his victim either. He is the best man I have ever known, she admitted. So you can stop worrying. You do not know him, but I assure you, he has done nothing that would make me feel violated or afraid. How are you doing with Kane Preston?
Valeria accepted the subject change with a tight smile.
Fine. He is professional. I appreciate that he speaks Spanish. Unfortunately, he knows almost nothing about babies.
Jorge chose that moment to tug on one of the dresser drawers behind her. Layla raced to his side and distracted him with a quick game of peekaboo. As her nephew giggled, she swept him into her arms and blew a raspberry on his cheek.
Well, if there is one man worth loving, it is Jorge. Isn't that right? It is,
her sister confirmed like a proud mother. Layla kissed his forehead again, then settled her solemn gaze on her sister.
You know why they brought you here, yes?
Valeria's eyes darkened.
Of course. I know their plan. We should discuss it. You cannot talk me out of helping them. If they need bait, I will volunteer. Victor Ramos is a problem for later, but he is alone now. He is weaker.
At least Layla hoped so.
But we will never have peace until Emilo's father is dead or behind bars.
To her shock, her sister nodded.
I came to the same conclusion. I have spoken to Kane about this at length. I also had conversations with Joaquin. If we want a life beyond hiding, we all agree that something must be done. We can bear this now, while Jorge is very young. But someday he must go to school. He will want friends. You and I will need to seek work. We have lives to live, and we cannot do that if we are constantly looking over our shoulder.
Since Valeria sometimes let her emotions overrule her logic, Layla was pleasantly surprised by her sister's pragmatism.
Exactly. When I first heard this plan, I volunteered. But after some debate, they convinced me that their version of the scheme works better. I'm sorry there are no better options.
Layla wondered what the debate had been, but she wouldn't risk asking questions that might change Valeria's mind. They both understood that her sister needed to stay with Jorge.
I know.
They passed the rest of the time making small talk, playing with Jorge and simply enjoying these unexpected moments together. They hugged. They laughed. They teased one another as sisters often did. If EM Security's plan went well, they could do this every day for the rest of their lives. Layla wouldn't go so far as to trust the trio of warriors who ran this business, but they knew who paid them. If anything happened to her, well, since becoming a mother, Valeria had become both cautious and vicious. Her sister would avenge her. But she truly counted on Trees. Somewhere over the past few days, she had learned to trust that he would never let anything happen to her. Of course, he did not want her to risk herself at all. Despite her bedroom door being closed, she heard raised voices. Trees, for sure. Logan's followed. Then Joaquin entered the verbal fray with a growl. She couldn't hear the exact words, but she couldn't miss their tone. This wasn't a simple disagreement. "Then fucking fire me," Trees roared. "I don't give a shit, but you aren't using Layla as bait, and that's final. Now get the hell off my property, and don't fucking come back." The following night, a sharp pealing from both his alarm panel and his phone jolted Trees awake. He sat straight up in bed and grabbed his cell from his nightstand. Fuck. Someone had opened a door or window around the house. Since he hadn't received any warning about the perimeter of his property being breached, that meant one thing. Layla was trying to leave him. That fucking hurt. Trees vaulted out of bed and disengaged the alarm before hopping into sweatpants and steel-toed boots. Without bothering to lace up, he grabbed the Benelli by his bed, just in case, and a pair of cuffs from his nightstand, then pocketed the nearby flashlight. Trees prowled across the house until he reached Layla's bedroom. He wasn't surprised to find the door closed. After her sister and his bosses had departed yesterday morning, he and Layla had spent hours arguing. She insisted on being the decoy for Kimber's rescue. He swore he'd let that happen over his dead body. Apparently, he was the bad guy for not letting her put herself in harm's way, because she'd barely spoken to him since and insisted on sleeping in her room, alone, with the door locked. She thought that would keep him from her. Ha! Trees had her door open in a handful of seconds. Sure enough, her bed was empty. Her window was shut, but the air was chillier in here. She had obviously opened the window, set off the alarm, hopped out, and darted away. Son of a bitch. He doubled back through the house to the front door, plucked his jacket off the nearby hook, and shoved it on over his bare torso as he hauled ass onto the porch. Thank God he had a pair of thermal night vision binoculars in his coat pocket. Trees lifted them to his face and found Layla in seconds. She was alone. Sure, he was grateful someone hadn't tried to take her from him, but he was beyond pissed she was so willing to risk her life. Stubborn woman. Stupidly brave, too. If she put herself in Geraldo Montia's path, she might not get out alive. Surely she knew that. Why didn't she value her goddamn safety? Because she valued her family more. Trees refused to let her go on this suicide mission. There had to be another way. Cursing, he bounded off the porch and ran after her. He'd catch up to her quickly for 4 reasons. First, she had nothing on her feet but flimsy flip-flops. Second, it was 37 degrees, and she was covered only by her itty-bitty tank top and those damn short shorts. Third, since he was 6'8", he had hella long legs, and her soft curves proved that, unlike him, she didn't run a few miles a day. Fourth, and most important, she might want to leave him badly enough to brave the elements at 3 o'clock in the morning, but he was far more determined to keep her under his roof. Hell, he'd do almost anything to keep her in his bed, in his heart, in his life. Time to drag Layla back, put his foot down, tell her exactly how things were going to be, as soon as he came up with another fucking plan. She wouldn't budge otherwise. It didn't take him long to catch her. He saw the flash of her sleek, naked legs in the moonlight, along with the puffs of her breaths in the cold. Layla had no idea he even chased her until he was practically on top of her. She whipped her gaze over her shoulder just as he hooked an arm around her waist and lifted her from the ground. He yanked her kicking, writhing form into his arms and against his body. Her flip-flops went flying.
Let me go!
Nope. Despite her struggles, he managed to retrieve her shoes and shove them in his pocket. The vixen did her best to wriggle free, even biting him. But, as his mother would have said, bless her heart, every attempt Layla made to get free was both ineffectual and pointless.
You cannot keep me against my will.
Watch me, he said as he headed back toward his house. I've already done it once.
My sister and my nephew need me.
To put yourself in danger? No, they don't.
They are in danger.
And you putting yourself in a drug lord's crosshairs isn't going to help. You're not going anywhere.
I do not belong to you.
I'm happy to fix that right now. Want to get married? Layla gaped at him.
What?
You heard me.
You've gone insane.
She turned away and went stubbornly mute. Actually, he'd been serious, but as proposals went, it hadn't exactly been romantic. Or practical. He got it. But the silent treatment? Fine. 2 could play that game, and she'd figure out quick that he could get his point across without uttering another word. Trees contained her wriggling form, bypassed the front door, then headed around to the back before flipping on his chipper shredder. It made a god-awful rumbling in the dead of the night. Thankfully, he didn't have any neighbors who might wake.
No!
She screamed in terror, scratching and clawing, scrambling to get away from him as if her life depended on it. What the hell? Did she think he intended to feed her into it? Calm down, honey. I'm not going to hurt you. She looked at him with wary eyes.
Then what?
He didn't bother to explain, simply plucked her flip-flops from his pocket and fed them into the machine, watching a pile of pink rubber emerge on the ground. Then he flipped it off. Making sure you can't run.
Are you crazy? Those are my only shoes.
Were. They're not shoes anymore. Let's go." He hoisted her farther up his body so her feet never touched the wintry ground, banding his arm around her tiny middle. Gasping, Layla clung, wrapping her arms and legs around him to ensure she didn't fall. Being so close to her made him instantly hard. No surprise there. Trees climbed the front porch, made his way inside, and set her on her feet. By the ambient security lights he'd installed last night to serve as nightlights for her, he watched anger and mutiny cross her beautiful face. God, she had the power to steal his breath. He shouldn't be shocked, since she'd already stolen his heart. It didn't matter that he hadn't touched her in what felt like forever. He hated the fact that, right now, she was hating him. Everything was a fucked-up tangle, but no one would risk her, even Layla. He intended to make damn sure of that.
"I needed those."
She stomped her bare foot. "Not if you were going to walk your pretty ass into danger." Layla fumed and tried to stifle it. She'd probably figured out that battling head-on with him wasn't the way to get what she wanted. But she was clever, and she was desperate to save her family. She wouldn't give up. Neither would he. He took her by the arm, hauled her to the kitchen table, thrust her into the first chair, then wrapped his meaty hands around her shoulders. "What we have here is a failure to communicate."
"I understand your English. I simply have my own thoughts, and I disagree with you."
"I'm aware of that. I'm just making it incredibly clear that, whatever ridiculous scheme my bosses have cooked up, you're not getting involved. You're under my protection. As long as either faction of the cartel warring for control is after you, it's my responsibility to keep you alive. Since you don't seem to grasp that concept, we're going to make some changes around here until you do." Without waiting for a response, he began patting her down. It was fucking hard not to notice her soft, lush breasts when he had to cup them. Impossible not to remember having them in his mouth, or feeling them against his chest when he'd gripped her hips while riding her hard and fast. But now wasn't the time for this trip down memory lane, or his erection. He needed to find her phone. Layla pushed at his hands and turned her body away protectively, but he finally felt his way from her chest to her ass and pulled the phone from her back pocket. He saw 3 messages from her sister, which was no surprise, and one from Hunter Edgington 20 minutes ago. That motherfucking bastard. What were you planning exactly? Stubbornly, she pressed her lips together, crossed her arms over her chest in a way that made her tits look even more luscious, and jerked her stare out the window. Damn it. How the fuck could he get her to talk? Turning her ass red and stripping the starch from her attitude sounded great. But he'd never tested her trust that way, and they were both too angry for a consensual spanking now, even if she needed it. Hell, did she even trust him to protect her anymore? Undeterred by her silence, Trees waved her phone in front of her face until it unlocked. Then he started prowling through the device. No! She lunged out of her chair and reached for it. Trees merely held it at eye level, kind of amused as he watched her jump for it. There were occasional benefits to being freakishly tall. He found the message string he'd been looking for, scanned and scrolled, reading as he went, and lost his fucking temper. You were running to the edge of my property to meet up with Hunter tonight. Where the fuck was he taking you? With a frustrated huff, she plopped in her seat again, because she realized the jig was up.
It is none of your concern.
The hell it wasn't. With a snarl, he flipped on the overhead light and headed to the coffee pot. If he was going to interrogate her, he needed some damn caffeine. Days and days, most without a full night's sleep, were catching up to him. The instant he turned his back, she shoved out of her chair, legs scraping across the tile, and sprinted for the door. She'd barely reached it and pulled it open when he caught her around the waist again, lifted her, kicked the door shut, then carried her back to the kitchen. He pulled out the cuffs. Her eyes widened.
What are you doing?
He ignored her, managing to slap one cuff around her wrist before she started fighting like a hellcat. But she was too late. He'd already looped the chain around the rungs of the chair and grabbed her free hand.
You cannot do this.
He clicked the second cuff into place. I just did. Now we're going to talk. Want a blanket? He hoped like fuck she said yes because he was getting a full frontal of her under the kitchen lights, and it was impossible to miss her thick, beaded nipples. Fuck, her body was his weakness.
What will I owe you for it?
This again. Nothing. You're only borrowing it, not taking it. She hesitated.
Fine. Then yes. Please.
He nodded as he grabbed a quilt from the corner of his bed. When he draped it over her, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Then Trees turned the nearest chair backward and straddled it, resting his arms over the top. Let's start over. Tell me why, exactly, you were meeting Edgington tonight. Have they figured out where Geraldo Montilla is holed up? Or contacted the person who sent the colonel the ransom note to set up this supposed hostage swap? Layla proved once again she was as strong-willed as she was beautiful when she looked away and refused to answer. He took her chin in his grip and forced her to look at him. As always, her soft hazel eyes undid him. Not to mention that pouty, fuck-me mouth he remembered kissing feverishly in the dark. Or are they past that? Do they have a plan? A date? A location? Predictably, since he'd told all of his bosses to fuck off nearly 48 hours ago, they hadn't looped him in on their strategies to rescue Kimber from Geraldo Montilla, using Layla as bait. Her white teeth bit into that pillowy lower lip, and Trees stifled a groan. She had no idea what she was doing to him, and he couldn't let on. She knew how to use his desire against him. He couldn't let it happen again. Since she still stubbornly refused to say a word, he'd have to puzzle the answer out himself. Layla glared at him and yanked her chin from his grasp.
Do not touch me.
He backed away. Then answer me.
I am going, and you cannot stop me.
That's what she thought. I'm not going to let you put yourself in needless danger, Layla.
But my sister and my nephew...
There's another way to neutralize this threat, and we'll find it. She shook her head.
Geraldo is a dangerous man. He will keep coming. He will never stop until they kill her and take her son. He and all his men are animals. They will never give up.
Then neither will I. I can be an animal too, and I'll prove it. That clearly worried her.
What will you do?
Tell me what's going on first. Have they come up with a plan? Layla pressed her lips together, saying nothing for a long moment. But she was thinking, so Trees let her.
I do not know.
Seriously? He laughed bitterly. Who do you trust more, them or me? She didn't hesitate.
You?
Her answer poured relief through his system, but it also pissed him off. When we met, you didn't trust them at all, but now you're willing to run off in the middle of the night to jump into danger for them when they don't even have a fucking plan?
They will have one. I was going to help. So was Valeria.
What the fuck? Neither of you are trained operatives.
Perhaps not, but we are the only ones who have met Geraldo Montilla. Together we may be able to figure out where he is hiding and even identify any weaknesses he may have.
That was a fair point. He didn't know how useful her and her sister's information would be, but it was a tactic they hadn't tried before. And his bosses had never cut him in on their progress. Because they had their hands full? Because they'd believed he was their mole? Probably both. Trees turned the situation over in his head. Bottom line, everything needed a change. He swiped through Layla's phone again and found Hunter's contact, then hit the button to call. His boss answered quickly. Where are you, Layla? I'm at the meet point, but I don't see you. She's in my kitchen, and she's not going anywhere, asshole. Did you honestly think she could just sneak out my window and I wouldn't know? Listen, I get that you want to protect her. I know damn well you've been fucking her, which is against the rules, and we'll be discussing that later. But god damn it, she wants to save her sister, and I want to save mine. Who the fuck are you to get in the middle of that? Who the fuck are you to dangle Layla out as bait? Montilla wants Valeria, but you're holding back the queen and sending the pawn instead. It's bullshit, and I won't let you do it. Hunter sighed raggedly. It was one of the few times Trees had heard the man be anything less than rock solid. You're tying my hands and condemning my sister to a torturous death. I haven't slept in days. My dad, he's falling apart. He won't eat. He won't rest. The Colonel isn't a young man anymore, and I'm goddamn worried about him. Deke is at the end of his rope, and the kids are crying themselves to sleep. I don't know how much longer this family can hold it together, especially since Deke got word last night that if we don't produce Valeria this week, my sister dies. We're desperate. We won't let anything happen to Layla. Hell, we'll never let Montia even touch her. Please, right now we just want to talk to her. Trees sighed. Edgington was in a shitty position. His whole family was, and the time to save Kimber was ticking down. It was his own protective instincts that had him snarling and fighting his bosses, the way they'd been snarling and fighting with him. That wasn't getting the job done. Maybe you ought to try working with me instead of going behind my back. Maybe collectively we could come up with a better plan, one that doesn't require you to put Layla in danger. Hunter paused. Maybe you're right. Damn straight, but Trees wouldn't give Hunter more shit now. It was counterproductive. But there would be reckoning later, he was sure. Go home and get some sleep. I'll interrogate Layla about what she knows. You do the same with Valeria. We'll circle back in a few hours and see what we've come up with. To be honest, you don't know what we know. Dad, Logan, Joaquin, Deke, and I have all been working on this for... He choked. God, it's been the longest fucking week of my life. Forever in terms of keeping a hostage. He could only speculate that Geraldo hadn't killed Kimber yet because... if he did, he'd never see Valeria or her son again. So, clue me in, but you don't know what I'm capable of either. Through the line, Trees heard Hunter start his car engine and pull away. Fair enough. And I'm sorry we thought you were our mole. We should have just come to you. Yep, we could have worked together sooner. Once I'm home, I'll send you a zip file of everything we've collected so far. Unfortunately, it's not much. Some drug lords lead a really flashy life. Parties, bars, whores, jet-setting. Geraldo Montia, not so much. Still, he's got a weakness, a tell, a bad habit, something. We'll find it and exploit it. Yeah, Hunter sighed tiredly. I'll call you in a few hours. The line went dead. Trees set Layla's phone aside. You get all that?
I think so.
If I uncuff you, will you stay put?
What will you do if I am able to think of anything helpful?
We'll plan around it. Find some way to trap him so we end up sparing his life in exchange for Kimber. But we'll do it in some way that doesn't put you, your sister, or your nephew in danger. Can you agree to that? Layla looked reluctant to give up. She wanted to help her family and ensure their safety right now. He understood her urge to be actively involved, but he gave her a minute to think his proposal through.
Yes.
He heaved a sigh of relief. Good. Do you want to go back to bed for a while, or...
No. I do not know how you and I will find that monster's weakness, but I want to start now.
Trees figured she'd say that. All right. Tell me the first time you remember hearing about the man. The first time you met him. Any detail you can recall. Even the smallest, seemingly insignificant piece of information might be helpful. She did. The memories of a 14-year-old girl about a man 3 times her age weren't particularly sharp, or maybe that was because it had been nearly 7 years ago. His facial hair, his style of dress, his entourage, not really helpful. But they kept talking as Trees read through the files Hunter sent. His boss was right. They didn't have much to work with. So he kept asking Layla questions. Through sunrise, through breakfast, through the slow crawl of the sun up the kitchen window until somewhere in the afternoon when the sun began its descent through the living room window on the opposite side of the house. Together, they made a late lunch, touched base with her sister to talk through other memories. They netted almost nothing. It was hard to find a clue when no one was even sure what the fuck they were looking for. But Trees didn't give up, despite feeling wiped out. Neither did Layla. Finally, After a shower and some hot popcorn around 10 that night, he tapped away on his keyboard, scouring search engines far more powerful than Google and coming up with a lot of scary chatter about Montia's past violence, when Layla sighed.
The last time I remember Geraldo coming to visit Emilio was shortly after your team rescued my sister. He railed at his son for being so stupid and careless. Then he asked me questions. But I knew nothing. Even I had been shocked to wake up the morning after Valeria's disappearance to find her gone. He barraged me with questions for hours, until he got frustrated and left. The last time I was with him, I looked out the window as he drove away in his flashy classic sports car. I remember thinking that I hoped never to see him again.
Tree's head popped up. Classic sports car. Tell me everything you can remember about it. She did. His heart started revving. They might be getting somewhere. He tapped furiously on his keys, looking through bills of sale, pictures, auctions, and car shows before he finally found an image that brought it all together for him. A little more cross-checking later, and he pounded his fist on the table. Motherfucking bingo. I got you, you son of a bitch.
Are you sure?
Layla sounded afraid to hope. Oh, yeah. He reached for his phone and dialed Hunter. Are you ready for some good news? Because I know exactly where Montia is going to be in 2 days. All we need is a plan. Chapter 14. February 4. Tree stood by the front door at dark 30 in head-to-toe camo, a backpack hanging from his left shoulder, and frowned. I should be back in 12 hours. Are you sure you don't want to spend the day in my panic room? Layla shook her head.
I will be fine.
Since Trees had drafted the plan to corner and grab Montia with Hunter and the rest of his bosses, Deke and the Colonel had blessed the scheme. Together they'd put all the pieces in place. The mission required each and every available man, and everyone had a role. Time had been precisely accounted for to ensure Geraldo would have no escape. Trees was locked and loaded and ready to go, but he worried about Layla. And you won't run?
No, since you can save my sister and theirs without me, I have no reason to leave.
By the time your head hits the pillow tonight, you and your family should be safe. Hopefully Kimber would be too. But Layla had been quiet, almost withdrawn, since they'd firmed up these plans. Why?
I have an uneasy feeling.
She was worried. About him? Maybe that was a stretch. Since giving him the information about Montia, she had kept to herself. Trees hadn't pushed or pried, but he'd love to know what the hell she was thinking. He'd also love to touch her again. That would have to wait until the danger passed. But then she would be leaving his house and his life, unless he gave her a reason to stay. All right, you have plenty of food here. Barney will keep you company. You know how to work the TV and you've got internet. Call your sister all you want. I'll arm every alarm and turn on all the cameras in the house. If the house alarm trips, the police will come. But since I'm out in the country, they're about 20 minutes away. Do you want me to show you how to access the panic room just in case? She shook her head.
It is not necessary.
Probably not. She had two possible threats. He and the team would have Geraldo Montia in their sights. Victor Ramos had no idea where to find her. She should be safe. He just hated leaving anything to chance. All right.
Will you call me when it's done?
Her request probably had more to do with wanting to make sure that her family was out of danger than her worry for him. But hey, a guy could dream. Sure.
Thank you.
They stood face to face near the front door, staring at each other in the awkward silence. Finally, Trees couldn't take it anymore. He lifted Layla against him. She gasped and wrapped her arms around his neck, blinking up at him.
What are you doing?
Telling you I love you, Layla. I know it's one-sided. I don't expect you to say anything. He stopped making an ass of himself by vomiting up his feelings and settled for what connected them. He swooped down and kissed her, a hard press of his lips on hers, trying desperately to memorize the feel of her while giving her something to think about in his absence. But if she was going to reject him, he didn't want to hear it, so he wrenched away, set her on her feet, and slammed out the door. A last look back at her through the living room window, stunned and red-cheeked, didn't give him a single clue about her reaction. Did she love him too? Even a little? He alarmed the whole house from the app on his phone. Once it was secure, he turned the engine of his truck over and drove off, not looking back. Before sunrise, he was at the hangar where the team planned to assemble. After a last-minute equipment check, they boarded the charter plane and took off. As the sun began to rise, they reviewed the plan collectively. In 3 hours, they would land at the private airstrip in Florida, less than 30 minutes from the event. By noon, Mafia would arrive for the private high-dollar stakes classic car race held annually. By then, Trees and the team would be in place. Finding out that Tierra Caliente's leader would be there had been a lucky fucking break. After he'd managed to jog Layla's memory about Mafia's love of classic cars, he'd scoured the internet for recent high-dollar sales. He found a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO sold at auction for nearly $50 million to an anonymous buyer in Mexico. Because fewer than 30 of the classic cars were produced that model year, they now sold for record prices. From there, Trees had worked backward, on the theory that someone who spent that much money on a car would want to show it off. Sure enough, he'd found a press release announcing that a professional driver by the name of Dantel Resendez had registered for the race in Florida, driving exactly the same rare vehicle. After that, he managed to dig up a picture of Resendez with Mafia, toasting in front of the red vintage sports car. Then he'd hacked the event organizers' files to find the VIPs attending this week's event. Mafia was on the list. Bingo. The Edgingtons, Deke, and Munoz had come up with the tactical plan. It wasn't going to be easy. Mafia traveled with an entourage, but they had tried to account for every possibility and cover every angle. Now Trees could only hope they didn't encounter any unexpected curveballs. "Hey," Zai approached him with a slap on the back. "How are you doing?" Nervous as fuck to get back to Layla. Driving away from her this morning had been one of the hardest things he'd ever done. There was so much unspoken between them, and he was dying to know what she'd thought about his declaration of love. He was really fucking worried he'd put his foot in his mouth. "Good. Congratulations to you and Tessa on your engagement, man. I, heard it through the grapevine." Zai pulled at the back of his neck. "Yeah, sorry I didn't call. We were busy." Trees bet they rarely got out of bed. After being artificially kept apart for nearly a year, then nearly splintered in two by Hector Ramos and his crew, they deserved happiness. "Allie good?" "Great. She's bounced back for the most part. The doctors don't think she'll remember much, and we'll get her some therapy when she gets older if she needs it." "For sure. So, when's the big day?" "We're working on that, but soon. Definitely soon. You'll be my best man, yeah?" "Abso-fucking-lutely." Trees only hoped Zai got to perform the same service for him someday, but he wasn't optimistic. "Great. Thanks. So, how goes it with Layla?" Trees shrugged. He was hesitant to open this can of worms. "One step forward, 2 steps back. But," suddenly his phone blared. He knew that sound, and his heart stopped. He yanked the device from his pocket, suddenly aware of the chatter around him falling silent and every eye on him. He swiped, opened the screen, and waited for the cameras to connect to his device. Thank God for Wi-Fi on the plane. But it was the longest 30 seconds of his life. Finally, he got visuals, and his heart seized up in his chest. Someone unauthorized was on his property. He watched the sleek black truck with the plates obscured by a gray plastic cover rumble down the dirt road. Through the cloud of dust, he saw one driver in the cab, his face too hard to discern. Zai looked over his shoulder, his face grave. "The hell's on your property?" "I don't know." His fingers shaking so hard he fumbled, he quickly dialed Layla. He had to warn her. 1 ring, 2, 3. Voicemail. Trees fought for his next breath and tried like fuck to tamp down his panic. He called her again. No answer. "Hey, everyone. Hunter shouted to the operatives on the plane, his voice grave. "Just got an update from the event organizer. The Ferrari pulled out of the race. Montilla is no longer on the VIP guest list." Shit. So where was the bastard now? Was that who had driven onto his property? He and the team had been trying to surprise the drug lord and take him hostage, but had the wily old bastard played them instead? The camera from his porch picked up the black truck rolling to a stop. The driver jumped out, pulled a ski mask over his face before Trees got a good look at him, then fired a shot through the front window, shattering the glass. The house alarm started blaring. Layla was alone with someone armed and ready to kill. Fuck. Switching his view to the inside cameras, he looked for any sign of Layla. There. She dashed from her bedroom, heading down the hall to the kitchen. Trees' terrified heart threatened to pound out of his chest. Before he could figure out where Layla had fled, the intruder held up his middle finger to the living room camera, then shot it point blank. From the kitchen camera, he watched with surreal terror, like he was watching a horror movie, when the intruder stomped deeper into the house. Suddenly, all the power went out. His redundant battery kicked on 20 seconds later. By the time the cameras reconnected, there was no sign of Layla, and the asshole stomped through his house, systematically shooting down every one of his cameras. His screen turned black. He was 30,000 feet in the air and probably 200 miles from home. If he didn't find some way to help Layla, she was as good as dead. No. Fuck! I have to get home, now! This concludes Wicked as Seduction by Shayla Black, narrated by Troy Duran. Copyright 2022 by Shelley Bradley, LLC. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Shelley Bradley, LLC, care of the Whalen Agency Limited, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.